Ding. A suitable host has been detected binding the Super Goddess rebate system. 30, 70. 100 binding successful. Ding. Would the host like to activate the system? A series of voices echoed in Yi Dong's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed amidst his despondence. Once the initial shock subsided, an overwhelming wave of elation surged within him. The system, the extraordinary treasure for the underdog to turn the tide. As an aficionado of literature in the 21st century, he was well aware of what a system entailed. Never did he imagine that he would experience such a moment. He hurriedly chanted inwardly, "Activate." Ding. Before activation, the system must test the host's resolve. Please bestow a slap upon each of the two loathsome individuals before dousing the green tea harlot's face with coffee. Upon hearing the system's task, Yi Dong did not hesitate for a moment and acted decisively. This wasn't merely about activating the system, it was precisely what he yearned to do at that moment. Zhang Jigang, basking in his own self-satisfaction, was caught off guard as Yi Dong suddenly slapped him fiercely. The two were standing quite close, and Zhang had never expected Yi Dong to dare strike, leaving him no chance to evade. "Yi Dong, how dare you hit me?" Zhang Jigang spat a mouthful of blood, gazing incredulously at Yi Dong with resentment. "Zhang Jigang, you've stolen my affections and flaunted it before me. Do you truly believe I would refrain from retaliating?" Yi Dong retorted coldly. Lu Weiwei, finally realizing the situation, let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Jigang, are you all right? You're bleeding." She then cast a venomous glare toward Yi Dong. "Yi Dong, I never envisioned you to be this sort of person. These past 3 years have been a grave misjudgment on my part." Yi Dong smirked inwardly. He had not forgotten the system's directive of delivering a slap to each individual. Smack! Lu Weiwei, holding her cheek with disbelief, stared at Yi Dong in shock. The super devotee who had catered to her every need for 3 years had just delivered a resounding slap. "Ah, call the police," she shrieked, her voice piercing the air. The small coffee shop was silent, and other students had overheard the exchange, quickly piecing together the dynamics of their relationships. Why Yi Dong's exhilarating actions brought him immense satisfaction. Who would dare to report him? Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's screams, Yi Dong felt a significant release of pent-up frustration. Yet he remembered the system's final task and swiftly grabbed the coffee from the table, splashing it onto Lu Weiwei's face. "Ah, Yi Dong, I will kill you." With a final scream, Lu Weiwei, on the brink of collapse, lunged wildly at Yi Dong. Thud! The current Yi Dong bears no resemblance to the gentle figure he once was in Lu Weiwei's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked her to the ground. His fierce demeanor startled Zhang Jigang, who was beside him, covering his face in shock. In his fright, he momentarily forgot his pain and stumbled back several steps in haste. This scene unfolded before Lu Weiwei, who, in a voice strained with desperation, shouted, "Jigang, call the police at once. I want this scoundrel behind bars." Trembling, Zhang Jigang finally retrieved his phone and dialed 110. Yi Dong, however, did not intervene to prevent Zhang Jigang from reporting the incident, as the minor injury was hardly sufficient to constitute crime. The worst outcome would merely involve a few days of detention and a monetary fine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the system. This system is the Super Goddess Rebate System, allowing the host to spend money on any girl with a comprehensive rating of over 8 points. For beauties rated between 8 and 8.9, any amount spent by the host will be refunded at double the amount. For goddesses rated between 9 and 9.5, any expenditure will yield a 10-fold return. For super goddesses rated above 9.5, any amount spent will be refunded at 100-fold. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Dong's understanding deepened. This super goddess rebate system, in essence, could be likened to a system for sycophants. To earn more money, one must first lavish gifts upon beautiful women. System, are there any restrictions, and is the source of funds secure? Yi Dong had encountered similar wealthy protagonist novels before, where the source of funds was glossed over with vague assurances of safety. Such assertions were sheer nonsense. For an ordinary individual to suddenly possess millions or even billions, one might attribute it to sheer luck or a grand lottery win. However, for an average person to suddenly acquire tens or hundreds of billions, it would be utterly astonishing if regulatory bodies did not investigate. At that point, regardless of the amount, one would find it impossible to enjoy such wealth without clarity on its origin. Ding. As a beginner, the host's daily rebate limit cannot exceed 1 million yuan. Exceeding this amount will yield no rebates. Upon completing designated tasks, the host will receive super rewards or an increase in the rebate limit. Regarding the security of funds, the host can rest assured that all rebate funds will be managed safely by this system within the international financial market. All sources are legal and compliant, ensuring no issues arise. The system's response left Yi Dong highly satisfied. After all, he was currently studying finance, and this explanation regarding the source of funds was perfectly fitting. As for the current daily limit of 1 million yuan, Yi Dong was unconcerned. He possessed no more than 1,000 yuan, rendering any increase in limits irrelevant. Beep. Host, having just completed the system task of delivering 2 slaps, you are rewarded with the ability to incapacitate 3 individuals. Note, upon receiving this reward, your agility and strength will equate to the combined prowess of 3 ordinary soldiers. Beep. Do you wish to claim your reward? Yi Dong was taken aback by the unexpected benefits of his recent actions. What was there to ponder? Claim. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through Yi Dong's body. He felt as if his strength had increased 4 to 5-fold. His reflexes were now vastly more agile than before. System, I thought the power was supposed to be tripled? Beep. The power here is not assessed based on the host's average physical capability. It is directly infused into the host's body, amounting to the total strength of 3 ordinary soldiers. Yi Dong understood immediately, glancing at his robust physique, which was already quite imposing. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jigang. Had it been someone of Zhang's smaller stature, their strength would need to be enhanced 10-fold or more. Just as Zhang Jigang helped Lu Weiwei to her feet, he caught Yi Dong's glance and was startled, causing him to lose his grip, and Lu Weiwei tumbled back to the ground. Ouch! After exclaiming, Lu Weiwei shot a displeased look at Zhang Jigang. This man had not only failed to assist her when she was being bullied, but had even retreated several steps. Now, he trembled at just one of Yi Dong's looks. She began to doubt whether her choices were indeed the right ones. Noticing the expression on Lu Weiwei's face, Zhang Jigang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had genuinely been frightened by Yi Dong's earlier slap and was apprehensive of receiving another at such close proximity. Seeing that Yi Dong had disregarded him, he sheepishly helped Lu Weiwei back up. At that moment, 2 police officers entered accompanied by school security personnel. It was only after the police arrived that the security team learned of the altercation that had occurred. They felt a twinge of anger. Handling such incidents poorly could reflect poorly on them. Typically, they would mediate these situations, resorting to police involvement only when absolutely necessary. Why Yi Dong felt a tinge of disappointment as he watched the 2 officers enter. In films, such scenes often feature a beautiful female officer. Why were there only 2 middle-aged men? The officers quickly assessed the situation and recognized Yi Dong and the other 2 as the parties involved. Who called the police? What transpired here? Before Lu Weiwei could respond, Yi Dong interjected. Officer, it was these 2 who called the police. They deliberately provoked me, and I merely acted in self-defense. Upon hearing Yi Dong downplay his actions, Lu Weiwei was seething with rage. Her left cheek still burned with the lingering sensation of pain. With a voice strained from desperation, he exclaimed, "He's spouting nonsense. Just moments ago, he appeared ready to kill me." Lu Weiwei's tone irked the questioning officer. Before him stood a young man, tall and imposing, who spoke with an air of refinement where one might wonder, was the ferocity in his demeanor? Casting a disapproving glare, the officer retorted, "Whether he speaks truth or lies, we shall discern for ourselves. We will clarify everything one by one. You shall have your turn to speak shortly." In that instant, Lu Weiwei felt a profound sense of injustice. Who, after all, was truly the victim here? Zhang Jigang had been regretting his decision since the moment the police and security personnel had entered. Deep down, he believed that calling the police after being assaulted was a cowardly act. A true man, he thought, must rise where he has fallen. With a generous demeanor, he had made a few acquaintances among the local ruffians. Surely, with their assistance, he could confront Yi Dong without fear of defeat. Before Yi Dong could utter another word, Zhang Jigang interjected, "I apologize, it was I who called the police. We are classmates, and what transpired was merely a small misunderstanding. Can we not resolve this ourselves?" Lu Weiwei, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief as she stared at Zhang Jigang. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, he shot her a fierce glare. In Zhang Jigang's mind, his relationship with Lu Weiwei was merely transactional, lacking any depth that might warrant discussions of marriage. His menacing look effectively silenced any words Lu Weiwei might have wished to express. The sense of grievance she felt was likely one only she could comprehend. "Are you certain you can mediate this yourselves?" The officer, clearly preferring the parties involved to resolve their minor dispute without burdening public resources, awaited their response. Zhang Jigang replied with conviction, "Yes, we can settle this ourselves. I apologize for my impulsiveness in calling the police." The two officers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "You university students must cherish your current status. Think before you act, consider your parents." After delivering a brief reprimand, the officers exited the CF. The campus security personnel let out a sigh of relief and, with a disgruntled look, remarked, "What a trivial matter to involve the police." With that, they too left the CF, their faces clouded with displeasure. Yidong was momentarily bewildered by Zhang Jigang's actions. He had anticipated facing several days of detention, but was surprised to find that Zhang Jigang had proposed a resolution instead. Once the police and security had departed, Lu Weiwei, visibly upset, questioned, "Jigang, why did you say that? Wouldn't it be better to have this scoundrel imprisoned?" Perhaps feeling emboldened now that the officers had left, Zhang Jigang glared fiercely at Yidong, untroubled by any potential repercussions. With a sinister grin, he declared, "You think you can just hit me and then waltz away after a couple of days in the police station? Yidong, just wait until I find someone to beat you to a pulp. I won't bear the surname Zhang if I don't." Upon hearing Zhang Jigang's words, Yidong instantly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that he had spoken so provocatively to the police earlier. He had intended to inflict physical harm upon him. Yidong, eager to test his current skills, almost welcomed the opportunity to engage a few ruffians in a practice bout. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Zhang Jigang, if you don't find someone to take me down, then you must not have been raised by a mother." Zhang Jigang was infuriated by Yi Dong's audacity, nearly bursting with rage. He realized that further verbal sparring was futile. "Fine, I hope you can still be this arrogant when the time comes. Just wait, Weiwei, we're leaving." Lu Weiwei, now somewhat aware of Zhang Jigang's intentions, shot Yi Dong a resentful glance before the two exited the CEF. Once they had departed, some onlooking classmates began to applaud. A few girls gazed at Yidong with starry eyes. Standing at just over 1.8 meters tall, Yidong's appearance, while not strikingly handsome, possessed a sun-kissed charm that was quite appealing. Although his family circumstances were less than affluent, it didn't deter them from dreaming about an ideal partner. Hearing applause directed at him, Yidong smiled in response to the small crowd around him. He had initially hoped to find a suitable girl to validate the credibility of the system's benefits. Regrettably, while there were a handful of girls in the CAF, none met the system's criteria of beauty. After glancing at the spilled coffee on the floor, he apologized to the owner and left after paying an extra 100 yuan. Emerging from the CAF, Yidong felt a surge of excitement. Checking his phone, he noted a meager balance of several hundred yuan. His greatest desire was to quickly verify the authenticity of the system's rewards. If true, he could ascend to the pinnacle of success in no time. Strolling around campus, he encountered numerous attractive women, yet they were all strangers. Though Yidong did not suffer from social anxiety, the prospect of approaching an unfamiliar beauty to express his willingness to spend money felt awkward. It was not that he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Instead, he decided to try his luck in a Douyin livestream. He wondered if rewarding beauties online would yield similar results. As he pondered this, two familiar figures caught his eye at the entrance of a milk tea shop amidst a long queue. It was Ni Kursin, the class beauty, along with her friend Wang Xiaoqian. While Wang Xiaoqian's appearance was unremarkable, Ni Kursin undoubtedly belonged to the realm of stunning beauties in the finance department at Southwest University. She was considered the belle of the department, even more beautiful than Yidong's ex-girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. As the moment to witness a miracle approached, Yidong was filled with immense excitement and hurriedly walked over. "Nike Kursin, Wang Xiaoqian, are you here to queue for milk tea as well?" Upon hearing Yidong's voice, Nike Kursin smiled and replied, "Yidong, is that you? Are you here to buy milk tea for Lu Weiwei?" For the past few years, Yidong's infatuation with Lu Weiwei had become an open secret in the class. The milk tea here was rather pricey, with even the cheapest cup costing over 20 yuan. Nike Curson thought to herself that given Yi Dong's usual habits, it was unlikely he would come here to treat himself to milk tea. With a sigh, Yi Dong half-jokingly remarked, "Don't mention it, I just got dumped by Lu Weiwei. I suppose I'm free now, so I came to celebrate with a good cup of milk tea." His words left Nike Curson and Wang Xiaoqian momentarily stunned. While they held a slight disdain for Yi Dong's sycophantic behavior, they could not deny that his actions over the years had indeed made him a prime candidate for the title of best boyfriend. They couldn't fathom why Lu Weiwei would suddenly choose to break up with him just before graduation. Moreover, Yi Dong's expression betrayed no signs of the anguish typically associated with a heartbroken suitor. Wang Xiaoqian teased, "Yi Dong, you aren't planning to turn your affections towards Nike Curson now that you've just been rejected by Lu Weiwei, are you?" Her words caused Nike Curson to blush. Although she acknowledged that Yi Dong was an exceptional choice for a boyfriend, she had no such intentions. At the very least, Yi Dong's family background would not meet her standards. Chapter 4. The Wealth of Mobile Beauties. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoqian's playful banter, Yi Dong couldn't help but re-evaluate Nai Curson. For the past few years, his thoughts had been consumed by Lu Weiwei, and though he knew that Nai Curson surpassed her in beauty, he had never truly taken the time to observe her closely. The teasing from Wang Xiaoqian caused a slight blush to grace his cheeks. With her long, slender figure, delicate arms like soft snow, and elegantly rounded legs, the term graceful beauty could not be more aptly applied to Nai Curson. However, having recently endured an incident involving Lu Weiwei, coupled with the formidable system he possessed, Yi Dong found himself temporarily devoid of any intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Yet, his scrutinizing gaze caused Nai Curson's heart to tighten, and her bashful expression deepened in hue. "Yi Dong, where are your eyes wandering? I was merely joking earlier. You wouldn't truly have designs on my dear Nai Curson, would you?" Wang Xiaoqian feigned indignation from the side. Not wanting to let Wang Xiaoqian continue her playful teasing, Nai Curson quickly interjected, "Xiaoqian, please stop joking. I was only going to buy a cup of milk tea. There's no ulterior motive." Wang Xiaoqian chuckled. "I was just having a bit of fun." In her mind, she did not believe Yi Dong had any right to pursue Nai Curson. However, if Yi Dong were to express interest in her, she would not be particularly concerned. As they spoke, it was their turn to order. Yi Dong's eyes lit up. To be prudent, he had already inquired about Nai Curson's score in his mind. As expected, it was a commendable 85, placing her firmly in the middle tier of beauty. He quickly exclaimed, "Nai Curson, Wang Xiaoqian, as fellow classmates. With just over 2 months until graduation, how about I treat you both to some milk tea today?" Before Nai Curson could respond, Wang Xiaoqian eagerly replied, "Sure, Yi Dong. You said it yourself. It's rare for you to be so generous, so I might as well order something a bit more expensive." Yi Dong was eager to test the system's rebate function and was unconcerned about the expense. He chuckled. "I can certainly afford the cost of a few cups of milk tea." He then addressed the tea shop staff, "Please bring me your finest milk tea, 3 cups. Seeing Yi Dong's newfound generosity, both Nai Curson and Wang Xiaoqian were momentarily taken aback. After more than 3 years of acquaintance, it felt as though they were just now rediscovering Yi Dong. Was this really the same person they had known as a devoted admirer? Typically, aside from Lu Weiwei, he would hardly treat his classmates to such an extravagant beverage. Even a bottle of mineral water was a rarity. This lack of generosity had contributed to Yi Dong's limited popularity within their class, where most interactions had been merely cordial nods. Moments later, the staff prepared the 3 cups of milk tea, totaling 120 yuan, and Yi Dong promptly paid the bill. Ding! The host has received a doubled rebate of 80 yuan. Listening to the responses echoing in his mind, Yi Dong felt an overwhelming urge to shout at the heavens. He silently pondered, "System, is it possible to transfer funds directly to my phone?" Ding! Funds can be transferred to either your mobile device or bank account, and they can even be converted into cash that appears in your pocket. After handing out milk teas to Nai Curson and Wang Xiaoqian, Yi Dong glanced at his phone balance and was astounded to see a transfer of 80 yuan. Raising his gaze to Nai Curson, Yi Dong's eyes sparkled. He perceived her as a veritable fountain of wealth. As Nai Curson mused over Yi Dong's transformation, she happened to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Could it be that he was harboring intentions towards her? Yet today, Yi Dong appeared particularly handsome. During her university years, Nai Curson had dated someone whose external attributes could not quite compare to Yi Dong's, though his family background was significantly superior. It was akin to the circumstances of Zhang Jigang's family. However, Men of such standing often tended to be more fickle, and upon discovering another woman's interference, Ni Kursin had decisively severed ties. Seeing the charming and sunlit Yi Dong before her, Ni Kursin suddenly felt that a partner's family background might not hold as much significance as she once believed. Wang Xiaoqian inadvertently noticed the two exchanging glances. She couldn't help but tease, "Kursin, what kind of gaze is that? Has Yi Dong's milk tea captured your heart?" Surprisingly, Ni Kursin offered no retort, merely lowering her head shyly to sip her drink. Observing Ni Kursin's unusual demeanor, Wang Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback. In truth, even if Ni Kursin and Yi Dong were exchanging glances, it held little consequence for her. Yet this scene felt extraordinarily surreal. Yi Dong, however, harbored no such thoughts. He was merely calculating how he could spend a bit more on Ni Kursin. After all, this was a golden opportunity for guaranteed returns. And encountering such a familiar beauty was a rare chance indeed. Summoning his courage, he said, "Ni Kursin, may I invite you to go shopping?" Wang Xiaoqian's mouth dropped open in astonishment, anticipating that Ni Kursin would decline. To her surprise, Ni Kursin gently nodded in agreement. This was indeed a promising development. The shock within Wang Xiaoqian was beyond words. She then declared resolutely, "Yi Dong, why have you only invited Ni Kursin? I wish to join as well." Faced with Wang Xiaoqian's request, Yi Dong found himself at a loss. Wang Xiaoqian's looks simply did not meet the system's standards. In blunt terms, any expenditure on her would yield no returns. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer not to include Wang Xiaoqian. However, it was said that if he declined, Ni Kursin might think ill of him, as a solitary male and female together would naturally be less secure than three. With this in mind, Yi Dong could only force a smile and respond, "Not at all. I was just about to extend the invitation to you as well." Faced with Yi Dong's explanation, Wang Xiaoqian remained noncommittal. She was well aware that Yi Dong had no intention of inviting her. Today happened to be Sunday, and with no classes to attend, the group hailed a taxi at the school gate and proceeded to the city center. In a short while, they arrived at the bustling commercial street. Yi Dong glanced at the over 500 yuan in his phone balance, contemplating what to purchase first. As he pondered, two young girls carrying flower baskets approached him. "Big brother, would you like to buy a flower for your girlfriend?" Yi Dong's eyes brightened. It was as if a pillow had appeared just when he felt sleepy. He smiled and asked, "Little sister, how much is a flower?" The two girls were delighted by his inquiry. Typically, when someone asks about the price, there is a high likelihood that a sale will follow. Chapter 5. A shopping frenzy. One of the more astute girls chimed in, "Big brother, our roses are 10 yuan each." Yi Dong, hearing this, paid no mind to the price. He grinned and said, "You two girls are working together, right? Please wrap up a bouquet of roses worth 500 yuan for the beautiful sister beside me." Ni Kursin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated receiving roses from Yi Dong so soon after arriving at the commercial street. She was even more surprised by his generosity in purchasing such an extravagant bouquet. Although she had agreed to accompany Yi Dong for shopping, she had not yet decided whether to pursue a romantic relationship with him. Accepting the roses would carry a different significance. Wang Xiaoqian, standing nearby, also gazed at Yi Dong in disbelief. She had not expected him to be so lavish with his money. 500 yuan was roughly equivalent to 10 days' worth of living expenses, and he was so casually buying roses. The two little girls were overjoyed. Their cost price for the roses was merely 1 or 2 yuan. They usually sold only a few each day, but they hadn't anticipated such a significant customer on their first day of business. They nearly emptied their baskets. Soon, a large bouquet of roses was expertly wrapped. One of the girls thanked him, saying, "Big brother, thank you for your generosity. We even added 10 extra roses for you." Yi Dong gestured towards Ni Kursin and said with a smile, "Deliver the flowers to this lovely big sister. Your task is complete." Seeing this, Ni Kursin hesitated and responded, "Yi Dong, this might not be appropriate." Yi Dong chuckled in response, saying, "Ni Kursin, please don't misunderstand. It's perfectly normal for classmates to exchange small gifts. You wouldn't want these little sisters to feel burdened among the crowd, would you?" As for Yi Dong's initial statement, both Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian were skeptical. They had never heard of classmates gifting roses, let alone such a grand bouquet. Ni Kursin glanced at the two girls before her, their eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately accepted the bouquet. Upon witnessing this, Yi Dong was overwhelmed with joy and promptly made a payment of 500 yuan. With a fleeting thought, he checked his balance again and to his astonishment, it had transformed into 1,000 yuan. The sensation was indescribable. Yidong found himself eagerly contemplating what to purchase for Ni Kursin with the newfound sum. Holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, Ni Kursin had already formed a clear idea in her mind. Despite Yidong's modest family background, he was both generous and romantic when it came to his girlfriend. And with his handsome, sunny disposition, what harm could there be in spending time together? Subsequently, the trio chose a large shopping mall. Since Ni Kursin found it cumbersome to carry the bouquet, they decided to leave it at a counter for safekeeping. As Yidong surveyed the myriad of shops before him, he felt a sudden sense of indecision. Choosing a gift for Ni Kursin was indeed an art. It required not only a suitable price, but also her fondness for the item, a thought that left him feeling rather perplexed. Fortunately, time was on his side, and he was confident that with his financial means, he would not struggle to spend. Shopping was undoubtedly a favorite pastime for girls, and it had been a while since Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian had ventured into the city center. As they entered the mall, the smiles on their faces grew noticeably brighter. Upon arriving at a jewelry store, Yidong examined the various price tags, which seemed quite reasonable, mostly ranging from dozens to hundreds of yuan. He selected 2 exquisite pieces that together totaled exactly 1,000 yuan. Approaching Ni Kursin with a gentle smile, he inquired, "These 2 pieces are quite beautiful. May I purchase them for you?" Yidong's words left both Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian in a state of astonishment. Typically, when men and women shopped together, it was the women who playfully coaxed their partners into buying gifts. Even during her previous outings with her ex-boyfriend, Ni Kursin rarely took the initiative to purchase gifts for him. Yet here was Yidong, not only buying flowers, but now also wishing to gift her jewelry. It was worth noting that Ni Kursin and Yidong had yet to officially announce their relationship. Seeing that Yidong was serious, Ni Kursin hesitated for a moment before softly nodding in agreement. After she made the payment of 1,000 yuan, within mere seconds, Yidong's balance surged to 2,000 yuan. Soon after, there were purchases of clothing worth 4,000 yuan and cosmetics totaling 8,000 yuan. When Yidong expressed his desire to gift Ni Kursin a luxury handbag worth over 15,000 yuan, it genuinely startled her. Previously, the most expensive gift Yidong had given to his girlfriend Lu Weiwei was merely in the thousands. Now, however, he seemed unfazed by spending over 10,000. As if parting with such a sum was as trivial as pouring water. Both Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian found themselves simultaneously contemplating a bold notion. Yidong could not possibly be the offspring of a wealthy magnate, feigning poverty during his university years in a quest for true love, only to have Lu Xinxin, in her ignorance, abandon him just as they were on the cusp of graduation. Such a notion, once conceived, spiraled out of control, growing increasingly plausible with every contemplation. Upon exiting the luxurious handbag boutique, Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian felt their suspicions solidify. After purchasing a handbag valued at over 15,000, Yidong, without a moment's hesitation, acquired another limited edition luxury bag priced at 30,000, forcibly presenting it to Ni Kursin, insisting she alternate between the two. This audacious act left both Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian utterly astounded. Wang Xiaoqian had even transformed into a figure of deep envy towards Ni Kursin. It is worth noting that she had initially believed Yidong unworthy of Ni Kursin. "Yidong, perhaps we should end our shopping excursion here. You've bestowed upon me so many extravagant gifts that I scarcely dare to accept them." Upon leaving the boutique, witnessing Yidong's insatiable enthusiasm, Ni Kursin whispered her gentle protest. She was genuinely apprehensive. Yidong's sudden generosity with such opulent gifts made her wonder if he sought to possess her immediately. Although Ni Kursin was no longer an innocent maiden, she was not the kind of girl to be easily swayed. Should Yidong make a bold advance, she would find herself at a loss for words to decline. Yidong, reveling in the shopping spree, had seen his account balance swell to over 60,000. Suddenly, hearing Ni Kursin express her desire to cease shopping startled him. He began to ponder the peculiarity of his own extravagant behavior today. However, despite the 60,000 being a significant amount, it still fell far short of his 100,000 spending limit for the day. Ni Kursin, please do not misconstrue my intentions, nor should you feel any burden. I merely wish to lavish you with gifts as a means to alleviate the heartache of being jilted by my girlfriend today. Yidong's half-serious words left Ni Kursin in a state of hesitation. Chapter 6. A forceful kick to the short and stout man, and Kirsten belonged to the type of girl who yearned for both love and material comfort. Perhaps her yearning for stability loomed larger, yet it did not diminish her longing for a beautiful romance. Yidong's display of prowess, coupled with his radiant, handsome appearance, embodied the very essence of Kirsten's ideal partner. Though Wang Xiaoqian felt a pang of jealousy, she encouraged her friend's happiness. Kirsten, if Yidong wishes to buy you gifts, allow him to do so. It is his heartfelt gesture. With Wang Xiaoqian's perfect encouragement, Kirsten reluctantly acquiesced. Yidong had not anticipated Wang Xiaoqian's influential role and cast a grateful glance her way. In Wang Xiaoqian's mind, this gaze translated to, "You, dear matchmaker, are quite remarkable." Oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two girls, Yidong was solely focused on spending lavishly on Kirsten, with hopes of reaping double the rewards. Upon glancing at the more than 60,000 balance on his phone, Yidong promptly sought out the most opulent jewelry store within the nearby shopping mall, intent on indulging in a lavish spree. This particular establishment, renowned for its exorbitant prices, saw relatively few patrons. However, the service was impeccable. Each customer received personalized attention upon entering. Since he was already there, Yidong took his time, dismissing the alluring saleswoman, and leisurely wandered about with Kirsten. The prices indeed lived up to the notion of luxury, with most jewelry items boasting price tags nearing 5 figures. Yidong even encountered several exquisite pieces priced in the realm of 5 figures. This was precisely the price range Yidong was eager to explore. At that moment, 2 new customers entered the store, prompting the staff to rush over to assist them. The man, a quintessential nouveau riche, was short and stout, yet adorned with a conspicuous thick gold chain around his neck and several extravagant gemstone rings, clearly eager to flaunt his wealth. Accompanying him was a striking woman, who, despite a layer of makeup, would undoubtedly match Kirsten's beauty even without it. In terms of figure, she surpassed Kirsten by a considerable margin. Although the glamorous woman appeared mismatched beside the portly man, such pairings have become commonplace in today's society. Once, beauty was paired with heroism. Now, it seems that only the affluent can play the role of the hero. As they entered, the man boisterously declared, "Darling, feel free to choose anything under 100,000. Today, I shall show you what extravagance truly means." The woman beamed with delight and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, darling." Kirsten and Wang Xiaoqian, observing this exchange, regarded Yidong with renewed admiration. Before long, the short man and his partner found themselves in the same section as Yidong and his companions. It was unclear whether it was Yidong's strikingly handsome appearance that irked the nouveau riche. Noticing Yidong's attire, which appeared to be worth no more than 500 yuan, and the presence of a beauty like Kirsten beside him, the short man felt personally affronted. Perceiving it as a challenge to his wealth, he coldly remarked to the nearby staff, "Isn't this supposed to be a luxury jewelry store? How can such trash even enter?" His veiled insult momentarily stunned Yidong and his companions. Was this man truly unhinged? Yidong, refusing to let his words go unchallenged, retorted, "Who are you calling trash? You short and portly fellow?" The man had always been sensitive about his stature and weight, and Yidong's words struck a nerve, inciting a furious reaction. Humiliated in front of his attractive companion, he muttered a curse, then, without warning, launched a punch at Yidong. To be frank, although this short and stout man possesses a diminutive stature, his agility is rather impressive. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront Yidong, who towers over him by at least 2 heads. Had it been the Yidong of yesteryear, he might not have been a match for this short fellow. However, the current Yidong has honed his skills and strength to the point of executing a 3-man takedown. The moment the short man made his move, Yidong swiftly countered, seizing the man's arm and sending him crashing to the ground with a powerful kick. The surrounding women simultaneously gasped in shock. The skirmish between the two lasted merely 2 to 3 seconds, with Yidong holding back most of his strength. Otherwise, the short man would not have simply found himself sprawled on the floor. The store manager and security personnel, alerted by the commotion, hurried over to inquire about the situation. The short man, now assisted by his female companion, pointed an accusatory finger at Yidong, shouting, "What is there to ask? He assaulted me. Call the police immediately." Yidong retorted coolly, "Call the police if you wish. You were the one who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense, and there are cameras capturing everything." Upon hearing this, the short man's bravado faded, and he ceased his demands for the manager to involve law enforcement. The manager, naturally reluctant to escalate matters, understood that involving the police could severely impact their business. After clarifying the incident with the staff, it was evident that Yi Dong was in the right. Yet the manager's bias leaned towards the short man, though he kept this sentiment concealed. In this era of the internet, especially for a large establishment like theirs, any revelation of preferential treatment could jeopardize the manager's career. After exchanging a few conciliatory words and observing that neither party was inclined to continue the altercation, the manager and security personnel departed the scene. Meanwhile, Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian stood by, utterly astounded by Yi Dong's prowess. The fluidity and grace of his movements resembled a scene from an action film, truly an eye-opener for them. They never anticipated that their classmate, whom they had known for over 3 years, harbored such remarkable secrets. In a single day, he had not only showcased extraordinary wealth, but also remarkable skills. They even speculated that the champions of the Taekwondo club at their university might not be a match for Yi Dong. Though the short man had suffered a slight setback and was clearly too intimidated to engage physically, his words did not cease. Addressing his attractive companion, he proclaimed, "What good is good looks and skill? When it comes to finding a boyfriend, girls must keep their eyes wide open. External attributes pale in comparison to tangible assets." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, showcasing several gold rings adorning his fingers. His remarks were clearly directed at Ni Kursin. Yi Dong, upon hearing this, could only chuckle in bemusement. "Oh, short fellow, are you implying that money is the ultimate power? How about we wager today to see who truly possesses the greater wealth? Whatever I purchase in this store, you shall purchase as well, and we will discover whether you truly have the means." As Yi Dong entered the store, he immediately discerned that the short and stout man, boasting about selecting items under 100,000 yuan, was merely putting on a facade of wealth. A true affluent individual would not go to such lengths to impress others. Typically, those who adorn themselves with thick gold chains and rings are, more often than not genuinely wealthy. Chapter 7. The role of the undercover tiger. Upon hearing Yi Dong, dressed in what appeared to be low-end merchandise, suggest a comparison of financial prowess. The short man could not help but scoff derisively. "Kid, I concede that you are more handsome and skilled than I. But what gives you the right to challenge me financially?" Yi Dong, unfazed by the taunt, retorted succinctly, "Enough with the chatter. Just say whether you dare to accept the challenge. The loser shall be deemed a fool." The short man, taken aback by Yi Dong's confidence, felt a flicker of doubt about whether Yi Dong's humble attire was merely a ruse to conceal his true capabilities. However, upon meeting Yi Dong's disdainful gaze, a surge of anger welled up within him. "Very well. Since you seek your own humiliation, I shall oblige. I am eager to see if you truly possess the prowess you claim." Yi Dong's heart soared with joy at this invitation. He had been apprehensive that the short man might shy away from the contest, as he still had a long way to go before reaching his cashback threshold of 1 million. Now, with a valid reason to indulge in extravagant purchases, Yi Dong found himself looking more favorably upon the short man. "Miss, please wrap up this pair of earrings for me." With an excuse at hand, Yi Dong wasted no time in selecting a pair of diamond earrings priced at 50,000 yuan as his first indulgence. The expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically, revealing a myriad of reactions. Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian were left in a state of shock. Although Yi Dong had previously gifted Ni Kursin multiple items worth around 60,000 yuan, this single pair of diamond earrings alone was valued at 50,000. Judging by Yi Dong's demeanor, this was merely the beginning. Both Ni Kursin and Wang Xiaoqian hailed from modest backgrounds in the mountain city, where their monthly expenditures rarely exceeded 3,000 yuan. Yi Dong's earlier purchases of bags worth 2,000 to 3,000 had already startled them, and now, with the emergence of these 50,000 yuan earrings, their hearts raced with astonishment. Meanwhile, the female companion of the short man and the beautiful sales attendant wore expressions of delight. However, the short man's countenance darkened. He had brought his mistress here to flaunt his financial strength, with a budget capped at 100,000 yuan. To have Yi Dong spend 50,000 at the outset left him at a loss for how to proceed. Yi Dong, having completed the transaction for the earrings, handed them to the still-dazed Ni Kursin. He then turned to the beautiful sales attendant and instructed, "Please bring your payment code over here. I shall pay for each item individually to avoid any insinuations that I cannot afford them." Before long, Yi Dong efficiently completed the payment of 50,000 yuan and then turned to smile at the short man. The diamond earrings, priced at 50,000 yuan, posed no challenge for the short and unimpressive man, as they comfortably fell within his budget of 100,000 yuan. He promptly purchased them and presented them to his female companion. Observing this, Yidong, without a moment's hesitation, pointed to a diamond necklace valued at 98,888 yuan. With a subtle smile directed at the attractive saleswoman, he requested, "Miss, please wrap up this diamond necklace for me." This necklace represented one of the most expensive pieces in the store. The saleswoman, filled with delight, realized her commission would be quite substantial today. Before long, N.I. Kurson had acquired 2 exquisite jewelry boxes. After settling the nearly 100,000 yuan bill, Yi Dong cast a disdainful glance at the short man, whose face now fluctuated between shades of green and white, completely taken aback by Yi Dong's extravagant display. Noticing the onlooker's gaze and the eager expression of his beautiful companion, he gritted his teeth and decided to purchase the diamond necklace as well. He fixed a fierce stare on Yi Dong, as if to challenge him. "You think you're impressive? Let us see you buy more." Yi Dong merely chuckled, his balance exceeding 200,000 yuan. "Buying one at a time is tedious. I might as well get 2 this time." He turned to another counter, indicating 2 gemstone necklaces, and instructed the saleswoman, "Wrap these 2 gemstone necklaces up for me as well." This bold maneuver left the crowd in awe once more. The combined price of these 2 gemstone necklaces and the earlier diamond necklace approached an astonishing 200,000 yuan. It was hard to fathom that Yi Dong, dressed in seemingly ordinary attire, could so casually make such a purchase. After paying with nonchalance, Yi Dong once again cast a glance at the short man, whose companion now felt a mix of surprise and jealousy. She was astonished that the day's acquisitions far exceeded her expectations, while jealousy brewed within her towards N.I. Kurson, who, though slightly younger, was of similar appearance and, in some respects, lacked the physique to compete. Why was it that she could only play the role of the mistress, while the other could be the legitimate girlfriend? Glancing at Yi Dong's radiant and handsome demeanor, coupled with his bold shopping spree, her jealousy intensified to a palpable level. Stealing a glance at her own short and unimpressive companion, who appeared indecisive, she felt a twinge of disgust yet resolved to employ her best tactics. It was rare to encounter someone who could be of assistance. She felt compelled to make an effort worthy of her appearance. In a sweet and delicate tone, she encouraged, "Darling, you can do it. You're the best." While saying this, she subtly leaned against her short and stout partner. The moment he felt her touch, a surge of impulsiveness overcame him, and without any hesitation, he too decided to purchase 2 gemstone necklaces. As he settled the bill, the twitching muscles of his face clearly revealed the anguish in his heart. Everyone present could discern his discomfort. After disbursing nearly 200,000 yuan, the stout man's gaze towards Yi Dong had lost all its arrogance and provocation, replaced instead by a hint of submission and pleading. He was now acutely aware that he had encountered a formidable character who feigned ignorance while possessing great strength. Yi Dong appeared oblivious to this shift. He was reveling in his spending spree and had no intention of halting. He approached another counter, where, although the jewelry was not as valuable, there were still numerous pieces priced between 50,000 and 60,000 yuan. This time he boldly selected 7 pieces of jewelry, amounting to exactly 400,000 yuan. Their financial contest had drawn the attention of other patrons leisurely browsing the jewelry store, who were left astounded by Yi Dong's extravagant generosity. In an economically challenging time, such reckless spending was typically relegated to the realm of fiction. It was a sight they had never witnessed in reality, leaving them both shocked and enlightened. Yi Dong then handed the 7 exquisitely packaged pieces of jewelry to the still-dazed N.I. Kurson and raised his gaze to the diminutive man with an expression of disdain. The moment he met Yi Dong's scornful eyes, the stout man crumbled. He was merely a beneficiary of demolition compensation, with most of his assets tied up in real estate. Parting with that 200,000 yuan had been painfully taxing. He cursed his own foolishness, now filled with regret, and lamented, "My brother, I was wrong. I underestimated you." Trying to put on a bold front while being a complete fool. Without caring for the ridicule from onlookers, he dragged his stunning female companion away, his head bowed. Before they exited, the glamorous woman glanced back at Yi Dong, casting him a flirtatious look. Fortunately, the stout man did not notice. Otherwise, he would have lost face entirely. Chapter 8. The perfect Prince Charming. Observing this, Yi Dong showed no signs of slowing down. He glanced at the attractive saleswoman and pointed at the counter, declaring, "This one, that one, and the other, all of them, wrap them up for me." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Dong selected 3 more items, valued at around 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. He mentally calculated that the total amount spent today was nearing 1,000,000 yuan. Wang Xiaoqian, watching Ni Curson struggle with an armful of bags, felt a pang of envy and swallowed hard. Yi Dong's actions had utterly shattered her perceptions. Shopping could be this extravagant and liberating. Ni Curson, however, was genuinely taken aback by Yi Dong's reckless behavior. In a relationship spanning nearly half a year, her ex-boyfriend had gifted her a total of merely 20,000 to 30,000 yuan worth of presents, and even then, she had contributed her fair share. Yi Dong had already spent nearly 1 million in a single day on Ni Curson, claiming he sought nothing in return, yet who would believe such words? It was not until he meticulously packaged the last 3 boxes of jewelry and handed them to Ni Curson that he stumbled over his words, saying, "Ni Curson, with so much jewelry, I can't possibly use it all. No worries, just keep it. If you truly cannot make use of it, you could always gift it to Wang Xiaoqian." Yi Dong replied nonchalantly. At the moment Ni Curson accepted the jewelry boxes, the system indicated that the final rebate of 300,000 had already been credited. Even if Ni Curson decided to give all the gifts in her possession to Wang Xiaoqian, it mattered little to Yi Dong. However, upon hearing Yi Dong's words, both Ni Curson and Wang Xiaoqian were rendered momentarily speechless. The jewelry boxes Ni Curson held were far from inexpensive, with the cheapest item valued at 50,000. Even among the closest of friends, such precious gifts are not simply exchanged without consideration. Nevertheless, with Yi Dong's encouragement, Ni Curson gritted her teeth and selected the 2 least expensive items to present to Wang Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, here are a pair of earrings and a necklace for you to enjoy. I certainly cannot use all of this." Though Wang Xiaoqian desired the gifts, she felt they were too lavish. Hesitantly, she replied, "Curson, this might not be appropriate. After all, these are gifts specifically chosen for you by Yi Dong." Yi Dong, overhearing, generously insisted, "Wang Xiaoqian, if Ni Curson is willing to give them to you, then you should accept. Perhaps I simply bought too much." With Yi Dong's words, Ni Curson felt slightly reluctant, but ultimately surrendered the 2 jewelry boxes to Wang Xiaoqian. Subsequently, observing the numerous bags in her hands, she decided to also offer Wang Xiaoqian the $15,000 handbag. Having already gifted such expensive jewelry, she thought it prudent to be even more generous, hoping to convey to Yi Dong that she was not overly materialistic. Yi Dong, however, paid little heed to this. Glancing at the nearly 980,000 remaining in his balance, his spirits soaring. Though the beauty level rebate was a buy-one-get-two deal, one still had to invest capital. In less than half a day, Yi Dong had transformed a mere 500 into nearly 1 million. Imagining if he were to encounter a super goddess, scoring a perfect 9.5 or above, spending 1 million on her would equate to 1 billion. With such a system in place, his future was bound to elevate to the pinnacle of success in no time. In high spirits, Yi Dong casually remarked, after such an extensive shopping spree, "We must be fatigued. Let me treat you both to a meal." The trio exited the store to the manager's exceedingly warm farewell. Observing the multitude of bags Ni Curson was carrying, Yi Dong suggested, "Why not store these shopping bags at the counter first, and we can seek out a restaurant afterward?" Ni Curson quickly shook her head. "No need. They aren't too heavy. It's easier for me to hold on to them. If there were only dozens or hundreds of items, Ni Curson might be inclined to store them. However, with the items in her hands nearing 1 million, how could she possibly feel at ease taking them to the counter for safekeeping? If she were to lose them, there would be no solace for her tears." Observing this, Yi Dong ceased his attempts at persuasion. After all, he had no intention of carrying her bags. Initially, he had no particular thoughts about Ni Curson. But after confirming the astonishing returns from the system, any lingering notions dissipated. Ni Curson harbored no resentments towards Yi Dong for not offering to help with her bags. For a girl inclined towards materialism, what could she possibly complain about when a handsome man was willing to spend 1 million yuan on gifts for her? The group subsequently sought out a seafood restaurant, where Yi Dong ordered several dishes of seafood he had never tried before. With newfound wealth, he certainly wouldn't skimp on indulging his palate. In no time, a lavish spread featuring king crab, lobster, and abalone adorned their table. It was a sight to behold. Never had An Curson and Wang Xiaoqian encountered such a feast simultaneously. Feeling rather hungry, they wasted no time diving into the delectable offerings, each selecting their favorites. Half an hour later, gazing at the abundance of seafood still remaining on the table, Wang Xiaoqian shyly inquired, "Yidong, may I take the leftovers home?" Yidong chuckled, "Of course. It is everyone's responsibility to minimize food waste." It was his first time dining at such an upscale seafood establishment, and in his excitement, he had inadvertently overordered. Wang Xiaoqian's willingness to take the leftovers suited him perfectly. As they descended the stairs, they passed a boutique men's clothing store. Yidong glanced down at the makeshift clothes he was wearing and said to the two girls, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to buy a suit. I'll be right out." He had no desire to feel shabby while possessing such wealth, and certainly did not wish to play the role of a humble pig disguising itself as a tiger. Without waiting for An Curson and Wang Xiaoqian to respond, he entered the store. Understanding the situation, An Curson and Wang Xiaoqian exchanged glances at the bags they were carrying and wisely refrained from following him inside. A few minutes later, Yidong emerged, adorned in a brand-new outfit, clutching another fresh ensemble while instructing the clerk to dispose of his old clothes. Though the transformation was not drastically significant, the Yidong before them was undeniably more striking, capturing the attention of both An Curson and Wang Xiaoqian. The adage clothes make the man held true in this instance. Gazing at the handsome Yidong, An Curson felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Having spent so much on her today, she found herself secretly hoping he might voice some inappropriate intentions. It was no surprise she felt this way. Yidong's extraordinary purchasing power, coupled with his sunny, attractive demeanor, epitomized the perfect Prince Charming in the eyes of many young women. Chapter 9. The Class Beauty's Pursuit. Regrettably, Yidong's mind was preoccupied with strategies on how to spend tomorrow's allowance, oblivious to An Curson's youthful expressions. As the evening grew late, Yidong suddenly suggested, "Shall I escort you back to school?" Both An Curson and Wang Xiaoqian exchanged surprised glances at his unexpected offer. Wang Xiaoqian had anticipated that Yidong would soon dismiss her. She was not naive, given Yidong's extravagant gifts for An Curson today. She believed there was a strong possibility that the two would engage in intimate relations that very night. To her astonishment, Yidong harbored no such intentions. An Curson felt a twinge of disappointment within her. After selecting some roses, the group managed to hail a taxi, and by the time they arrived at the school, dusk had settled. As they approached the dormitory area and prepared to part ways, An Curson hesitantly spoke up, "Yidong, don't you want to add me on WeChat?" An Curson, "I mentioned that today was merely a moment of indulgence. I truly have no ulterior motives. These gifts are simply a token of appreciation for your company during my escapade. Please, do not feel burdened by any expectations." Yidong's thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of goddesses scoring over 9 points. The idea of adding anyone on WeChat was far from his mind. An Curson's face reflected disbelief as she processed his words, causing her to question her own worth. First, he presented her with roses, then indulged her with extravagant gifts, only to claim he had no feelings for her. Yet, a resolute thought emerged in her mind. Such a man, regardless of his feelings, would be a regrettable loss if passed by. With a tone reminiscent of playful coaxing, she inquired, "Yidong, do you truly think I am not beautiful?" Taken aback by her question, Yidong stammered, "How could that be? You are renowned as the belle of our finance department." An Curson smiled alluringly at his compliment. Placing her belongings momentarily on the ground, she retrieved her phone and handed it to Yidong. "Please enter your number. I shall add you on WeChat once I return." Yidong was momentarily bewildered by her boldness, reflecting on the enchanting power of wealth. He had no doubt that with a mere nod from him, he could win the affections of this captivating class beauty. However, aware of his newfound super system, he envisioned a future where he would stand at the pinnacle of this world, his standards elevated. If he were to seek a girlfriend, it would be one of the highest caliber, a super goddess with a score of at least 95. Although An Curson was a class beauty, ranking among the top in her department, she paled in comparison to the overall campus beauties at Southwest University, where the art department's girls dominated the top 10 rankings, claiming 9 out of 10 spots. However, gazing at the enchanting An Curson before him, Yidong felt a pang of reluctance to refuse her as she extended her phone. After entering his number, he returned the device to An Curson and, with a smile, bid farewell, remarking that it was getting late and they should retire for the evening. As Yidong's figure receded, Wang Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. Today has been utterly surreal. Who could have imagined that our class's most notorious lickspittle possesses such an extraordinary hidden identity? Not only is he remarkably skilled, but his generosity has utterly shattered my expectations. Surely, even Principal Wang cannot compare. Person, do you think Yi Dong could be the scion of a prominent family? Why doesn't he his surname match? Yet, N.I. Curson appeared not to have fully grasped Wang Xiaoqian's words. With a melancholic tone, she pondered, Xiaoqian, why has Yi Dong showered me with so many gifts and even presented me with roses? What could his intentions possibly be? Wang Xiaoqian, empathetic to N.I. Curson's feelings, understood her turmoil. Given Yi Dong's display of ability today, who could resist such a lure? Yet, she too felt perplexed, uncertain about Yi Dong's true motives, and could only offer consolation. Curson, perhaps Yi Dong is employing a strategy of feigned indifference to ultimately ensnare a greater prize. N.I. Curson let out a self-deprecating laugh. Xiaoqian, you can't possibly believe that yourself. If I hadn't handed him my phone, he wouldn't have even considered sharing his number with me. I'm not nouveau. With the extravagant amount Yi Dong spent today, he could easily win over more than 10 beauties of my caliber at university. And I mean truly win them over. Seeing that N.I. Curson was becoming increasingly ensnared in her thoughts, Wang Xiaoqian urged, Curson, don't overthink it. Yi Dong has already broken up with Lu Weiwei, and there are still over 2 months until graduation. You can certainly leverage your proximity as classmates to pursue Yi Dong. Have faith in yourself. You are even more beautiful than Lu Weiwei. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoqian's words, N.I. Curson's melancholic gaze suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Regardless of whether she could win Yi Dong's affection, she thought, how could she ever be content without trying? Yi Dong returned to the dormitory that had accompanied him for several years, where a few roommates were engrossed in their phones. Upon his arrival, their eyes lit up. Yi Dong's attire represented a significant upgrade. Though not extravagant, it was certainly a far cry from the previous garb he wore. One of his closer friends, Wang Jinchuan, was the first to speak. Dongzi, did you hit the jackpot? When did you buy new clothes? Yi Dong replied with a smile. I suppose you could say I've won a small prize. Jinchuan, Wu Zibin, Liuka, put down your phones. Let us head out for a late-night snack. It's on me. Among Yi Dong's 3 roommates, apart from Wang Jinchuan, the other 2 shared a rather ordinary relationship. Having cohabited in the same dormitory for over 3 years, they had hardly encountered any conflicts. In comparison, their rapport was slightly better than that of typical classmates. Upon hearing that Yi Dong was treating them, they were both excited and somewhat astonished. Typically, Yi Dong, who had a bit of money, spent it all on Lu Weiwei, making it quite rare to witness him treating others. Hey, the sun must have risen from the west today. It seems you've truly hit the jackpot. Wang could tease with a grin. Naturally, none of them pressed Yi Dong about the extent of his winnings, and there had been no news broadcast about nearby lottery wins, such as the double chromosphere or the super lotto. They speculated in their minds that Yi Dong must have won something modest, like a scratch-off ticket. Before long, they arrived at the barbecue plaza outside the campus. Yi Dong chose the most popular barbecue joint and, after settling down outside the establishment, handed the menu to his companions, cheerfully stating, order whatever you like, don't hold back. Chapter 10. An incident at the barbecue stand. Though Yi Dong encouraged them to order freely, the 3 of them were quite restrained. Each only ordered dishes amounting to 20 or 30 yuan, choosing a few skewers of various items. Observing their hesitance, Yi Dong instructed the nearby server, please erase everything they just ordered, I'll take care of it myself. Snatching the menu from Wang Jinchuan, he glanced at it and declared, 100 skewers each of lamb, beef, and squid, along with a large plate of lobster, a grilled fish, and an additional 100 yuan worth of vegetables. You handle the rest. Then, gazing at his astonished roommates, he inquired, will you be having beer or soft drinks? Wang Jinchuan, regaining his composure, stammered, Dongzi, why did you order so much? Isn't it a bit extravagant? They had just seen the menu, and the total for Yi Dong's selections would easily exceed 2,000 yuan, almost equivalent to their monthly living expenses. Not to worry, if there's any left. We can pack it up and warm it for breakfast tomorrow, Yi Dong replied nonchalantly. He then glanced at the group and continued, so, beer or soft drinks? With such a splendid barbecue spread before them, how could they possibly opt for soft drinks? Let us have beer. Wang Jinchuan responded cheerfully, matching Yi Dong's carefree spirit. Wu Zhibin and Lu Kun nodded in excitement. Their family circumstances were only marginally better than Yi Dong's, and they seldom had the opportunity to indulge in such delightful barbecued fare. While they reveled in excitement, they were also taken aback by Yi Dong's sudden generosity. Even if he had won a prize, it seemed unlikely he would treat them to such a lavish barbecue. Given his closer relationship with Yi Dong, Wang Jinchuan felt comfortable asking, "Dongzi, did you really win the lottery?" Yi Dong was certainly not going to speak the truth. Even if he did, they would likely not believe him. He replied with a half-truth, "I didn't win the lottery, but I made a little profit from stocks these past few days." According to the system's explanation, the nearly 1 million earned today could be substantiated in the stock market, so he had no fear of others doubting him. The system had even opened accounts for him in several major financial markets around the globe. Of course, this modest sum of money wouldn't attract anyone's attention. But when his funds reached hundreds of millions in the future, if there were no plausible explanation, inquiries regarding the source of his wealth would undoubtedly arise. All present were finance majors, well acquainted with the nuances of stock trading. They dabbled in it themselves, rarely losing much. And any profits were merely enough for a couple of packs of cigarettes. Yet, Yi Dong spent over 2,000 yuan on a barbecue, suggesting that his earnings were at least in the tens of thousands. They were all curious about the source of his capital. Naturally, everyone harbors their own little secrets, and none were foolish enough to pry too deeply. Before long, an array of barbecued delicacies began to arrive, soon filling an entire table. Faced with the tantalizing assortment of skewered meats, Wang Jinchuan and the others swallowed hard. Observing their reaction, Yi Dong smiled and said, "Help yourselves. Fill your stomachs before enjoying the beer." With such a generous spread before them, the group wasted no time, each selecting their favorite skewers to indulge in. Due to Yi Dong's generous ordering, the table soon overflowed with grilled shrimp and fish, necessitating the addition of another table. Yi Dong, however, was not particularly hungry. He nibbled a little and instead engaged in conversation while drinking with his friends. The typical banter among college boys revolved around the attractiveness of various girls. As the conversation meandered, it inevitably turned to Yi Dong's girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. "Dongzi, after graduation, is Lu Weiwei going to look for work in your hometown?" Wang Jinchuan inquired while peeling a spicy shrimp. "Jinchuan, let us not talk about that woman. I have no connection with her anymore." Upon hearing this, the three friends looked at Yi Dong in shock. They had witnessed the meticulous care he had lavished on Lu Weiwei over the past few years. They had assumed this golden couple would eventually unite, yet now, on the brink of graduation, they were taken aback by this revelation. "Dongzi, are you all right?" Wang Jinchuan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Yi Dong chuckled lightly. "Do I seem troubled? I just regret having wasted my years on someone undeserving. Let us not dwell on that wretched person. I consider myself free from that misery now, so let us raise a toast." Although his friends had many questions, they chose to tactfully steer the conversation away from the topic of women. A group of individuals were engrossed in a discussion about a recent football match when suddenly, a loud burst of laughter erupted nearby. "Ha ha ha! Yi Dong, you scoundrel! I was just pondering how to drag you out of campus, and here you are, daring to enjoy a barbecue." Upon glancing up, Yi Dong noticed that 5 or 6 people had appeared beside him, among whom was Zhang Jigang, who had clashed with him earlier that afternoon. The group surrounding Zhang clearly belonged to a rough crowd, their disheveled hair and tattoos on their arms betraying their affiliation with the underbelly of society. It was indeed a twist of fate. After receiving a slap from Yi Dong, Zhang Jigang's anger had only intensified. Eager for revenge, he sought out a local delinquent from a neighboring class to introduce him to a few more ruffians, plotting how best to exact his vengeance. Naturally, recruiting outsiders would come at a cost, and that very evening, he planned to treat these ruffians to a night of entertainment, starting with barbecue, followed by karaoke, and concluding with sauna and massage services. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter Yi Dong before the first act of the evening commenced. "Gezi, is this the person who struck you this afternoon?" A brash individual with bleached hair inquired. "Indeed, this is the one," Zhang replied. "Please, teach him a lesson for me. I'll cover all expenses for the evening's festivities." Wang Jinchuan and his companions were utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Noticing the dubious nature of the group Zhang had summoned, they questioned why he would resort to such thugs to confront Yi Dong. Hastily, they stood up to mediate. "Jigang, what is this all about? We're classmates. Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent?" Despite being classmates, Zhang Jigang and Wang Jinchuan shared no camaraderie. As Wang Jinchuan attempted to intervene, Zhang grew even more brazen. "Wang Jinchuan, and you too as well? I know you're all from the same dormitory. If you interfere, I'll have Brother Jinmao deal with you too." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhibin and Lu Ku instinctively rose and took a couple of steps back, clearly reluctant to involve themselves in the conflict between Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang. Yet Wang Jinchuan stood firm, brandishing his phone. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will call the police immediately. There are cameras here. Yi Dong brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached Zhang Jigang deliberately. He certainly would not let this classmate, who had attempted to undermine him and sought assistance to confront him, off the hook easily. At this moment, Zhang Jigang was already quaking in fear, his legs trembling with dread, rendering any thought of escape futile. As Yi Dong drew near with a cold smile, Zhang, devoid of any shame, knelt before him. "Donggu, please spare me. I promise I will never oppose you again. I will break up with Lu Weiwei immediately and return her to you." Had he known how formidable Yi Dong truly was, even 100 times the courage would not have prompted him to covet Lu Weiwei. Yi Dong, upon hearing this, merely scoffed in disdain. "Your relationship status is of no concern to me. Lu Weiwei, that wretched woman. Do you really think I still harbor any feelings for her?" Zhang Jigang, kneeling on the ground, hastily chimed in. "Indeed, Donggu is remarkable. How could that vile woman ever be worthy of him?" Listening to Zhang Jigang's shameless flattery, Yi Dong lost all interest in retaliating. With a cold voice, he stated, "Our matters are settled. I have no desire to trouble you. However, should you dare to provoke me again, I fear I may break your legs." Zhang Jigang, hearing this, repeatedly waved his hands in protest, saying, "Donggu, you are like a brother to me. I shall never dare again. Please, consider me as inconsequential." Seeing that Zhang Jigang was genuinely intimidated and unlikely to resort to any tricks, Yi Dong turned and walked toward a few ruffians sprawled on the ground. Upon noticing him, Huang Mao and the others quickly pleaded, "Big brother, we were merely led astray by that scoundrel Gongzi. We will not dare again. Please spare us." Yi Dong gently slapped Huang Mao's face, sneering, "You lot, the dregs of society, should truly be grateful for this law-abiding society. Otherwise, I would ensure that you spend your next lives in wheelchairs. Yes, Big Brother is right. We shall mend our ways and become good people." The ruffians clamored in unison. Yi Dong scoffed at their words. He had no obligation to reform these miscreants, as long as they did not provoke him. After assessing the group, he noted that their injuries were not severe, merely some pain for a few days, before he gradually exited the alley. In a matter of moments, Yi Dong had been inside the alley for no more than 5 minutes. Wang Jinchuan and the others had been anxiously watching the alley entrance. Upon seeing Yi Dong emerge unscathed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, while also being extremely curious about Zhang Jigang and the others' current predicament. The fierce demeanor they had shown moments earlier could not merely be for a casual conversation with Yi Dong. Without needing Yi Dong to explain, the group that followed him emerged limping and supporting one another, deliberately avoiding Yi Dong's direction. They were well aware that Yi Dong possessed remarkable skills. Just as they had surmised, astonishment filled them, accompanied by a profound sense of shock. Who would have imagined that their roommate, with whom they had shared 3 years, was such a formidable individual? Images of Donnie Yen portraying Ip Man, declaring, "I can take on 10, flashed through their minds. "Dong Dong, no, Donggu. You have truly astonished me today." Wang Jinchuan stammered, almost speechless. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke looked at Yi Dong with admiration, while Lu Ke hesitantly asked, "Donggu, you aren't some martial arts master, are you?" Observing the expressions of the three, Yi Dong could only offer a helpless smile. "Fortunately, during my university years, I never engaged in physical confrontations with others. Otherwise, it would be rather challenging to explain my sudden prowess." With a smile, I remarked, "You may call me Dongzi. It feels more comfortable that way. I merely possess a modicum of self-defense skills, sufficient to handle a few common ruffians. To confront 5 or 6 such miscreants is merely a trivial demonstration of self-defense." This is clearly a modest assertion from Yi Dong. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke, who had retreated moments earlier, now appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lu Ke, feeling a bit flustered, said, "Brother Dong, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I am just an ordinary person, the sole son in my family. I truly cannot involve myself in brawls." Wu Zhibin chimed in, "Brother Dong, my circumstances are similar to Lu Ke's. We hope for your understanding." Yi Dong, however, merely chuckled nonchalantly, stating, "Your earlier choice was undoubtedly the wisest. I harbor no grievances against you." He then gestured towards the barbecue, saying, "No need for apologies. Let us indulge in this barbecue before it grows cold and loses its flavor." Observing that Yi Dong bore no ill will, the two men finally relaxed and turned their attention back to the delectable barbecue spread before them. During this time, Wang Jinchuan inquired about the conflict between Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang. Yi Dong recounted the events of the afternoon succinctly. After hearing the story, the group expressed their disdain for the unscrupulous Zhang Jigang and Lu Weiwei. Noticing that Yi Dong was reluctant to delve further into this matter, they shifted the conversation to his remarkable abilities. "Brother Dong, did you learn your skills at Shaolin Temple from a young age?" Someone asked. "No. Today I encountered a system that directly imparted all the skills to me," Yi Dong replied, half-jokingly. "Brother Dong, you certainly have a knack for humor. A system imparting skills? Surely, you don't believe we are living in a novel." They all assumed it was a jest. Even if Yi Dong claimed to be the scion of a hidden aristocratic family, that would seem far more plausible. Seeing that Yi Dong preferred not to discuss his skills any further, the group redirected the conversation to a previous basketball match. They savored the barbecue for a couple of hours, leaving at least half of it uneaten. After requesting several takeout boxes from the barbecue shop owner, Yi Dong finally said, "You can take this barbecue home for breakfast tomorrow. I shall not return to the dormitory tonight." Although the others were curious about his statement, they refrained from pressing him. The air of mystery surrounding Yi Dong made his decision to stay away from the dormitory seem entirely reasonable. Once the others departed, Yi Dong found a decent star-rated hotel outside the campus. He approached the front desk and booked a luxurious suite, costing nearly 3,000 yuan for the night, and astonishingly, he paid for an entire month in advance. The beautiful receptionist, responsible for room records, was utterly taken aback. Her gaze towards Yi Dong sparkled with admiration, as if she were on the verge of asking for his phone number. Regrettably, this charming young lady falls far short of an I-person, and whether she can meet the system's 8-point standard is still debatable. Yi Dong also chose to disregard the flirtatious glances directed at him. Chapter 13. The system's task. The Phoenix Hotel can only be deemed a 4-star establishment, situated adjacent to the university town and possessing a certain degree of renown, primarily catering to students. Particularly, couples frequently choose to stay here, with such guests arriving daily. The prices are quite reasonable, typically ranging from 300 to 3,000 yuan. Yi Dong's luxurious suite, priced at nearly 3,000 yuan per night, essentially represents the pinnacle of this hotel's offerings. As a remarkably generous patron who booked a monthly stay, the lobby manager, Zhou Hanyu, promptly made her way to the lobby upon hearing the news. Upon discovering that Yi Dong was merely a handsome young man, she surmised that he must be a student. However, recognizing the lavish nature of his accommodation, she also speculated that his identity was anything but ordinary. With a warm smile, she approached him, stating, "You must be Mr. Yi. Thank you for choosing to stay at our Phoenix Hotel. I am Zhou Hanyu, the lobby manager, and I will personally escort you to your luxurious suite." Upon encountering the lobby manager, Yi Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Hanyu's beauty undoubtedly surpassed that of an I-person, and her figure was even more impressive. The tailored professional attire accentuated her form, showcasing the advantages that come with being a mature woman in the workforce. System. What score would you give Zhou Hanyu? Beep. Comprehensive score for Zhou Hanyu, 88 points. Indeed, the system's evaluations are indisputably impartial, and she surpassed an I-person by 3 points. Little did Zhou Hanyu know that within that fleeting moment, her beauty score had already been assigned. Yi Dong felt a tinge of disappointment at Zhou Hanyu's score. Such a stunning woman could not even reach the goddess standard. The system's requirements were evidently exceedingly high. He pondered what extraordinary traits the super goddess with returns exceeding 100-fold must possess to meet the system's expectations. Did one truly need to resemble stars like Reba, Chao, or Mimi to qualify? After experiencing a 1,000,000-fold return today, Yi Dong found little excitement in the prospect of Beauties scoring between 8 and 9 points. Upon learning that Zhou Hanyu's score stood at a mere 88 points, his previously sparkling eyes gradually returned to their normal state. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Thank you, Manager Zhou. I appreciate your assistance." "Right this way, Mr. Yi. Let's take the elevator up," Zhou Hanyu replied courteously. Before long, under Zhou Hanyu's guidance, the two arrived at Yi Dong's opulent suite. He was immediately awestruck by the lavishness of the room before him. Previously, he had never stayed in such a luxurious suite, let alone one costing 3,000 yuan per night. Even a 300 yuan room had eluded him. Yi Dong and Lu Weiwei, even when choosing to stay outside of school, typically opted for ordinary hotels, with room rates never exceeding 200 yuan. Yi Dong's expression did not escape the keen observation of Zhou Hanyu, who, curious, inquired, "Is this your first time staying at a hotel, Mr. Yi?" Yi Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite his wealth, he felt as if he were a novice in the world. This luxurious suite, costing 3,000 yuan per night, seemed trivial compared to the heights he aspired to reach, where even presidential suites priced in the hundreds of thousands would be within his grasp for an entire year. "Manager Zhou, I'm merely a university student, so please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Yi. It feels rather awkward. You may call me Yi Dong or Dongzi," he said, deftly diffusing the tension. Zhou Hanyu, adept as the lobby manager, quickly bridged the gap, responding, "Then I shall address you as Yi Dong. And you needn't call me Manager Zhou. I'm a year or two older than you. Just call me Sister Yin." With a single phrase, Zhou Hanyu drew closer to Yi Dong. She continued, "Are you satisfied with our hotel's luxurious suite?" Yi Dong was indeed quite pleased, though he replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. As long as you are satisfied. That's what matters. Here is my business card. My number is on it. I'm available to assist you 24/7, she said, handing him a card. Yi Dong accepted it casually, casting a glance at the statuesque Zhou Hanyu, and playfully teased, "Sister Yun, does that mean any service is available?" Zhou Hanyu was taken aback by his words, surprised that this sunny, handsome young man harbored such complex thoughts. She smiled lightly. "As long as it's within the bounds of our regulations, certainly any service is available." Her response showcased her exceptional communication skills, addressing the guest's inquiry comprehensively without provoking dissatisfaction. After bidding him good night, she exited the room. Yi Dong gazed around his opulent suite, feeling as though he were in a dream. Pinching himself firmly confirmed that this was no mere daydream. He still found the day's events almost surreal, akin to a narrative from a novel that had unfolded in his life. He had previously inquired of the system, which assured him that he was the sole individual bound to it on this planet. As for the reason, the system had cryptically stated the cause from the past, rectified in the present. It seemed that the good deeds he had accumulated over previous lifetimes were now being repaid in this one. Subsequently, Yi Dong indulged for the first time in the experience of soaking in a grand bathtub. Suddenly, Zhou Hanyu's visage appeared in his mind, and envisioning the two of them together in the bath sent a rush of warmth surging through him. The system detected that the host harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Zhou Hanyu and issued a task to conquer her within a month. The daily rebate amount of 1 million would double to 2 million. This sudden task left Yi Dong utterly bewildered. He had merely entertained a fleeting thought. Was even fantasizing now forbidden? He inquired of the system, "Is there any penalty for failure?" Ding. Such temporary tasks incur no penalties. Upon hearing the system's remarkably humane response, Yi Dong felt an immense sense of relief. He had genuinely feared that a failure would result in the loss of the entire 1 million, jeopardizing his ascent to the pinnacle of life. The mere thought of winning Zhou Hanyu over within a month ignited an overwhelming surge of ambition within him. Lying on his plush bed, Yi Dong glanced at his phone's balance. Even after deducting nearly 90,000 for lodging, he still had 88,000 remaining. The amount spent on Ni Curson today fell short by 1 or 2,000 of reaching 100,000. Yi Dong decided to explore the tipping feature in Douyin Live, curious if it would yield similar rebates. Chapter 14. The Flying Fish and the Mermaid. Yi Dong promptly entered the Douyin live streaming room and charged 2,000 yuan to his account, Flying Fish. Regardless of the possibility of a rebate, this 2,000 yuan was a trifling sum to him at present. He then entered the tipping mode, generously rewarding any attractive streamer he encountered with a Porsche. Although a Porsche cost only 1,200 Douyin coins, equivalent to a mere 120 yuan in cash, the streamers were ecstatic, exuberantly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Flying Fish, for the Porsche tip." In a less popular stream, Yi Dong's generous tip elevated him to the top of the leaderboard. It was evident that only a select few in the streaming industry could earn substantial sums. After tipping 4 or 5 appealing female streamers, Yi Dong received no rebate notifications, leaving him feeling increasingly despondent. What if tipping did not yield returns? Would he need to continue to flatter an eye-person tomorrow? Yi Dong was well aware of the powerful beauty enhancement features in live streaming. Although he appeared quite handsome in the videos, who could truly ascertain his real appearance? He tipped 3 more Porsches without receiving any response from the system. The 8 female streamers he had tipped were among the most attractive of dozens. Surely at least one must have scored above 8 out of 10. System, is there no rebate for live stream tipping? Ding. Livestream? What livestream? The system's answer left Yidong utterly perplexed. The system was unaware of what a live stream was, just as Yidong was about to explain the concept of live streaming in his mind. Ding! The live streaming reward rebate has commenced. Instantly, a wave of elation washed over me. The system's capacity for learning and adaptation can only be described as extraordinary. The notification chimed. The live streaming reward rebate is now active. Note: to qualify for a rebate on rewards, the host must engage in private communication with the rewarded streamer in real life, achieving at least a degree of familiarity. Upon reading the subsequent conditions, I felt utterly deflated. This evidently required me to invest my own capital to cultivate such familiarity. Essentially, it resembled an investment, where even if I were to spend hundreds of thousands, there was no guarantee of even a brief encounter, let alone familiarity. Yet, I was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity for a reward rebate. Cultivating a connection with a charming beauty would alleviate the need to lavish money on her. I promptly searched for local live streams and opted to seek out female streamers. After entering 7 or 8 streaming rooms, I finally stumbled upon a girl of considerable beauty. System, can you provide a rating for this female streamer? The system responded, the beauty enhancement effects in live streaming are too potent. The system is powerless. The response left me on the verge of exasperation. If I were to spend a fortune only to meet someone unappealing, I would surely be disheartened. To be safe, I insisted on encountering a remarkably beautiful streamer. Even stripped of beauty filters, she should at least be of a stunning caliber before I would consider proceeding. After entering a further dozen streaming rooms without finding someone suitable, I was beginning to resign myself to a fruitless evening when the next streamer caught my eye. I felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Riche, the goddess revered by countless male students at Southwest University. Ranked third among the university's top 10 beauties, she was rumored to be a dance major in the arts department. And my encounters with her in real life were few and far between. Although she held the third position, I privately believed that Riche was no less remarkable than the first and second-ranked beauties. It was merely due to her freshman status that her popularity lagged slightly behind during the beauty selection process. What intrigued me most was that Riche was the only one among the top 5 beauties who had yet to enter a relationship. Glancing at her online name, I couldn't help but chuckle. Riche had chosen the moniker Mermaid. Observing the current streaming room's popularity, it was quite modest, with merely 500 to 600 viewers. In contrast, many streamers who paled in comparison to Riche's looks boasted rooms filled with thousands of viewers. Thus, while appearance may offer an advantage in the live streaming arena, it is not the sole factor. Many popular female streamers possess a flair for charm and allure, with wardrobes that could leave many admirers utterly captivated. Conversely, Riche always dressed conservatively during her streams, showcasing only a few simple dance performances. In the beginning, taking advantage of her striking appearance, she had a prominent supporter who frequently showered her with gifts, nearly amounting to 10,000. However, Riche merely responded with a simple thank you, never contemplating the idea of befriending this benefactor. Regardless of whose money it is, it does not come easily. After spending such a considerable sum, who would still wish to support her if they could not even add her as a friend? Consequently, the presence of such influential patrons in Riche's live broadcasts has become increasingly rare. Without the momentum generated by these significant figures, the platform is unlikely to provide substantial traffic. Despite her being a goddess of beauty, a single live stream often yields only a few hundred yuan, and sometimes even less than 100. Her family's financial situation is not particularly affluent, yet she dedicates her time to broadcasting whenever she can. Today, she was preparing to conclude her stream after performing her final dance. Suddenly, a grand carnival gift appeared in her live room. This is the most expensive gift in the realm of live streaming. Many renowned hosts struggle to receive such a gift in a single session. A carnival gift costs 30,000 Do coins, equivalent to 3,000 yuan in cash, nearly matching the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. Yidong's Douyin account instantly soared to the top of the rankings. Moreover, propelled by the carnival gift, a site-wide announcement was made, and his popularity surged by 100, bringing the number of viewers in the live room to 700. Riche felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time in over half a year of broadcasting that she received a gift of such magnitude. Although she had previously received gifts amounting to thousands from prominent patrons, they were merely a collection of smaller contributions. Since she had not joined any guild, This single carnival gift would grant her at least 1,500. Thank you to the big brother, Flying Fish, for the carnival gift. I was about to end the stream, but I will perform this dance especially for you. The comments section erupted with excitement. Wow, am I seeing things? A level 23 account actually gifted a carnival. Could it be that some worker fell for our mermaid and spent his entire month's salary? Yidong had never made a donation before, but just moments ago, he had gifted 8 Porsches, soaring from level 0 to level 23 in an instant. Chapter 15. The allure of the carnival after gifting another carnival. The Flying Fish account level skyrocketed to level 28. Although Yidong had watched live streams before, he had never experienced the thrill of leveling up, which brought him immense satisfaction. Glancing at the comments in the chat, he found them quite entertaining. Noticing he still had 16,000 Do coins, Yidong, without hesitation, unleashed a 5 carnival barrage. When Rushue was fully immersed in her signature dance, having just received a carnival gift from Yidong, suddenly, another dazzling carnival gift appeared on the screen. The Flying Fish, a gift for the enchanting mermaid carnival. Warm as snow, overwhelmed with joy, barely had the chance to express her gratitude when, in an instant, 5 consecutive carnivals left her utterly astonished. Could this be the legendary newcomer, the esteemed benefactor? With the previous carnival included, that totals 6. Who was it that claimed the Flying Fish was merely a humble worker? What is wrong with my statement? 6 carnivals amount to just 18,000. Even a laborer could muster that with some effort. Let us be realistic. Do you truly believe a worker would spend half a year as hard-earned income all on gifts here? Indeed, I would wager that this so-called Flying Fish, despite bestowing 6 carnivals, would never obtain the goddess's WeChat ID. It was at that moment that Warm as Snow regained her composure from her state of shock. I am deeply grateful to my generous benefactor, the Flying Fish. I scarcely know what to say. This is the first time I have received such an abundance of gifts. Whatever dance you wish to see, just type it on the screen, and I shall strive to accommodate you. Thanks to Yidong's 5 consecutive carnivals, the popularity of Warm as Snow's livestream surged rapidly. This was no trivial matter. Any carnival exceeding 3 in a given time frame could achieve notable prominence. Many viewers do not merely seek beauty. The spectacle of a generous patron gifting is even more captivating to them. In the blink of an eye, the viewer count in Warm as Snow's livestream approached 3,000, reaching a pinnacle since her broadcast began. As numerous loyal fans entered, they were mesmerized by Warm as Snow's beauty, their excitement flooding the chat. Such a stunning female host. How could I have scrolled for so long without noticing her? Wow, she is undoubtedly a goddess. No wonder a benefactor has stepped forward. Upon hearing Warm as Snow invite the Flying Fish to choose a dance, the chat erupted with various requests. Host, perform a dance of the beautiful mermaid. Flying Fish, have the host dance the charming maiden. Yidong paid no heed to these comments and casually typed a message. Snow Beauty, simply arrange as you see fit, no need to worry. Warm as Snow was taken aback and astonished by Yidong's message. How did he know my name contained snow? Could he be someone familiar with me? Although somewhat surprised, she did not dwell on it. The likelihood of being recognized or admired by someone in the Douyin livestream was not improbable. Thus, she decided to prepare a duet dance, her partner also being her roommate, a stunning beauty in her own right. Suddenly, a young girl appeared on the screen. Although her beauty did not quite rival that of Rushue, she nonetheless belonged to the realm of attractive individuals. While it was difficult to make a fair assessment from behind the screen, Yidong surmised that this girl was likely not inferior to Ni Kursen. Subsequently, the two performed a visually captivating dance, during which the live stream witnessed an influx of numerous small tips, with some viewers even sending multiple romantic fireworks. Each romantic firework cost 599 Do coins, roughly equivalent to 60 yuan in cash. Although this was not as extravagant as Yidong's previous sprees during several carnivals. Such generous tipping for a lesser-known streamer like Rushue was indeed a rarity. Noticing the tips, Rushue, while dancing, expressed her gratitude, repeating similar phrases. This left Yidong feeling somewhat irked, as he perceived no distinction in treatment. Without hesitation, he opened the recharge section and added another 100,000 yuan. This was purely an investment without any returns, and the possibility of a total loss loomed large. Yidong certainly could not afford to spend as recklessly as he did with Ni Kursen. He navigated to the gift section, dismissing all other options and opting for the most extravagant carnival gift. At 3,000 yuan each, his 100,000 yuan could send a staggering 33 of them. When Rushue was in high spirits, as the day's live stream had already garnered nearly 20,000 yuan in tips, meaning she would receive at least 10,000 yuan after splitting it. While dancing, her mind wandered, pondering the identity of the mysterious benefactor, the flying fish. Suddenly, a dazzling carnival appeared on the live stream. Flying Fish sent the host a mermaid carnival one. This carnival left when Rushua momentarily stunned, and before she could express her thanks. More and more carnivals began to flood the screen. Flying Fish sent the host a mermaid carnival 2. Flying Fish sent the host a mermaid carnival 3. Flying Fish sent the host a mermaid carnival 33. Due to Yidong's expenditure of nearly 120,000 yuan that evening, his level surged to 41. Once a level surpasses 40, one is regarded as a true big shot in the eyes of Douyin streamers. When Rushue's expression transformed from initial astonishment to a state of numbness. As Yidong continued to shower the stream with carnivals, the live chat emitted several notifications across the entire network. In just a few minutes, the popularity surged tenfold, with the number of viewers in when Rushue's stream exceeding 30,000. It is worth noting that merely 10 minutes prior, there were only 500 to 600 viewers. Moreover, numerous other streamers, upon noticing the network-wide notifications, flocked to when Rushue's live stream to witness which affluent patron was so generous. The beautiful female streamers who had previously received tips from Yidong for a Porsche also entered when Rushue's stream. Upon witnessing the extravagant generosity of the gentleman bestowing lavish gifts, one could not help but feel a mixture of envy and jealousy. It was the very same benefactor who had previously showered them with gifts, including a Porsche. Regret washed over the onlookers as they lamented their missed opportunity to showcase their talents, pondering whether such a generous reward could have been theirs had they performed better. The barrage of comments in the chat exploded with fervor. This is the first time I've seen someone give so generously during a live stream. It's clear as day. This affluent patron must be smitten with the mermaid. This host is truly stunning. If I had the wealth of this gentleman, I would certainly take action. When Rushua, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, realized that this live stream had granted her a glimpse into the realm of true affluence. In stark contrast to the parsimonious patrons she had encountered at the outset of her streaming career, this particular benefactor's generosity was unparalleled. With heartfelt gratitude, she acknowledged the multitude of gifts from the affluent patron. Thank you for your lavish support. As it is quite late, I must conclude the stream. Please check your messages shortly. I will add you as a friend. Without waiting for her audience to express their astonishment, she promptly ended the broadcast. In the dormitory of the Southwest University's Arts Department, room 406, her roommate inquired, "Schwer, are you truly going to add Flying Fish as a friend? I'm merely curious about who he is and how he knows my name." She replied with a playful giggle. Could he possibly be a secret admirer from our campus? If so, he certainly knows how to spend. When Rushua chose to ignore her roommate's teasing and took out her phone to search for Flying Fish's WeChat ID, sending a friend request without hesitation. Had it not been for Yidong's mention of Snow Beauty, she might not have felt compelled to reach out at all. From the moment she entered the streaming industry, she had never intended to use her looks to attract affluent patrons. With her striking appearance, it was not uncommon for male admirers in university to spend lavishly on her, with several willing to invest tens of thousands. Yidong, upon receiving when Rushue's friend request, found himself momentarily bewildered. He had hoped to meet her privately to develop a rapport sooner rather than later, yet he had not anticipated such a seamless progression. Regardless, this was undoubtedly the outcome he desired. He quickly opened WeChat, only to discover that Ni Kursin had sent him several messages. Since they had exchanged WeChat contacts, he had neglected to attend to her correspondence. Brother Dong, the roses you bought for me are beautifully arranged. I'll send you a picture. Brother Dong, you spent so much on gifts for me today. How can I repay you? Brother Dong, why aren't you responding to my messages? Brother Dong, are you asleep? Brother Dong, good night. As Yidong read through Ni Kursin's stream of messages, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. In the afternoon, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to spend his money, completely disregarding Ni Kursin's feelings. This misunderstanding had escalated significantly. Yidong had no doubt that if he sent out a message now, Ni Kursin would undoubtedly rush to his room without hesitation. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. While not every girl might succumb to its allure, a vast majority certainly could not resist its temptation. A girl of class flower caliber had, within a mere afternoon, devolved into his devoted admirer. After some contemplation, Yidong decided not to reply to her message for now, pretending he hadn't seen it. Before long, a friend request from a mermaid appeared. Yidong found it somewhat peculiar. One would think that a goddess like Wenruxue could be won over for merely tens of thousands. As soon as he accepted the request, she sent him a message. Thank you for the generous gifts today. May I ask who you are? How did you know my name? Upon reading this, Yidong realized why she was eager to add him as a friend. It seemed that his previous compliment about the snow maiden had made an impression. Of course, the nearly 40 gifts he had sent during the carnival also played a significant role. Yidong had no intention of beating around the bush with Wenruxue. The sooner they could meet privately, the sooner he would reap the rewards. Undoubtedly, Wenruxue was a goddess among girls, and the thought of a tenfold return excited him greatly. He quickly composed a message and sent it. Wenruxue, you are ranked 3rd among the goddesses in our school. How could I possibly not know you? You may not recognize me, but I am Yidong from the financial department, class 402. Not long after Yidong sent the message, he received an immediate response. Nearby, his roommate, Li Xiaowei, curious, leaned in. Wow, Schwer, I really guessed right. This flying fish is indeed from our school. I just wonder if he's handsome. Li Xiaowei remarked, Schwer, considering how beautiful you are, it's no surprise you have admirers. This Yidong is just one of many. After a brief pause, she continued, however, Schwer, someone who can send so many gifts at once must have an extraordinary background. If he is decent looking, you might want to consider him. Wenruxue couldn't help but laugh. Li Xiaowei, what nonsense are you talking? I think you have a crush on him. She sighed. If this student truly liked me, I would certainly not hesitate to reciprocate, but alas. It seems that unrequited feelings are the order of the day. Listening to Li Xiaowei, Wenruxue chuckled. You silly girl, you don't even know what he looks like. Yet you're already infatuated. Li Xiaowei, upon hearing this, nonchalantly remarked, what good is a handsome man? The most crucial aspect is his capabilities. Of course, a man who is both handsome and talented possesses even greater allure. After listening to Li Xiaowei's earnest words, Wenruxue found herself at a loss for a response. Although she too yearned for a love untainted by worldly concerns, she recognized the validity of Li Xiaowei's statement. Having spent nearly a year at Southwest University, she had received no fewer than a double-digit number of love letters. Among them were not only strikingly handsome young men, but also affluent second-generation heirs flaunting their wealth in luxury cars. Yet, none had stirred her heart. She pondered when her destined partner would finally appear. Shall we? Do you think I should invite this classmate to dinner? After all, he has showered so many gifts in my live stream, and now we've confirmed that we are alumni. Without hesitation, Li Xiaowei responded, is there any question? He has given you so many gifts and revealed that he is your fellow alumnus. He is clearly waiting for a private meeting with you. Schwer, let me tell you, individuals who are this generous are incredibly rare. Countless girls would leap at the chance. He is definitely not on the same level as those other affluent second-generation heirs who typically pursue you. You must seize this opportunity. As long as he is not too unattractive, it's worth exploring. Chapter 17. The Frustration of Lu Weiwei Yidong. Noticing that it had been a considerable time since he sent the message without receiving a reply, decided to disregard it. After all, being at the same university made it relatively easy to arrange a private meeting. He casually took out Zhou Hanyun's business card and added her as a friend on WeChat. Perhaps she had already fallen asleep, for after waiting for a while, his request remained unaccepted. Checking the time, he realized it was already 11 p.m. Lying on the soft bed, he felt utterly awake. Whether due to excitement or the fear of waking up to find it all a dream, Yidong found himself in a daze, unaware of when he finally succumbed to sleep. As dawn broke, Yidong awoke, taking in the luxurious surroundings, and realized that his life as a wealthy individual had truly begun. Opening WeChat, he saw that Zhou Hanyun had accepted his friend request and sent a message. Yidong, I fell asleep last night. Now that you've added me on WeChat, do you have any requests? Yidong quickly replied, Sister Yun, you jest. How could I dare to make requests of you? I merely wish to add you as a friend. After sending the message, Zhou Hanyun promptly responded with a smiling emoji. Once he had completed his morning routine, Yidong's thoughts drifted to his family. He had intended to call home last night, but was uncertain how to broach the subject. Yidong hailed from a rural background. His parents had been ordinary workers, and a few years ago, his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, had gained admission to the prestigious County Number 1 high school, prompting the family to rent a small apartment in their county town. In a small commercial space rented in a bustling area, Yidong established a breakfast shop that thrived due to its reasonable prices, thus securing a stable foothold in the county town. With the advent of his extraordinary system, Yidong was eager to relieve his parents of their burdens. However, he found it difficult to explain everything over the phone. After some contemplation, he resolved to return in person after a few days. Descending to the second-floor restaurant, he noticed that the hour was still too early for patrons, leaving the establishment nearly empty. Remembering the system's task, Yidong took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Hanyun. Sister Yun, I'm currently at the second-floor restaurant. Would you care to join me for breakfast? As fate would have it, Zhou Hanyun was also on the second floor. Upon receiving his message, she did not respond but promptly made her way to the restaurant. With a smile, she remarked, Yidong, you're up quite early. Allow me to treat you to breakfast today? Yidong quickly replied, Sister Yin, it was I who invited you, so it is only fitting that I pay. He then handed her the menu, encouraging her to order whatever she desired without reservation. Seeing his insistence, Zhou Hanyun chose a bowl of lean meat porridge without further hesitation, aware that they had only recently become acquainted. Yidong refrained from pressing her for more. The designated time from the system was still early. Even if he could not win Zhou Hanyun over, there would be no significant loss. After enjoying their meal, Yidong needed to head to school, hoping for a chance to encounter Wen Rushua. He informed Zhou Hanyun, Sister Yin, I must return to school now. I shall see you this evening, as she escorted him to the hotel entrance. Her role as the lobby manager compelled her to fulfill this duty. After bidding farewell to Zhou Hanyun, Yidong strolled towards the school. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei had taken extra care with her appearance that morning. As one of the two beauties in her class, she may not have been an unparalleled beauty, but she was certainly striking. Following her definitive breakup with Yidong the previous day, she was ready to present herself openly before Zhang Jigang. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed Zhang Jigang sitting distractedly at his desk. Assuming he was preoccupied with thoughts of revenge against Yidong, she disregarded the curious gazes of her classmates and approached him confidently. Jigang, let us skip class today and go out for some fun. In their senior year, students generally had the freedom to review independently, and teachers were indifferent to attendance. Although Zhang Jigang had not faced Yidong's wrath, the frustration from his friends was bound to manifest through him. Not only had he suffered physical pain, but he had also been financially drained. He was likely facing a tightened budget for the next couple of months, and his mood was already dismal. When Lu Weiwei suggested an outing, his pent-up anger erupted uncontrollably. Lu Weiwei, it's all your fault. We are no longer connected. Stay far away from me. Lu Weiwei was taken aback by Zhang Jigang's inexplicable outburst, leaving her utterly bewildered. Before the majority of the class, a wave of indignation surged within her. However, as one of the most admired girls in class, Lu Weiwei possessed a formidable sense of pride. She declared loudly, Zhang Jigang, are you unwell this early in the morning? If it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. Do you think I still care about you? The other students watched in astonishment, some aware of the underlying dynamics, yet most were perplexed. They couldn't fathom why Lu Weiwei, who was supposedly involved with Yidong, was now entangled with Zhang Jigang. From her tone, it seemed their relationship had taken a downturn. Lu Weiwei, slightly agitated, returned to her seat without feeling overly disheartened. After all, she was a striking beauty, and if she desired to find a wealthy boyfriend, it would not pose a challenge. However, she was bewildered by Zhang Jigang's sudden shift in demeanor. Just yesterday, after being slapped by Yidong, he had consoled her. Yet today he was speaking nonsensically. As her mood soured, and she contemplated retreating to the dormitory, Yidong entered the classroom. Clad in the brand-new attire purchased the day before, he exuded an aura far superior to his previous self, captivating the attention of many female classmates. As he passed Zhang Jigang's desk, Zhang Jigang even rose to greet him, saying, Brother Dong, you're here. This spectacle left Lu Weiwei utterly dumbfounded. Just yesterday, he had vowed to seek retribution against Yidong, and now he was adopting a subservient demeanor. Was he truly so easily shaken by a mere slap? Lu Weiwei was equally astonished by Yidong's fresh ensemble. One day after their breakup, he had transformed entirely. She felt a surge of frustration, realizing that the man she had cast aside appeared utterly unfazed, even revitalized. Resolving to keep her distance, she hastened back to her dormitory. Suddenly, another stunning beauty entered the classroom. Ai Kursin, the most admired girl in the class, Carrying a lovingly prepared breakfast, she approached Yi Dong directly. In the gentlest tone, she said, "Brother Dong, I brought you breakfast. Please have a bite." Chapter 18. The school bell invites for a meal, and Kersen had barely slept the previous night. Her mind troubled by Yi Dong's silence. Uncertain whether he was asleep or intentionally ignoring her messages, she had drifted into a restless slumber. Rising early, she took her precious jewelry box back home, feeling uneasy about leaving such valuables in the dormitory. Upon arriving at school, her resolve from the previous day strengthened. She paid no heed to the gazes of her classmates, culminating in the earlier scene. Observing this, Yi Dong cast a glance at the astonished Lu Weiwei, feeling an undeniable sense of satisfaction. He did not anticipate that Kersen would so readily abandon her pride to curry favor with him in front of so many classmates. However, Yi Dong harbored no such feelings for Kersen. He promptly replied with a smile, "I apologize, Kersen, but I have already had breakfast." Although a hint of disappointment crossed Kersen's face, she responded with a gentle smile, saying, "It's all right, Donggu, I will return to my seat now." Witnessing this scene, not only Lu Weiwei found it perplexing, but the other classmates also bore expressions of utter disbelief. Even Yi Dong's roommates, including Wang Jinchuan, were taken aback. Goodness! Just yesterday he had been rejected by one class beauty, and today another was eagerly playing the role of a sycophant. While the other students struggled to comprehend the situation, they were too preoccupied with their impending graduation to dwell on others' affairs. Lu Weiwei, however, felt a pang of distress, questioning whether she was trapped in a dream, bewildered by how everything had shifted overnight. Zhang Jigang's furious outburst now seemed to contrast sharply with Yi Dong's newfound admiration. Coupled with Kersen's overtly adoring behavior towards Yi Dong, it completely shattered Lu Weiwei's worldview. She found it hard to accept that the man she had just discarded had suddenly become the object of desire for other girls. As she grappled with this confusion, a beautiful girl appeared at the classroom door. After carefully checking the classroom number, she stepped inside and approached a female classmate seated in the front row, asking, "Excuse me, is Senior Yi Dong in your class?" The sudden entrance of a stranger, particularly one as striking as this girl, rendered the previously quiet classroom even more silent. Her inquiry drew the attention of everyone, who simultaneously turned to gaze at Yi Dong, filled with astonishment and shock. In terms of appearance, Yi Dong was indeed among the most attractive in the class, yet his long-standing infatuation with Lu Weiwei had led his peers to overlook his appeal. The recent display of Kersen's admiration for Yi Dong still lingered in their minds, and now another beautiful girl was seeking him out. Yi Dong, feeling a sense of familiarity with the newcomer, was unable to recall where he had seen her before. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he approached her and said, "Hello, I am Yi Dong. What can I do for you?" Li Xiaowei assessed this enigmatic young man, her heart racing, for he was even more handsome than she had imagined. Once she steadied herself, she smiled brightly and replied, "Senior, my name is Li Xiaowei, but I am not looking for you. It is Wenruxua who seeks you." She gestured towards the door, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman stood beside the flower bed. Yi Dong had been contemplating how to arrange a private meeting with Wenruxua to fulfill the stipulations of the system when, to his surprise, she had come to him. Elated, he followed Li Xiaowei outside. As soon as the two stepped outside, the classroom erupted with excitement. The dialogue they had exchanged was crystal clear to everyone present. Although Wenruxua was merely a freshman, she was already a renowned figure throughout the school. Not only was she the unattainable goddess in the hearts of many boys, but her name was also well known among the girls. In terms of appearance, the class beauties, Kersen and Lu Weiwei, were simply not in the same league as Wenruxua, with Kersen, the class beauty, vying for attention and a goddess of the school seeking a date. The events of the morning, all connected to Yi Dong, were so absurd that they left everyone baffled. Kersen and Lu Weiwei, the class beauties, wore expressions that were increasingly complex. Kersen was somewhat at ease, realizing from Yi Dong's demonstrated prowess the previous day that her chances were slim. The scene that had just unfolded was merely an attempt to seize an opportunity. Even if she couldn't win his affection, she wouldn't be at a loss. On the other hand, Lu Weiwei's worldview had been completely shattered. She was bewildered as to why the boy who had been infatuated with her for 3 years suddenly seemed so irresistible, attracting even the goddess of the school to seek him out personally. Outside the classroom, at the flower bed, Yi Dong and Li Xiaowei approached Wenruxua one after the other. Seeing Wen Rushue up close was even more enchanting than during yesterday's livestream. His heart raced uncontrollably for a few moments. Dressed in a simple black and white sports outfit, her exquisite beauty still radiated elegance. In Yidong's eyes, Wen Rushue's looks were not inferior to the popular star, Reba. In fact, they were superior. Ding. Host's infatuation detected, binding to goddess number 1, Wen Rushue. Name, Wen Rushue. Age, 19. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance score, 93. Current affection level towards host, 60. When goddess no. One's affection towards the host reaches 100, the system will reward a super gift package. Yidong was not surprised by the sudden binding of the system. He genuinely felt a spark of attraction towards the beautiful junior before him. Even without the super gift package, he yearned to experience her charm. He was quite satisfied with the 60 affection points, attributing it to his sunny and handsome appearance. Little did Wen Rushue know that in that fleeting moment, she had already become Yidong's goddess number 1. Feeling a tad nervous in the presence of the handsome senior, she glanced at the classmates from class 402 peering in through the window and shyly inquired, "Are you really the flying fish? Hee. Is it different from what you imagined?" "Mermaid?" Yidong replied with a smile, directly referencing Wen Rushue's social media name. The answer was, of course, quite apparent. Wen Rushue would certainly not confess that Yidong was far more handsome than she had imagined. Gently brushing her hair, she smiled softly and said, "Thank you, senior, for the generous gifts you bestowed upon me yesterday. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to invite you to lunch at the school cafeteria today. I sincerely hope you will accept." The prospect of dining with a goddess was an opportunity Yidong could not refuse, and he eagerly accepted her invitation. After arranging a time, Wen Rushue and Li Xiaowei turned and departed. Chapter 19. The Graceful Lady, a Gentlemaness Desire. Yidong returned to the classroom, unfazed by the astonished gazes of his classmates, and settled back into his seat. Wang Jinchuan leaned closer, his head nearly touching Yidong's, and with a grin inquired, "Dongzi, what did the campus flower want with you just now?" Yidong casually replied, "Oh, nothing much, just that she wants to treat me to lunch." "Goodness, is that all?" Wang Jinchuan was immediately taken aback by Yidong's understated nonchalance. Such an extraordinary event would have been unfathomable to him in the past. But the recent scene made it undeniable. Within a single day, his roommate, with whom he had shared many years, appeared to have undergone a miraculous transformation, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. In the front row, Lu Weiwei occasionally turned to glance at Yidong, her expression one of confusion. Yidong, however, paid no heed to her look, treating her as if she were merely an inconsequential presence. This indifference stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within Lu Weiwei. Regardless of Yidong's changes, the past was irretrievable. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom with review materials, but Yidong was hardly attentive to the lesson, his thoughts consumed with anticipation for lunchtime. At precisely 11:30, Wen Rushue sent a message, "Senior, Li Xiaowei and I have already arrived at the restaurant. When will you join us?" Yidong was already at the entrance of the restaurant, so he did not reply, quickening his steps. Moments later, he arrived at the reserved private room, where Wen Rushue and Li Xiaowei were eagerly waiting. Upon entering, Yidong expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." "It's all right, senior, we were early." Wen Rushue responded with a bright smile, then handed the menu to Yidong. "We haven't ordered yet. Please choose whatever you like." However, Yidong returned the menu to Wen Rushue with a smile and said, "I have no dietary restrictions. I will enjoy whatever you choose." Seeing this, Wen Rushue decided not to insist further and selected several signature dishes from the restaurant's menu. Unlike the typical university cafeteria, this establishment operated for profit, and its prices were comparable to those of outside restaurants. Students from less affluent families often found such meals beyond their means, as it was not uncommon for a meal for three to cost several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan. Wen Rushue was uncertain about Yidong's culinary preferences, so she ordered numerous signature dishes, nearly racking up a bill of 2,000 yuan. However, this modest sum paled in comparison to the gifts he had bestowed upon her during yesterday's livestream. After handing the menu to the waiter, the group engaged in casual conversation. Wen Rushue inquired about a topic that piqued her interest. "Senior, is your hometown in the mountain city or elsewhere?" Yidong, having no intention of concealing his background, replied with a smile, "It's more of a suburban area, specifically Luoyu County. Have you heard of it?" "Ah, Senior Yidong, You're also from Luoyu County? So am I. Before Wen Ruxue could articulate her thoughts, Li Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. Yi Dong glanced at Li Xiaowei, feeling a delightful coincidence. He had unexpectedly discovered a true compatriot through casual conversation. After her astonishment, Li Xiaowei expressed her bewilderment regarding Yi Dong's family background. In such a small locale as Luoyu County, genuine affluent individuals were exceedingly rare, and those with assets exceeding several million were a rarity indeed. It seemed implausible that someone like Yi Dong, who could casually offer a reward of over 100,000, could come from such humble beginnings. She subsequently asked, "Senior, what does your family do?" "Hee, my family doesn't engage in anything remarkable. We are just an ordinary household, and my roots are in the countryside." Ah. It was not only Li Xiaowei who struggled to comprehend this revelation. Wen Ruxue's expression mirrored her confusion. Wen Ruxue's favorability rating, 10 points. Wen Ruxue's favorability rating, 5 points. Hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback. In a short span, Wen Ruxue's favorability towards him had plummeted from 60 to 45 points. A chill swept through him. Could it be that the goddess he had just begun to admire was so pragmatic? Merely stating that his family hailed from the countryside had cost him 15 points. Upon reflection, he found it rather understandable. It was not just someone of Wen Ruxue's caliber. Even girls of average looks seemed to shy away from rural life nowadays. Since he and Wen Ruxue had only just met, there was hardly any emotional connection to speak of. It was fortunate that her favorability rating had dipped into the negative. The conversation soon veered away from the awkward topic of family backgrounds. Li Xiaowei playfully asked, "Senior, do you often reward female streamers during live streams?" "Not at all. I used to only watch live streams. Yesterday was my first time giving a reward." Yi Dong's response was met with skepticism from both women. "Senior, lying is not a good habit. If you don't believe me, you can check the level of my account. It certainly cannot mislead you." Yi Dong's assertion was indeed accurate. The funds he had contributed the previous day had primarily gone to Wen Ruxue, and a comparison of account levels would reveal the truth unmistakably. Upon witnessing the situation, the two individuals recognized that Yi Dong could not possibly jest with such a transparent falsehood, and they found themselves believing him to a considerable extent. Li Xiaowei blinked and inquired, "Senior, your sudden generosity during the live stream yesterday, could it be that you harbor some ulterior motive?" Yi Dong was taken aback by Li Xiaowei's question, momentarily stunned. After casting a glance at Wen Ruxue and hesitating, he earnestly replied, "A graceful lady is a worthy pursuit for a gentleman. Does that not constitute an intention?" Yi Dong's response caused Wen Ruxue's fair complexion to flush a deep crimson. She had not anticipated that Yi Dong would so candidly acknowledge it. Li Xiaowei chuckled, "Then senior, you must put in some effort. There are plenty of exceptional young men vying for our share." Upon hearing Li Xiaowei's playful teasing, Wen Ruxue gently nudged her and retorted, "Li Xiaowei, don't speak nonsense." The ensuing atmosphere became slightly awkward, but fortunately, the dishes were soon served by the waiter. The group then engaged in conversation while dining, deepening their understanding of one another over the course of the meal. After finishing, Wen Ruxue expressed her gratitude once more, "Senior, thank you again for your generous support yesterday. We shall take our leave now." Yi Dong, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, "Wen Ruxue, will you be live streaming today?" "Typically, I stream more on Saturdays and Sundays. During the week, I have classes and do not stream much," Wen Ruxue replied with a smile. Yi Dong's heart sank at this revelation. After all the effort to meet the system's private encounter requirements, he had certainly established a rapport with Wen Ruxue. Just as he contemplated a tenfold return that evening, he stubbornly asked, "Could you possibly stream for just an hour tonight?" Although she did not fully grasp Yi Dong's reasoning behind this request, Wen Ruxue hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chapter 20. Re-entering the goddess's live stream room, thinking of the potential tenfold profits that evening, Yi Dong found it difficult to concentrate on his classes that afternoon. After parting ways with Wen Ruxue and Li Xiaowei, he left the campus and returned to his hotel. Having been too excited the previous night, he had not slept well, so he indulged in several hours of rest on the soft bed. When he finally awoke, dusk was approaching. Checking the time, he noted that there were still 2 hours until the scheduled live stream. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Zhou Hanyu. "Sister Yin, are you free? Would you care to join me for dinner?" When Zhou Hanyu received the message, it coincided with her shift change. A bit perplexed by the invitation from the affluent guest residing at her hotel, she pondered his intentions. Typically, one of Yi Dong's stature, being young and wealthy, would not lack for beautiful companions. Why was he so attentive towards her? Within just a day, he had invited her to dinner twice. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Hanyu responded succinctly, sure. Before long, the two met at the restaurant. Yidong first graciously arranged a seat for Zhou Hanyun, then eagerly inquired, Sister Yun, I have already ordered the dishes. Would you care for a drink? Zhou Hanyun smiled charmingly and replied, thank you, just go ahead and decide. Observing her response, Yidong signaled to the waiter to bring a bottle of the finest red wine. After filling both glasses, he handed one to Zhou Hanyun, saying with a smile, Sister Yun, let us have a sip to moisten our lips. Zhou Hanyun accepted the glass and took a small sip. With a smile, she remarked, this exquisite red wine is a first for me. Its flavor truly surpasses that of ordinary wines. Yidong responded, if you find it delightful, I could invite you to enjoy it every day. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Hanyun regarded him seriously for a moment and then, with a teasing smile, said, Yidong, do tell, do you harbor any ulterior motives? Yidong, taken aback by her forthrightness, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he replied, Sister Yun, I might have a slight inclination. After all, a virtuous woman deserves a gentleman's affection. His demeanor hardly resembled that of a seasoned romantic, and his bashfulness amused Zhou Hanyun. You certainly speak candidly. I encourage you to pursue it. Yidong's eyes brightened at Zhou Hanyun's words, clearly indicating that there was potential for something more. It was no surprise. A young man who was affluent and strikingly handsome would undoubtedly attract attention from many women. Soon after, an array of exquisite dishes adorned the dining table, causing Zhou Hanyun to gasp in awe. As the lobby manager of the hotel, she was well aware of the prices of these dishes. They were primarily signature dishes, and the total cost was surely in the thousands. Yidong, just the two of us. Do we really need to order so much delectable food? She questioned, to which Yidong philosophically replied, Sister Yun, money is meant to be spent. Life is fleeting, and should we not indulge in pleasure while we can? Zhou Hanyun nodded, somewhat understanding, as the world of the wealthy is indeed difficult for the ordinary to comprehend. After the meal, Yidong glanced at the time and smiled, Sister Yun, thank you for joining me for dinner. I shall return to my room now. Feel free to contact me via WeChat if needed. His words momentarily stunned Zhou Hanyun, but soon a smile graced her lips. Yidong, after such a splendid feast, it is I who should be thanking you. It is my honor to dine with you. Sister Yun, I shall take my leave now. With the time for Wen Rushua's live broadcast fast approaching, Yidong bid farewell to Zhou Hanyun and hurried back to his room, eagerly opening the Douyin app. As expected, Wen Rushua was already live. Having gained numerous followers the previous day, she was close to 1,000 viewers right from the start. Upon entering, Wen Rushua immediately spotted Yidong's account. The Flying Fish account has reached level 41, although it still falls significantly short of the true titans who boast levels exceeding 50. Nevertheless, in the eyes of many beautiful streamers, it has become a figure of considerable acclaim. Wow, the mysterious tycoon from yesterday has returned. Could this tycoon possibly be here again to splurge during the carnival? Unlikely. He just spent over 100,000 yesterday. Do you think he is a minor player? What are you all talking about regarding tycoons and carnivals? I just entered this live stream, and I'm utterly bewildered. Upon the arrival of the Flying Fish account, over 90% of the streamers recognized Yidong instantly. Although he has only attained level 41, a substantial gap remains between him and the true giants above level 50. However, the impression Yidong left in the livestream yesterday was profoundly remarkable. Most viewers, having watched live streams for so long, had never witnessed such extravagant displays of generosity. Of course, there are even more outrageous records for tipping in Douyin live streams. At one point, during an anti-fraud stream, a generous individual sent an astonishing 333 consecutive carnival gifts, equivalent to 1 million RMB, all within less than an hour, as if money were merely paper. Such extravagance is indeed a rarity across any livestream platform. In the realm of ordinary individuals, a single tip exceeding 10,000 is considered quite lavish. When Ryue also noticed Yidong's entrance, although she is already acquainted with him, in an effort to attract attention, she sweetly exclaimed, "Welcome our Flying Fish brother to the livestream." Instantly, other aspiring major players around level 40 felt a pang of envy. I'm nearly at that level too. When I entered, I didn't see the streamer welcoming me. Please, why don't you try tipping the streamer 39 carnivals and see if you have the means to compete? Indeed, Why don't you show us your prowess alongside Flying Fish Brother? The aspiring major player who had just made that remark was immediately met with a flurry of responses. He quickly fell silent, as he too had been drawn into the live stream by Yi Dong's generous display last night. There was no doubt that Yi Dong's prowess could easily overshadow him. Although he had climbed close to level 40 through years of accumulated tips, he rarely tipped over 4 digits during ordinary streams. There was no way he dared to compete with a tycoon like Yi Dong. Yi Dong paid no heed to the barrage of comments. He had just deposited 500,000 cash into the backend, eagerly anticipating the tenfold return. An excitement that was simply beyond description. Chapter 21. The provocation of Rocket Brother when Rushue had commenced her dance performance. Despite her modest attire, her graceful figure and unparalleled beauty were undeniably captivating. Yi Dong, without hesitation, clicked to send a carnival gift. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've received a doubled reward of 30,000 yuan. The celestial voice from the system made Yi Dong tremble with excitement. Confirming the reward, he promptly invested the remaining balance of over 200,000 yuan. When Rushue, noticing Yi Dong's generous gesture, felt a flutter of excitement within her. Following tradition, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Feiyu, for the carnival. Just as Yi Dong was poised to showcase his prowess in the live stream, a dazzling blue firework unexpectedly erupted in the chat. Oh my, it's the affluent Rocket Brother. Who is Rocket Brother? Can someone enlighten us? Unbelievable. Rocket Brother is the most active tycoon on Douba over the past year, having donated no less than 5 million yuan in less than a year. A true idol in the eyes of beautiful streamers. What on earth? How is this society structured? I toil for a mere few thousand yuan a year, while others casually donate 5 million. Yi Dong, who was ready to continue showering gifts, hit the pause button and glanced at Rocket Brother's level, which had already reached 55. This indicated that he had contributed at least 5 million yuan in total on Douba. Such a figure was unimaginable for his former self. However, now, Yi Dong felt it was merely a challenge he could surpass with unreciprocated generosity this evening. Of course, Yi Dong was not foolish. While his earnings came easily, he was still in the initial stages and had not yet reached a point of financial freedom. When Rushue had also noticed Rocket Brother's entrance, he was the highest level patron to grace her stream thus far. Welcome, Rocket Brother, to my live stream. She was not naive. Patrons of such caliber naturally attracted their own audience, often bringing along a throng of followers wherever they went. Although when Rushue could not emulate the overly pampered welcomes of other streamers, she recognized the necessity of a simple greeting. Otherwise, she would risk leaving an impression of aloofness. The streaming industry operates on this principle, no matter how stunning a girl may be. Maintaining an air of superiority when a patron of that level enters the room is generally not advisable. Rocket Brother, perhaps enchanted by when Rushue's beauty, wasted no time and immediately began showering her with a flurry of rockets. A super rocket, while not as expensive as the carnival, still costs around 600 to nearly 700 yuan, with 20 super rockets already surpassing 13,000 for when Rushue, excluding Yi Dong's donations. This amount ranks among the highest in her donation records. She graciously expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Rocket Brother, for the super rockets. Wow. Flying Fish Brother hasn't he even made a move yet, and Rocket Brother is already poised to steal the spotlight. Today promises an exciting spectacle. These two new titans of Douyin may engage in a fierce showdown. In Nanchuan Province's Nandu City, within an opulent room, a middle-aged man in his 30s reclined on the sofa, his legs crossed, engrossed in the barrage of comments flashing across his phone screen. He is the legendary Rocket Brother, Gao Jinxiang, who, due to the Western Development Initiative, has earned a substantial fortune through various contracts. He inadvertently stumbled upon Douyin live streaming and has since become utterly captivated. Whenever he encounters a captivating beauty, he typically initiates with no less than 10 rockets, and his extravagant donations have solidified his reputation as Rocket Brother. Over the span of a year, although he has spent over 5 million yuan on donations, he has also attracted a considerable number of charming women, several of whom are stunning beauties. Of course, such encounters are consensual, no one is coerced. The allure of wealth for the beauties, and the allure of beauty for him, makes for a fair exchange. Today, upon entering when Rushue's live stream, he was instantly captivated by her appearance. Having met numerous beautiful hosts, Gao Jinxiang has developed a discerning eye regarding the use of beauty filters, and he quickly determined that when Rushua had not relied heavily on such enhancements, her natural beauty even surpassing that of several renowned beauties. As per his usual practice, he generously sent out 20 super rockets. For him, this amount was merely a trifling sum. However, he noticed comments indicating that another gentleman had also taken an interest in this enchanting mermaid. Upon checking the username they mentioned, he discovered it belonged to a mere level 41 beginner, which prompted a disdainful laugh from him. His loyal fans who accompanied him into the live stream shared similar sentiments. What nonsense about Flying Fish Brother? He.S. just a level 41 nobody. What right does he have to compete with our Rocket Brother? Rocket Brother, this mermaid is breathtaking. Let this unsophisticated old-timer in the live stream witness your super rocket shower. Puffed rocket shower? You've probably never seen Flying Fish Brother's Carnival 33 combo. Exactly. If you have the guts, challenge our Flying Fish Brother to a carnival showdown. Reading these comments, Gao Jinxiang felt a surge of anger. Damn it. The carnival's 33 consecutive hits amounted to a mere 100,000. He could effortlessly secure far more than that through some kickbacks in his projects. He promptly sent out a barrage of comments. Flying Fish, will you leave on your own, or shall I expel you? Gao Jinxiang's message instantly ignited a frenzy in when Rushua's live stream. Wow, our Rocket Brother is furious. You, the so-called Flying Fish, should hastily vacate the room. Oh my, this Rocket Brother is being excessively domineering, as the outcome remains uncertain. When Rushua, momentarily halting her dance, glanced at the flood of comments, intending to urge calm and discourage disputes. Suddenly, the screen lit up with a series of carnival hits. Flying Fish, gifting the host Mermaid Carnival 1. Flying Fish, gifting the host Mermaid Carnival 2. Flying Fish, gifting the host Mermaid Carnival 10. It continued for 10 consecutive hits before it ceased. Chapter 22. The frenzied deluge of Carnival. Yidong had no intention of engaging with this Rocket Brother, considering him a genuine figure of stature at level 55, who had brought considerable traffic to Rushua. Little did he expect this Rocket Brother to be so arrogant as to demand his exit from the livestream. If that was his desire, then let it be. Without further ado, he sent forth 10 carnival gifts to express his intent. Yidong's 10 gifts instantly erupted in the livestream, accompanied by a network-wide announcement, drawing in at least 1,000 spectators. Gao Jinxiang, witnessing Yidong's 10 carnival gifts, was nearly seething with rage. Over the past year, he had basked in unparalleled glory on Doughbois. No matter which livestream he entered, others would address him as Rocket Brother. It wasn't uncommon for beautiful hosts to vie for his attention out of jealousy. Aside from a few top-tier figures at level 60, everyone else yielded him respect. Now, a mere novice who had only donated 100,000 dared to disregard him. He had thought his earlier remarks were sufficiently courteous, merely suggesting the other party leave without any harsh words. Yet, the other party, even more audacious, chose to ignore him entirely and declared war. Flying Fish Brother, so cool. Keep it up. Rocket Brother, the opponent is too arrogant. Swiftly quell their momentum. The fans on both sides engaged in a barrage battle. Naturally, Yidong found himself at a distinct disadvantage, relying solely on the scant loyal followers he had gained from yesterday's 33 consecutive hits. In contrast, Gao Jinxiang's loyal fanbase had swelled to several tens of thousands. Even if not many followed into this livestream, he still held a clear advantage. Observing the comments in the barrage, Gao Jinxiang chuckled arrogantly. Without hesitation, he unleashed 20 more carnival gifts. As I gazed upon the extravagant carnival of celebrations, the viewers in the live stream became utterly exhilarated. The majority of them were neutral observers, and witnessing others generously showering gifts felt akin to bestowing rewards themselves, bringing immense satisfaction to their hearts. How astonishing! Is this truly the realm of the affluent? In just a few minutes, the two individuals collectively squandered nearly 90,000 yuan, more than my annual salary. The mermaid host is indeed fortunate, simply seated there, exerting no effort, yet earning over 40,000 in mere minutes. When Rushua found herself somewhat bewildered, had it not been for Yidong's request, she would not have considered live streaming today. Previously, she had never experienced the essence of a carnival, but in the past few days, her own live stream had blossomed into a vibrant spectacle. Yidong chuckled, for he could hardly believe anyone in reality could outshine his extravagance. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of 30 consecutive carnival gifts. The onlookers were astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness! Has Fish Brother already surpassed 100,000 in gifts today?" Some enthusiastic viewers, Not even his fans shouted words of encouragement, clearly eager for the spectacle to unfold. As others rallied behind him, his true fans grew increasingly fervent, urging, "Rocket Brother, escalate it to 50 carnivals and outdo Fish Brother." Gao Jianxiang reclined on the sofa, his heart aching as he read the comments. Though his wealth had come easily, it was not simply blown in by the wind. 50 carnival gifts. How easy it was to say, yet that amounted to 150,000 cash. Previously, he had never bestowed more than 50,000 upon any female streamer. And for those he had not reached out to, he would not continue gifting. Gao Jianxiang sought amusement, believing there were countless beauties to engage with, and he would not hang his hopes on a single tree. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Wen Rushue's enchanting visage on the screen, he resolved to indulge once more. Following his fans' fervent advice, and launched a staggering 50 carnival gifts. The entire live stream was left in awe by this wave of generosity. News of the internal rivalry between the two prominent figures in Wen Rushue's stream spread rapidly across the internet. Coupled with periodic announcements, the viewership surged at an astonishing rate. By the time Rocket Brother completed his 50 carnival gifts, the number of viewers had soared to a staggering 100,000. Many female streamers entering the scene felt an overwhelming sense of envy. This scenario, one might think, is typically reserved for the interaction between streamers. Yet, here at Wen Rushue's stream, a fierce internal rivalry unfolded among the big spenders. Regardless of who emerged victorious, one undeniable winner was the streamer herself. After Hai Jianxiang showered the stream with 50 carnival gifts, he arrogantly taunted in the chat, "Feiyu Zai, are you going to exit gracefully, or will you continue?" Yidong, however, chose silence, responding instead with an even more astonishing barrage of carnival gifts. Flying Fish, sending the streamer the Mermaid Carnival 1, Flying Fish. Gifting the streamer the Mermaid Carnival 2, Flying Fish, bestowing upon the streamer the Mermaid Carnival 100. With this astonishing display of generosity, the chat room erupted into chaos. Hai Jianxiang, the so-called Rocket Brother, suddenly felt diminished. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, one whose prowess far surpassed his own. Although his level was still unmatched, the expression of his rival, characterized by a fierce demeanor and few words, indicated that he could easily afford to throw out 1,000 carnival gifts. Continuing to compete seemed futile. He risked leaving empty-handed. Yet, having already spent over 200,000 yuan, he gazed at Wen Rushue's enchanting figure and felt a pang of regret. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a final message. "Flying Fish, I admit defeat today due to insufficient funds. Mermaid, please add me as a friend. I shall take my leave." He thought that although he had lost, his generous contributions should have made an impression, and if his opponent was wise, a private message would surely follow. In the realm of female streamers, it was not uncommon for a beautiful host to captivate several affluent patrons simultaneously. After sending this message, Hai Jianxiang exited the room in defeat. Is it possible? Rocket Brother actually lost? Oh my. Flying Fish must be an extraordinary tycoon. Even Xiao Wang's contributions were never this extravagant. Flying Fish, from this day forth, I shall be your devoted fan. Flying Fish, are you married yet? I wish to bear your children. In Chapter 23, titled Answer Correctly for Rewards, Wen Rushue commenced her livestream with a brief dance. Upon witnessing the viewer count surpassing 100,000, she felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. A glance at the gifts revealed contributions exceeding 6.3 million Do coins, which translated to approximately 630,000 yuan in cash. With the platform's share, her earnings exceeded 300,000 yuan, far surpassing her total income from the past year. Just as she intended to express her gratitude to Yidong following Rocket Brother's departure, the livestream screen was suddenly inundated with a torrential downpour of carnival gifts. The Flying Fish, gifted to the host at the Mermaid Carnival, reached a staggering total of 193 before it finally ceased. Yidong had just replenished his funds to a neat 1 million, representing a tenfold return. He certainly did not wish to miss even the slightest opportunity. Goodness! Flying Fish Brother, even Rocket Brother has been driven away by you. Are you truly so affluent that you have nowhere to spend your money? Have you calculated it? Including the previous gifts, Flying Fish Brother has bestowed a total of 333, which amounts to precisely 1 million. Oh my! Could it be that Flying Fish Brother is merely a pseudonym for the wealthy Wang? Has he taken a fancy to this mermaid? In my opinion, such lavish generosity is not something even Wang would display. Flying Fish Brother, Do you still require maidens, the kind that warms the bed? Uft. A young master of such grandeur would hardly settle for mere maidservants. Even if he desired a warm presence, it would undoubtedly be of the mermaid caliber. When Rushue was utterly numbed by the shock, was Yidong's family not from a rural background? How could he possibly afford such extravagant gifts? Observing the increasingly absurd comments in the chat, she managed a few incoherent words of gratitude before abruptly ending the livestream. Sitting beside her, Li Xiaowei wore an expression of astonishment that matched Rushue's own. Once when Rushue exited the livestream, it took a considerable while for her to regain her composure. Dazed, she inquired, "Schwer, how much in gifts did you receive today?" It seems to be nearing 1.3 million. When Rushue replied, her words slightly disjointed. As a freshman, this figure surpassed her wildest imagination. Wow, that means you earned over 600,000 in just an hour. Li Xiaowei exclaimed, her expression equally exaggerated. The two girls exchanged incredulous glances, both overwhelmed by the outrageous figures. After a moment, Li Xiaowei remarked thoughtfully, "What on earth does Senior Yidong do? Such extravagant gifts cannot possibly stem from family wealth. Wow, at such a young age, to possess such capability. Schwer, you must seize this opportunity. The first generation of wealth is undoubtedly far superior to the second." When Rushue, usually quick to refute, offered no resistance this time. Instead, she responded pensively, "Xiaowei, do you think Senior Yidong truly intends to pursue me? He need not shower me with gifts so wildly in a live stream." Li Xiaowei found this perplexing as well. The 1 million Yidong had gifted would be halved by the platform's fees. She had never heard of a young man courting a girl in such a frenzied manner. While the two girls remained baffled, Yidong sat, grinning foolishly at his nearly 10 million balance. Although she had long been aware that financial worries would no longer plague her, the exhilarating sensation of an unexpectedly swollen balance was truly delightful. Consequently, she promptly sent another message to Rushue. "When will you be live streaming tomorrow?" Upon receiving this message, Rushue was momentarily taken aback. Given Yidong's tone, could it be that he intended to lavish gifts upon her? At that moment, all she craved was a moment of tranquility. After sending the message, Yidong waited a considerable time without receiving a reply. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his impulsive behavior might have startled her. Alas, even the desire to spend a little money seemed fraught with difficulty. He glanced once more at Zhou Hanyun's WeChat ID, deliberated briefly, and then sent a message. "Sister Yun, are you asleep?" In the staff dormitory of the hotel, Zhou Hanyun, being a mid-level manager, had her own independent room. Although it was merely a modest 10 square meters, it was far more comfortable than sharing a large room with several others. Zhou Hanyun could be regarded as a somewhat pitiful figure. Her circumstances akin to that of Fan Xingmei in Ode to Joy. Aside from being a few years younger, her family situation was remarkably similar. She had just received a phone call from her mother, informing her that her younger brother, Zhou Lei, was now dating someone and that the family was in urgent need of money, requesting Zhou Hanyun to find a way to send some back. It is worth noting that although Zhou Hanyun served as the lobby manager at a 4-star hotel, her salary, including bonuses, barely exceeded 10,000 yuan each month. Typically, she would transfer more than half of her salary back home, yet her parents still felt it was insufficient. They would argue that since she received free meals and accommodation at the hotel, a young woman like her hardly needed to spend much money. So why keep such a large sum on hand? Each time she contemplated this, Zhou Hanyun felt a profound sense of injustice. Did she not have a social life outside of work? Did she not need to spend money as well? Her brother, instead of focusing on his studies, had dropped out of high school to seek his fortune, yet after all these years, he had achieved little. He had secretly asked their parents for money countless times. Zhou Hanyun had previously been in a relationship with a boyfriend whom she had gotten along with quite well. However, upon learning about her family situation, his parents staunchly opposed their union. After much contemplation, her boyfriend ultimately heeded his parents' wishes, leaving Zhou Hanyun heartbroken for several months. She still vividly remembers his words. If Zhou Hanyun does not rectify her relationship with her family, she will undoubtedly face unhappiness in the future. Yet, what could she do? Her parents had raised her, and it was inconceivable to abandon them. The very thought of her brother Zhou Lei caused her considerable distress. Now, he was dating someone and had the audacity to ask her for money. Staring at the paltry few thousand yuan in her account, she found herself in a quandary when she received a message from Yidong. For this young man who wished to assert his own ideas, Zhou Hanyun was unsure whether he merely sought amusement or had genuinely developed feelings for her. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I'm still awake. Is there something you need? Sister Yin, since I can't sleep either, shall we play a game? Yidong responded almost instantly. Zhou Hanyun was taken aback by this message. What game? Let us engage in a QA game. I ask, you answer, and rewards await those who answer correctly. Chapter 24. The Red Envelope Game. Upon reading Yidong's message, Zhou Hanyun assumed he was jesting. Sure, go ahead and ask. Sister Yin, how old are you this year? Zhou Hanyun was taken aback that Yidong's first question was this. I'm 25. Ding. You have a pending transfer of 1,000 yuan. Staring at the 1,000 yuan transfer on WeChat, Zhou Hanyun felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Yidong, what does this 1,000 yuan mean? Sister Yin, didn't we agree to play a game? You answered correctly, hence the reward. Do you want to continue? As she read Yidong's reply, Zhou Hanyun bit her lip, pondering whether this was merely a wealthy person's form of amusement. She even felt an impulse to delete Yidong's WeChat account. However, recalling her family circumstances, she gritted her teeth and accepted the 1,000 yuan. After all, answering a few questions could yield several thousand yuan. What was her dignity worth in comparison? She quickly replied, of course, let us play. Ask away. Where is your hometown? Jianghe Road, Juanhe County, Shichong City, Nanchuan Province. Seeing Zhou Hanyun respond with such detail, Yidong was momentarily taken aback, but he did not dwell on it, and swiftly sent a transfer of 5,000 yuan. Ding. You have a pending transfer of 5,000 yuan. Zhou Hanyun was startled by this notification. Wasn't he at just 1,000 yuan? How did it suddenly increase to 5,000? Instantly, her feeling of being trifled with diminished significantly. The 5,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to half a month's salary for her. Even if he was strikingly handsome, it hardly justified spending such a sum to amuse her. Since Yidong dared to send it, she felt emboldened to accept it. Sister Yin, how many boyfriends have you had? Zhou Hanyun pondered this question. Initially, she contemplated lying and saying none, but after a moment's reflection, she decided to answer truthfully. 1. Ding. You have a pending transfer of 20,000 yuan. Zhou Hanyun stared at the 20,000 yuan transfer in disbelief, hesitating to accept it, as it was nearly equivalent to 2 months' salary. What kind of question and answer game was this? Yidong hadn't even inquired about the truth of her answer. Was he simply giving her money? Did Yidong intend to support her? Yidong, why are you sending me so much money? What do you mean by this? Sister Yin, didn't we just mention that it's merely a game? Do you still wish to play? Of course, you wealthy individuals are indifferent. Please continue with your inquiries. Upon receiving the 20,000 yuan, Yidong immediately posed another question. Sister Yin, what do you think of me? After some contemplation, Zhou Hanyun replied, young, affluent, and strikingly handsome. What more is there to say? Ding. You have a sum of 100,000 yuan awaiting your acceptance. As the amount increased, Zhou Hanyun felt as though she were in a dream. This was 1,000 times simpler than one against all. Simple questions with extraordinarily high returns. At this point, she did not hesitate to click accept. Soon, Yidong's next question arrived. Sister Yin, if I were to invite you to my room now, would you come? Upon reading the message, Zhou Hanyun felt a rush of warmth and her heart raced, strangely devoid of the earlier discomfort. After serious consideration, she succinctly replied, I would. Ding. You have a sum of 500,000 yuan awaiting your acceptance. Gazing at the figures on her phone screen, which represented a substantial amount of money for her, Zhou Hanyun felt a sense of breathlessness. If she accepted this, along with the previous tens of thousands, many issues at home could be resolved. In her small hometown, she could even afford a down payment on a better house, with renovations included. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Hanyun clicked accept. A sudden sense of psychological relief washed over her, and in that instant, Yidong became her sole pillar of support. Yidong lounged on the sofa, smiling as he watched Zhou Hanyun accept the 500,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completely conquered Zhou Hanyun, and the daily rebate limit has been raised to 2 million. Upon hearing the system's response in his mind, Yidong was momentarily bewildered. What had he done? Hadn't he accomplished nothing yet, and he had already completely conquered Zhou Hanyun? System, what does complete conquest entail? Ding. It means the host can now do anything he desires with Zhou Hanyun, and she will comply 100%. Hearing this response from the system left Yi Dong somewhat perplexed. He retracted a message he had prepared. Since the task was complete and he had thoroughly conquered her, he decided not to rush into things, considering they had only known each other for a day. System, do I still have a rebate of 100,000 today? Ding. Yes. Meanwhile, Zhou Hanyun was nervously staring at her phone, fully convinced that Yi Dong's next message would undoubtedly invite her to his luxurious suite. Although she was certain in her heart, a sense of nervousness lingered. Sister Yin, are you feeling tense right now? Unexpectedly, Yi Dong sent back a somewhat flirtatious message. Yes. When Hanyun simply replied with one word. Ding. You have a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan awaiting collection. As she gazed at the lengthy string of zeros, her head spun slightly. In that moment, her soul seemed to tremble. The colossal sum she had long dreamed of lay right before her eyes, easily within reach. Her previous response had unmistakably conveyed her capitulation. How could the other party transfer such a significant amount to her? Hanyun felt an overwhelming urge to confront Yi Dong directly for clarification. Although she considered herself quite a beauty, she certainly did not believe she merited such extravagant pursuit from a man. After a brief hesitation, she dialed Yi Dong's number. Upon connection, she shyly inquired, Yi Dong, what does your last transfer mean? Do you wish for me to deliver it personally? Yin Jie, you jest. I merely provided you with a little pocket money. Please accept it. It's rather late now, so good night. Yi Dong concluded, abruptly hanging up before Hanyun could respond. As she listened to the busy signal emanating from her phone, she remained stunned for several seconds. Yi Dong's figure now loomed ever larger in her heart. Glancing at the transfer balance on her phone, she realized that having already accepted such a substantial amount, and with Yi Dong referring to it as pocket money, she clicked to accept it. In the blink of an eye, the woman who had been fretting over mere thousands had transformed into a bona fide little heiress. Such is the marvel of life. The instant when Hanyun clicked to accept, on Yi Dong's end, a notification chimed. Ding. Your 2 million yuan credit has been received. Chapter 25. Exquisite Westlake Longjing. The sensation was exhilarating. Effortlessly, he had won over an exceptional beauty without spending a dime, and even profited by hundreds of thousands. Yi Dong was utterly confident that with just a beckon, a woman of Hanyun's caliber would shyly come to his bed for warmth. Suppressing his impulsive desires, he decided to wait until they were more familiar before making his move. He glanced at his balance, feeling nothing but elation. Just yesterday, he had been a penniless wretch. Today, he had become a millionaire. The following day, Yi Dong comfortably slept in until he awoke naturally, opting not to attend his remaining classes. After a light breakfast, he ventured to the mall to purchase 2 boxes of the finest Westlake Longjing tea, intending to pay a visit to his counselor, Zhang Jiming. Zhang, still under 30, was also Yi Dong's senior. After graduating from Southwest University, he had chosen to remain at the school, perhaps due to Yi Dong's commendable performance. Zhang had always looked out for him, even helping him secure his temporary job on campus. Whenever they met privately, Yi Dong affectionately referred to him as Brother Zhang. Having achieved considerable success, it is only fitting, both emotionally and rationally, for me to pay a visit to Brother Zhang. After making a phone call, I promptly arrived at his assigned faculty dormitory. Upon ringing the doorbell, I was greeted by a charming young lady. She smiled and said, You must be Yi Dong. Come in and have a seat. Ji Ming is in the bathroom. I surmised that this lovely girl was likely Zhang's girlfriend. Although I shared a good rapport with Zhang Jiming, I seldom visited this place and was unaware of whether he had a girlfriend. As I stepped inside, Zhang Jiming emerged from the bathroom. Noticing the items I carried, he playfully chided, Yi Dong, why did you bring something? You could have just come. I replied with a smile, Brother Zhang, considering how well you take care of me, it is only right to bring a little something. I had no idea sister-in-law was here. Otherwise, I would have prepared a gift for her too. Zhang Jiming chuckled at my response, took the bag from my hands, and placed it on the coffee table. He then introduced, This is my girlfriend, He Xiaoxi, who, like me, serves as a counselor on campus. We plan to wed this summer. I was taken aback by his next request. Since you're here today, I would like to ask you a favor. When we get married, I hope you and your girlfriend Lu Weiwei can serve as the best man and maid of honor. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. I had no qualms about being the best man, but Lu Weiwei's involvement was another matter entirely. With a wry smile, I replied, Brother Zhang, I can certainly be the best man, but the maid of honor is out of the question. I've already broken up with Lu Weiwei. Zhang Jiming's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had viewed me and Lu Weiwei as a golden couple. How could we have suddenly parted ways? He inquired. Yidong, what happened? You're about to graduate. Why not hold on a little longer? I responded, Brother Zhang. It's quite simple to understand. She clearly found my financial situation lacking. Zhang Jiming, being somewhat aware of my circumstances, was at a loss for words. Yidong, I don't know what else to say. With your qualities, you will undoubtedly find a beautiful girlfriend in the future. Hearing Zhang Jiming's attempts to console me elicited a smile. Brother Zhang, I'm perfectly fine. However, regarding your upcoming nuptials, please give me advance notice. Although Lu Weiwei won to be the maid of honor, I will certainly find you an even more outstanding one. Despite Zhang Jiming's skepticism toward my confident assertion, he graciously expressed his gratitude. Then I will thank you in advance. At that moment, He Xiaoxi presented some freshly cut fruit on the coffee table and said, Yidong, please enjoy some fruit. Thank you, sister-in-law, but there's no need to be so formal. I felt that He Xiaoxi was indeed a good match for Zhang, and I was genuinely pleased that he had found such a wonderful partner. After some contemplation, Zhang Jiming addressed Yidong once more, Brother Zhang. The temporary job you found for me, I shall not be taking it. Please convey this to them. Zhang Jiming, upon hearing this, was not at all surprised. With graduation from university imminent, most of their classmates were preoccupied with securing jobs or preparing for graduate studies, rendering the temporary position relatively insignificant. After nodding in acknowledgement, he inquired, Yidong, have you considered pursuing further studies? Yidong had not truly contemplated this question. His previous intentions were to marry Lu Weiwei following graduation, to work together, earn a living, purchase a home, and honor their parents, leading a simple, unremarkable life. However, with the advent of the super system, the notion of employment had become trivial. His current standing already surpassed that of over 99% of the elite. In truth, he had not thoroughly thought about his future plans until Zhang's probing question sparked a new perspective. The idea of continuing his studies was indeed appealing. Although Yidong held little regard for academic knowledge, the university campus was abundant with beautiful women. After all, Shancheng was renowned as one of the most beautiful cities in the country, and he felt quite at home there. Thus, he responded to Zhang, Brother Zhang, I will consider it further. I may choose to pursue graduate studies. Hearing this response, Zhang Jiming appeared visibly pleased. In this era, university graduates lacked significant competitiveness, yet a graduate degree remained quite desirable. He naturally hoped for Yidong's future to be even brighter. After spending a brief while together, Yidong took his leave. Zhang Jiming initially intended to invite Yidong for lunch, but was politely declined due to Yidong's stated commitments. Once Yidong departed, Zhang Jiming turned his attention to the bag of gifts Yidong had brought. It was merely an ordinary shopping bag, and he had not examined it closely earlier. Upon removing the contents, he gasped in astonishment. Zhang Jiming's greatest passion was tea, yet having recently entered the workforce with a modest salary, he typically indulged in only average varieties. However, the tea Yidong gifted him was the finest grade of Westlake Longjing, with the value of these 2 boxes nearing 50,000 yuan. Although the price tag had been removed by Yidong, as a tea aficionado, Zhang Jiming certainly recognized the worth of premium Westlake Longjing. Had Yidong won the lottery? This thought involuntarily crossed Zhang Jiming's mind. Not long after Yidong had descended the stairs, he received another call from Zhang Jiming. Yidong, why did you buy me such exquisite tea? It's far too extravagant. You must return it at once. Brother Zhang, you needn't worry about the tea. I've recently made some profits from stock investments. Consider it a token of filial respect. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Zhang Jiming felt reassured. While their relationship did not warrant such gifts, he was hesitant to indulge in such fine tea without clarifying its origins. Chapter 26. The Bewildering Reward. Yidong subsequently strolled around the campus. Previously, his focus had solely been on Lu Weiwei, neglecting to truly appreciate the beauty of the entire school. While walking along a shaded road, he pondered how to persuade Wen Ruxue to host another livestream that day. Just then, Wang Jinchuan called. Dongzi, aren't you planning to come to class? Not really. It's just free review in the classroom, which seems rather dull. Have you checked the class WeChat group? Everyone is discussing you. Yidong had not yet looked, as he had set both his university and high school group chats to do not disturb. After a casual exchange with Wang Jinchuan, he hung up and opened the class group chat, only to find several hundred unread messages. As he scrolled through, he discovered they were all speculating about the sudden changes he had undergone. Most believed Yidong must have won a prize. They even inquired about a local lottery outlet that had indeed awarded a first prize recently, with the prize amount exceeding 5 million yuan. Even after taxes, it was still over 4 million, though 4 million yuan seemed trivial to Yidong, who could easily earn it back with a casual expenditure for the majority of his ordinary classmates. Such a sum was astronomical. Nowadays, fresh graduates typically earn just a few thousand yuan per month. Many might never accumulate such wealth in their lifetimes. Lu Weiwei was also convinced by the news of Yidong's supposed lottery win. The announcement indicated that the winning ticket was sold on the very night she and Yidong had parted ways. To her further dismay, the ticket had been purchased the day before, implying that regardless of their breakup, Yidong would have won that first prize. Given Yidong's previous infatuation with her, had they not split, a significant portion of that 4 million would likely have been spent on her. Upon realizing this, the regret that filled Lu Weiwei was indescribable. Of course, regardless of her thoughts, Yidong remained utterly indifferent. He cast a brief glance at the group chat before exiting the interface. Just as he contemplated moving forward, a red Porsche screeched to a halt right in front of him. The suddenness of the scene startled Yidong, nearly causing him to break into a cold sweat. Though he possessed a system, it hadn't reached the level where he could remain unscathed in the event of a car collision. Before he could express his anger, a stunning woman emerged from the vehicle. Approaching Yidong, she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "You jerk! Are you trying to cause an accident? Can't you watch where you're walking?" Despite standing before a breathtaking beauty, Yidong found little interest in admiring her. A surge of anger surged upwards. "Are you out of your mind? You nearly ran me over with your car, and yet you have the audacity to accuse me." Ouyang Lina was taken aback to find that, in the university town, there were still boys who disregarded her presence and even insulted her sanity. Her fury escalated as she retorted, "Who are you calling crazy? I believe you are the one who has lost your mind, walking in the middle of the road. Excuse me, this is a campus. Even if I'm in the center of the road, if you hadn't been speeding, could that incident have occurred?" Ouyang Lina's anger intensified further upon hearing Yidong address her as sister. "How dare you call me sister? Get away from my lane." If this girl had approached the situation with a modicum of civility, perhaps Yidong would have overlooked her harsh demeanor, especially given her striking beauty. However, she came at him aggressively and now demanded he keep his distance. Yidong's ire was equally heightened. In a moment of rage, he directed his fist towards the hood of the Porsche that had nearly struck him. With a resounding thud, he unleashed his full strength, leaving a significant dent in the vehicle. Ouyang Lina stood there, dumbfounded, as she had not anticipated such force from the young man before her. She instinctively took a step back. Stammering, she exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? My boyfriend is the president of the Taekwondo club. If you intend to bully me, he will not let you off easily." After delivering that punch, Yidong felt a twinge of regret. This was not his usual demeanor. Could it be that he had become somewhat arrogant since acquiring the system? Observing the fear in her eyes, the anger that had fueled him dissipated considerably. He then calmly stated, "I acted impulsively just now. Let us discuss how to resolve this." Ouyang Lina was bewildered by Yidong's sudden shift in attitude. Just a moment ago, he had appeared menacing, and now he was softening. Internally, she scoffed at him, recognizing yet another bully who preys on the weak. Clearly, he had softened upon hearing her boast about her formidable boyfriend. As she approached the front of her car to assess the damage, her frustration flared anew. She had only purchased this beloved vehicle less than a month ago, after much coaxing from her father. Glaring at Yidong, she exclaimed, "What grudge do I have against you? Why did you strike my car with such force?" Yidong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Let us cut the small talk. How much do I owe you?" Ouyang Lina scrutinized Yidong from head to toe. Although he was handsome, his attire suggested he was not wealthy. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "You speak so casually. Do you even know how much my car is worth? Have you heard of the Porsche 911? The full price is 1.76 million yuan, and your punch has cost at least 300,000. Can you afford that?" Upon hearing her valuation, Yidong remained unfazed. He merely sought to expedite matters and depart from this wretched place. "Open your WeChat. I shall transfer the payment to you." Yidong's tone was so nonchalant that it startled Ouyang Lina. Among all the students at Southwest University, those capable of casually affording over 300,000 yuan could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, such individuals were certainly not nameless. In her recollection, Yidong was entirely unknown to her. However, his demeanor did not suggest he was jesting. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, She retrieved her phone and displayed her payment code. Yidong calmly stated, "You mentioned a minimum of 300,000. I shall now pay you 400,000, which should settle our affairs." Ouyang Lina was taken aback by Yidong's casual bravado, an internal scoff escaping her. 400,000. Even her mobile wallet did not contain such an amount. "Very well. If you can transfer 400,000 to me, then we shall consider the matter resolved. Otherwise, prepare for me to report this incident." Before long, Ouyang Lina stared in disbelief as her phone balance reflected an increase of 400,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Yidong was utterly bewildered. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a rebate of 4 million. Chapter 27. The arrival of the brother-in-law in comparison. Ouyang Lina had yet to experience the depth of astonishment that Yidong felt. Does the system reward such compensation as well? Ding. As long as the host's money is spent on a female and meets the criteria, there will be a rebate. Upon hearing this, Yidong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took a renewed glance at the stunning woman before him. Upon closer inspection, she indeed bore a familiar visage, though he could not recall her name. System, can you identify this individual? Ding. A trivial matter. Name, Ouyang Lina. Age, 21. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Beauty rating, 9/10. Upon seeing her name, Yidong recognized her as the 6th-ranked beauty among the top 10 campus flowers of Southwest University, presumably from the arts department. Typically, boys focused on campus beauties would only pay attention to the most striking few, and Yidong was no exception. He had not anticipated that Ouyang Lina's beauty would indeed meet the standards of the fairer sex. Still reeling from the shock, Ouyang Lina could hardly believe that Yidong had so casually transferred 400,000 yuan to her. Among the students in the entire school, when it came to family wealth, Ouyang Lina could undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Even so, she could not fathom how Yidong managed to remain so composed while effortlessly disbursing such a sum. Raising her gaze, she noticed Yidong scrutinizing her intently, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment and indignation. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Yidong, unfazed, had just casually earned nearly 4 million. Looking at Ouyang Lina now, she appeared not merely as an exquisite beauty, but as a veritable treasure trove. With a casual chuckle, he remarked, "You mentioned that the full price of this car is 176 million, right? Given the substantial dent I just made, 400,000 is certainly insufficient. Perhaps I should add a little more." Ouyang Lina doubted her ears, wondering if the person before her was indeed unwell. To propose compensation while voluntarily offering to increase the price? Was he contemplating his own ambitions? At that moment, she chose not to speculate about Yidong's identity. She shot him a glare before getting into her car and speeding away with a swift press of the accelerator. Yidong could only manage a bitter smile. It was evident that his counterpart was not financially constrained, and attempting to throw money at the situation would likely prove futile. However, the recollection of earning over 3 million moments ago lifted his spirits considerably. Whistling a cheerful tune, he arrived at the Dance Academy of the Arts. Glancing at the time, it was still a while before classes ended, so he decided to stroll around the vicinity. As students began to emerge from the classrooms, he took out his phone and dialed Wenrushua. As soon as the call connected, Yidong spoke first. "Wenrushua, I'm at the entrance of your teaching building. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Can you come out now?" After a brief pause, Wenrushua responded softly, "All right, just a moment." Within 2 minutes of hanging up, her figure came into Yidong's view. In the sea of beauty at the Dance Academy, Wenrushua stood out remarkably. She approached him gracefully, smiling. "Yidong, let us go." Gazing at the enchanting lady before him, Yidong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Yet, he understood that haste would not yield favorable results. Being overly eager would surely frighten her away. At this moment, the end-of-class rush was in full swing, and many students from the dance classes witnessed Wenrushua meeting a stranger. Several boys, their expressions unfriendly, approached them. One particularly handsome young man, even more striking than Yidong, pointed at him and inquired, "Wenrushua, who is he?" Before she could respond, Yidong stepped forward, blocking the young man's finger with a calm demeanor. "Who are you to speak to Wenrushua in that manner?" The handsome youth shot Yidong a glare before turning back to Wenrushua, saying, "Wenrushua, you tell him whether I have the right to question him." Observing the scene, Wenrushua feigned anger. "Brother, stop making a fuss. He is just inviting me to dinner." Upon hearing this, Yidong was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. It turned out that he was her future brother-in-law. No wonder he was so arrogant. Quickly recovering, he smiled and said, "So you are Wen Rushue's brother. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Yidong from the College of Finance." However, the handsome youth showed no inclination to give Yidong any respect. He arrogantly replied, "I don't care what college you're from. Remember this. My name is Wen Zihua, the leader of the school's martial arts club. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts about my sister, or you'll find out why the flowers are so red." Upon hearing Wen Zihua's words, Yidong felt a surge of anger. How dare he be so arrogant, even if he is the future brother-in-law? He retorted sharply, "So you are Wen Zihua, huh? Let me make it clear. I don't care what society you belong to. The woman I, Yidong, fancy will not be obstructed by anyone." Wen Zihua was taken aback, surprised that his opponent could be even more audacious than himself. He then chuckled coldly, "My sister has numerous admirers. Yet this is the first time I've encountered someone so brazen. If it weren't for the fact that we are in school, I'd show you why the king of hell has 3 eyes." Ignoring Wen Zihua's provocative remarks, Yidong turned his gaze to Wen Rushue and asked, "Wen Rushue, it's getting late. Shall we depart?" Wen Rushue glanced at her brother, Wen Zihua, and hesitantly replied, "Brother, we're just going to the cafeteria for a meal. Why don't you head back?" Upon hearing this, and seeing his sister's determination to go, Wen Zihua faced Yidong and said, "Since you truly wish to treat my sister to a meal, I shall grant you that. However, I trust you won't mind extending the invitation to a few more people." He cast a glance at his companions, making it clear that if Yidong insisted on dining with Wen Rushue, he and his friends would certainly accompany them. Yidong, however, was not keen on dining with a group of men. He wished to discuss the evening's live stream with Wen Rushue. Yet, observing her troubled expression, he conceded, "It's fine, let us go together." Wen Zihua, upon hearing this, added, "If you wish to treat my sister, shouldn't you show some sincerity by finding a nicer place outside the campus?" His words were clearly intended to dissuade Yidong. Although there were decent restaurants on campus, they did not compare to the lavish establishments beyond the school's gates. Typically, a student with limited funds might have hesitated upon hearing such a suggestion. But Yidong was no ordinary student. Smiling lightly, he replied, "Of course, that's no problem. You can choose the place." Wen Zihua was momentarily taken aback. This was not the direction he had anticipated. Wen Rushue glanced at her brother and whispered, "Brother, Yidong is the Feiyu brother from my live stream." Chapter 28. Dining at Jushin. Building upon hearing Wen Rushue's words, Wen Zihua was instantly stunned. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about Feiyu brother to his friends. While their family wasn't destitute, they certainly weren't affluent either. Both parents came from a dance background and ran a dance training school in the mountain city, earning a modest income of several $100,000 a year. Given their limited financial means, his pocket money was also restricted, which is why he supported his sister Wen Rushue's streaming endeavors. During prosperous times, he could even borrow some spending money from her. There were occasions when Wen Rushue's streaming audience dwindled, and he would rally a few friends to boost her viewership. Yesterday's live broadcast captivated him from start to finish. He was utterly astounded by the extravagant generosity of the top donor, the famed flying fish, whose lavish contributions sent shivers down his spine. It is worth noting that the earnings from Wen Rushue's live stream yesterday nearly equaled the annual revenue of his parents' dance training academy. In the live chat, he boldly proclaimed himself a devoted fan of flying fish, declaring that he would follow him wherever he went. The thought made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Little did he expect that flying fish would stand before him now, and he was equally astonished by Yidong's affluence. At Southwest University, he was somewhat familiar with a few affluent second-generation heirs, yet when compared to Yidong, they seemed insignificant. Some of them might have family assets exceeding 100 million, with one elite heir boasting a family business worth several billion. However, these figures represented assets, not liquid capital. The monthly allowance of the wealthy heirs in college typically ranged from tens of thousands to several 100,000 yuan. Would they dare to spend 1 million in a single night on donations? They would have to subsist on steamed buns and pickled vegetables for months afterward. Yidong was equally surprised to see Wen Zihua in the live stream, who unexpectedly cast a glance his way and inquired, "You enjoy live streaming too?" Upon realizing that Yidong was indeed flying fish, Wen Zihua's demeanor noticeably softened. He replied with courtesy, "I don't stream myself. I merely engage in my sister's live broadcasts when I have some spare time." Observing the change in tone, Yidong smiled politely. "Today, I shall treat you. Feel free to choose the venue. Don't hold back." given Yi Dong's generous offer, Wen Zihua, aware of his financial standing, accepted without hesitation and led the group to a prestigious dining establishment known as Ju Xian Lu. This venue is renowned as one of the finest dining spots in the vicinity, with chefs who previously worked in 7-star hotels being lured here by hefty salaries. Naturally, for most, this establishment remains beyond their financial reach. Even when Zihua, during his 3 years at university, had only dined here on a few rare occasions. With Yi Dong's invitation, he certainly would not feign modesty and promptly escorted everyone to this luxurious locale. Accompanied by his 4 companions, they occupied a spacious private room. Once an array of exquisite wines and delicacies were served, when Zihua, ever gracious, poured a little wine for everyone, then stood to toast Yi Dong, saying, "Flying fish. I raise my glass to you in gratitude for your support of my sister's live streaming." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Yi Dong, equally adept at holding his liquor, followed suit without hesitation. Witnessing this, Wen Zihua felt a deeper respect for Yi Dong. As a martial artist, he held disdain for men who were overly timid. Although Yi Dong had exhibited a certain arrogance earlier, he found it rather agreeable in retrospect. Consequently, he felt less resistant to Yi Dong's interest in pursuing his sister. In truth, Wen Ruxue has managed to remain single throughout her university year, despite her striking beauty, largely thanks to Wen Ziheo's efforts. Many suitors seeking to win her heart must first contend with him. Although Wen Ziheo presents himself as a charming and sunny young man, there lies a certain roughness beneath his exterior. Within the martial arts club at school, he has established himself as a prominent figure, second only to the president and a select few vice presidents. His 4 companions, all members of the martial arts club, are quite familiar with Wen Ruxue. However, they possess sufficient self-awareness and have never entertained the notion of becoming Wen Ziheo's brother-in-law. Otherwise, they might truly grasp why flowers bloomed so vividly. Upon noticing Wen Ziheo, they raised their glasses in a toast to Yi Dong, one of them leading the charge by saying, "Brother Feiyu, let us also toast to you in gratitude for your hospitality today." They all drained their glasses in unison. In response, Yi Dong quickly downed his freshly poured drink. Subsequently, the group indulged in the exquisite cuisine at Juxianlu. Yi Dong sampled the dishes and found them to be impeccable, even surpassing the meals served at the 4-star hotel he resided in. During the meal, Wen Ziheo posed a question that piqued his curiosity. "Brother Feiyu, what does your family do? How can you afford to spend so lavishly?" Yi Dong waved his hands in protest, replying, "Please, do not call me Brother Feiyu. Simply refer to me as Yi Dong or Dongzi. In truth, it is I who should be calling you brother." His words carried an underlying implication, causing Wen Ruxue to blush. Undeterred by her reaction, Yi Dong continued, "Brother Hao, my family comes from a rural background, and the money I spend is entirely my own earnings." Wen Ziheo, upon hearing Yi Dong refer to him as brother, paid little heed to it. His interest was piqued when Yi Dong mentioned that his wealth was self-earned, leading him to exclaim, "Dongzi, what kind of venture allows you to earn so much? Could you possibly lend a hand to your brother?" Yi Dong was taken aback by the sudden camaraderie. What avenues did he have to disclose? The notion of system rebates would hardly be credible to anyone. Even if someone were to believe him, he certainly would not divulge the truth. Thus, he concocted an excuse, saying, "Brother Hao, I am involved in financial investments. I would advise against entering this field, as it is fraught with risks. I am contemplating withdrawing myself. I am currently exploring other projects, and I will certainly inform you should a suitable opportunity arise." Wen Ziheo, though slightly disappointed by this revelation, chose not to press further. While he could not discern the balance of truth and falsehood in Yi Dong's statement, he understood that opportunities for substantial wealth were not easily shared with others. After their meal, as the group exited the private room, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a cohort of young individuals of similar age to Wen Ziheo and his companions, streaming out. The leader was taken aback upon spotting Wen Ziheo and his companions, his expression betraying his surprise. He quickly sneered, "Wen Ziheo, I never imagined you would still deign to dine here." Initially surprised to see his adversary, Wen Ziheo retorted, "Lu Tian, where I choose to eat is none of your concern. You truly are a busybody." Chapter 29. The shock of strength. The young man referred to as Lu Tian attempted to respond to Wen Ziheo's retort, but was momentarily distracted by the arrival of Wen Ruxue from behind. His eyes glinted with mischief as he grinned wickedly. "Wen Ziheo, how about I become your brother-in-law? You wouldn't be at a loss, would you?" Upon hearing such taunts, both Wen Ruxue and Yi Dong, who had just emerged, wore expressions of displeasure. Wen Zihao was furious, exclaiming, "Lu Tian, do you wish for death?" Lu Tian, however, merely chuckled coldly. Wen Zihao, as a defeated foe, do you even have the right to utter such words? His statement elicited uproarious laughter from his companions. Wen Zihao and his allies' faces darkened at his words. Lu Tian was a member of the school's taekwondo club. Not long ago, during a sparring session, Wen Zihao's opponent had been Lu Tian. Both were prominent figures in their respective clubs, and their skills were comparable. Victories and defeats were commonplace. Wen Zihao had been caught off guard and was still brooding over that incident, so it was infuriating to hear Lu Tian flaunt it now. In a fit of anger, Wen Zihao spat, "You pathetic fool. Aside from your sneak attacks, what else can you do? If you have the guts, let us compete again." Lu Tian was undeterred, responding with a nonchalant fine, "But a match without stakes is rather dull. How about we add a little wager?" His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Wen Rushua, and he leered, "If I win, you let your sister kiss me." Lu Tian was aware that his earlier jest about being a brother-in-law was merely a joke. However, being kissed by the renowned goddess of the school would undeniably be a highlight of his university life. Wen Rushua, hearing this, quickly tugged at Wen Zihao's sleeve, her voice trembling, "Brother, let us leave. Don't pay attention to this scoundrel." She genuinely feared that Wen Zihao might impulsively agree. Although even if Wen Zihao lost, she could refuse to honor the wager. She did not wish for her brother's reputation to be tarnished. Seeing Wen Zihao's hesitation, Lu Tian sneered, "Wen Zihao, I see you're afraid. Perhaps you should just admit you're a defeated opponent." This infuriated Wen Zihao to the point of nearly exploding as he retorted, "What is there to be afraid of? However, I refuse to accept your terms. How about this? The loser must kneel and bow to the other. Do you dare?" Though seething with rage, Wen Zihao was not foolish enough to wager his sister's kiss. Lu Tian's expression visibly shifted to one of disappointment upon hearing Wen Zihao's words. However, the thought of making his rival kneel and bow was undeniably exhilarating. With a sinister smile, he declared, "Since you wish to bow before me, I shall indulge you. Come, if you dare." With that, he led his companions out of the gathering of a mortal's pavilion. Seeing this, Wen Rushua hastily interjected, "Brother, let it go. Ignore this scoundrel." Yet, in his fury, Wen Zihao was in no mood to heed his sister's plea. He turned to Yi Dong and said, "Brother Dong, please escort my sister back home." Wen Rushua, concerned for her brother's safety, insisted, "No, brother, I must accompany you." Recognizing the determination in her gaze, Wen Zihao realized that if he did not allow her to join, the impending contest would surely be compromised. He then turned his attention back to Yi Dong. Observing the situation, Yi Dong chuckled and said, "Then I shall go along as well." Wen Zihao, having no further objections, followed Lu Tian's lead as they exited together. Before long, they arrived at a small lawn, a perfect venue for their confrontation, as even if they fell during the scuffle, they would suffer minimal harm. Ding! A random mission has been issued. Substitute for Wen Zihao and defeat multiple opponents, taking down all adversaries. The host's 3-man kill count will be upgraded to 10. Upon reaching the location, Yi Dong received the system's temporary task, and his heart surged with delight. This opportunity not only allowed him to win Wen Rushua's favor, but also to enhance his own prowess, and he accepted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Tian and Wen Zihao had just assumed their stances when they heard Yi Dong's commanding shout from the sidelines, "Stop!" The momentum they had built abruptly deflated like a punctured balloon. While Wen Zihao regarded him with confusion, Lu Tian was filled with rage. To Lu Tian, Wen Zihao and his companions were mere strangers. An outsider, who clearly did not belong to the martial arts community, daring to criticize him felt like a personal affront. Fuming, Lu Tian retorted, "Who do you think you are? Do you have a death wish?" Yi Dong had already harbored a disdain for Lu Tian, especially after his audacious behavior towards Wen Rushua. With the system's task now in play, he felt no obligation to hold back. With a cold smirk, he responded, "I am your superior. Come and try to lay a hand on me." He then turned to the perplexed Wen Zihao and added, "Brother Hao, there is no need for you to dirty your hands on such a trivial character. Let me handle him." Yi Dong's brazen words left everyone present in stunned silence. Wen Rushua stared at him in shock. Although they were unaware of Yi Dong's true abilities, they presumed he could not possibly be stronger than Wen Zihao and the others. If he were truly formidable, he would have already made a name for himself in various martial arts circles. Lu Tian regarded Yi Dong with a look of disbelief. as if he were simply a fool. He likely surmised that Yi Dong was merely a suitor of Wen Ruxue, attempting to put on a show before the fair maiden. With a cold smirk directed at Wen Zihao, he remarked, "Wen Zihao, is he the jester you summoned? Should I find a little brother to practice with him first?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao hurried over to Yi Dong, saying, "Brother Dong, please refrain from causing a ruckus. This is not a child's play." Yi Dong said nothing further and extended his right hand, signaling Wen Zihao to test his strength. Understanding the need to demonstrate a modicum of power, Yi Dong knew that Wen Zihao must also have his reservations. Wen Zihao, taken aback by the request, quickly grasped the intent behind it. With a wry smile, he extended his right hand. He initially intended to exert some force to dissuade Yi Dong, but was soon met with an overwhelming pressure. Feeling as though his hand were about to be crushed, "Brother Dong, ease up." Yi Dong, seeing his discomfort, finally released his grip. Having only exerted 50% of his strength, he had not anticipated Wen Zihao's susceptibility to pressure. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Wen Zihao's earlier expression was clearly genuine. Although he was not renowned for his strength, he was certainly stronger than the average person. His four companions regarded Yi Dong with expressions tinged with admiration. Wen Ruxue, too, gazed at Yi Dong in surprise. This man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 30. I shall conquer 100. Lu Tian and his companions were somewhat taken aback by Yi Dong's strength, but soon their disdain resurfaced. Their practice in Taekwondo was celebrated for its finesse rather than brute force. Those possessing greater strength would not hold a significant advantage in combat against them. After casting a reassuring glance at the Wen siblings, Yi Dong gradually made his way into the arena. Although Lu Tian had ceased to underestimate Yi Dong, he still felt he was unworthy of his own involvement. Glancing back, he called out to a tall, slender youth, "Crow, step forward and test this brother's skills." Yi Dong, unwilling to squander time, boldly challenged the 7 of them, declaring, "One by one is too tedious. You 7 should come at me together." Lu Tian, unable to tolerate such arrogance, launched his signature move without a word of warning. The whirlwind kick. Yi Dong, now not only possessing superior strength, but also heightened agility, sensed Lu Tian's movement the moment he exerted force. Yet, Yi Dong did not evade. Instead, he reached out and seized Lu Tian's sweeping leg, hurling him aside as if he were a mere rag doll. With a thud, Lu Tian landed 2 meters away on the grass. Yi Dong had shown restraint. Had that grip transformed into a fist, it could have easily resulted in a fracture. Wen Ruxue, favorability 10 points. The sudden notification of increased favorability from the system filled Yi Dong with joy. Just yesterday, after gifting 1 million in the livestream, his favorability had not increased even by a single point. Yet, after a mere trial of skill, Wen Ruxue's favorability soared by 20 points. Yi Dong felt an urge to express his gratitude towards her. As he watched Lu Tian gradually rise, he chuckled, "You are truly lacking in skill. Why don't you all join forces?" He had not forgotten the system's task, which required him to simultaneously defeat several opponents. Lu Tian stretched his limbs, feeling no injuries, initially believing that his earlier stumble had merely been a moment of carelessness. However, he also recognized that he was likely no match for Yi Dong alone. Furious, he declared, "If you wish for a group battle, then let it be as you desire. Brothers, let us take him down together." The other 6, upon hearing this, entered the fray, forming a semicircle around Yi Dong. Seeing this unfold, Wen Ruxue grew slightly anxious as she observed the scene. Yi Dong seemed to sense her feelings and turned to give her a reassuring glance. He then charged into the crowd of adversaries, and the air was filled with cries of surprise and pain. The skills and strength of these individuals were only marginally superior to those of Jin Mao and his companions. Though the punches and kicks directed at Yi Dong were not exactly trivial, they remained well within his capacity to endure. Conversely, any opponent struck by Yi Dong was swiftly rendered incapable of further resistance. In less than a minute, all 7, including Lu Tian, lay on the ground, groaning in agony. This left the onlookers utterly astonished, as Yi Dong's displayed prowess had far surpassed their expectations. They even felt that Yi Dong could contend with the president of their martial arts society. Ding. Wen Ruxue, favorability 10 points. Wen Ruxue, favorability 10 points. Upon hearing 2 more notifications echo in his mind, Yi Dong could hardly contain his desire for another group of ruffians to appear to demonstrate to Wen Ruxue the true essence of masculine strength. Before he could fully revel in this thought, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his entire being. The sensation was simply ineffable. Yidong even felt as though he were possessed by the spirit of Ip Man. He longed to shout, "I want to take on 100," when Rushua approached him, her gaze falling upon the numerous shoe prints marring his attire, and with concern asked, "Yidong, are you all right?" Yidong smiled and replied, "Do I appear to be in any trouble?" When Rushua glanced again at the fallen individuals, her worry palpable as she inquired, "Yidong, will they be all right?" Chuckling, he reassured her, "Do not worry. They are all classmates, and I did not use lethal force. However, they will certainly feel some pain for the next couple of days." When Zihai and the others also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration as they regarded Yidong. When Zihao was the first to express his admiration, saying, "Donggu, you are truly remarkable. I am genuinely impressed. If you ever become my brother-in-law, I would wholeheartedly support it." Upon hearing her brother's words, when Rushua's face instantly flushed crimson, she did not refute when Zihao's remarks, merely lowering her head in embarrassment. Yidong had long been aware from the system that when Rushua's affection for him had reached a score of 85. Such a score should make a simple hand-holding or embrace met with minimal resistance from Rushua. Were it not for the presence of so many people, he would have eagerly tested her reaction immediately. With a warm smile, he turned to Rushua and suggested, "Schwer, how about I escort you home now? You can leave the matters ahead to your brother and the others." He then addressed Zihao, saying, "Brother Hao, you can handle the rest on your own. Schwer and I will take our leave." "Thank you, Donggu, but could you please refrain from calling me brother? How can I possibly become your brother-in-law otherwise?" When Zihao replied jokingly, "It's all right, Donggu. Even if you do become my brother-in-law, we can still maintain our own paths." When Rushua, witnessing the playful banter between the two, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment as they casually tossed around the term brother-in-law in front of everyone. She feigned irritation, exclaiming, "Brother, please stop saying such things." Realizing his sister was simply shy, when Zihao refrained from further teasing. Seeing the situation, Yidong greeted the crowd before leading Rushua away from the lawn. Once they were out of sight, he slowly extended his right hand towards her left hand. The moment his fingers brushed against her soft hand, when Rushua flinched as if startled, struggling to free herself. Although Yidong did not exert force, it was impossible for her to escape. Upon realizing her predicament, her initial nervousness gradually subsided. This was the first time she had held hands with a male outside her family, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Ding! When Rushua, affection 1. The sudden notification startled Yidong momentarily. A mere hand-holding could increase affection. Though it was only a single point, it illuminated the possibility of achieving a perfect score. He then cast a glance at Rushua's enticing cherry lips. Noticing the coast was clear, he pulled her closer and aimed for her lips, kissing her while maintaining his hold. When Rushua was taken aback by Yidong's sudden advance, she truly was not prepared to take such a step. Ding! When Rushua, affection 5. The unexpected notification caused Yidong's earlier fervor to vanish without a trace. Chapter 31. The divine benefits bestowed by the system. Yidong gradually released Rushua, observing her disheveled attire and the glimmer of tears in her eyes. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his actions had been overly forward. In a mere few days, Yidong and Rushua had become acquainted. Despite Rushua's affection for Yidong reaching an impressive score of 86, the innocent girl, who was akin to a blank canvas, found herself both anxious at the thought of holding hands and utterly startled by an unexpected kiss. "I apologize, Rushua, I was too hasty." As Yidong sincerely released her and expressed his regret, when Rushua finally regained her composure. Blushing, she stole a glance at Yidong and timidly replied, "Yidong, I'm truly unprepared." "Rushua, it is not your fault. It is I who was inconsiderate," Yidong assured her with earnestness. Suddenly, a chime echoed, affection level, for points. Yidong's sudden apology had caused Rushua's affection to revert to its pre-hand-holding state. In that moment, Yidong comprehended that Rushua's feelings for him were undoubtedly genuine. It was simply his own impatience that had hindered their progress. With a wry smile in his heart, he realized that to elevate the goddess's affection to perfection, a more gradual approach was necessary. Consequently, he refrained from taking her hand again, and they walked side by side in silence toward the school gates. As they neared the school, Yidong finally broke the silence. "Rushua, will you be livestreaming tonight?" His unexpected inquiry left Rushua momentarily taken aback, prompting her to hesitantly ask, "Yidong, will you be showering me with extravagant gifts like yesterday? Do you not wish for me to support you?" Yidong countered. When Rushua found herself at a loss for words, while she certainly hoped for generous contributions during her live streams, the thought of Yidong's fervent generosity instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Moreover, her burgeoning feelings for Yidong made her reluctant to let the platform benefit at her expense. However, voicing such sentiments felt awkward. Their relationship had not yet matured to the point of being considered a typical romantic partnership. Noticing her silence, Yidong realized that his extravagant gifting might have been perplexing to her. Beyond that, he was uncertain how to spend money on Rushua in a manner that would be appropriate. Transferring money directly to her would likely be declined. After contemplating for a while, he could not devise a compelling rationale. He continued, Rushua, if you truly do not wish to livestream, it is perfectly fine. I can always support others. Upon hearing this, when Rushua grew anxious, she promptly questioned, Yidong, why is it so important for you to donate in the live stream? Yidong struggled to articulate a coherent response and could only grimace as he replied, I have my own unspoken reasons, and I am unsure how to convey them to you. With Yidong's admission, when Rushua pondered the wisdom of keeping the benefits within their circle, surely supporting herself was preferable to aiding others. Shyly, she suggested, Yidong, let us stick to the same time as last night. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yidong felt a surge of joy. He intends to earn a substantial sum tonight before returning to his hometown tomorrow, ensuring everything is settled at home before heading back to the mountain city. After escorting Rushua back to school, Yidong returned to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Hanyun, who was diligently working. Today, she appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits, and upon seeing Yidong, she even cast a flirtatious glance his way. This glance ignited a fervent desire within Yidong. Sister Yin, could you possibly take a moment to visit my room? Yidong's intentions were unmistakably clear, and Zhou Hanyun did not refuse. With an alluring look, she replied playfully, I have half an hour until my shift ends. Please wait for me in the room. Under the influence of Yidong's monetary persuasion from the previous night, Zhou Hanyun had completely succumbed to him. This morning, she had directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her mother via her phone, which elated the elderly lady immensely. For the first time, Zhou Hanyun experienced the allure of wealth. It not only ensured the happiness and well-being of her family, but also liberated her from the burdens of daily budgeting for meals. Of course, all of this was brought about by the man she had only known for a few days, Yidong. In her heart, she had already come to regard him as the best person in her life, surpassing even her family. Faced with Yidong's invitation, despite being aware of what was to come, she felt a surprising anticipation within her. Half an hour later, Yidong finally reveled in the divine benefits bestowed upon him by the system. Zhou Hanyun, in terms of beauty, far surpassed his ex-girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. As for her figure, it was undeniably leagues ahead of Lu Weiwei's. The two indulged in passionate entanglements for over an hour in the room before Zhou Hanyun bashfully stepped out. Yidong still needed to conduct a live broadcast for tips that evening, and it was inconvenient for Zhou Hanyun to linger there. Otherwise, falling asleep in the embrace of such a captivating beauty would have been an even more delightful experience. Soon, the scheduled live broadcast time arrived. When Rushua's streaming room, having undergone a frenzy of excitement over the past 2 days, was now bustling with nearly the same popularity as major streamers. As soon as the broadcast commenced, there were already 2,000 to 3,000 viewers, a figure unimaginable to her in the past. With Yidong's entrance, the number of viewers surged close to 10,000. It is worth noting that this was before any dance performances or tips had begun, indicating that the platform was undoubtedly starting to promote her. Most of the viewers had witnessed the wild festivities of the previous night. Upon seeing Yidong enter, the chat erupted with a flurry of messages. Good evening. Flying Fish Brother, how many festivities do you have planned for tonight? Flying Fish Brother, could you visit the little sister's stream and send a couple of festivities? I'm a beauty too. Flying Fish Brother, with all these festivities, have you not yet captured the mermaid's heart? The barrage of comments varied widely, with many female streamers leaving messages. They sent friend requests to Yidong in the background, but he paid them no mind. Having no choice, they ventured into the live stream of the mermaid, hoping to catch Yidong's attention. Unfortunately, Yidong hardly glanced at the barrage of comments. Upon entering, he immediately began to shower gifts, spending a staggering 400,000 a day on Ouyang Lina and depleting the remaining 1,600,000 limit entirely. When Rushua intended to engage in a brief conversation before preparing for her dance, suddenly, a carnival event appeared on the screen. This was merely the beginning. The subsequent frenzied carnival left the audience in the live stream utterly mesmerized. Chapter 32. My woman after Yidong astonishingly dispatched 533 carnival gifts. He completely disregarded the chaotic comments and exited the live stream. Upon witnessing Yidong's abrupt departure without uttering a word, Wen Rushue felt a wave of unease and promptly closed the live stream as well. This maneuver left many viewers who had been lured in by the announcement feeling utterly bewildered. They wished to express their sentiments, but found themselves unable to comment. Yidong glanced at his balance, which had soared to 28 million. He was certain that his wealth would only continue to grow, rendering further gift-giving and live streams unnecessary. The feeling of dominance he had discovered with Zhou Hanyun made him realize that was what he truly desired. If I spend money, you may accept it. If not, I'll simply move on to the next. Reflecting on his earlier interactions with Wen Rushue, where he had to strain to concoct excuses, now seemed utterly ridiculous. Despite possessing a super system, he had still been unable to shake the subservient mentality he once had towards Lin Weiwei. Was it merely because Wen Rushue was of goddess caliber that he felt compelled to fawn over her? At that moment, Yidong's mindset underwent a profound transformation. He promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Zhou Hanyun. Sister Yun, come to my room. I miss you. He then switched off his phone. The following day, Yidong, cradling his enchanting companion, indulged in a long slumber until he naturally awoke. Due to their late-night escapades, Zhou Hanyun had even forgotten to wake up. Upon checking the time, she was taken aback. Ah, it's 10 o'clock. Yidong, why didn't you wake me? I've lost my full attendance bonus this month. My salary will be docked. Zhou Hanyun instinctively reverted to her former role as a front desk manager. She had forgotten that she was now a bona fide little heiress. Yidong chuckled and replied, Sister Yun, how much do you earn monthly? With all the benefits. It's over 11,000, right? Huh. Are you still worried about a salary deduction? He then picked up his phone, entered an amount, and sent it to Zhou Hanyun. Sister Yun, since you have chosen to be with me, there is no need to concern yourself with work. If you wish to work in the future, you may do so. If not, I shall support you and have sent you a modest allowance for your enjoyment. Zhou Hanyun instinctively glanced at her phone and was momentarily stunned. Then, with delight, she exclaimed, Yidong, you have transferred 2 million to me again. He chuckled. You have truly become my woman. I did not merely speak of supporting you lightly. Zhou Hanyun found it difficult to articulate her overwhelming excitement. Having known Yidong for just a few days, her life had been utterly transformed. The balance in her account had surged to over 3 million. To put it bluntly, Zhou Hanyun now possessed cash exceeding that of 99% of the population in the country. From Yidong's tone, it seemed as if he regarded the 2 million as casually as one would a mere 200. Zhou Hanyun did not hesitate. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she accepted the funds. Ding! 4 million in rebate funds has been credited. Yidong felt elated. Not only having brought joy to the lovely lady in his arms, but also earning an additional 2 million with a mere flick of his fingers. His balance had now reached 30 million, a figure that most people could scarcely dream of achieving in a lifetime, effortlessly attained by Yidong. Undoubtedly, this amount would only continue to grow, reaching a point where Yidong could spend it at will without ever exhausting it. Casting a glance at the astonished Zhou Hanyun, Yidong playfully pinched her cheek before saying, Sister Yun, I may need to be away for a few days. Would you like to temporarily stay in my room? Zhou Hanyun did not inquire about Yidong's destination and pondered briefly before responding. Perhaps not. After all, I still have work here, and staying would not be convenient. Yidong did not press her further. He wished for no sense of obligation between them. What he desired most was for them to have the freedom to do as they pleased. After some contemplation, as he was uncertain about how many days he would be gone, he sent a location to Wang Jinchuan, asking him to come over. Before long, Wang Jinchuan arrived at the luxurious suite. Having never encountered such opulence, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. He exclaimed, Dongzi, everyone says you won the 5 million grand prize. It appears to be true. Yidong did not deny it, since they were all thinking along those lines. He saw no need to clarify. He merely smiled noncommittally. Seeing this, Wang Jinchuan did not press further, whether it was a lottery win or profits from stocks. Such matters were too sensitive to discuss. Coming to his senses, he enviously remarked, Dongzi, no wonder you no longer stay in the dormitory. Our place pales in comparison to this. Calling it a doghouse would be generous. Yidong, with a smile, replied, There's no need for envy. I have booked this place for a month. I will be away for a while, so you may stay here as long as you like, and when the time comes, I will cover the expenses for you." Wang Jinchuan could hardly believe his ears. Although he shared a good rapport with Yidong, he never imagined their relationship would reach such heights. "Dongzi, you must be joking. This room must cost several thousand for a night. And yet you're so generous to let me stay." Yidong chuckled. "Just relax and enjoy your stay. Furthermore, everything you eat at the hotel during this time is on me." Seeing that Yidong was not jesting, Wang Jinchuan stammered, "Brother Dong, from now on, you're my true brother. I sincerely thank you." As mere mortals, who wouldn't he wish to indulge in better circumstances rather than endure hardships? Yidong recalled Wang Jinchuan, particularly the night they shared barbecues and how he stood up to some ruffians. Wang Jinchuan's response had genuinely moved him. Throughout his 3 years in university, Yidong had focused solely on Lu Weiwei and had not forged many close friendships. Besides his mentor, Zhang Jimin, Wang Jinchuan was his only true friend. And after that incident, Yidong had mentally elevated him to the status of a brother. Wang Jinchuan's flustered demeanor was somewhat amusing. "Jinchuan, if you consider me a brother, there is no need for such formalities. Just call me Dongzi. It sounds much better." With that, Wang Jinchuan ceased his pretenses and inquired, "Dongzi, are you heading back for any particular reason?" Not really. I just miss my family." After a casual conversation, Yidong called for Zhou Hanyun to join them. Zhou Hanyun had just changed out of her work attire when she received Yidong's call and soon appeared in his room. Yidong didn't hold back and embraced Zhou Hanyun's slender waist, introducing her to Wang Jinchuan. "This is Zhou Hanyun, the lobby manager here, and she is now my partner." Chapter 33. My son is earning. Wang Jinchuan stared in astonishment at Zhou Hanyun in Yidong's embrace, his eyes nearly popping out. Goodness, this is the life of the affluent. Setting aside the class beauty and campus queen, in just a few days, by staying in a hotel, Yidong had managed to attract such an exquisite beauty. Zhou Hanyun not only surpassed Lu Weiwei in looks, but her figure was truly remarkable. Her impressive curves, accentuated by her hotel uniform, were almost overwhelming. Just observing her made Wang Jinchuan feel a rush of envy as he imagined the blissful life Yidong was leading. At that moment, a deep sense of admiration for Yidong welled up within Wang Jinchuan. Yidong, however, paid no heed to Wang Jinchuan's thoughts and continued to introduce. "This is my classmate and best buddy, Wang Jinchuan. He will be staying in this room for a while, so please ensure his dining arrangements are impeccable." Zhou Hanyun did not question Yidong's directives and cheerfully assured him that everything would be taken care of. Her obedient demeanor left Wang Jinchuan in awe once more. Goodness gracious! Yidong not only managed to win over the exquisite young woman before him, but he had also successfully tamed her to be completely obedient. After settling matters here, he summoned a ride-hailing car and headed straight back to Luoxian. The mountain city was merely a few dozen kilometers away, and after a little over an hour, he arrived in Luoxian. Yidong instructed the driver to take him to the entrance of the first middle school, right by his family's breakfast shop. Although the establishment was primarily known for breakfast, it also operated during lunch hours. Upon disembarking, Yidong spotted his mother, Qin Li, outside wiping down tables, likely after a customer had just finished their meal. She looked up and, surprised, exclaimed, "Yidong, why are you back so soon?" "Mom, I've completed all my classes at school, and since there's nothing pressing, I thought I would come back and see you." "Oh, our shop is about to close as well. Your father is inside tidying up, so go in and lend him a hand." Qin Li, being a mother, was not one to hold back in directing her son. With a cheerful smile, Yidong entered the shop. It was not large, and during his conversation with Qin Li, Yidaming had already been informed of Yidong's return. Upon seeing Yidong enter, he refrained from assigning him any chores. Instead, he said, "Yidong, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I could whip up a few dishes for you to eat." "Dad, I've already had a meal, so there is no need to clean up. You should head home early." In truth, Yidaming had nearly finished tidying up, and given that it was now around 2 o'clock, there would likely be no more customers. After a brief cleanup, the family returned to a modest residential building not far away. Their home was a small suite of barely 80 square meters, with an annual rent of under 10,000. Ever since his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, was accepted into the county's first middle school, Yidong's parents had considered this place their home. Observing the dilapidated surroundings, Yidong contemplated that the first order of business upon returning would be to relocate his family. He could not bear the thought of his family living in such a rundown house, while he enjoyed comfortable accommodations in the mountain city. Yi Daming suddenly inquired, "Yi Dong, are you back this time to discuss your job after graduation?" Originally, Yi Dong had intended to apply for a civil servant position in the finance department after graduating from university. His mother's cousin, Lei Jinghua, worked there, and although he wasn't a person of significant power, he had some connections. Provided Yi Dong performed well in the written exam, he had a reasonable chance of success. Both Yi Daming and Qin Li harbored a strong desire for Yi Dong to pursue a career as a civil servant. This was, after all, the aspiration of most ordinary families. Unless one was striving in a big city, securing a civil servant position in a small county was undoubtedly the most desirable job. However, Yi Dong had little interest in pursuing a civil service exam. He would not even care if he were offered the position of director of the finance bureau. Hearing his father's words, he chuckled and replied, "Dad, you need not worry about my job. I'm back primarily to discuss purchasing a house." Yi Dong's declaration left Yi Daming and Qin Li momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, Qin Li hesitantly inquired, "Yi Dong, was it Lu Weiwei who asked you to buy a house?" Yi Dong's parents were somewhat acquainted with his girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. Over the years, she had visited their home several times. Yi Daming and Qin Li did not hold a particularly favorable view of Lu Weiwei, perceiving her as excessively materialistic. Although she never openly expressed her disdain for their rented home, her disdainful glances betrayed her true feelings. Coming from a rural background herself, it perplexed Qin Li that Lu Weiwei could be so critical. Had it not been for her son's genuine affection, she would have long since advised him against the relationship. Upon hearing Yi Dong mention purchasing a house, her first thought was that it was Lu Weiwei's idea. In truth, the money Yi Daming and Qin Li had earned over the years would suffice for a down payment on a house in the county. However, if this notion originated from Lu Weiwei, it left a rather unpleasant taste. Yi Dong, noticing his mother reference Lu Weiwei, momentarily froze, then smiled and replied, "Mom, I've already broken up with Lu Weiwei. The idea of buying a house is entirely my own." Yi Daming and Qin Li were taken aback, their expressions revealing shock. Seeing Yi Dong smiling while mentioning the breakup, it was hard for them to believe he was upset. Qin Li anxiously asked, "Yi Dong, when did you break up with Lu Weiwei? How come we had no idea?" "Mom, we ended it a while ago. I didn't want to worry you, so I kept it to myself," Yi Dong fibbed. Noticing that his mother seemed inclined to ask more, he quickly added, "Mom, it's over. And I know you two were never particularly fond of Lu Weiwei." Hearing their son speak so casually about the breakup, Qin Li and Yi Daming sighed. In this day and age, it was quite challenging for an average family to find a suitable daughter-in-law. Although they were not impressed by Lu Weiwei, she was, after all, a graduate of a prestigious university and quite attractive. If she had become their daughter-in-law, it would have been a source of pride. The sudden news of the breakup left them feeling somewhat regretful. However, seeing that Yi Dong did not express any desire to reconcile, they refrained from suggesting such a thing. Then, Yi Daming curiously asked, "Yi Dong, what prompted you to consider buying a house now? I feel like the property prices in our county are on the decline. Perhaps you should wait until after your graduation." Yi Dong chuckled and replied, "Dad, I will be financing the house myself, so you needn't worry about property prices." Upon hearing this, Yi Daming and Qin Li gazed at Yi Dong in astonishment. Yi Daming uncertainly asked, "Yi Dong, you mean to say that you will be paying for the house yourself? Where did you acquire such funds?" Yi Dong smiled and explained, "I have been engaged in financial investments recently and have earned a considerable amount of money. My intention in returning is to alleviate your burdens. Tomorrow I will sell our breakfast shop and then purchase a better house. You and Mom deserve to relax." Chapter 34. Encounter with a high school classmate while purchasing a house. Yi Dong's words left Yi Daming and Qin Li both astonished and elated. They harbored no doubt regarding their son's statement. In this era, it is not uncommon for university graduates to embark on entrepreneurial ventures and earn hundreds of thousands. Yi Dong, being a finance major, achieving great financial success only underscored his status as a prodigious talent among many. Qin Li was the first to express her joy, saying, "Yi Dong, you should save the money you earned for yourself. Your father and I have also managed to save a bit over the years for the down payment and renovations. We certainly want to be selling the breakfast shop, as that provides us with a steady income. Your filial piety brings us great comfort." In Qin Li and Yi Daming's minds, the considerable sum Yi Dong claimed to have earned was, at most, a few $100,000, far from sufficient for him to purchase a house. Observing their reaction, Yi Dong chose not to elaborate further. Instead, He retrieved his phone and opened his cash balance. Mom, Dad, this is the money I've earned recently, and it will only continue to grow. There's truly no need for you to run that breakfast shop any longer. As he spoke, he handed his phone to his mother. Chinli took the phone, and the figures displayed left her feeling dizzy. After meticulously counting several times, she found that it had reached an 8-digit figure, beginning with a 3. Beside her, Yi Daming, noticing Qin Li's astonished expression, took the phone to have a look as well. Instantly, they exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. After a long pause, Qin Li finally stammered, Yidong, what kind of financial investment have you engaged in to earn such a large sum? There's nothing dubious about it, is there? Rest assured, Mom, every penny here is a legitimate and lawful gain. Nothing untoward has occurred. Yidong was well aware of his parents' concerns. It is only natural to feel apprehensive upon encountering such a substantial amount of money. Regaining his composure, Yi Daming also inquired anxiously, Yidong, financial investment is certainly fraught with risks. Since you've already earned so much, can you not take a step back now? With a smile, Yidong replied, Dad, every endeavor carries its own risks. Currently, I am investing only a few $100,000. Should the situation turn unfavorable, I will certainly withdraw in a timely manner. Unable to divulge details about the system, Yidong patiently explained the situation to his parents. Subsequently, as Yi Daming and Qin Li posed several more questions, Yidong gradually provided clarifications. Utilizing his academic knowledge, coupled with a touch of embellishment, he managed to assuage their concerns regarding his substantial earnings. Under Yidong's earnest persuasion, they agreed to sell the breakfast shop the following day. With their son achieving such success, it seemed clear that he could earn thousands in mere moments. The thought of them laboring daily to earn a paltry couple of hundred yuan was simply no longer appealing. Yidong then glanced at the time. It was still not yet 3 in the afternoon. Casually, he remarked, Dad, Mom, since we have some time, why don't we go and view some houses? It would be a delightful surprise for my little sister when she returns. Yi Daming and Qin Li exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The trio then descended the stairs and hailed a taxi, deciding to visit the most luxurious residential complex in the county. With such resources at their disposal, they were determined to acquire nothing but the finest. During the taxi ride, Yidong jestingly suggested, Dad, Mom, since you're still quite youthful, why not consider obtaining a driver's license? I could buy you both a car to enjoy. Indeed, this was no idle jest. Yi Daming and Qin Li were merely in their 40s, not yet 50. Although they operated a breakfast shop, which was not particularly strenuous work, they appeared quite youthful and certainly could qualify for a license. However, upon hearing Yidong's proposal, they both expressed strong opposition. They harbored a lingering reverence for such four-wheeled contraptions, firmly believing that 2 legs were the safest means of transportation. Observing their reaction, Yidong refrained from further persuasion, contemplating that in the future, once he earned more money, he could hire 2 drivers to cater to his parents' needs. Before long, they arrived at the newly opened residential complex. Starry Garden. The entire development was topped off, ready for immediate occupation once the interiors were completed. However, this complex was marketed as a luxury residence, with prices nearly half again as high as those of other neighborhoods. While the average price in new developments hovered around 5,000 to 6,000 per square meter, Starry Garden commanded nearly 10,000. It seemed the developer had overestimated the affluence of the residents in the county, as the complex had been completed for several months yet had sold less than half of its units, a remarkable feat in this region. Upon entering the sales hall, Yidong and his parents noticed a considerable number of prospective buyers, although most appeared to be mere onlookers, with prices inflated by 50% compared to other areas. The sales staff were expectedly more attractive, drawing many curious visitors merely seeking visual indulgence. Upon their arrival, several saleswomen briefly assessed the trio's attire and naturally categorized them as part of the onlooker crowd. Yi Daming and Qin Li, clad in their work uniforms from the breakfast shop, had not bothered to change and resembled restaurant staff. Yidong, though dressed relatively well, wore no particularly renowned brand. Since the 3 entered together, many saleswomen merely glanced at them before dismissing them entirely. Feeling slighted by the lack of attention, Yidong was quite displeased. Were it not for the limited choices in the county's upscale developments, he would have certainly opted for another location. Just as he contemplated leading his parents to explore on their own, a familiar voice called out to him. Yidong. He turned to see a familiar figure. Yang Yan. What brings you here? Wow. Yidong, Our class monitor, it truly is you. I was worried I might have mistaken you for someone else. Yidong had not anticipated that his visit to the property would lead him to encounter an old classmate from high school. Observing her attire, it was evident that she had become a sales representative for the real estate agency. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Yang Yin, what brings you here? I thought you were still in university. Upon hearing Yidong's question, the girl named Yang Yin cast him a melancholic glance and replied, class monitor. Do you think everyone can afford to attend a prestigious university like you? I only graduated from a junior college last year. It feels as though my education was in vain, and I secured this position as a sales representative through connections. Realizing his previous comment had been somewhat thoughtless, Yidong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, it's fortuitous that you're here. I brought my parents to view properties today. Please provide us with a thorough introduction. At this, Yang Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 35. Do you think I am toying with you? Due to lackluster sales at Starry Garden, the developer had offered substantial sales commissions. Selling even a single ordinary unit could yield significant rewards for the sales representatives. Although Yang Yin suspected that Yidong was merely inquiring out of curiosity, she nonetheless enthusiastically began her presentation. The apartments here primarily featured duplex designs, with few smaller units available, typically around 200 square meters. The largest units even exceeded 400 square meters. Naturally, these larger layouts were the hardest to sell. The complex boasted 8 of such units, yet only 2 had sold thus far. These larger units included a complimentary sky garden, making their prices even higher than those of smaller apartments. If calculated at 10,000 per square meter, each of these expansive duplexes would cost around 4 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Yidong finally comprehended why the complex had remained capped for so long, with so many properties still unsold. In this neighborhood, purchasing a modest 200 square meter unit would afford 1, 3, or 4 apartments in other areas. However, the high prices were justified. Prior to entering the sales hall, they had taken a stroll around the community. In terms of environment and amenities, Starry Garden far surpassed other complexes. After listening to Yang Yan's presentation, Yidong turned to his parents and asked, Dad, Mom, should we consider looking at the larger units? Yi Damon and Qin Li had no objections. After all, it was their son's earnings, and he could decide for himself. Yidong then addressed Yang Yan. There's no need to view the smaller units. Old classmate, could you take us to see the larger ones? Yang Yan still believed that Yidong and his family were merely curious about what luxury homes looked like. Although they were high school classmates, her understanding of their financial situation was limited. She found it hard to believe that Yidong's family could afford the larger duplexes in this complex. Were it not for the sake of an old classmate, she would have truly preferred not to squander her time. However, given that Yidong had spoken so, from any perspective, she certainly could not refuse and thus retrieved the key from her supervisor. She then smiled at Yidong and the others, saying, Class monitor, an esteemed uncle and aunt, please follow me. Observing Yang Yan, who was swaying her slender waist ahead, Qin Li felt a flicker of interest. She leaned in closer to Yidong and whispered, Yidong, is this your high school classmate? I find her quite charming. Why not seize the chance to ask if she has a boyfriend? Upon hearing his mother's words, Yidong was momentarily speechless. Yang Yan's appearance could be considered above average, yet with her meticulous grooming, she possessed a semblance of beauty. However, according to the system standards, she hadn't even reached the level of a true beauty. How could Yidong possibly be attracted to her? He could only respond quietly, Mom. Your son is now a millionaire. Do you truly worry that I cannot find a girlfriend? Upon hearing Yidong's remark, Qin Li understood that her son likely had no feelings for this girl and chose not to press the matter further. In truth, upon reflection, she realized that if her son were to lay out his attributes, the number of girls vying to become his daughter-in-law would stretch from the south gate to the north. Standing just over 6 feet tall, with a bright and handsome appearance, and most importantly, now having achieved a top-tier status in a small county like Luo County, he was certainly in high demand. Yang Yan, walking ahead, remained oblivious to the exchange between Yidong and his mother. She held no particular thoughts about Yidong. For her, men fell into 2 categories, those who were wealthy and capable, and those who were neither. As for looks, as long as a man was not grotesquely unattractive, she found it inconsequential. Soon, under Yang Yan's guidance, they arrived at the only decorated model home. Having resided in a luxurious suite for several days, Yidong felt indifferent to the model home before him. However, for Yi Daming and Qin Li, having never encountered such opulence, The sight was truly astounding. Spanning 2 levels, each measuring 200 square meters, the lavish decor rendered it indistinguishable from a typical villa. Subsequently, the group ascended to the rooftop garden. This unique garden was a complementary feature of such grand residences, boasting an area nearing 200 square meters. In the center lay a small swimming pool, its crystal-clear water inviting. Surrounding them were various flora, creating an illusion of being embraced by nature itself. Yang Yin had been working here for over half a year, and this rooftop garden was only her second visit. She couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. In her heart, she fantasized that if she could reside in such a beautiful room, even if her boyfriend were a pig, she would gladly accept. Glancing at Yidong, she noticed that he displayed little astonishment. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Old classmate, esteemed class leader, are you not entirely satisfied with this place?" Yidong smiled and candidly replied, "It's acceptable. Everything else is rather ordinary, but this garden, I absolutely adore." Upon hearing this, Yang Yin inwardly rolled her eyes. If Yidong were not her old classmate, she would have long since voiced her sarcasm. What does acceptable and ordinary even mean? Yang Yin was certain that this spacious duplex, both in structure and decor, was unparalleled in the entire Luo County. Yidong, however, paid no mind to Yang Yin's thoughts. Observing the astonished expressions on his parents' faces, he cheerfully inquired, "Dad, Mom, are you satisfied with this house?" Their expressions spoke volumes as they nodded enthusiastically. Having lived as ordinary people for most of their lives, they had never dared to dream that a house could be so exquisite. Seeing their reaction, Yidong continued with a smile, "Mom, Dad, you may find this place wonderful now, but in 2 years, when I take you to look at the mansions in Mountain City, or even in the Magic City and Yin capital, you will realize that this is nothing in comparison." Yi Daming and Qin Li did not perceive Yidong's words as mere boastfulness, but Yang Yin, overhearing, felt as though she might retch. She never imagined that her former high school class leader could be so prone to grandiose claims, and the scope of his boasting was boundless. Mountain City, Magic City, Yin capital, why not mention Mars as well? Yidong noticed the shifts in Yang Yin's expression but did not dwell on them. He smiled and asked, "Old classmate, is this model house currently for sale?" Yidong was quite pleased with the decor of this house and was too lazy to spend time on a renovation. Yang Yin, puzzled by Yidong's inquiry, asked, "Class leader, why do you ask? Are you considering purchasing it?" Yidong chuckled, "I'm not buying. I brought you here to see it. You wouldn't think I was jesting with you, would you?" Chapter 36, Our Luxurious Abode. Realizing that Yidong's demeanor was serious, and with his parents present, it was unlikely he would joke about such matters. Yang Yan's look of confusion swiftly transformed into one of immense shock. Stammering, she said, "Yidong, hold on a moment. Let me make a phone call." Since starting her job, she had only sold 2 or 3 small, bare units. She had no knowledge of the transaction rights for such model houses. Within moments, the telephone conversation clarified the situation. After hanging up, she exclaimed excitedly, "Class leader, this house is indeed for sale, but it will require an additional renovation fee, making it approximately 1 million more than a bare unit." This sum was trivial for Yidong, who nodded and said, "Then let us go sign the contract now. I wish to move in tonight." After witnessing such elegant and luxurious rooms, Yidong could no longer bear the thought of returning to his rented old house. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin was overjoyed. If this house were to be sold under her name, she could earn at least a 50,000 commission. The sales representatives in this real estate office earn a rather modest base salary, which can sometimes fall below even the wages of factory workers if they lack sales performance. Currently, the pool of potential homeowners in this community has reached saturation. Those who intended to purchase have already done so, while others are merely waiting for the developers to lower prices. During this period, it is not uncommon for the sales department to record 0 sales on certain days. It is easy to imagine that if Yang Yin could successfully sell this spacious duplex, she would not only reap substantial rewards, but also gain recognition from her superiors, potentially leading to a promotion to team leader. With this thought in mind, her gaze towards Yidong transformed entirely. Upon returning to the sales office, she swiftly drafted the contract. "Yidong," she began, "the total for your luxurious duplex, including renovation costs, amounts to 18 million yuan. Our manager has graciously allowed us to waive the fractional amount, so you would only need to pay 5 million. Noticing Yidong's nod of approval, she continued, "The minimum down payment here is 10, although you may choose a different ratio. Please consider your options. I will assist you in contacting the bank. Yi Dong waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such complications. I will pay in full. Ideally, I would like to receive the property deed immediately. Both Yang Yin and the young woman beside her, who was preparing the contract, looked at Yi Dong with astonishment. While they had sold many properties, encountering someone willing to pay in full was a rarity. This was not a modestly priced home. Even properties costing hundreds of thousands were typically financed with mortgages, while a multi-million yuan residence was paid outright. Few would speak with such confidence unless their wealth exceeded tens of millions or even billions. After Yi Dong unhesitatingly completed the payment of 5 million yuan, Yang Yan's demeanor shifted once more, and she even subtly adjusted her posture to appear more alluring. Unfortunately for her, Yi Dong's attention did not waver in her direction. Once the full payment was made, the other sales representatives in the office suddenly realized they had missed a significant opportunity. Subsequently, accompanied by Yang Yan, Yi Dong took their company's dedicated vehicle to the property center, where the transfer procedures were completed smoothly. Upon exiting the property center, Yang Yan noticed that Yi Dong had not inquired about her phone number, prompting her to part ways with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Checking the time, Yi Dong realized it was still before 5 o'clock, meaning he had successfully acquired the 5 million yuan mansion and completed all related formalities in under 2 hours. After a moment's reflection, he turned to his parents and said, "Dad, Mom, let's head to the mall to purchase some essentials. We should move into the new house tonight." Yi Daming and Qin Li were still envisioning the scenes within their new home, and they wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Dong's proposal. Once again laden with bags, they arrived at Starry Garden, where the security personnel had already received system notifications and were aware of the family's details. Assisting Yi Dong and his family, the purchased items were transported to their luxurious penthouse. Upon surveying their new abode once more, a noticeable transformation enveloped the atmosphere. Every corner appeared pleasing to the eye. After a brief respite in their new home, the family of 3 made their way to the entrance of County No. 1 High School. It was not long before students began to exit the school gates in droves. Yi Xiaoyu, now a sophomore, stood tall at 165 meters, having inherited her father's admirable traits. With her graceful visage, she had earned the reputation of being a renowned beauty at County No. 1 High School. As she mingled among the crowd, she naturally became a striking presence. Spotting her sister from a distance, Yi Dong waved enthusiastically. Upon realizing her brother's return, Yi Xiaoyu quickened her pace. Approaching Yi Dong, she exclaimed with delight, "Brother, what brings you back?" Yi Dong replied with a smile, "Classes are finished. I've returned to attend to a few matters." Qin Li, standing beside them, playfully interjected, "You two shouldn't chat here. Any discussions can wait until we're home." They promptly hailed a taxi at the school gate. Yi Xiaoyu was puzzled by her mother's decision. Their rented home was merely a few minutes' walk away. Noticing the confusion in her sister's gaze, Yi Dong chose not to elaborate and gently urged her, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get in the car." Yi Xiaoyu, somewhat bewildered, complied and climbed into the vehicle with her parents. Inside the taxi, Yi Dong promptly informed the driver of their destination, Xingqian Garden. This only deepened Yi Xiaoyu's curiosity, as Xingqian Garden had no connection to their family. Could it be that they were heading there for a meal? She could only speculate, utterly unaware that their home had undergone a significant change. Upon disembarking, she noticed her parents were not heading towards the nearby restaurant, but rather walking into the community. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Mom, where are you going?" Not wishing to tease her any longer, Yi Dong chuckled and clarified, "Xiaoyu, this will be our new home. You will no longer have to endure that dilapidated house." Yi Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she gazed at the 3 of them. Yi Dong's words seemed surreal, leading her to question if she were dreaming. Observing her reaction, Qin Li affectionately patted Yi Xiaoyu's head and remarked, "I didn't mention it earlier because I wanted to surprise you. We purchased this house just this afternoon. From now on, this will be our new home." Upon hearing her mother's affirming tone, Yi Xiaoyu finally grasped that she was indeed not dreaming. With an ecstatic exclamation, she joyfully danced in circles. At her age, who wouldn't yearn to reside in a more splendid environment? Occasionally, when she glimpsed classmates showcasing their beautiful homes on social media, claiming not to envy them would be a mere facade. Chapter 37. The soul-reviving needle. The moment the door to the mansion swung open, Yi Xiaoyu was once again struck by astonishment. Her bright eyes brimmed with disbelief. This new home surpassed her expectations by more than tenfold. Each bedroom boasted its own private bathroom, and there was an extraordinarily spacious, luxurious bathtub. These were undoubtedly the quintessential desires of a girl of Yi Xiaoyu's age. When Qinli led her to the rooftop garden, Yi Xiaoyu could no longer contain her elation and shouted with glee from the garden. This reaction was entirely understandable. Anyone encountering such a dreamlike scenario would likely feel the same exhilaration. Yi Xiaoyu was acutely aware of her family's circumstances. Once she regained her composure, she excitedly inquired of her mother, "Mom, did we win some grand lottery? How is it that we can suddenly afford this house?" Qinli replied with a smile. "This is all thanks to your brother. We didn't win any lottery. It seems he made quite a fortune through some financial investments." Upon hearing her mother's words, Yi Xiaoyu was not entirely certain of the details, but she understood that the comfort of her current environment was a gift from her brother, which instilled within her a sense of admiration for him. That evening, the family had a casual dinner at their new home, having purchased a variety of prepared dishes on their way back. At the dining table, Yidong contemplated for a moment before stating, "Dad, Mom, I plan to demolish the old house in the countryside and rebuild it. What are your thoughts?" Both Yi Damon and Qinli nodded in support. They acknowledged that their roots remained in their hometown, and their son's ambition to reconstruct the ancestral home was indeed a matter of familial pride. In contemporary rural areas, the cost of building a house, including renovations, typically ranges from 2 to 300,000 yuan. Yet, Yidong, whether now or in the future, would certainly not fret over finances. If he were to build, it would undoubtedly be a splendid villa. After dinner, the family joyfully discussed the prospect of hosting a gathering. Traditionally, one would hold a celebration prior to moving into a new home, but since Yidong's family had only just moved in mere hours ago, they had yet to inform anyone. Their relatives were few. Aside from Qin Li's cousin in the county, Yi Damon had a brother residing there as well. This brother's circumstances were considerably better than Yidong's family, as he had established a sizable construction company in the county, reportedly nearing an asset value of 10 million. Such is the nature of rural kinship. As the disparity between wealth and poverty grows, interactions gradually diminish. Generally, unless significant events occur, the two families seldom maintain contact. However, an occasion like moving into a new home certainly warranted notification. This responsibility fell to Yi Damon and Qin Li. After briefly discussing with his parents, Yidong retreated to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he scrolled through his phone messages, and to his surprise, when Rushua had proactively sent him several texts. "Yidong, I am grateful for your assistance with my brother yesterday, and I appreciate your generous gifts. Yidong, why have you not responded to my messages? Are you upset? Please, could you reply to me?" Upon seeing these messages, Yidong couldn't help but smile. Such is the nature of women, regardless of how stunning a goddess may be. If one possesses enough excellence, she will inevitably take the initiative, even without flattery. After a moment's reflection, he decided to reply to Wenrushua. "Schwer, I just saw your message. I returned home today and will reach out to you in a couple of days." As soon as he sent the message, Wenrushua replied in an instant, "Got it. Good night, Yidong." After exchanging a few words with Wenrushua, Yidong also engaged in a lively conversation with Zhou Hanyun over the phone before lying down for a restful sleep. The following morning, his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, had already left for school. After a light breakfast, he accompanied his parents to the largest shopping mall in Luoxian for a thorough shopping spree. After replenishing the items for their mansion, it finally felt like they had a true home. Having purchased a plethora of ingredients at the mall, he prepared a sumptuous lunch at home. After the meal, Yidong made his way to the rooftop garden, reclining in a folding chair for a brief nap, savoring the bliss of such a life. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Wenrushua. "Schwer, do you have time to go live now? I want to send gifts." Upon receiving Yidong's message, Wenrushua found herself at a loss for words. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Was Yidong approaching her solely to shower her with gifts? After a lengthy pause without a reply from Wenrushua, Yidong decided to call her. After several seconds of waiting, the call was finally connected. Yidong, slightly displeased, inquired, "Schwer, didn't you receive my message?" Wenrushua, with a hint of melancholy, asked, "Yidong, if I don't go live, do you no longer wish to engage with me?" Hearing her words, Yidong was momentarily taken aback. At present, he did not place significant importance on the tenfold returns associated with Wenrushua. To him, possessing 30 million or 3 billion was of little difference, as he would never exhaust such wealth. He replied, "What are you saying? If you don't want to be a streamer, then don't. It's no big deal. How could I possibly ignore you?" Upon hearing this, When Rushua paused for several seconds before softly responding, "Yidong, I miss you." After uttering those words, she hung up without waiting for his reply. Her quiet declaration sent a shiver down Yidong's spine. Ding! Detecting that the first goddess's affection level for the host has reached 100 points. Congratulations, host, on receiving a luxurious gift package. Would you like to open it? The system notification in his mind left Yidong momentarily bewildered. He hadn't done anything. Yet his affection level had soared to 100. Yidong did not ponder for long. His foremost curiosity lay in uncovering the contents of the luxurious gift package. System. Open the luxurious gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your rebate amount has been elevated to 10 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 beauty pills. Note. Any woman consuming one beauty pill can enhance her overall appearance score by 1 point, with a maximum of 2 pills per person. The third pill will yield no effect. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have inherited the technique of the divine needle of resurrection. Note, with this needle technique, you can cure any ailment in the world. It can both silently take a life and bring back those who have stepped into the gates of death. As the system unveiled the gift package, Yidong immediately felt a profound mastery over all medical arts. No illness in the world would ever pose a challenge to him again. Simultaneously, he sensed 9 invisible divine needles of true energy arranged in his mind, which he could manipulate at will with his thoughts. Yidong was momentarily bewildered. While he could comprehend the first 2 rewards, the last one, the divine needle of resurrection, left him utterly perplexed. Chapter 38, A New Worldview. After much contemplation, Yidong posed a profound question. System. Is the world I inhabit now somewhat different from what I had envisioned? Ding. Host, you are overthinking. It is not just a little different. It is entirely unlike what you imagined. System. Could there be immortals in this realm? Ding. Host, you are overthinking again. There are absolutely no immortals here. But there are individuals who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing abilities that are beyond your current imagination. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yidong exhaled deeply. As long as there were no monsters or demons, he would be content. With a mere thought, a crystal-clear pill materialized in his hand, exuding a delicate fragrance. Its mere appearance was enticing enough to make anyone want to swallow it whole. System, can I consume this beauty pill? Ding. This beauty pill is intended for female consumption. You may eat it, but its effect would be no different from that of ordinary candy. After the system's explanation, Yidong couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Though he considered himself fairly handsome, with a moderate appeal, he would rate himself just above 8 points according to the system's scoring. Who wouldn't he want to be 2 points more attractive? With another thought, the pill vanished without a trace, transforming into 9 glimmering silver needles. These resurrection needles could materialize or remain ethereal based on Yidong's intent. Gazing at the swirling silver needles before him, he experienced a sensation akin to becoming invincible. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Today, the system had once again opened a gateway to a realm he had never encountered before. With such a formidable system at his disposal, Yidong was confident that he could ascend to the pinnacle, no matter the world he found himself in. In a moment of fervor, the domineering CEO sent a voice message to Wenrushua, commanding, "Schwer, kindly send me your personal bank account details." Upon receiving this message, Wenrushua had an inkling of Yidong's intentions. Biting her lip, she reluctantly relented and forwarded her bank account number to him. After expressing her longing for him, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Yidong. It was not merely a request for her bank details. Even if he had asked her to travel to the county immediately, she would have complied without hesitation. Upon receiving the bank account number, Yidong promptly transferred 10 million to Wenrushua. Ding. 100 million in rebate funds has been credited to your account. From that moment onward, Yidong officially joined the ranks of billionaires. When Wenrushua received the notification of the bank transfer, her mind was momentarily clouded. She counted the amount meticulously. It was indeed 10 million. Yidong sent another message shortly after, stating, "Schwer, this is your pocket money. Feel free to spend it as you wish, and do not hold back." Goodness, 10 million is considered pocket money? Wenrushua was once again left in a state of shock. She had barely figured out how to spend the over 1 million she earned from her recent live streams. Now, instead of gifts, he had directly given her 10 million in cash. This was indeed more extravagant than the wealth of the richest in Shihong City. Wenrushua was merely an ordinary girl, and in her worldview, Yidong's presence became increasingly enigmatic. Later that evening, Yidong arrived at Luoyang Lake, intending to jog around its perimeter. Although the scenery was lovely, it was typically devoid of crowds, making it an ideal spot for running. After completing a lap, as he was about to head home, a group of individuals approached him. At the forefront was an elderly man, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. The remaining 5 or 6 individuals appeared to be bodyguards, and one middle-aged man gave Yidong an unsettling feeling of danger. Since the system had bestowed power upon him, Yidong had become highly perceptive in such matters. He did not doubt his instincts for a moment. The system had informed him that this world was far more complex than he had imagined. The middle-aged man before him was undoubtedly a master among masters. With such an adept bodyguard, the elderly man and the stunning beauty were certainly not ordinary either. Noticing Yidong's scrutinizing gaze, the bodyguards became wary in turn. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling that there was no cause for concern. With a genial smile, he inquired, "Young man, are you a local from Luoxian?" Seeing the man's amiable demeanor, Yidong responded with a smile, "Old sir, I am indeed from Luoxian, though my family resides in the countryside." The elderly man's expression momentarily faltered. By intuition, he sensed that this young man was no ordinary individual, and he was taken aback to learn of his rural origins. However, he quickly regained his composure, murmuring to himself with a hint of melancholy, Decades have passed since my last visit, and apart from the picturesque Luoyang Lake, I can find no remnants of my childhood memories." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yidong surmised that this venerable man must have been a distinguished figure who had departed from Luoxian long ago. The reasons for his prolonged absence remained a mystery. Beside him, a stunning beauty consoled, "Grandfather, do not dwell on such thoughts. The doctor has advised against harboring sorrowful emotions. Consider this journey as a chance to rejuvenate your spirit." From her words, Yidong inferred that their relationship was that of a grandfather and granddaughter. It seemed the elder, now advanced in years and in frail health, yearned to revisit the hometown of his youth. Yidong pondered briefly. While his medical expertise had reached an extraordinary pinnacle in this world, he lacked interest in becoming a paragon of virtue. Despite the elder's apparent stature, Yidong's own identity was undoubtedly more complex than that of anyone else present, rendering it unnecessary for him to seek anyone's favor. He politely nodded to the pair and continued on his way. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, followed by the girl's alarmed voice. Grandfather, are you all right?" Yidong turned to see the elder being supported by 2 attendants. His face flushed and beads of sweat cascading down his brow. It was evident that he was enduring considerable agony. One of the attendants, seemingly a physician, was attempting to alleviate the elder's discomfort through massage, yet it appeared to yield little relief. After a moment's contemplation, Yidong felt that this encounter was serendipitous and decided to approach. He halted within 5 meters, signaling his benign intentions. In a calm tone, he addressed the elder. "Esteemed sir, your affliction has likely persisted for around 30 years, exacerbating with each thunderstorm. If not promptly treated, the consequences could be dire." Initially, the group assumed Yidong had merely come to observe, but his words suggested he might indeed be a healer. The perspiring elder, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of astonishment. While many could perceive the correlation between the weather and the elder's condition, the specific time frame Yidong mentioned was astonishingly prescient. Chapter 39. Treatment of toxins at this juncture. Following a brief session of massage, the elder had already experienced a significant alleviation of the excruciating pain he had previously endured. He gestured to the attending physician, saying, "Xiaoma, cease your efforts. The pain has subsided considerably." He then nodded towards Yidong and inquired, "Young man, are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" Yidong replied with a serene demeanor, "Esteemed elder, my area of study is of little consequence. Our meeting here is fortuitous, and I wish to convey that while your ailment may appear minor at first glance, if not eradicated promptly and thoroughly, your life may be in jeopardy within a year." Yidong's words caused the faces of those present to shift dramatically, with the girl indignantly retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? My grandfather is in excellent health. How could it be as serious as you claim?" The middle-aged man, seemingly a physician, interjected with irritation, "Young brother, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one cannot utter frivolous words. I am a professional doctor. Can you possibly know more than I do?" The elderly man also harbored skepticism towards Yidong's assertions. As the pain had been his companion for decades, Although unbearable, it subsided after a minute or two. How could it be as life-threatening as Yi Dong suggested? Despite Yi Dong having mentioned the duration of the pain, who could ascertain whether he was merely guessing? Observing the old man's expression, Yi Dong discerned that he was not convinced by his words. The girl's and the physician's remarks were unfriendly, and she was already contemplating dismissing the matter entirely. Yi Dong calmly stated, "I merely offered a word of caution. If you choose not to believe me, so be it." With that, he turned to leave. However, the girl was unwilling to let him go, calling out, "Stop. You've cursed my grandfather and expect to walk away just like that?" Yi Dong, feeling a twinge of annoyance, turned back and asked coolly, "I offered a sincere warning. If you do not believe me, what do you intend to do about it?" The elderly man quickly interjected, "My apologies, young brother. My granddaughter has been spoiled. I apologize on her behalf. You may leave." Upon hearing this, the girl fell silent, merely casting a fierce glare at Yi Dong. Initially, Yi Dong had no intention of further engaging, but the old man's demeanor shifted his perspective. He spoke again, "Old sir, you may not fully trust my previous statement, but allow me to offer you another hint. Is your pain perhaps the result of being poisoned in your youth?" The old man looked at Yi Dong in astonishment. Very few knew the cause of his affliction, and even his family believed it to be merely a lingering cold. In disbelief, he asked, "Young brother, how did you discern the source of my illness?" Yi Dong replied, "Do not concern yourself with how I arrived at this conclusion. What I said was devoid of any fabrication. If you place your faith in me, I can eradicate the root of your ailment right now." Hearing this, the old man was moved. Regardless of whether Yi Dong's claims of imminent danger were true, the prospect of alleviating his pain was undoubtedly his greatest desire. He had sought treatment from numerous esteemed physicians, yet none had been able to provide a cure. Although this young man appeared quite youthful, the old man had already determined that he was no ordinary person. To articulate both the cause of his illness and its duration was something even the most revered doctors in the Forbidden City would struggle to achieve. Grasping all of this, the old man eagerly stated, "Young brother, if you can indeed rid me of this ailment, name your conditions. Whatever I am able to do, I shall certainly fulfill." The words of the elder deeply moved those nearby. Although Yi Dong was unaware of the elder's identity, it was evident that the others were well aware. In this ordinary small county, and even throughout the entire southwestern province, the elder's words held considerable weight. With such a promise, if Yi Dong could indeed eradicate the elder's ailment, soaring to great heights would be an exceedingly simple task. Naturally, their faith in what Yi Dong had proclaimed was tinged with skepticism. The girl even suggested, "Grandfather, should we not reconsider? It would be prudent to ascertain the identity of the other party first." However, the elder merely chuckled and shook his head, turning to Yi Dong with warmth, "Young brother, where do you propose we conduct the treatment? Is there anything we need to prepare?" Yi Dong surveyed his surroundings before responding, "There's no need for such complications. Let us do it right here." The crowd gasped in astonishment at his seemingly hasty decision. Just as the girl was about to express her frustration, the elder waved his hand reassuringly, "I shall heed the young brother's advice. You direct the treatment, and I shall cooperate." Yi Dong pointed to a nearby stone bench designated for resting travelers, saying, "Just sit over there." Seeing the elder's acquiescence, the others gradually assisted him to the designated spot. Yi Dong followed suit, and, once the elder was seated, smiled and introduced himself, "Old sir, I am Yi Dong. It is indeed fate that we meet here. Now, please remove your upper garment. I will use silver needles to expel all the toxins from your body." Upon hearing this, the elder felt a surge of anxiety. This affliction had plagued him for decades, and if it could truly be eradicated, it would be a momentous occasion for him. He replied earnestly, "Young Yi, I entrust this to you." Without waiting for assistance, he pulled his garment down to his chest. Observing this, Yi Dong refrained from further words, eager to experience the wonders of the nine heavens resurrection needle. Due to the presence of others, he chose not to perform his adept sleight of hand, instead pretending to rummage in his bag, from which he produced 9 silver needles. The middle-aged physician, witnessing this, quickly inquired, "Have those needles been sterilized?" Yi Dong shot him a displeased glare and nodded at the elder, signaling that he was about to commence the treatment. The elder waved his hand at the middle-aged physician, indicating that he should refrain from further comment. He had faith that even if Yi Dong could not eliminate the root of his ailment, there was no reason for him to cause harm. Yi Dong then proceeded to demonstrate his needle technique. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend the method he employed. as the 9 silver needles had already penetrated the elder's body, leaving them utterly astonished. They were familiar with the principles of traditional Chinese acupuncture, which typically involved inserting the needle halfway before manipulating it. Yet, Yidong's technique was unlike anything they had ever seen or even heard of. All 9 3-inch-long silver needles had completely entered the elder's body. Yidong completely disregarded the astonished expressions of those around him. As 9 silver needles penetrated the elder's body, they transformed into ethereal, vital energy, expelling the toxins with remarkable efficiency. To avoid attracting undue attention, what should have been a process of less than a minute extended to nearly half an hour, during which Yidong deliberately made himself appear exceedingly fatigued, clearly exhibiting signs of exertion. As the elder gradually relaxed from his initial state of tension, a look of enjoyment began to appear on his face throughout the treatment. The onlookers, witnessing this transformation, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were uncertain if Yidong's assertions had been fulfilled, it was evident that the elder's pain had subsided significantly. Seeing that the time was right, Yidong deftly withdrew his hands, extracting the 9 silver needles with ease. Suddenly, the elder's throat convulsed, and he expelled a small amount of black blood. This sight caused the spectators to tense up, their eyes fixed anxiously on the elder. A young girl let out a piercing scream. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Her fiery gaze was directed at Yidong, filled with a fierce intensity. If anything were to happen to her grandfather, this man would be deemed utterly culpable. 2 attendants even positioned themselves behind Yidong, their hands instinctively reaching for concealed weapons. Should any misfortune befall the elder, they would not hesitate to act. Despite Yidong's seemingly refined demeanor, his earlier display of acupuncture techniques indicated that he was no ordinary individual. After expelling the black blood, the elder closed his eyes to recuperate for a few moments before gradually reopening them. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he bowed deeply before Yidong. "Master Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. I, Gu Ziyuan, have no means to repay you, so please feel free to call upon me for any future needs." This expression of gratitude surpassed his earlier promises by far. The young girl exclaimed in delight, "Grandpa, could it be that your ailment has been cured?" Gu Ziyuan was acutely aware of his own afflictions. Though he typically experienced discomfort, it was only during storms that the pain intensified. After Yidong's acupuncture treatment, however, the discomfort had completely vanished, and he now felt an invigorating sensation coursing through him. He was now utterly convinced of Yidong's earlier claims. Had he not encountered Yidong today, he might not have survived the year. Even more thrilling for Gu Ziyuan was the unmistakable loosening of the bottleneck that had hindered his martial arts career. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap. While others expressed concern, Gu Ziyuan fixated on the heavens, his spirit gradually becoming more robust. He then burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, I never imagined that I, Gu Ziyuan, would one day step into the realm of innate strength." The crowd was left in a state of astonishment and elation. They are not ordinary individuals and undoubtedly comprehend the meaning of innate experts as articulated by Gu Ziyuan. The middle-aged man, who exuded an aura of danger that unsettled Yidong, exclaimed with delight, "Congratulations, old Gu. You have transcended to the innate realm." After taking a deep breath, Gu Ziyuan once again bowed deeply to Yidong. "My breakthrough to the innate realm is entirely due to Master Ye's benevolence. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall spare no effort." Upon hearing such exaggerated praise from her grandfather, Gu Mingyue, who was initially filled with joy, now gazed at him in shock. Although Yidong had indeed cured her grandfather's ailment, such hyperbolic expressions seemed unnecessary. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she remarked, "Grandfather, since Master Yi has healed you, a tenfold reward is sufficient. There is no need for such bowing." As soon as her words left her lips, Gu Ziyuan, in a rare display of authority, admonished, "Silence. Mingyue, one must not be disrespectful to Master Yi. Such nonsense must not be uttered again." He then turned to Yidong and, with an apologetic demeanor, said, "Master Yi, this is my granddaughter Gu Mingyue. I ask for your understanding regarding her indiscretion." Yidong, having listened in a state of confusion, was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of the innate realm mentioned by them. However, the oppressive aura emanating from Gu Ziyuan was several times stronger than that of the middle-aged man. Curiously, he inquired, "Old Gu, what exactly do you mean by the innate realm? I have never heard of it before." Gu Ziyuan, taken aback, felt a surge of astonishment. When Yi Dong had treated his injuries, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary abilities, coupled with his display of remarkable medical skills. In his heart, Gu Ziyuan had already silently regarded Yi Dong as an exceptional figure. Otherwise, given his status, he would not have addressed a young man in his 20s as master. Now, hearing that Yi Dong was unaware of the innate realm, he was truly astonished. He contemplated that Yi Dong might possess great strength without knowledge of the terminology associated with it. He explained, "The vast majority of martial artists in our country are at the acquired realm. To transcend the acquired realm is to achieve the innate realm, a feat accomplished by fewer than 1 in 1,000 martial artists. Naturally, upon reaching the innate realm, one's strength can multiply tenfold at a minimum. As for the master realm, which transcends the innate realm, it is akin to beings of divine stature." When Gu Ziyuan spoke of the master realm, his expression was filled with admiration. He then addressed Yi Dong, "Master Yi, judging by your techniques, your skills appear to be quite formidable. Has your master not conveyed these realms to you?" Yi Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. He had just begun to uncover another facet of this world, and there were many aspects he had yet to inquire about from the system. Noticing Yi Dong's reluctance to discuss his mentorship, Gu Ziyuan refrained from pressing further. Instead, he retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Dong, saying, "Master Yi, this card contains my personal number. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I am here to assist you." Yi Dong felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. Regardless of the perspective one adopted, the individual before him was undoubtedly a person of great stature. Although he currently had no pressing need for assistance, it was likely that he would face challenges in the future, and this card might indeed prove invaluable. He accepted it with a smile and responded, "Old Gu, there is no need to refer to me as Master Yi. You may simply call me by my name or Little Yi." Hearing this, Gu Ziyuan nodded appreciatively. He glanced at his granddaughter, Gu Mingyue, and remarked, "Mingyue, you tend to be rather hasty in your endeavors. You ought to learn from Little Yi." He then turned to Yi Dong and suggested, "Little Yi, you and Mingyue appear to be of similar age. Why not add each other on WeChat and communicate more often?" Yi Dong was taken aback by Gu Ziyuan's words. He scrutinized Gu Mingyue more closely. While she may not possess the ethereal beauty of Wenruxiu, she was undeniably a strikingly beautiful woman. Gu Ziyuan's tone hinted at a desire for Yi Dong to become his granddaughter's suitor. In truth, Yi Dong was not mistaken. Gu Ziyuan indeed harbored such intentions. Setting aside Yi Dong's appearance and demeanor, his formidable medical skills would certainly elevate the Gu family should he become their grandson-in-law. Chapter 41. A Master's Guidance. Despite Gu Ziyuan's proposition, Yi Dong had no objections. The opportunity to be acquainted with a beauty like Gu Mingyue could potentially bring some benefits. Gu Mingyue pouted, seemingly reluctant. Perhaps she felt unable to contradict her grandfather's wishes. And with reluctance, she took out her phone and opened WeChat. She asked Yi Dong, "Should you add me, or shall I add you?" Observing this, Yi Dong presented his QR code and replied nonchalantly, "You add me." Were it not for Gu Ziyuan's influence, he would have preferred to disregard such a self-important young woman. Once the two had added each other as friends, Gu Ziyuan expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Young friend Yi, I am once again grateful for your assistance today. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I am willing to offer any amount for your services." Yi Dong waved his hand in dismissal, saying, "Old Gu, our meeting here is a matter of fate. I do not lack in financial resources, so let us not discuss monetary matters." Gu Ziyuan regarded Yi Dong with increasing admiration and replied, "I recognize that you are not an ordinary person, so I shall refrain from discussing finances. As I mentioned earlier, should you require my assistance, feel free to call the number I provided. I can be of some help within the southwestern province." Yi Dong nodded with a smile and said, "Very well, Old Gu. I must take my leave now and shall not impose further." As Gu Ziyuan watched Yi Dong's departing figure, he felt a profound sense of wonder. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise upon returning to his childhood hometown. In this seemingly inconspicuous locale, a true dragon has emerged. With Yi Dong's extraordinary medical prowess, countless dignitaries aspire to curry favor with him. Turning earnestly to Gu Mingyue, he declared, "Mingyue, your foremost task henceforth is to cultivate a close rapport with young Yi. Treat this as your most significant obligation. Do you comprehend?" Gu Mingyue felt a profound dissatisfaction with her grandfather's directive. Although the Gu family may not be the pinnacle of aristocracy in the entirety of Longhua, They undoubtedly rank among the top 3 within the southwestern province. Despite Gu Ziyuan's recent retirement from a high-ranking position in Yanjing, his disciples are well dispersed across the national, commercial, and political spheres. Moreover, having unexpectedly transcended into the innate realm, his influence in certain respects even surpasses that of the provincial governor. Was it truly necessary for her to ingratiate herself with Yi Dong simply because he had treated her grandfather's ailment? Observing the discontent on Gu Mingyue's face, Gu Ziyuan sighed. His descendants, having been born with silver spoons in their mouths, have grown accustomed to flattery and often fail to grasp the nuances of many situations. He stated earnestly, Mingyue, do you not realize that with young Ye's medical skills, even in Yanjing, he would be the object of everyone's admiration? You have such an exceptional opportunity before you. Yet you do not appreciate its value. I assure you, should you manage this matter well, it will be a monumental achievement for the Gu family. Gu Mingyue, not entirely oblivious, merely struggled to adjust to her new role. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, she reflected on the recent events and acknowledged that Yi Dong indeed possessed a remarkable stature. It would not be particularly humiliating to seek his favor. Coming to this realization, she earnestly responded to Gu Ziyuan, Grandfather, I understand. Yi Dong, too, was struck by a sense of wonder. Having just begun to discover this alternate facet of the world, he was astonished by how swiftly he had made contact with it. It became apparent that one's elevation in status indeed allowed for a broader perspective. Had Yi Dong been an ordinary individual, even a meeting with Gu Ziyuan would have yielded no meaningful intersection between their paths. System. To what level has my strength as a martial artist ascended? Ding. Late stage acquired martial artist. What level was that middle-aged man who exuded a sense of danger? Ding. Pinnacle of the acquired martial artist. Does that mean I stand no chance against him? Ding. Host, do not underestimate yourself. With the 9 heavens soul-returning needle, you can contend with an opponent a significant level above you. Any martial artist below the late stage of the innate realm will appear as mere lambs awaiting slaughter before you. Upon hearing the system's description, Yi Dong couldn't help but smile. Upon returning home, after the family had enjoyed dinner, they engaged in casual conversation in the living room, only to discover that his father had scheduled a gathering to celebrate their new home for the following day. The banquet had already been arranged, inviting familiar relatives and friends. Now that his son had acquired wealth and purchased the finest mansion in Luoxian, Yi Damon opted for the only 5-star hotel in the area, the Canaan Grand Hotel. As the dining venue, Yi Dong was quite indifferent about whether to host a gathering or not. However, with such a momentous occasion for Yi Damon and Qin Li, it would be unthinkable to remain inconspicuous. He glanced at his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, and an idea suddenly sparked within him. He inquired, Xiaoyu, are you satisfied with your appearance? Would you like to enhance your beauty a little? To this question from her brother, Yi Xiaoyu could not help but roll her eyes. Brother, is that even a question? Who wouldn't want to be more beautiful? Yi Dong understood that as his abilities grew, many things would become challenging to grasp. Thus, he thought it better to allow them to accept some seemingly incomprehensible matters now. He casually produced 2 beauty pills and smiled. Xiaoyu, do you trust your brother? Yi Xiaoyu gazed at the beauty pills in Yi Dong's hand, puzzled, and asked, Brother, what are these? They smell delightful. Yi Damon and Qin Li also looked over with curiosity. Yi Dong explained, these are beauty pills. They can improve skin issues to enhance beauty. Qin Li frowned and said, Yi Dong, why would you buy such nonsense? The name alone suggests it's a scam. You should dispose of it immediately. Yi Dong chuckled, Mom, these are not purchased. You can't buy these beauty pills even if you wanted to. They were given to me by a remarkable person. Upon hearing this, Yi Damon also frowned. Yi Dong, there are no such remarkable people in this world. You haven't encountered a scammer, have you? Father, do you know why I suddenly earned so much money? Yi Dong's words caused a flicker of surprise in Yi Damon's expression. Although Yi Dong had previously explained his newfound wealth, it still seemed unbelievable to him. Yi Dong continued, My ability to earn this money is entirely due to the guidance of this remarkable person. What could they possibly deceive me about? With this explanation, Yi Damon and Qin Li finally understood. No wonder their son had become so extraordinary. Looking at the beauty pills in Yi Dong's hand, they found them increasingly mysterious. Yi Xiaoyu, of course, knew her brother would never harm her and eagerly snatched the 2 beauty pills. Brother, do I just swallow them? Yi Dong nodded in response. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Yi Xiaoyu swallowed the pills in one gulp. Chapter 42. The remarkable effects of the beauty pills. After Yi Xiaoyu swallowed the beauty pills, Qin Li and Yi Damon anxiously focused their attention on her. Yi Dong, however, remained unperturbed. He had complete faith in the system. Xiaoyu, do you feel any discomfort? He asked after half a minute. Yi Xiaoyu was not worried at all. Upon hearing her mother's question, she took a moment to assess her body's condition. Suddenly, she felt a slight warmth on the surface of her skin. Mom, why does my skin feel a bit warm? Qin Li, upon hearing this, nervously touched Yi Xiaoyu's skin and anxiously asked Yi Dong. Yi Dong, is there truly no problem? Yi Dong explained, Mother, rest assured, the medicinal effect is evidently taking hold. He was unaware of the precise workings of the beauty elixir and thus offered this explanation. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. In an instant, Yi Xiaoyu's entire being, both her face and body, expelled a multitude of yellowish liquid from her pores. The scene was undeniably unsettling, leaving both Yi Damon and Qin Li utterly astounded. Yi Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he unconditionally trusted the system, the spectacle was indeed rather disconcerting. System, what is happening to my sister? Ding. This is a normal detoxifying effect of the medication. A rinse will yield optimal results. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong let out a sigh of relief. With a smile, he reassured the others. This is merely the expected outcome of the beauty elixir. Xiaoyu just needs to rinse off in the bathroom. Observing the unsightly substances seeping from her skin, Yi Xiaoyu, initially in a panic, hastily made her way to the bathroom in her bedroom after her brother's words of reassurance. Qin Li, still a bit worried, inquired, Yi Dong, is Xiaoyu truly all right? Yi Dong chuckled. Mother, you need not worry. Would I ever harm my sister? Seeing Yi Dong's unwavering confidence, both Qin Li and Yi Damon felt a sense of relief. Half an hour passed, and just as Qin Li could no longer contain her curiosity, the door to Yi Xiaoyu's room swung open. Yi Xiaoyu emerged clad in a blue nightgown. Though Yi Dong had anticipated remarkable results from the elixir, he was nonetheless astounded. While her features remained largely unchanged, Yi Xiaoyu's aura had undeniably ascended to a higher echelon. Coupled with her skin, which resembled that of a newborn's, it was as if she had transformed entirely. Yi Dong was left in awe. Yi Damon and Qin Li gazed incredulously at their daughter. The events of the day had indeed shattered their perceptions of beauty. Although they had little knowledge of other beauty products, they were aware that the extravagant claims made on television paled in comparison to the efficacy of this beauty elixir, which likely surpassed them by a significant margin. Not only did it work swiftly, but the whitening effect on her skin was remarkable, and the enhancement of her demeanor was inexplicable. This was no mere beauty elixir. To call it a divine potion would not be an exaggeration. Yi Xiaoyu, perceiving the astonished expressions of the three, felt a profound shock within herself. She had already glanced in the mirror in her bedroom and was taken aback. Naturally, a beauty loves to admire herself in the mirror, and Yi Xiaoyu was no exception. She was acutely aware of her appearance. Although she had previously been considered a great beauty, perhaps merely the belle of her class, she now stood on par with the most admired girl from the top school. Yi Dong believed the system had understated the effects. The enhancement brought about by these two pills was undoubtedly far more profound than the system had suggested. Yi Damon, observing his daughter's transformation, cast a glance at Qin Li beside him. Nana inquired, Dongzi, do you still have that beauty elixir? Yi Damon's words caught Yi Dong off guard. He quickly replied, Dad, taking elixirs doesn't really have any effect on men. Upon hearing Yi Dong's response, Yi Damon felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. His gaze shifted momentarily towards Qin Li. Realizing his oversight, Yi Dong smacked his forehead, recalling that he had neglected his mother. Mom, I still have some of this elixir. Would you like to take a couple as well? Qin Li, upon hearing this, hastily waved her hand. This beauty elixir appears to be incredibly valuable. At my age, why would I waste such a thing? Yi Damon, alarmed, quickly interjected, Lily, how can you say it's a waste when it's a gift from our son? It's perfectly fine. Just take a couple. Qin Li shot Yi Damon a playful glare, feigning anger. Yi Damon, do you think I've become ugly? Yi Damon promptly clarified. Lily, how could you think that? Don't you wish to become even more beautiful? Observing this exchange, Yi Dong quickly produced 2 beauty elixirs, urging, Mom, this elixir is of no real significance to me. Just indulge your father. With Yi Dong's encouragement, Qin Li felt tempted. After all, no woman, regardless of age, is averse to beauty. She hesitated only because she deemed the elixir too precious to squander. After casting another reproachful glance at Yi Damon, she finally accepted the 2 elixirs from Yudong and, under the watchful eyes of the 3, swallowed them in one gulp. Subsequently, much like the earlier transformation of Yi Xiaoyu, there was nothing for the family to worry about. Once the effects took hold, Qinli retreated to her bedroom and bathroom. Yi Xiaoyu, noticing this, turned to Yi Dong with a sly smile. "Brother, do you think there are more elixirs?" Recognizing the playful gleam in her eyes, Yi Dong retorted, "Each person can only take a maximum of 2 elixirs. The third would be akin to candy and might even lead to side effects." Yi Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she quickly reminded herself that she wasn't aiming to be a star. Her appearance was already exceptional among the ordinary. With that thought, she dismissed her worries. Before long, Qinli emerged clad in her sleepwear. The family gaped in astonishment at her transformation, although they had anticipated the results. The extent of Qinli's change left them utterly astounded. The effects of the beauty elixir on Qinli were undeniably far more dramatic than on Yi Xiaoyu. Given that Qinli had spent years engaged in physical labor, she had previously looked to be in her early 50s despite only being in her 40s. Now, however, she appeared to be in her early 30s. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to exclaim, "Wow, Mom, you look at least 20 years younger. I could almost call you sister." In response to Yi Xiaoyu's audacious remark, Qinli feigned indignation. "You little rascal, where did you learn to speak like that? So slick and smooth." Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, Xiaoyu is indeed right. If you were to go out with us, others might genuinely mistake us for siblings." Observing the suddenly youthful and beautiful Qinli, Yi Damin swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement. The next morning, upon witnessing the transformations of his mother and sister, Yi Dong felt a surge of emotion. It had been less than 10 days since he had acquired the system, yet the family's life had undergone a remarkable transformation. As the family gathered around the breakfast table, Yi Dong thoughtfully remarked, "Mom, your change is truly significant. If anyone inquires about the reason, you and Xiaoyu must refrain from mentioning the beauty elixir." Qinli had initially intended to boast about the elixir during their upcoming meal. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, she curiously asked, "Yi Dong, is there something wrong with the elixir?" Yi Dong clarified, "Mom, the elixir itself is certainly harmless, but such products are not available on the market, making it difficult to explain." Qinli nodded, somewhat understanding. Although such beauty products are not prohibited, their effects are akin to those of a miraculous potion. After their discussion, the family decided to head out to the Canaan Hotel at 10 o'clock in the morning. They had invited a modest number of friends and family, reserving a large private room with 4 banquet tables, all set to the hotel's highest standards. At 11 o'clock, Qinli's cousin, Qin Fong, along with her husband Lei Zhengbo and their daughter Lei Zihan, arrived first. Upon entering the room, they were not particularly surprised to see Yi Dong, but upon seeing Qinli, their family was left utterly stunned. After a moment of disbelief, Qin Fong exclaimed, "Sister, I can't be dreaming. How have you become so youthful?" Qinli, unsure of how to explain, simply laughed, "Really? I feel like I've changed quite a bit too. Do I really look so much younger?" In response, Qin Fong exaggerated, "Sister, come on. Such a drastic change, and you can't see it? If we were to take a stroll together now, people would only say you are the younger sister." Her words were not overly exaggerated, standing side by side. Whether in skin or demeanor, Qinli undeniably outshone her cousin. Lei Zihan, noticing the now more beautiful Yi Xiaoyu, gasped, "Wow, Xiaoyu, you seem to have become prettier too." Upon hearing this, Qin Fong turned her gaze back to Yi Xiaoyu. While Xiaoyu's transformation was not as dramatic as Qinli's, her radiant skin evoked a hint of envy even from Qin Fong. Enthusiastically grabbing her sister Qinli's hand, she asked, "Sister, you and Xiaoyu have both undergone such significant changes in your skin. What cosmetics are you using?" Qinli was somewhat taken aback by Qin Fong's enthusiasm. Although they were cousins, their relationship could only be described as lukewarm. Faced with Qin Fong's probing inquiries, and unable to divulge the secret of the beauty-enhancing pills, I could only attribute my transformation to my emotional state. I chuckled and remarked, "It's merely the use of ordinary cosmetics. Perhaps the significant change stems from my good spirits." Upon hearing this, Qin Fong became intrigued and hurriedly asked, "Sister, has something joyful occurred in your family?" "Not particularly," replied Qinli. "It's just that Yi Dong, this child, has managed to earn some money through entrepreneurship at university. He has returned home not only to help us transfer the breakfast shop, but has also purchased a property in Xingqian Garden outright. With this, Qin Li couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in Yi Dong's accomplishments. Qin Fong and Lei Jinghua, upon hearing this, gazed at Yi Dong in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the changes in their cousin. They were well aware of the exorbitant prices in Xingchen Garden, undoubtedly the most expensive in the county, without exception. They were taken aback to learn that Qin Li's family had quietly acquired a house there with a full cash payment. At this point, the financial status of Lei Jinghua, a public servant in the finance department, paled in comparison. Just as they were about to inquire about the specifics of Yi Dong's entrepreneurial ventures and how he had amassed such wealth, Yi Dong's uncle and his family arrived. Normally, such housewarming events would see only one member from their family attending, but upon hearing that Yi Damon was hosting the gathering at the Canaan Grand Hotel, everyone was keen to join. This five-star establishment was somewhere they could scarcely justify for their own celebrations. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of luxurious private rooms, which left them even more astonished. Particularly, Yi Dong's aunt, upon witnessing the transformation in Yi Dong's mother, bore an expression strikingly similar to that of Qin Fong. Although the families did not often interact, residing in the same small county meant they occasionally crossed paths. Suddenly, such a significant change felt surreal, as if they were in a dream. Upon learning that Yi Dong's family had purchased a large house in Xingchen Garden outright, their astonishment deepened. Friends and relatives who arrived subsequently echoed their sentiments of shock and awe. Their gazes towards Yi Dong brimmed with a mix of envy and admiration. Once most of the guests had arrived, the host arranged for the servers to begin bringing out dishes, showcasing a delightful array of mountain delicacies and seafood on the dining table. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Yi Damon, as the head of the family, raised his glass and warmly declared, "Today, we extend a heartfelt welcome to all our friends and family who have come to celebrate our housewarming feast. I propose a toast to everyone." Regardless of their inner thoughts, the guests wore smiles of congratulations on their faces. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the conversation flowed naturally. It was then that Yi Damon inadvertently revealed that their new home was a spacious duplex luxury residence, which left the guests enviously awestruck. Even though the conditions were favorable for Yi Dong's uncle, whose assets were nearing 10 million, the prospect of his family purchasing such a magnificent house outright seemed implausible without liquidating company assets. They simply did not possess that level of financial capability. The fact that Yi Dong's family has prospered can only be reluctantly accepted in silence. Most familial relations are characterized by this sentiment. They do not fear your poverty, but rather your potential for greater wealth. During this time, many guests approached Yi Dong's table, raising their glasses and toasts. Having achieved such success before even graduating from university, one can only imagine the heights he will reach after completing his studies. Yi Dong, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, indulged a bit more than usual, as today was a celebration for his family. Suddenly, Qin Li entered with a visibly flustered Yi Xiaoyu, who took her seat with an air of unease. Observing their demeanor, Yi Dong quickly inquired, "Mother, are you all right?" Before Qin Li could respond, Yi Xiaoyu anxiously interjected, "Brother, while Mom and I were in the restroom, a ruffian attempted to harass me. Mom got into a bit of a dispute with him. Do you think he will come looking for trouble?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. The individuals he cherished most in this world were his family. Although it seemed that his mother and sister had not suffered any significant harm, he could not let anyone who dared to bully his family go unpunished. Chapter 44. Yi Dong takes action. The conversation between Yi Dong and Yi Xiaoyu did not go unnoticed by those at the table. Before Yi Dong could respond, his cousin Yi Nin could no longer contain himself. In the past, at family gatherings, they were always the center of attention, yet today, at his uncle's housewarming party, they felt entirely overlooked. Hearing his cousin Yi Xiaoyu recount her experience provided him the perfect opportunity to assert his presence. Rising from his seat, he addressed Yi Xiaoyu, "Don't worry. If that ruffian dares to pursue you, I will ensure he pays the price." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. A group of 7 or 8 men with unfriendly expressions stormed in, startling those who were dining. The leader, a brash young man, coolly inquired, "Tiger, which foul woman dared to scratch you just now?" A buzzcut man, referred to as Tiger, scanned the room and pointed directly at Yi Dong's table, declaring, "Third brother, it's her." However, the audacious young man's gaze did not linger on Qin Li. Instead, it fixated on Yi Xiaoyu, his eyes gleaming with interest. He then burst into laughter. "Tiger, no wonder you were caught by a woman. It seems your mind was elsewhere. In response, Tiger sheepishly grinned at his superior. Third brother, we are in Long Ge's establishment. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for him, I would have let that foul woman leave unscathed. Their brazen demeanor left the diners in a state of confusion. Yinan, who had been boasting moments ago, immediately deflated. He recognized the leader of this group. He was none other than Huang San, the most notorious thug in the entire district, known as Third Brother. Even more terrifying is that Huang San has an elder brother named Huang Long, who is reputed to be the richest man in Luoxian, with countless enterprises under his command. He controls over 90 of the gray industries in Luoxian. The five-star Canaan hotel where they are dining is also one of Huang Long's assets. Moreover, it is rumored that Huang San's elder sister's husband holds considerable power within the Luoxian police force. With such formidable connections, Huang San is essentially a dominant figure in Luoxian. Yinan, who had arrogantly proclaimed his intent to teach a lesson, was utterly petrified upon realizing he was face-to-face with Huang San. Regaining his composure, he quickly rose, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and approached the man known as Third Brother, attempting to ingratiate himself with a feigned smile. Third Brother, would you care for a cigarette? I am Yinan from Xiangyang Construction in Nanxing. I had the honor of toasting you once. Do you remember? However, Huang San did not accept Yinan's offering, but instead fixed him with a menacing glare. In a cold voice, he replied, Yinan, I have a vague recollection of you. What is it that you wish to convey? Yinan, upon hearing this, forced a smile and said, Third Brother, the individual who clashed with your brother earlier is my aunt. I implore you to let this matter slide. Huang San sneered, Humph. Grant you face? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Huang San's arrogant words left Yinan feeling deeply humiliated, his face contorted in shades of blue and purple. When Yinan failed to move, Huang San perceived a challenge to his authority. Without warning, he kicked Yinan in the abdomen. The impact sent Yinan, chair and all, crashing to the ground. Huang San's sudden aggression stirred a commotion among the patrons in the private room. Yidong's uncle and aunt hurried to help Yinan to his feet, their eyes blazing with fury directed at Huang San. Yidong's uncle, Yi Dalong, exclaimed, How dare you strike someone at will? Call the police. The laughter from Huang San and his gang echoed in response to Yi Dalong's words. A burly man, flanked by two others, arrogantly retorted, Old man, do you really think you can call the police on my third brother in Luoxian? You must be dreaming. Despite the pain, Yinan quickly stifled the urge to call the police, urging his mother, Mom, don't report it. It would be futile. If you do, we will face retaliation in the future. Upon hearing Yinan's plea, Huang San let out a cold snort. At least you have some sense. This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry and get lost. He then glanced at the stunned crowd, pointing at Qin Li and Yi Xiaoyu, and added arrogantly, Those two have nothing to do with this. Get them out of here before I am forced to take action. As others from the surrounding tables began to file out. Following the lead of one brave soul, the room quickly emptied. Huang San then cast a sardonic gaze at Yidong's table, surveying them all. What about you? Don't you wish to leave? At this, Qin Fong shuddered, casting an apologetic glance at her cousin before pulling her stunned husband and daughter towards the exit. At this moment, Yi Dalong's heart was in turmoil. His son being beaten was a trivial matter compared to the potential disgrace of leaving this place with his family, which would render him unable to face his younger brother for the rest of his life. Although the two families had little interaction, they were still bound by the ties of kinship. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain. Huang San, observing the few remaining individuals at the table, felt no surprise. It was evident they were the family of the opposing party. His gaze then shifted to Yi Xiaoyu, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Wow, I never expected such a captivating girl to be found in our county. How about joining your brother in a private room for a drink? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Yi Xiaoyu's face. However, before his hand could make contact, Yidong seized his wrist with a firm grip. Yidong had hesitated to act immediately, wanting to gauge the reactions of those present, particularly regarding his uncle's family, which had altered his perceptions significantly. Witnessing Huang San's intentions towards his sister, he let out a cold snicker and applied pressure. Crack! Huang San barely had time to react before his outstretched hand was broken by Yidong. Pain, shock, incredulity. A whirlwind of emotions flashed through Huang San's mind, followed by a piercing scream. Ah, my hand. You bastard, you've broken my hand. Someone kill him. The entourage that had accompanied Huang San finally grasped the situation. their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Yi Dong's audacity to strike Huang San in the Canaan Grand Hotel. Qin Li and the others were equally taken aback by Yi Dong's sudden aggression. They were ordinary people who had never witnessed a wrist being broken before their eyes. Yinan was rendered utterly speechless. While the others were oblivious to Huang San's background, he was all too aware. In his heart, despair took root. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. Everything was ruined. He could vividly imagine the storm that awaited his family, even if they escaped unharmed. The businesses they had painstakingly built over the years would surely be lost. The mere notion of preserving their safety seemed a distant dream. Chapter 45. A ruthless strike. Yinan found himself with little time to harbor resentment towards Yi Dong for his ferocity. Despite his trepidation regarding the uncertain future, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction as he watched Huang San wailing in agony. In an instant, the gang members charged toward Yi Dong. Releasing his grip on Huang San, Yi Dong was the first to plunge into the fray. With strength surpassing that of 3 opponents, dispatching these ruffians posed no challenge, especially now that his power had grown at least tenfold. With each crack that echoed through the air, Yi Dong showed no mercy. With every strike, the sounds of bones shattering filled the space. Within half a minute, several gangsters lay on the ground, howling in despair. Huang San, witnessing this scene, realized that they had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. However, at this moment, he was on his brother's turf and showed no signs of submission. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Dong, he exclaimed, "You bastard, if you dare to kill me, I will ensure your entire family meets their doom." Upon hearing these words, a glint of menace flickered in Yi Dong's eyes. While he was unperturbed by threats against himself, the audacity to threaten his family sealed Huang San's fate in Yi Dong's mind. Since discovering this new world through the system, Yi Dong had lost much of his reverence for the so-called law. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed the personal number provided by Old Gu the previous day. His ability to act swiftly and decisively today was largely due to his acquaintance with such a mysterious figure. After just 2 rings, the call was answered. Yi Dong wasted no time and stated, "Is this Old Gu?" "This is Yi Dong. A thug is threatening my family, and I intend to eliminate him. Can you assist me in resolving this matter?" After a brief silence on the other end, Gu Ziyuan replied affirmatively, "A trivial matter, no problem. Where are you? I will send someone to handle it immediately." Hearing Gu Ziyuan's confident response, Yi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then conveyed his current location before ending the call, taking a deep breath. It seemed that this world was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Judging by the tone of his interlocutor, a life was likely as inconsequential to someone of Gu Ziyuan's stature as crushing an ant. Yi Dong made this call without any concern for discretion, and Huang San, of course, heard every word clearly. The menace in Yi Dong's gaze made it evident to Huang San that he was not jesting. Suddenly, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. And just as he contemplated begging for mercy, the world spun around him, plunging him into profound darkness. The hotel was equipped with surveillance throughout, and Yi Dong's current resources did not allow for overt acts of murder. However, orchestrating the silent demise of an ordinary individual was remarkably simple, and regardless of any investigation, no trace would be found. Moments ago, he had employed the 9 Heavens Soul Needle, which had swiftly pierced Huang San's heart. Yi Nan and others, having overheard Yi Dong's earlier phone call, initially believed he was merely attempting to intimidate Huang San. To their astonishment, Huang San, unable to withstand the fright, had fainted. As they turned their gazes toward Yi Dong, expressions of surprise, shock, and confusion were evident on each face. Particularly, Yi Damon and Qin Li were astounded. Their son's prowess seemed akin to the special effects in a martial arts film, leaving them questioning the reality of the situation. Yet, they soon recalled the esteemed figure their son had mentioned, and in their minds, they concocted a narrative of their own. The sense of shock they had felt moments before began to dissipate. The scuffle had lasted no longer than 10 minutes since Huang San and his associates had entered. When the security personnel arrived after receiving the alert, they were met with the sight of several thugs sprawled in disarray, moaning in agony, leaving them equally stunned. Upon witnessing Huang San lying motionless on the ground, a wave of shock swept over them. As security personnel at the Canaan Hotel, they were acutely aware of Huang San's identity. He was the beloved younger brother of the hotel's owner. 2 of them promptly rushed to assess the situation, and upon their inspection, they were nearly paralyzed with terror. Trembling, one of them quickly dialed a number. The security captain, upon receiving the alarming news, immediately informed the hotel owner, Huang Long. Coincidentally, Huang Long was present at the hotel that day, alongside his elder sister, Huang Yun, who had come to the hotel's beauty salon for relaxation. Upon receiving the call from the security captain, disbelief gripped them. How could Huang San, their own flesh and blood, be assaulted within his own hotel? The captain merely reported that Huang San had been involved in a conflict in the second-floor restaurant and had been injured. His understanding of the situation was limited, and he refrained from speculating further. Nevertheless, both Huang Long and Huang Yun were consumed by a furious indignation upon learning the news. In Luo County, whether in the underworld or the legitimate world, it had always been the Huang family's prerogative to dominate others. It was the first time they had ever been victimized. Without delay, they and their subordinates hurried to the scene of the incident. Upon entering the private room, they ignored the moans of the thugs and were immediately struck by a sense of foreboding upon seeing Huang San lying still on the floor. Huang Yun had always been deeply affectionate towards her younger brother. Xiao San, she cried out, rushing towards him. Upon reaching his side, she realized he bore no signs of injury and hastily checked for a pulse. A sharp scream escaped her lips as despair engulfed her. Xiao San. Shortly thereafter, Huang Long arrived and checked for Huang San's breath. Rage. An overwhelming fury. Huang Long found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotional state. He bellowed at the security personnel who had just entered. Who has harmed my brother? I demand retribution. The security staff glanced towards Yi Dong and his companions. The answer was glaringly evident without utterance. Yi Dong, with an air of nonchalance, interjected, Your brother initiated the violence. I merely taught him a lesson. Who would have thought he would frighten himself to death? Frankly, I find his demise to be of little consequence. At Yi Dong's nonchalant remarks, Huang Long felt a surge of rage threatening to consume him. Huang Yun, unable to contain her fury, was solely focused on avenging her brother. I will kill you, she screamed, launching herself towards Yi Dong in a frenzy. Though Huang Yun was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, Yi Dong showed no leniency. Before she could close the distance, he retaliated with a swift and forceful slap across her face. Ah! She cried out in anguish, and the sheer force sent her sprawling to the ground. However, the anguish of the flesh pales in comparison to the torment within her heart. The mere thought that her brother had been slain by this scoundrel before her ignited an unexpected surge of strength, compelling her to rise once more. She intended to lunge forward, but Huang Long seized her firmly, casting a glance at the group surrounding Yi Dong. With a fierce declaration, he proclaimed, Sister, refrain from taking action. None of them shall leave this hotel alive today. I will ensure their demise. Chapter 46. Mr. Yi is indeed a master. Huang Long's menacing words caused Yi Dong to narrow his eyes slightly. Just as he was about to send someone to confront Huang San, a few individuals hurriedly entered from outside. They were none other than Gu Mingyue and her companions, whom he had encountered the previous day at Luoyang Lake. Gu Ziyuan, having been miraculously cured of his chronic ailment by Yi Dong, felt elated and resolved to linger a few more days in Luoxian, hoping to cultivate a closer bond with Yi Dong. He understood the significance of such medical expertise and recognized that befriending such a person was akin to securing an additional lease on life. While contemplating how to deepen their relationship, he received a call from Yi Dong. Without hesitation, he agreed and instructed Gu Mingyue to handle the matter personally. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Gu Mingyue entered without acknowledging Huang Long's men and approached Yi Dong directly. After surveying the group, she inquired, Mr. Yi, are you unharmed? Yi Dong, observing the unfolding situation, remained composed. He replied nonchalantly, What could possibly be wrong with me? I trust old Gu has conveyed the details to you. Are you capable of managing this? In response, Gu Mingyue's expression turned serious as she affirmed, No problem. We will handle the remaining matters. Since Gu Mingyue and her entourage's arrival, Huang Long sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Their extraordinary demeanor suggested they were far from ordinary, and he was certain they were not locals of Luoxian. Meanwhile, reinforcements had arrived from downstairs, gathering a contingent of approximately 70 to 80 individuals, all clad in a manner that bespoke their ruffian nature, armed with iron rods and machetes. Feeling somewhat reassured, Huang Long approached Gu Mingyue and pointed towards Yi Dong, inquiring in a low voice, Who are you people, and what is your connection to him? Gu Mingyue disregarded Huang Long entirely, instead turning to Yi Dong. He casually replied, This gentleman is the elder brother of the deceased ruffian, and he also happens to be the proprietor of this hotel. However, He has just threatened me with the annihilation of my entire family. Although Yi Dong spoke with an air of nonchalance, Gu Mingyue and her companions discerned the underlying menace in his words. Huang Long, feeling utterly ignored, was incensed. He warned in a grave tone, I advise you all to refrain from interfering in today's events. Regardless of your identities, I strongly urge you to vacate this premises immediately. Uncertain of Yi Dong's intentions, Gu Mingyue chose to ignore Huang Long's threats and turned back to Yi Dong, asking, Mr. Yi, shall we assist you in dealing with this individual? Eager to have others intervene on his behalf, Yi Dong was more than willing. Nodding slightly, he remarked with a hint of indifference, if you can assist, that would be splendid. Huang Long, overhearing the conversation among several individuals, felt his temper boiling over. How could he, the esteemed second master Huang, endure such humiliation after years of establishing his dominance in the county? His own brother had just perished in his hotel, and now, out of nowhere, a group of enigmatic individuals demanded his elimination. Their casual demeanor suggested they regarded him as nothing more than a mere insect, easily crushed beneath their heel. He pointed at Yi Dong, his eyes reddening as he bellowed to his loyal subordinates, eliminate him. Anyone who dares intervene shall meet the same fate. His followers, loyal as they were, rushed forward with fervor. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue turned to the middle-aged man beside her and said, Uncle Li, I would appreciate your assistance. The middle-aged man chuckled, replying, These ruffians are no match for them. He gestured towards a few individuals nearby. They promptly surged into the fray. Unarmed yet predominantly skilled martial artists. Though Huang Long's minions were numerous, they were mere lowly thugs and stood no chance against these formidable fighters. Within minutes, at least a third of them lay incapacitated on the ground. Huang Long squinted, fully aware that he was facing the greatest calamity of his life. Yet, he found himself with no means of retreat. From Yi Dong's earlier words, he realized that even a plea for peace would not spare him. At that moment, another group of 7 or 8 thugs entered the room, startled by the chaos unfolding within. However, upon noticing the makeshift firearms in their hands, they gained a measure of courage. Approaching Huang Long, one burly man declared, Second brother, we brought the weapons. Realizing that today's events could not be resolved amicably, the fierce determination that had forged his path through the underbelly of society ignited in his eyes. Seizing a firearm from the burly man, he unexpectedly fired a shot into the ceiling. Instantly, a massive glass chandelier shattered to the floor. The combatants on both sides halted at the sound of the gunfire. Li Tai, a peak martial artist standing beside Gu Mingyue, stepped protectively in front of her. Neither of them had anticipated that a mere thug from a small county would possess firearms, and not just one. Though he was a peak martial artist, the intimidation of the weapon still loomed large over him, especially considering the others were far less adept. Huang Long, brandishing the gun, approached them boldly. Aren't you all so formidable? Go ahead, make a move. Let us see whose prowess prevails, yours or my firearm. Li Tai narrowed his eyes, fixating on Huang Long. Do you realize who we are? I strongly advise you to discard that gun, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. Huang Long laughed heartily and exclaimed, You are threatening me with such trivial matters even as you plot my demise? Do you take me for a fool? It would be wise for you to remain still. Otherwise, I might inadvertently discharge my weapon and cause you harm. Despite the escalating tension, Huang Long did not dare to bring matters to a fatal conclusion. The individual he yearned to eliminate most was Yi Dong. As for Gu Mingyue and her companions, as long as they posed no immediate threat to him, he preferred not to take the risk of eliminating them. At that moment, Huang Yun observed that her younger brother had managed to seize control of the situation. She stepped forward, pointing at Yi Dong, and fervently urged, Xiao Long, cease this idle chatter and shoot him dead at once. Li Tai and Gu Mingyue were taken aback by her words. Just yesterday, Yi Dong had cured Gu Ziyuan's ailment, and if he were to be killed before their very eyes, they could hardly fathom how they would explain it to the elder Gu upon their return. Yet, they understood that the individual before them had already succumbed to madness. Further dialogue would be futile. As Li Tai contemplated the peril of attempting to subdue Huang Long, Yi Dong smiled, a smile so natural it seemed as if Huang Long's firearm were nothing more than a toy. Since you all seek death, then let it be so. Upon uttering this phrase, Huang Long, Huang Yun, and the gang of thugs armed with firearms suddenly appeared entranced, before collapsing limply to the ground. Li Tai and Gu Mingyue gazed at Yi Dong in sheer astonishment. A mere command could summon death. This unprecedented method left them utterly aghast. The power to kill invisibly. As a peak practitioner of martial arts, Li Tai grasped the implications of such a technique and understood the exceptional caliber of an individual capable of wielding it. He whispered in a tone only Gu Mingyue could hear, Yi Shengsheng is indeed a master. Chapter 47. Killing in the invisible realm. The onlookers behind Yi Dong were profoundly shocked by his display. Yi Damon and the others were slightly more composed, as they were aware of the presence of a formidable figure behind Yi Dong, capable of effortlessly producing divine items like the beauty elixir. Thus, they could somewhat rationalize Yi Dong's performance today. However, Yi Dong's uncle and family were utterly astounded by his prowess. The ability to command life and death, was this not a power reserved for the King of Hell? They were ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to the ferocity of such a confrontation, let alone this extraordinary display akin to supernatural powers. Yi Dong had long recognized that this world was no longer the one he had once comprehended. He had no intention of concealing his abilities any longer. Seizing this opportunity, he deemed it fitting for his parents to witness his capabilities to spare future explanations. He then approached the table with a smile, addressing his parents. Father, mother, I apologize for the fright you've endured today. I will explain everything upon our return. Turning to his uncle, he added with a smile, Uncle, I am grateful for your support today. You and Auntie should head back now. Yi Dalong gazed at his remarkably self-assured nephew before him, his lips parting slightly as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained from posing any inquiries. From Yi Dong's display of prowess today and his current benevolent demeanor, Yi Dalong discerned that the decision to remain was undoubtedly the most astute choice he would ever make in his lifetime. Nodding with a smile, he proceeded to depart alongside Yi Nan and her mother. Observing this, Yi Dong then turned to Gu Mingyue and expressed, Miss Gu, I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Please take care of the follow-up matters. I shall escort my parents home now. Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, Gu Mingyue gradually regained her composure, though the astonishment evident on her visage remained unmistakable. While she did not possess the same depth of understanding as Li Tai, the notion of a single utterance determining life and death was a concept she had never encountered before in her life. Consequently, her attitude towards Yi Dong underwent a profound transformation, from the arrogance she displayed upon their initial meeting yesterday to a newfound respect, and now even a hint of reverence. With a faltering response, she replied, Mr. Yi, please do not feel obliged. We have not been of much help. She then turned to Li Tai and said, Uncle Li, perhaps you could kindly escort Mr. Yi and his family home while I attend to the remaining matters here. Upon hearing this, Li Tai fixed his gaze upon Yi Dong, his expression imbued with evident respect as he remarked, Mr. Yi, allow me to drive you home for your convenience. Yi Dong, not one to be overly formal, readily accepted the offer, recognizing that having a free driver was far preferable to hailing a taxi. After the Yi family departed, Gu Mingyue hastily retrieved her phone to inform Gu Ziyuan about the events that had just transpired, particularly emphasizing Yi Dong's enigmatic abilities, which left her utterly astounded. On the other end of the line, Gu Ziyuan, after processing the shocking information, felt a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Having learned of Yi Dong's extraordinary medical skills the previous day, he had already surmised that the young man was far from ordinary. Today, however, the revelation of Yi Dong's potential mastery in martial arts, possibly that of a youthful grandmaster, was a revelation that struck him with tenfold intensity compared to the medical prowess displayed the day prior. Though the Gu family had never produced a martial arts grandmaster, Gu Ziyuan, having occupied a prominent position in Yanjing for many years, had heard numerous tales of such masters and even witnessed some firsthand. In his understanding, not only were martial arts grandmasters in their 20s exceedingly rare, but even those under 40 were few and far between across the entirety of Longhua, indeed the world. The current foremost figure of Longhua, the Grand Marshal Long Jingtian, was rumored to have only attained the title of martial arts grandmaster after the age of 35. Should the world become aware that a mere boy in his 20s had emerged from a remote county in the southwestern province, Gu Ziyuan could scarcely fathom the uproar it would incite. Little did he know that Yi Dong's true martial arts realm had yet to reach even that of an innate warrior. He merely possessed a set of extraordinary and inscrutable skills. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ziyuan could no longer remain seated. He resolved to personally address the matter at hand, determined to present a flawless impression to Yi Dong. By the time the police arrived at the Canaan Grand Hotel, the entire establishment had already been commandeered by the military. This was a result of Gu Ziyuan leveraging his unique connections to summon troops directly from the nearby military camp. Until now, the prominent figures in Luoxian had only received vague notifications, yet the landscape of Luoxian had irrevocably changed. Within an hour, the county government convened a press conference, announcing that the Huang siblings, the leaders of Luoxian's most notorious criminal organization, had been entirely eradicated during today's special crackdown on organized crime. The Huang siblings met a grim fate due to their obstinate resistance. Furthermore, the husband of Huang Yun, the head of the county bureau, was subsequently detained and quietly perished in custody. While this incident stirred significant commotion among the upper echelons of Luoxian, many ordinary citizens were on the verge of purchasing firecrackers to celebrate. Huang Long, who had committed countless heinous acts over the years in Luoxian, was responsible for the deaths of at least a double-digit number of individuals. Through Gu Ziyuan's efforts, aside from the bank's fixed assets being allocated to the county government, all other properties were transferred to Yi Dong's name. Yi Dong had initially not intended to claim these assets, as they were insignificant to him with the divine wealth system at his disposal. However, considering that his family would be residing in Luoxian for the long term, he deemed it prudent to retain some businesses and thus entrusted the legal person of the Canaan Grand Hotel to his father. Today marked a significant shift for his uncle Yi Dalin and his family. In such a perilous situation, Yi Dalin had not abandoned his family, which touched Yi Dong deeply. He directly handed over all construction businesses under Huang Long's control to his uncle's family, propelling Yi Nan's small construction company to become the largest in Luoxian. However, that was merely a tale for another time. When all the documents were finally placed in their hands, their minds were still reeling in disbelief. Even now, they were unaware of the monumental changes that had transpired in Yi Dong's life, and in just half a day, they had ascended to become the most prominent figures in Luoxian due to their connection with him. As evening approached, Gu Ziyuan, accompanied by the top leaders of Luoxian, arrived at Xingqian Garden. In the awestruck gazes of the county's top officials, the revered Gu Ziyuan treated Yi Dong with the same reverence a student would show to a teacher. Gu Ziyuan's profound respect made it evident to them that this family was far from ordinary. Consequently, their attitude towards Yi Dong and his family surpassed even Gu Ziyuan's in earnestness. Chapter 48. Hiring elite bodyguards. Yi Damon gazed at the two middle-aged men who displayed such humility. Had he not been informed moments ago that they were the top leaders of Luoxian, he might have suspected they were imposters. The mere thought of the two highest-ranking officials in the county before him, eager to curry favor, filled Yi Damon with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Moreover, Gu Ziyuan's status was evidently far superior to that of these officials, yet he too had to adopt a deferential demeanor in the presence of his son. Yi Damon felt a mixture of excitement and confusion. What extraordinary adventures must his son have experienced to attain such prowess today? After bidding farewell to Gu Ziyuan and the others, the family gazed at Yi Dong with astonishment. Before they could inquire, Yi Dong immediately recounted the tale of his encounter with the sage. With a smile, he explained, "There is no need for speculation. It is precisely as you imagine." While attending university in the mountain city, a sage remarked on my unique constitution and subsequently took me as his disciple, imparting to me both his medical knowledge and martial arts. Although the family had surmised as much, they could not help but express their astonishment. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to laugh, saying, "Brother, you really scared me today at the hotel. Thankfully, you appeared out of nowhere and vanquished the villain." Qin Li pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, "Yi Dong, I know your path will not be that of an ordinary person, but you must prioritize your safety and avoid unnecessary violence." Yi Dong understood his mother's sincere concern and nodded earnestly, "Don't worry, Mom. As long as no one provokes me, I will certainly refrain from causing trouble." Yi Damon interjected, feeling a bit awkward, "Let us not discuss other matters for now. We need to figure out what to do about this hotel. Honestly, aside from cooking, I know nothing about it." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Dad, you reminded me. You are now the chairman of Canaan Hotel, aren't you?" Yi Damon shot her an incredulous glance, feigning anger. "Do you think being a chairman is so easy? Perhaps I should just let you take over." In response to her father's words, Yi Xiaoyu could only chuckle sheepishly. To be frank, if it weren't for her studies, with her high school education, she might actually perform better as the chairman than Yi Damon. Observing the banter, Yi Dong chuckled, "Dad, you're merely a figurehead. Just ensure that those who need to be let go are dismissed, and those who should be replaced are swapped out." Recruit a new team. As long as the salaries are competitive, you needn't worry about finding capable management. Qin Li chimed in, laughing. Exactly. If you truly don't want to be chairman, just hire another one. Yi Damon chuckled in response, saying, that one do. It's not every day I get to experience being a chairman. I must relish it for at least a couple of days. As the family laughed and chatted, it seemed they had forgotten all that had transpired that afternoon. Yi Dong, too, reflected on the allure brought forth by power and wealth. Realizing that he could not remain in Luoxian for long, he began to contemplate the safety of his family. Upon returning to his room, Yi Dong promptly conducted an online search for Longwa's largest security company, Longbao Group. Upon entering the official website, he discovered that the private bodyguards offered by Longbao Group were categorized into several types. Their monthly salaries predominantly ranged from over 10,000 to more than 30,000, each accompanied by an individual photograph. As Yi Dong browsed through the offerings, he stumbled upon another service and inquired online with a customer service representative about the requirements for their services. Good day, sir. To become a member of our company, registration must be done using one's own identification card, along with an annual membership fee of 1 million yuan. Upon hearing that such a substantial fee was required for membership, Yi Dong felt a surge of excitement. Just the annual membership fee alone could afford him the services of 10 elite bodyguards. It was evident that once he became a member, he could hire bodyguards of at least the martial artist caliber. The sum of 1 million yuan was merely a trifling amount for Yi Dong at this point. Subsequently, he registered an account on the Longbao website using his ID number and directly deposited 1 million yuan to become a member. After logging in again, he found the interface had transformed into a much more refined version. The nature of the private bodyguards was indeed different, with salaries based on annual compensation. The lowest tier of private bodyguards commanded a salary of 1 million, while the highest tier reached up to 3 million. Though the costs were steep, the descriptions indicated that all the bodyguards had achieved martial artist status. The most elite bodyguard even reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, capable of dealing with dozens of ordinary individuals simultaneously. After perusing the options, Yi Dong felt a tinge of disappointment. He then contacted the online customer service again, asking, "Is this the extent of your most formidable private bodyguards? Mr. Yi, are you not satisfied? Not that I am dissatisfied, but I am seeking a bodyguard of greater prowess. Do you not have any bodyguards of the innate realm?" The customer service representative responded with two exasperated smiley faces. "Mr. Yi, are you jesting? Martial artists who have reached the innate realm are treated with utmost respect, even by the most prestigious families in the country. How could they serve as private bodyguards?" Seeing this, Yi Dong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Even prominent figures like Gu Ziyuan were elated merely for breaking into the innate realm. Such martial artists would hardly be available for private protection. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Dong placed an order for 20 elite private bodyguards, each with an annual salary of 3 million, 10 men and 10 women, ensuring his family would have uninterrupted protection around the clock. At the headquarters of Longbao Group in Yanjing, Longhua, the entire business department was in an uproar. A staggering order worth 60 million yuan had been placed, marking the first time in over a decade of operations that they had received such a substantial contract. Not to mention 6 million. Even orders reaching 10 million were exceedingly rare among all the contracts their business department had handled. Upon seeing the address, it was even more difficult to fathom that it wasn't a top-tier metropolis like Beijing or Shanghai, but rather an ordinary county town with a name I had never heard before. After several confirmations with Yi Dong over the phone, Longbao Group assured me that they would dispatch all personnel the following day. Once Yi Dong resolved this matter, he glanced at his balance, only to find it had dwindled to a mere few tens of millions. A mischievous smile soon appeared on his face. Since Yi Dong had directly deposited 10 million yuan into Wen Rushua's account yesterday, she had been unable to calm her thoughts. Chapter 49. A windfall. As Wen Rushua was lost in her musings, her brother, Wen Zihao, came knocking at her door. He opened with a question. "Xiaoxua, why haven't you livestreamed these past few days? Has Yi Dong not come to see you?" When Rushua, troubled by the sudden influx of 10 million, hesitated upon her brother's arrival. Finally, she spoke in a soft, hesitant voice. "Brother, Yi Dong asked for my bank details yesterday and directly transferred a sum to me." When Zihao was momentarily taken aback, then processed her words. With uncertainty, he inquired, "Are you saying Yi Dong transferred money directly to you?" Upon receiving a nod from Wen Rushua, he found it hard to believe. While it was common for viewers to tip girls during live streams, a direct transfer to her account altered the nature of the transaction significantly. He cautiously asked, Xiaoxue, Yidong hasn't he made any inappropriate requests, has he? At his words, when Rushue's face flushed crimson, she feigned anger, saying, Brother, where are your thoughts wandering? Yidong has made no demands whatsoever. When Zaheo, unaffected by his sister's expression, felt relieved upon hearing her response. Curiosity soon took over as he asked, how much did Yidong transfer? Did he explain why? When Rushue replied in a voice almost inaudible, 10 million. What? 10 million? When Zaheo was taken aback by the magnitude of the figure. In recent days, when Rushue had earned over 1 million through her live streams, which had already astonished him, their family's income was reasonably good, amounting to several hundred thousand a year. Yet when Rushue, in just a few days, had generated an income equivalent to 2 to 3 years of their family earnings. Now, to hear that Yidong had directly transferred 10 million to his sister was beyond comprehension. He could hardly believe it. Xiaoxue, is Yidong truly so affluent that he has no place to spend his money? Do you know what business he is involved in? When Zaheo simply could not fathom it. While his sister was undeniably beautiful, he doubted she possessed the allure capable of inspiring such lavish generosity. This sum of 10 million was not merely extravagant, it was beyond the realm of lavishness, bordering on the realm of folly. However, considering that Yidong had made no demands, when Zaheo found it quite understandable even if there had been any. Feeling somewhat awkward, he said, Xiaoxue, seeing as you have quite a sum of money, could you lend some to your brother? When Rushue was entirely unfazed by Wen Zaho's request. Even during the months when she earned only a few thousand yuan from her live streams, Wen Zaho would occasionally ask to borrow money from her. Of course, the bond between the siblings was strong. Although it was termed a loan, he had never been required to repay her. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Brother, how much do you need? Wen Zaho swallowed hard and, hesitating slightly, awkwardly replied, Is 100,000 acceptable? Previously, he had only borrowed small amounts from his sister. So suddenly asking for such a large sum was indeed a bit embarrassing. Without questioning the reason, when Rushue nodded and took out her phone, ready to transfer the 100,000 yuan to Wen Zaho when she received a sudden banking notification. Upon checking, she was astounded to read, Dear user, your bank card ending in 520 has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. When Rushue was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief. Since the notification was merely an informational alert, Wen Zaho remained oblivious to the situation. Noticing his sister's daze, he asked with confusion, Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Coming to her senses at her brother's inquiry, when Rushue stammered, Brother, Yidong has transferred 10 million yuan to me. Upon hearing this, Wen Zaho was equally astonished and snatched the phone from his sister's hands. After confirming the information, he looked back at her with a hint of envy in his eyes, thinking, if only I were a daughter. The next morning at 9 o'clock, as Yidong was having breakfast, he received a phone call from Long Bao's customer service, informing him that the 20 elite bodyguards had arrived in Luoxian. Yidong promptly provided them with the address of his Xingqian garden, instructing them to call him once they had arrived. He had yet to disclose the hiring of bodyguards to his family. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Daming directly inquired, Yidong, who was on the phone just now, Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, for your safety in the future. I hired private bodyguards online from Yanjing last night, and they have just arrived in Luoxian. Upon hearing Yidong's words, the family stared at him in astonishment. Although they had witnessed Yidong's extraordinary capabilities the previous day, the concept of private bodyguards felt so distant from their reality. Just a few days prior, Yi Daming and Qin Li were running a small restaurant, essentially functioning as cooks. Now, in such a short span, they were discussing private bodyguards. Recovering from her shock, Qin Li was the first to ask, Yidong, we are just ordinary people. We don't need private bodyguards, do we? Yidong smiled and explained, Mom. Even aside from myself, Dad is now the chairman of Canaan Hotel. We are no longer ordinary people. Having private bodyguards is merely standard practice. Upon hearing this, Yi Daming instantly brightened with delight. At the side, someone remarked, from today onwards, Lily, you shall be the chairperson's wife. Yi Damon's serious declaration elicited hearty laughter from the group. Shortly thereafter, Yidong received a call informing him that the personnel had arrived at the gate of Xingqian Garden. The family, filled with curiosity, gathered at the entrance to catch a glimpse of the private bodyguards Yidong had hired. as they beheld the remarkable presence of 10 men and 10 women, all skilled martial artists at the mid-level of their development. An indescribable sense of astonishment gripped the 3 family members, aside from Yi Dong. These 20 individuals exuded an intangible aura of sharpness, perceptible even to an ordinary person like Yi Damon. After exchanging greetings, Yi Dong formally introduced his parents and sister to the group, stating, "This is my father, my mother, and my sister, your primary protection targets from now on. Regardless of how you choose to organize yourselves, you are to provide round-the-clock protection. Should any unfortunate incident occur due to your negligence, irrespective of your status, even if you are innate martial artists, you shall face consequences beyond your imagination." Initially, the bodyguards, though fully aware that Yi Dong was their employer, felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing his words. However, their apprehension deepened when he mentioned innate martial artists, leaving them in stunned silence. It was crucial to note that within the vast Dragon Protection Group, there was only one innate martial artist, the chief instructor. Yi Dong's reference to innate martial artists suggested that he likely possessed martial capabilities himself. Nonetheless, the elite bodyguards did not consider the young Yi Dong to be of significant caliber, primarily due to his youthful appearance. Each of them was at least a decade older, possessing commendable martial aptitude, yet still only mid-level practitioners. Yi Dong's audacity in making such statements, coupled with his lavish demeanor, hinted at formidable backing. Consequently, their initial disdain for Yi Dong began to dissipate. Observing their reactions, Yi Dong continued, "Rest assured, should your protective efforts meet my satisfaction, in addition to the salary provided by your company, I will bestow a substantial bonus at the end of each year. Those who perform admirably will receive no less than 1 million. As soon as Yi Dong uttered these words of generous reward, the elite bodyguards erupted in astonishment. It was well known that although their annual salary at Dragon Protection Company was marked at 3 million, they typically took home just over 2 million. Large security firms like Dragon Protection primarily sustained their operations through commission, which explained their substantial organizational structure. As the backbone of the company, fulfilling their duty to protect their employer was routine. This was the first time they had encountered an employer willing to offer such an extravagant bonus. Any lingering resentment they harbored from earlier had now vanished entirely. At their age, most individuals are typically engaged in building families and careers. Who wouldn't desire to earn a bit more to provide their loved ones with a better life? Furthermore, deploying 20 bodyguards of their caliber to protect 3 ordinary individuals is arguably one of the most effortless tasks that the Longbao Group has undertaken in its many years of operation. Consequently, their personal leave would also be considerably increased. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yi Dong recognized the significant impact of his carrot-and-stick approach. He continued, "Since there are no objections, I would like you to find 5 individuals capable of driving to accompany me to the mountain city to procure several vehicles for transportation. The remaining members can allocate the protection duties among themselves." After issuing these instructions, he turned to his father and said, "Dad, please arrange for them to stay at the Canaan Grand Hotel, where all their daily needs will be accommodated. Ensure that the rooms are as comfortable as possible." Yi Damon was still somewhat dazed. He had originally envisioned that even with bodyguards, there would only be one assigned to each person. He never anticipated Yi Dong would hire 20. After clarifying the matters at hand, Yi Dong took 5 of the bodyguards to the mountain city. The bodyguards were surprised to discover that Yi Dong opted for 2 ride-hailing cars instead of a personal vehicle. Upon arrival in the mountain city, they headed straight to the largest local car dealership. After careful consideration, they selected 3 top-tier Land Rovers and 3 rugged Mercedes-Benz SUVs. The total expenditure on these 5 vehicles approached 10 million, providing the bodyguards with a more tangible understanding of Yi Dong's financial capacity. Subsequently, Yi Dong called his mother to inform her that he would temporarily return to school and not come home. After instructing the bodyguards to drive the vehicles back, he finally reached out to Wenrushua. Since receiving the substantial sum of 10 million from Yi Dong, she had been preoccupied with thoughts. What she most desired was to comprehend how Yi Dong truly regarded her. Indeed, with such significant transfers, anyone would be consumed by speculation. Upon receiving Yi Dong's call, she promptly requested leave from her teacher. When they met at the predetermined location, she found herself at a loss for words upon seeing him in person. Yi Dong, having learned of Wenrushua's affections for him through the system, felt no need for formality. He immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace. The system had proven true. Wenrushua offered no resistance at all. After releasing the lovely figure from his arms, Yidong smiled mysteriously and said, "Shuer, have you missed me these past few days? I invited you out today to present you with a tremendous surprise." When Rushue, blushing with curiosity, inquired, "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Yidong replied with a grin. "The surprise must remain a secret for now. Just follow me." With that, he led Wen Rushue to a 5-star hotel. Upon realizing that Yidong had brought her to a hotel, Wen Rushue couldn't help but feel shy. Could it be that the surprise Yidong mentioned is bringing me here? Although it was already quite evident, Wen Rushue felt no discomfort. Instead, she experienced an increased sense of anticipation. Upon entering the presidential suite that Yidong had booked, her cheeks flushed even deeper. The opulence of the room enveloped her in a profound sense of happiness, and her mind began to weave fantasies about the unfolding scenario. Noticing Wen Rushue standing there, her face tinged with embarrassment and her eyes clouded with allure, Yidong felt a surge of desire rising within him. Yet, he yearned to witness an even more exquisite side of Wen Rushue, managing to suppress the fiery impulse within him. With a smile, he beckoned, "Shuer, why are you standing there? Come sit over here." At his words, Wen Rushue shyly approached his side, gazing at the enchanting girl before him. Akin to a rose ready to be plucked, Yidong steadied himself and earnestly asked, "Shuer, do you wish to become even more beautiful?" Wen Rushue looked at him in confusion upon hearing his question. Realizing the redundancy of his inquiry, Yidong couldn't help but chuckle. After all, what girl wouldn't he desire to enhance her beauty? In a flourish akin to magic, he produced 2 beauty pills in his hand. "Believe me, Shuer, just take these," he urged. The sudden appearance of the 2 pills astonished Wen Rushue, leaving her both shocked and intrigued. "Yidong, can you perform magic too?" she inquired. Without offering an explanation, Yidong decided it was time to reveal certain capabilities, as she was destined to be someone very close to him. He smiled and said, "Just think of it as magic and swallow them." When Rushue's gaze shifted to the 2 alluring pills, which were irresistible in both appearance and fragrance. Trusting Yidong not to harm her, she swallowed the beauty pills in one go, despite her uncertainty about how they could enhance her beauty. Yidong, noticing her action, quickly added, "Hurry to the bathroom. You may experience some unpleasantness shortly, but don't be alarmed. After washing it off, you will undoubtedly become even more captivating." Chapter 51. The grand gift. Though when Rushue chose to fully trust Yidong's words, the idea that a mere wash could enhance her beauty seemed hard to believe. However, she refrained from voicing her doubts and, with her cheeks still flushed, made her way to the bathroom. Before long, akin to Yi Xiaoyu and the others, she noticed her skin's pores exuding numerous tiny yellow spots. Fortunately, Yidong had forewarned her, so she remained relatively calm, even feeling a hint of excitement. This miraculous occurrence led her to believe in Yidong's earlier claims with a newfound conviction. After rinsing thoroughly several times, she was astounded to discover that her skin had truly become incredibly smooth and radiant. In the bathroom, there was a mirror reflecting her flawless form, leaving her utterly astonished. What kind of miraculous elixir had Yidong given her? Not only had her face become even more enchanting, but to Wen Rushue's shock, certain areas had seemingly expanded by 2 sizes. Even the most advanced cosmetic procedures in Korea could scarcely compare to this transformation. Just as she was contemplating dressing up to surprise Yidong, she realized she had forgotten to bring any clothes. In truth, she had not brought any spare attire, and the outfit she had on was now completely soiled. Feeling embarrassed, although she had developed 100% fondness for Yidong, the thought of stepping out in her current state was mortifying. Outside, Yidong was also lost in thoughts about how captivating Wen Rushue would appear after taking the beauty elixir. As time slipped by, an hour passed. Yidong began to wonder why it was taking so long, as a simple rinse shouldn't take such an extended period. Approaching the bathroom door, he knocked gently, inquiring, "Shuer, are you all right in there?" Having finished her wash, Wen Rushue was at a loss when she suddenly heard Yidong's voice. With no alternative, she shyly admitted, "Yidong, I forgot to bring my clothes." Yidong outside instantly understood the situation, just as he considered calling the hotel for a set of women's sleepwear. He changed his mind. Why bother with sleepwear? Without hesitation, he pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. What ensued in the bathroom was a passionate encounter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first Super Goddess. The Super Goddess Rebate System gift pack is being dispatched. Ding! Congratulations. The host's rebate amount has been elevated to 100 million yuan. Congratulations, the host has acquired the mastery of martial arts. Having just conquered a nearly perfect goddess, Yi Dong felt an extraordinary force surge through his body. This power was incomparably stronger than before, making him feel as if he could obliterate everything in his path with a mere gesture. The influx of strength, combined with his newfound mastery, endowed Yi Dong with an irresistible charm that captivated women. When Rushua lay on the bed, feeling particularly fatigued as a novice in her femininity, however, upon witnessing Yi Dong's transformation, her eyes became entranced. An hour later, she finally succumbed to a contented sleep. Yi Dong gazed at the exquisite beauty in his arms, overwhelmed with a sense of infinite satisfaction. Suddenly recalling the substantial increase in his rebate amount, he quickly took out his phone and transferred 100 million to Rushua's personal bank account. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a rebate of 10 billion. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Yi Dong was still taken aback. Goodness! 100 billion in a day. How on earth would he spend such a fortune? Suddenly, Yi Dong found himself devoid of interest in wealth. 100 million and 1 billion felt indistinguishable to him, as both amounts were simply unspendable. Gradually loosening his embrace of the enchanting beauty beside him, he dressed and made his way to the balcony. Observing the dimming sky, he noted the city's neon lights beginning to twinkle. Extracting a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and inhaled deeply, realizing that, in every conceivable aspect, he had ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Yi Dong felt an unsettling lack of ambition. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Hanyun. Upon connecting, it was evident that Zhou Hanyun was in high spirits. She informed Yi Dong that she had returned to her hometown and would likely be away for 2 days. During this visit, Zhou Hanyun genuinely relished the allure that wealth could provide. With a grand gesture, she purchased an entire apartment for her brother in the county town, and similarly acquired another for her parents in the same complex. The family was utterly astonished, and upon further inquiries, they discovered that Zhou Hanyun had found herself a wealthy boyfriend. This affluent gentleman was not the middle-aged, pot-bellied type they had envisioned, but rather a handsome university student. This revelation completely shattered their preconceived notions. Although Zhou Hanyun was beautiful, she had not reached the level of breathtaking allure that would compel men to lavish extravagant gifts upon her. Given the lavishness of her boyfriend's generosity, it was beyond their wildest imaginings. Naturally, this transformation elevated Zhou Hanyun's status within her family to an unprecedented height. One can only imagine that if a character like Fan Xingmei from Ode to Joy were to find a partner akin to Yi Dong, would the household's trivial matters even matter? Would Yi Dong care about the family background of his partner? With a mere flourish of cash, he could dazzle them into a stupor. Just as they concluded their call, Zhou Hanyun received a substantial transfer from Yi Dong. Astonished, she counted the zeros repeatedly. There were 18. Her hands clutched her chest as her heart raced, nearly overwhelmed. 100 million, and Yi Dong had unhesitatingly sent her an entire sum. Quickly, she redialed his number. As soon as the call connected, she exclaimed excitedly, "Yi Dong, why did you transfer such a large sum? Was it a mistake?" Yi Dong chuckled and replied, "You are my woman now. What does that amount to me? Spend freely and never feel deprived." Realizing that Yi Dong had indeed transferred her 100 million, Zhou Hanyun was left speechless in her excitement. Even the wealthiest individuals in the world do not bestow such generosity upon their partners. Just days prior, she had been troubled over mere tens of thousands, and now she found herself pondering how to spend such a fortune. Subsequently, Yi Dong also transferred a staggering 20 billion to his parents' private accounts. Soon after, the phone rang, and it was Yi Damon calling. Although the events that transpired in their household over the past few days were already quite bizarre, the sheer magnitude of the sum involved left them utterly astounded. It was only after Yi Dong repeatedly assured them that the funds were secure that they reluctantly ended the call, feeling a complex mix of emotions. The elation Yi Daming felt upon recently being appointed chairman of the Canaan Hotel was swiftly overshadowed by the staggering amount of money. He found himself devoid of any interest in the hotel's daily earnings. Chapter 52. The controversy of the campus bell. The following morning, when Yi Dong awoke, he discovered that when Rushua had already risen, her face flushed with shyness as she gazed at him intently. Upon noticing Yi Dong opening his eyes, she hastily shut them once more. Yi Dong chuckled and said, "Schwerer, why are you still shy? Hurry and get out of bed." At his words, when Rushua finally opened her eyes and bashfully replied, "Yi Dong, I have no clothes." Upon hearing this, Yidong burst into laughter, teasing, "It's fine. It's just the two of us in this room. Whether you wear something or not is inconsequential. I assure you, I won't laugh at you." When Rushua, responding to Yidong's playful banter, lightly tapped his chest with her hand and chided, "You are incorrigible. Quickly think of a solution for me. I have class to attend shortly." Yidong, upon hearing her urgency, decided to cease his teasing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone at the bedside and directly called the exclusive service attendant. This was one of the perks of the presidential suite, being able to summon assistance at any hour. Soon, a melodious voice came through. "Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Yidong, unreservedly, responded, "Hello, could you please procure a few sets of women's underwear and outerwear for me? Approximately for someone 165 meters tall and weighing around 100 g. Please aim for the finest quality. If my girlfriend is satisfied, a generous reward awaits." The exclusive service attendant, taken aback by Yidong's request, paused momentarily. In all her time working there, this was the first instance she had encountered a request to purchase clothing for another, especially including both undergarments and outerwear. Had it not been for the call coming from the presidential suite, she might have thought it a jest. As for Yidong's mention of a generous reward, she did not dwell on it. In the realm of hotel service, even the most extravagant guests rarely offered more than 100 yuan as a tip. After concluding the call, she proceeded to the women's luxury boutique downstairs, purchasing 3 outer garments and 2 sets of undergarments, spending over 20,000 yuan. Upon exiting the boutique, a twinge of regret washed over her. Why hadn't she consulted her supervisor? Goodness, if the guest were to deny the purchase, that 20,000 yuan would come out of her own pocket, equivalent to 3 months of her salary. And she was reluctant to part with such fine clothing. Yet, considering that someone who could afford a presidential suite likely wouldn't be troubled by 20,000 yuan, she steeled herself and approached Yidong's suite, gently knocking on the door. Yidong opened the door with a smile and said, "Thank you. Please make yourself comfortable in the living room while I check this outfit on my girlfriend." He then took the package into the bedroom, emerging about 5 minutes later with a satisfied expression. Turning to the waitress, he remarked, "You have quite the discerning eye. How much did I spend? I'll transfer it to you." The beautiful waitress finally exhaled in relief and replied, "The total is 21,600 yuan." As she displayed her WeChat payment code, she imagined that with such satisfaction, he would surely tip more than a mere 100 yuan. Ding! A voice notification from WeChat startled her. She glanced at her phone, astonished to see that he had indeed transferred 200,000 yuan. The waitress stared at Yidong in disbelief, stammering, "Did you make a mistake?" Yidong replied with a gentle smile, "Your selection was appreciated by my girlfriend. The remaining amount is your tip." The waitress was utterly stunned. My goodness, was such extravagance necessary? That tip was equivalent to 2 years of her salary. Not only had she never seen such generosity, but she had never even heard of anything so outrageous. Even a dozen wealthy patrons combined wouldn't be this lavish. If it weren't for Yidong consistently referring to his girlfriend, she might have suspected ulterior motives. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. This man was undoubtedly a super rich individual. Should she attempt to entice him? However, before she could act on that thought, a girl, as beautiful as a celestial being, stood before her. Instantly, her earlier wicked idea dissipated. When Rushua, after the transformation from yesterday, still bore her familiar features, yet her aura had elevated significantly. Once merely a stunning beauty, she now possessed skin as flawless as porcelain and a figure that would evoke envy in any woman. The waitress felt like a mere ugly duckling in comparison. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Yidong, she hurriedly exited the room. Yidong chuckled, "Shuer, your presence is so commanding that you frightened that young lady away." When Rushua, blushing slightly, retorted, "It's fortunate I came out quickly. Did you not see her practically ready to leap into your arms?" Yidong felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he ought to restrain his generosity in the future. When Rushua checked the time and gently said, "Yidong, could you please take me back to school?" Yidong certainly would not selfishly suggest she abandon her studies to spend all her time with him. Upon reaching the ground floor, they opted for a taxi instead of the hotel's exclusive vehicle to head to the university. During the ride, Yidong asked, "Shuer, would you like to drive? I can buy you a sports car." When Rushua laughed and replied, "I don't even know how to drive. You'd just end up being my chauffeur." Yidong chuckled softly. Although he possessed a driver's license, he harbored no interest in driving whatsoever. Even though he had yet to put his abilities to the test, he firmly believed that should he accelerate to his utmost, he would undoubtedly surpass the speed of the fastest car in existence. Upon arriving at the school, Yidong personally escorted Wenruxue to the dance academy, where a bustling wave of students was present, marking the peak hours of the school day. Many students from the dance academy were taken aback, astonished to discover that Wenruxue had transformed remarkably overnight. Not only had her aura and complexion improved, but her figure had also taken on an unexpectedly perfect form. Even without the aid of beauty-enhancing elixirs, Wenruxue's physique had already been notably exceptional within the dance academy. Today, however, her transformation was even more pronounced. To declare that Wenruxue possessed a figure akin to that of a siren would not be an exaggeration. In an instant, numerous students began comparing Wenruxue with the top 2 beauties of the school. The revelation was striking. In every regard, Wenruxue had undeniably outshone them. It wasn't long before the campus beauty forum was abuzz with posts from Dance Academy students. The unrivaled beauty of Southwest University is undoubtedly Wenruxue. Goddess Wenruxue, in terms of both beauty and physique, utterly eclipses the current reigning campus queen. Such posts sparked fervent discussions among the student body. Naturally, the first and second-ranked beauties had their own legion of admirers who scoffed at these claims. They had seen Wenruxue before, while she was indeed a goddess-like beauty. To assert that she could outshine their idols was sheer nonsense. Chapter 53. The arrogant Gao Ziqiang hearing the rumors about his sister when Zihai hurried to her classroom. Upon witnessing the transformation of Wenruxue, he was both astonished and shaken. He quickly called her over, eagerly inquiring, "Ruxue, why do I feel like you're different from before? Have you been using some kind of skincare product?" When Zihai was well aware that his sister had always possessed flawless skin and rarely utilized any cosmetic products, hence his question. Wenruxue was at a loss for how to explain. The matter of the beauty-enhancing elixirs was simply too extraordinary. Even if she were to share it, no one would believe her. With a light-hearted laugh, she replied, "Brother, have I really changed? I had no idea." When Zihai regarded his sister with a mix of skepticism, could it be that he was merely seeing things? Or had Wenruxue always appeared this way? Yidong glanced at Wang Jinchuan, who had evidently gained some weight. He chuckled, "Jinchuan, it's only been a few days since we last met. What kind of life have you been living?" Wang Jinchuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Residing in Yidong's lavish room, he had been treated to meticulously arranged meals by the ever-considerate Zhou Hanyun before her departure, consisting of delicacies he had only ever dreamt of. As an ordinary young man, Wang Jinchuan had never indulged in such luxuries before. He had been relishing every meal, and as a result, his once lean physique had broadened considerably. With an awkward chuckle, he remarked, "Dongzi, your sister-in-law is exceedingly enthusiastic. It's good to have you back. Perhaps I should have moved back to the dorm today." Yidong patted Wang Jinchuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Jinchuan, you should settle in comfortably. I'll extend your stay until graduation. Feel free to indulge in whatever the hotel offers. Such trivial expenses are nothing to me." Hearing Yidong's extravagant words left Wang Jinchuan both astonished and stunned. Goodness, even winning the 5 million lottery would warrant such lavish declarations. "Dongzi, do tell. What extraordinary stroke of luck have you encountered? Have you, akin to the tycoon from West Rainbow City, inherited a fortune from some affluent benefactor?" Wang Jinchuan mused with a burst of imagination. After contemplating, he found this notion to be the most plausible explanation. In just a few days, with boundless wealth and endless beautiful women, it felt as though his friend had ascended to the pinnacle of life. Yidong, upon hearing this, cast a look of approval at Wang Jinchuan and chuckled, "I didn't expect you to guess so quickly. Are you not immensely envious?" Yidong, unsure of how to elucidate his sudden wealth, decided to admit it candidly. Wang Jinchuan was momentarily speechless. Goodness, he had merely jested. Yet it seemed there was truth to his words about the tycoon from West Rainbow City. To claim he felt no envy would be a blatant lie. "Dongzi, just how much have you inherited?" Yidong chuckled and replied, "Jinchuan, while we share a good rapport, isn't your inquiry a bit too probing?" Realizing his question was rather abrupt, Wang Jinchuan sheepishly laughed. "I spoke out of turn. Since you truly have come into fortune, I shan't hold back." As they engaged in conversation, Yidong's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Li Xiaowei. Once connected, Yidong inquired directly, "Li Xiaowei, what is the matter?" "Senior Yidong, it's terrible. Gao Ziqiang has arrived in our class and, before everyone, professed his love for Wenruxue, declaring her as his woman. He threatened anyone who dares to pursue her with dire consequences. Li Xiaowei spoke urgently over the phone. Her words ignited a surge of anger in Yidong. When Ru Xue had just become his, and here was someone audacious enough to challenge that. Yidong was already familiar with Gao Ziqiang's notorious reputation, the wealthiest heir at Southwest University, rumored to have family assets nearing 100 billion. He had toyed with countless girls in the school. After hanging up the phone, he exchanged a few words with Wang Jinchuan before heading to the dance academy. A few minutes later, Yidong arrived at Wen Rushua's classroom, only to witness a scene that fueled his fury. He saw Wen Zihua pinned to the ground by a man, while another man arrogantly declared, "I have my eyes set on your sister. She is fortunate to have caught my attention. Do you dare to interfere? If it weren't for the fact that you're my brother-in-law, I'd have no qualms about putting you in your place." The tone of the conversation completely disregarded the school rules. When Rushua, protected by Li Xiaowei, was on the verge of tears, Yidong hurriedly entered the classroom, approached Wen Rushua, and comforted her. "Shuer, are you all right?" Upon seeing Yidong, Wen Rushua, aware of his exceptional abilities, quickly implored, "Yidong, please save my brother." Yidong had already assessed the situation with Wen Zihai. He was merely pinned to the ground but unharmed, which is why he hadn't rushed to intervene. He gave Wen Rushua a reassuring glance, then turned his icy gaze towards the arrogant Gao Ziqiang. From the moment Yidong entered and spoke to Wen Rushua, Gao Ziqiang was seething with rage. He felt as though he had been rendered invisible, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Upon meeting Yidong's frigid stare, he immediately retorted, "Who the hell are you? Who gave you the right to speak to Wen Rushua? Keep looking at me like that, and I swear I'll gouge your eyes out." Such brazen words from Gao Ziqiang struck Yidong as rather peculiar. He sensed that this man was indeed capable of carrying out his threats, suggesting that his status might be entirely above the law. Realizing this darker facet of reality, Yidong was not overly astonished. He slowly approached the man and coldly inquired, "Are you truly intent on gouging my eyes out? Do you not recognize any law in your heart?" Gao Ziqiang burst into laughter. "Law? That's for ordinary people like you. It seems you must be Wen Rushua's boyfriend. You better hope you haven't done anything to her, or you'll be finished." As soon as Gao Ziqiang finished his arrogant proclamation, Yidong delivered a resounding slap. The impact not only stunned Gao Ziqiang, but also left the entire dance class in shock. Gao Ziqiang's reputation preceded him. He was notoriously known as the campus bully, often described as the wealthiest young man, having once broken a fellow student's leg in front of a teacher, only to pay a fine and escape unscathed. The fact that such a ruthless figure was slapped by another student was beyond belief. Gao Ziqiang, the object of the slap, was now infuriated. "You slap." Before he could utter another word, Yidong struck him again. At that moment, the man who had been pinning Wen Zihai to the ground finally reacted. Releasing Wen Zihai, he shouted, "You dare to hit Brother Chong? I'll take you down." He rushed over with alarming speed. However, Yidong showed no mercy to such a rabid dog and swiftly sent him flying with a kick. Chapter 54. I can donate too. Just after Gao Ziqiang had been struck twice by Yidong, he witnessed his top henchman, Wu Dakawei, being effortlessly kicked away by Yidong. Instantly, the vicious words he had intended to utter were swallowed back down. Although Gao Ziqiang was arrogant, he was not a fool. He understood that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Wu Dakawei, being the leader of the boxing club, was acutely aware of his own formidable skills. The prowess of such a fierce individual could not be underestimated, especially when he was taken down within a single round. One could only imagine the ferocity of his opponent's strike. Little did Gao Ziqiang know that Yidong had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, Wu Dakawei would not merely have been kicked away, he might have been rendered unrecognizable. Yidong, while aware that the world was not as he had envisioned, refrained from unleashing his full potential in front of so many classmates on campus. Yet, if his opponent were truly intent on self-destruction, he possessed 100 ways to ensure their quiet demise. After assisting Wu Dakawei to his feet, Gao Ziqiang glared fiercely at Yidong, his gaze conveying a silent promise of retribution. Then, in an instant smack, Gao Ziqiang was left in a state of utter bewilderment. How could this be happening? Suppressing his seething anger, he dared not raise his head as he exited the classroom alongside Wu Dakawei. He had never before experienced such humiliation. Though he was outmatched in physical strength, he had no intention of letting this incident slide. The Gao family donated millions to the school each year, not merely for show, but to secure certain privileges for Gao Ziqiang. Inside the classroom, When Zaheo rose, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Yi Dong. Yi Dong's abilities surpassed his expectations. Wu Dakue was on par with the leaders of their club. The fact that such a formidable opponent had been dispatched so easily by Yi Dong was astonishing. Furthermore, when Zaheo found immense satisfaction in witnessing Yi Dong slap Gao Jiqiang. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Brother Dong, your moves were so impressive. You shall be my idol from now on. When can you teach me a few techniques?" Yi Dong smiled and replied, "Zhao, you are too kind. Idol, we shall be like family from now on." At this moment, when Rushue approached with a hint of nervousness in her demeanor, "Yi Dong, Gao Jiqiang will not let this go easily. Please be cautious." "Humph. I hope he does not let it go easily." Yi Dong understood that someone as arrogant as Gao Jiqiang would never accept such a humiliating defeat. However, he had no intention of fearing him. If Gao Jiqiang were eager to hasten his own demise, Yi Dong would gladly assist him. After offering a few words of comfort to Wen Rushue, Yi Dong departed the classroom amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. It dawned on everyone that Wen Rushue had unknowingly found herself a boyfriend. Yet, considering Yi Dong's strength, having the audacity to slap the school bully, few harbored any jealousy. In fact, many girls began to feel envious of Wen Rushue, realizing that having a boyfriend like Yi Dong, regardless of wealth, provided an overwhelming sense of security. Not long after Yi Dong emerged, he received a call from the Academic Affairs Office. A male voice, grave and serious, instructed him to come immediately. Yi Dong couldn't help but smirk internally. It was undoubtedly Gao Ziqiang leveraging his connections to exert pressure on the school. He was curious to see how the Academic Affairs Office would differentiate their treatment in this matter. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Academic Affairs Office, he could hear raised voices from a distance. His advisor, Zhang Jiming, was among them. "Director Liu, is it truly necessary to expel someone for such a minor dispute among students?" came his voice. Director Liu's stern reply followed, "Xiao Zhang, I understand that Yi Dong is your student, but do you know who he assaulted? It was Gao Ziqiang. You must also be aware of the Gaoshan Group, right? Every year, their CEO, Gao Zixing, donates tens of millions to our school, and he currently holds an honorary vice-chairman position. Gao Zixing has made it clear that any student involved in an altercation with his son must be expelled, or he will cease all donations to our institution. You know our school's funding is always tight, tens of millions each year. I am left with no choice. Even if this escalates to the principal, the outcome will remain unchanged." Although Zhang Jiming was aware of his own powerlessness, he pleaded, "Director Liu, could you perhaps speak a good word to President Gao? Just a reprimand for Yi Dong would suffice. This child comes from an ordinary family, and if he is expelled just before graduation, how will his family survive?" Listening to Zhang Jiming's words from outside the door, Yi Dong felt a surge of gratitude. As a novice mentor, he displayed remarkable courage by standing up for him despite the Gao family's formidable influence. Without knocking, Yi Dong stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Zhang Jiming's emotions were complex. He could not comprehend why Yi Dong would provoke a campus bully like Gao Ziqiang. Their relationship was one of mentorship and friendship, and he certainly did not wish to see Yi Dong expelled. Yet, Yi Dong appeared unfazed, smiling at Zhang Jiming. "Brother Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but this minor issue is something I can handle. The school will certainly not expel me." Before Zhang Jiming could respond to Yi Dong's bravado, Director Liu scoffed. "Ah? So you are Yi Dong. You still speak so confidently, unaware of the consequences of your actions. Have you heard of the Gaoshan Group? Gao Ziqiang, the young master you assaulted, wants you expelled, and achieving that is as simple as swatting a mosquito." Yi Dong, upon hearing this, looked at Director Liu with a mocking smile and replied, "Director Liu, do you mean to suggest that our vast institution is to be manipulated by a single entity like the Gaoshan Group? If that is the case, I would rather forfeit my diploma. What do you know? Matters at the higher echelons are not as straightforward as you presume." Director Liu retorted, feeling a twinge of insecurity at Yi Dong's sarcasm. Yi Dong coldly chuckled once more. It was merely a donation made by the Gao family to the school. So could it be that if I contributed some funds to the institution, I could also have Gao Ziqiang expelled? Upon hearing Yi Dong's grandiose claims, Director Liu couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically, responding, "Very well. If you can outdonate the Gao family, I shall expel Gao Ziqiang without hesitation." Naturally, Director Liu held no faith that Yi Dong could muster such a substantial sum. Just moments ago, Zhang Jiming had remarked that Yi Dong came from an ordinary background, not to mention donating tens of millions. he would likely struggle to part with even a mere 10,000 yuan. Zhang Jiming, having overheard Yidong's boastful declarations, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Although Yidong had recently gifted him several tens of thousands worth of tea, it was merely a stroke of luck. He dared not contend with a financial powerhouse such as Gaosheng Group. Chapter 55. I intend to donate 5 billion. Hearing Yidong's inflated rhetoric, even Zhang Jiming grew somewhat irate. He voiced his discontent, stating, Yidong, cease with the nonsense. I will speak to the principal shortly to see if we can reduce your expulsion to a mere reprimand. Yidong recognized Zhang Jiming's genuine concern for him and knew he would not take offense. He smiled and replied, Brother Zhang, I appreciate your kindness. However, I genuinely intend to donate a sum to the school today, determined to rid it of bullies like Gao Ziqiang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiming was left speechless. Meanwhile, Director Lu sneered. So, how much do you plan to donate, Yidong? Yidong coolly retorted, Director Lu, how much do you believe I need to donate to have Zhang Ziqiang expelled? Seeing Yidong's earnest inquiry only fueled Lu's indignation further, his tone growing icier. Then you should aim to earn 1 billion. The moment you donate, I will expel Gao Ziqiang immediately. Yidong was unfazed by Lu's tone, chuckling. Just provide me with the account details, and I shall donate this instant. Director Lu, of course, had no faith in Yidong's words and felt he lacked the authority to access the account information. He turned to Zhang Jiming, coldly stating, This is the exemplary student you have nurtured, spouting nothing but nonsense and grandiloquence. Even without the Gao Ziqiang incident, I believe such a student should be expelled. In truth, Zhang Jiming felt that Yidong's words were indeed excessive. Yet, he defended Yidong, retorting to Director Lu, Director, that is not a fair assessment. Yidong is merely echoing your influence, which has led him to speak in such a manner. Why should a donation grant anyone the freedom to act without consequence? How is it that Gao Ziqiang can break a fellow student's leg in front of teachers and face no repercussions? Do you not feel any remorse? Fueled by his anger, Zhang Jiming continued, oblivious to the ashen pallor of Director Lu's face. Upon hearing Zhang Jiming's words, Lu was seething with rage. While Yidong was on the verge of expulsion, it was somewhat understandable for him to engage in a verbal sparring match. But for a mere instructor like Zhang Jiming to question him was utterly unacceptable. Director Lu felt that his dignity was being trampled upon immensely. He abruptly stood up and admonished, Xiaozhang, I believe your remarks reflect a bias. Do you no longer wish to work at this institution? As a mere mentor, who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? It was only then that Zhang Jiming regained his composure, inwardly lamenting, This is the end. In my haste to speak, I have jeopardized my position. Even if Director Lu lacks the authority to expel me, my future at the university will certainly be fraught with difficulties. Within the university, the director of the teaching office wielded considerable power. It was exceedingly easy for him to find fault with an ordinary instructor. Yidong, observing from the side, could hardly contain himself. A mere teaching office director was acting as if he were the principal. Had it not been for Zhang Jiming, he would have slapped Director Lu long ago. He realized that Director Lu, in matters concerning donations, was likely not in a position of authority. He turned directly to Zhang Jiming and said, Brother Zhang, do not waste your breath on this Mediterranean fool. Let us go find the principal. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Director Lu became enraged. His greatest insecurity was his baldness, and at a relatively young age, he despised anyone who dared to mention it. Pointing at Yidong, he trembled as he spat. Whether or not this is related to Gao Ziqiang, I swear I will not let you leave this institution. Yidong retaliated by slapping his hand away, causing Director Lu to yelp in pain. Remove your filthy hands, and let us see who will be the first to be expelled. Yidong had reached his limit. He was determined not only to remove the bully Gao Ziqiang from the university, but also to ensure that Director Lu faced consequences. At this moment, Zhang Jiming was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to consider Yidong's situation. One thought consumed him. This is it. I am on the verge of marriage. And if anything were to go awry due to work-related issues, I would be left with nothing but regret. In a daze, he followed Yidong out of the teaching office and stood outside the principal's office, finally regaining his senses. He turned to Yidong with a wry smile. Yidong, do not harbor too much hope. I fear we are both doomed. Yet Yidong replied cheerfully, not necessarily. Perhaps the principal will show mercy and offer you Director Lu's position. At this juncture, hearing Yidong's light-hearted banter, Zhang Jiming could not muster any anger. Having come this far, he resolved to take a leap of faith. Upon entering the principal's office, Yidong did not afford Zhang Jiming a chance to speak. He approached the principal directly and declared, "Principal, I wish to make a donation to the school." Zhang Jiming was taken aback by Yidong's earnestness, yet he felt it was not his place to interject at this moment. Principal Zhu, unfamiliar with Yidong, glanced at Zhang Jiming with confusion and inquired, "Xiao Zhang, who is this?" Zhang Jiming, with a forced resolve, replied, "Principal Zhu, this is Yidong." Principal Zhu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had a vivid impression of Yidong. The decision to expel Yidong had originated from him. Unfortunately, the school's finances were exceedingly tight, and the annual donation from Goldman Sachs was of paramount importance to the institution. Yidong had, after all, acted violently in front of many classmates, providing a justification for his expulsion. To his surprise, the other party had come here to make a donation. Was he attempting to challenge Goldman Sachs? Without allowing Principal Zhu to ponder further, Yidong stated directly, "Principal Zhu, I am indeed here to donate today, and I intend to contribute 5 billion. The seriousness of Yidong's declaration left both Principal Zhu and Zhang Jiming utterly astounded. Good heavens! 5 billion. Did he think it was play money? Even Goldman Sachs could not muster such a sum unless they liquidated their assets. Yidong paid no mind to their bewildered expressions and promptly opened his mobile banking app to reveal his account balance, presenting it to Principal Zhu. "If you do not believe my words, you must trust this balance." Principal Zhu rubbed his eyes, staring at the lengthy string of numbers on Yidong's phone. A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within him. After counting several times, it truly approached 6 billion. Yidong had not yet transferred 1 billion to Wenruxia today. This was from yesterday's return of 10 billion, having given 4 billion to his parents and 1 billion to Zhou Hanyun, leaving him with nearly 6 billion. Principal Zhu, finally regaining his composure, hurriedly assisted Yidong to the sofa, his face breaking into a smile that seemed to blossom with joy. Good heavens! This was undoubtedly a superlative benefactor. Zhang Jiqiang was left even more bewildered by the exchange between Yidong and Principal Zhu. Could it be that Yidong was not merely boasting? Chapter 56. Expelling Gao Ziqiang. Principal Zhu subsequently brewed a cup of tea for Yidong and glanced at the dazed Zhang Jiming standing nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he prepared a cup of tea for Zhang Jiming as well, smiling warmly. "Xiao Zhang, don't stand there. Come and sit." Seeing Principal Zhu's enthusiastic demeanor towards him, Zhang Jiming's curiosity intensified. He approached Yidong and stammered, "Yidong, do you truly have 5 billion? Principal Zhu, observing the exchange, cast an irked glance at Zhang Jiming before turning his attention back to Yidong with a friendly expression, gently asking, "Yidong, are you truly planning to donate 5 billion to the school?" Yidong chuckled and replied, "Principal Zhu, do you truly think I would jest about such a significant matter?" Faced with Yidong's inquiry, Principal Zhu dared not show any anger. After all, 5 billion. If Yidong truly donated this amount, it would not only resolve the school's financial issues for the foreseeable future, but also bestow Principal Zhu with considerable political merit. Yet, he still harbored numerous questions. How could Yidong possess such vast wealth? A cash reserve of 6 billion was likely something no more than 100 individuals in the entire Dragon Country could readily access. Even among the myriad of billionaires with fortunes exceeding 1,000 billion, it is unlikely that they can readily mobilize such an immense sum of cash. Not to mention that Yidong is merely a senior student. After a moment of contemplation, I cautiously inquired, "Yidong, may I ask how you acquired this considerable amount of money?" In response to Principal Zhu's question, Yidong displayed no signs of surprise. He had anticipated that the other party would undoubtedly raise concerns regarding the security of the funds. He promptly presented his international stock account, which detailed the profits accrued over the past 2 days. Principal Zhu, who also had a penchant for stock trading, easily comprehended the materials Yidong shared. The more he understood, the more astonished he became. What had he just witnessed? Yidong had astonishingly earned 10 billion in just a single day on the American stock market. The admiration and envy reflected in Principal Zhu's gaze towards Yidong had deepened profoundly. He harbored no doubts about Yidong's veracity. Incredible, earning 10 billion in a day. The financial prowess of his classmate before him surpassed even that of the famed investor Warren Buffett by 100-fold or more. He excitedly exclaimed, "Yidong, on behalf of the entire school, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your generous donation." It was only then that Zhang Jiming, who had been in a daze beside them, realized that Yidong had never been exaggerating. He had directly escalated a 1 billion donation to 50 billion. He was tempted to urge Yi Dong to reconsider. With such a sum, who would even bother attending university? If they wished to expel him, so be it. However, as a teacher of the institution, it felt inappropriate to voice such sentiments, and he ultimately restrained himself. In response to Principal Zhu's gratitude, Yi Dong waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Principal Zhu, this money did not come from thin air. You cannot possibly believe that I would donate to the school without any conditions." Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, Principal Zhu was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that he had just suggested expelling Yi Dong. He then slapped his forehead and said, "Yi Dong, rest assured. You can focus on your studies until graduation. Let us consider today's incident as if it never occurred." Yi Dong chuckled lightly, but his expression soon turned icy as he retorted, "Principal Zhu, you must be dreaming. You do not think I would donate 50 billion merely for a worthless diploma, do you? I shall not engage in further discourse. If you agree to 2 conditions, I will proceed with the donation immediately. Otherwise, I might as well forego this semester." Hearing this, Principal Zhu broke into a cold sweat. The thought of losing such a valuable opportunity terrified him. He feared he would never forgive himself for letting it slip away. He quickly declared, "Yi Dong, feel free to stipulate your conditions. Do not hesitate to ask for 2. Even 10 or 100. I will fulfill whatever I can." Seeing Principal Zhu's accommodating attitude, Yi Dong casually stated, "The first condition is to immediately expel that campus bully, Gao Ziqiang. The second condition is that I believe Director Liu lacks the capability to occupy that position. I find my mentor, Professor Zhang, quite suitable for it. What do you think, Principal Zhu?" Regarding Yi Dong's first condition, Principal Zhu is not particularly surprised. You intend to undermine him, yet he possesses the ability to retaliate. How could he refrain from doing so? However, he is somewhat taken aback by the notion of displacing Director Liu. It suddenly dawns on him that Director Liu must have severely offended Yi Dong earlier, prompting such a proposal. For him, these 2 conditions pose no significant challenge. He has long harbored dissatisfaction with Gao Zixing of Gao Sheng Group meddling in school affairs. If it weren't for the annual donations amounting to tens of millions, he would never have tolerated a campus bully like Gao Ziqiang. As for Director Liu, it is a matter of letting the current situation prevail, preserving friendships over enmity. Appointing the young Zhang as the director seems quite favorable. After contemplating this, he promptly responds, "Yi Dong, both of your conditions are agreeable. When shall we discuss the donation?" Yi Dong chuckles, "As soon as you fulfill these 2 matters, I shall donate immediately." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhu rises with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Yi Dong, anticipate good news from me. I shall personally ensure these matters are accomplished." When Director Liu receives the notification of his dismissal from the Human Resources Department, he is utterly bewildered, feeling as though he might collapse. What on earth? He has been performing his duties well, yet suddenly finds himself dismissed without having offended anyone. A fleeting figure crosses his mind. Could it be? Upon receiving the news of his expulsion, Gao Ziqiang is engulfed in disbelief. Who is he? The young master of Gao Sheng Group. His family contributes tens of millions to the school annually. Who would dare to expel him? Consumed by rage, he calls his father. Upon hearing the news, Gao Zixing's fury surpasses his son's. What audacity! Who dares to expel my son? He immediately contacts Principal Zhu. "Old Zhu, I heard someone at your school is planning to expel my son. Who is the fool with such audacity?" Principal Zhu nearly chokes on his response. "Mr. Gao, please refrain from insults. This decision was made by me after thorough consideration. Your son has been utterly uncontrollable at the school, not only bullying others, but showing complete disregard for the teachers. Is it wrong to expel such a student?" Gao Zixing is momentarily speechless. "Old Zhu, are you mistaken? My son has exemplary character. How can he be as you describe? Have you forgotten the substantial donations our family makes to your school every year?" Principal Zhu responds with a cold laugh. "Do not attempt to use donations to coerce me. Our school is not dependent on your paltry contributions." Chapter 57. The donation ceremony. Before Gao Zixing has a chance to respond, Principal Zhu hangs up the phone, his face beaming as he turns to Yi Dong. "The meaning is quite clear. I have fulfilled the conditions you stipulated, so it is time for you to honor your pledge of donation." Yi Dong, of course, would not be one to go back on his word. To most, the sum of 50 billion may seem an unfathomable fortune. However, for Yi Dong, it is merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Naturally, such a substantial donation could not be transferred directly to Principal Zhu. He resolved to hold off until tomorrow, when, in front of the entire student body, he would invite prominent figures from the city's education sector to partake in a grand donation ceremony. The following morning, vehicles from the municipal education department rolled into the university. All students and faculty had been notified the previous day that a significant donation ceremony would take place, and attendance was mandatory. Lu Weiwei, the epitome of beauty in her class, had swiftly moved on after being dumped by Li Jigang and was now dating a wealthy heir from the neighboring class. This heir's family wealth was comparable to that of Li Jigang's, but, crucially, he was far more willing to spend on Lu Weiwei. Though his appearance was somewhat unremarkable, Lu Weiwei paid it no mind. Once the lights were off and her eyes were closed, she saw nothing. Yet, her material enjoyment had undergone a complete transformation. At that moment, she was strolling through the campus with her new affluent boyfriend. Upon seeing the numerous official vehicles, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! Today's donation ceremony is so grand. Could it be that a super rich tycoon is donating several hundred million?" Her boyfriend replied, "Several hundred million seems unlikely. With the economy in such a downturn, who would part with that much to donate to a school? Donating even 100 million would be quite remarkable." Lu Weiwei's eyes sparkled at the thought. Goodness, even 100 million seemed terrifying. She truly could not comprehend the world of the ultra-wealthy. Did their fortunes simply blow in from the wind? It was worth noting that her affluent boyfriend's family assets totaled only a few million. As she pondered this, Lu Weiwei held her boyfriend's hand and gradually made her way to the playground. Upon arrival, students lined up according to their respective classes. Typically, the school appeared sparse. But now, with thousands of students and faculty gathered, the scene was indeed magnificent. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, once all personnel were present, Principal Zhu stepped onto the platform, accompanied by the dignitaries from the education department. In the gaze of the assembled crowd, he began to introduce, "Today, we are immensely honored to have Mayor Ma and various directors from the city here to witness this monumental donation ceremony." It was at that moment that the students were struck with awe, realizing that the mayor himself had come to attend the event. What magnitude of donation could warrant such an esteemed presence? Principal Zhu surveyed the audience and continued, "Today, I feel an immense honor. For the protagonist of our donation ceremony is not a large corporation or a billionaire, but a student nurtured by our very own school." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be that our school harbors such a remarkable individual? Although this student may not be a magnate, one can surmise that his father certainly is. In essence, we are concealing a truly affluent heir within our institution. The more attractive female students sparkled with excitement, for a connection to such a wealthy successor could secure them a life of ease. Observing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Principal Zhu decided against prolonging the suspense. He announced with clarity, "Now, let us welcome today's star, classmate Yi Dong, to the stage." As his words echoed, Yi Dong ascended the platform. Many who were unfamiliar with him remained indifferent, but his classmates were utterly astonished. Could it be that this is the very Yi Dong who had long admired Lu Weiwei? Recently, whispers had circulated in class about Yi Dong winning a substantial lottery prize. Yet, even if he had indeed won millions, it seemed incongruous with the grandiosity of today's donation ceremony. Could it be that Yi Dong was indeed a mysterious affluent heir, previously concealing his true identity? No wonder. Just days ago, the school beauty, when riche had personally sought him out in class. Upon Yi Dong's entrance, many who recognized him immediately began to speculate, their gazes shifting towards Lu Weiwei. What had this woman overlooked? Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei's complexion turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. A singular thought echoed in her mind. Impossible. This must be a dream, an absolute fabrication. However, the authentic expressions of her peers, coupled with her own senses, compelled Lu Weiwei to acknowledge the reality before her. Her fingernails involuntarily dug into her flesh, the pain providing a strange sense of comfort. My goodness, what have I truly missed? Similarly, class beauty Ni Kursin was engulfed in regret, lamenting that had she known Yi Dong's formidable background, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Wang Jinchuan stared at Yi Dong in shock, pondering how much inheritance he must have to host such an extravagant donation event. Li Xiaoqian also gazed at Yi Dong in disbelief, then turned to her friend Wen Ruxue, who displayed no hint of astonishment. "Shuer, aren't you surprised?" she inquired. Wen Ruxue merely smiled gently and shook her head. "What is there to be surprised about? Yesterday, Yi Dong transferred another 100 million to her. And with the 100 million from the day before, she had become numbed by the sheer volume of wealth, even losing interest in money itself. When one possesses an abundance of funds that cannot be spent, does it not simply become a numerical value? Today, even if Yidong were to donate vast sums, it would hardly stir any emotions within when Rushua. Principal Zhu, upon seeing Yidong take the stage, promptly introduced Mayor Ma and Director Zhang to him. Both of them were acutely aware of the donation amount being unveiled today, and, in Yidong's presence, they refrained from assuming any airs of authority, even deliberately adopting a somewhat humble demeanor. Subsequently, Mayor Ma personally took the floor. The donation ceremony was now officially underway. In truth, it was quite straightforward. Yidong executed a direct transfer via his mobile phone, and soon after, the colossal LCD screen behind the platform displayed the monumental figure of his donation, 500 billion yuan. Chapter 58. The hidden ancient clan. As the audience gazed at the lengthy string of zeros on the screen, they counted it several times over. Upon confirming that it was indeed 50 billion, a sense of suffocation enveloped them. Initially, they had thought that such a grand spectacle could only signify a donation of a few billion at most. Goodness, it turned out their imagination had not been sufficiently audacious. Lu Weiwei stared at this terrifying sum, one that could compel her to pay any price, even her very soul, feeling on the brink of madness. An overwhelming wave of dizziness and nausea washed over her, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Perhaps losing consciousness and ceasing to think was the best outcome for her. Otherwise, for a materialistic woman like her, the shock might have driven her to insanity. Lu Weiwei's fainting spell, though known to her classmates in the know, left others believing she had been overwhelmed by the staggering amount. Principal Zhu calmly instructed the medical staff to assist Lu Weiwei away. Such a minor incident was merely a trivial mishap to him. Before the leaders, the donation ceremony must be executed flawlessly. He promptly handed the microphone to Yidong, inviting him to say a few words. Before the thousands of teachers and students, Yidong exhibited no signs of trepidation. His mindset had undergone a profound transformation. To put it bluntly, he was now capable of looking down upon anyone present. After surveying the crowd, his gaze finally settled on Wen Rushua. With a light smile, he remarked, "Schwer, this 50 billion I have donated today is for you. Are you pleased?" This statement instantly sparked a buzz among the audience. Over the past few days, when Rushua's reputation at school had soared, being hailed by many classmates as the most beautiful girl, given their apparent closeness, it seemed they were indeed a couple. Yet, not a single person harbored feelings of envy or jealousy towards Yidong. What a joke! If only they could also produce 5 billion. Not to mention a beauty like Wen Rushua, even 100 or 1,000 such exquisite women would likely be easily grasped. However, all the girls' envy and jealousy towards Wen Rushua had coalesced into a palpable force. The average-looking ones need not be mentioned. Even the several campus beauties gazing at Yidong on stage were practically sparkling with excitement. They had already concocted their own schemes in their hearts. Among them was an old acquaintance of Yidong, the campus beauty Ouyang Lina. From the moment Yidong took the stage, she recognized him instantly. She had not anticipated that Yidong's background was so formidable, capable of casually producing 5 billion. Aside from those reclusive super families, who else possessed such audacity? She had initially believed her own family to be quite affluent, with assets reaching 2 to 3 billion. Yet compared to Yidong, it seemed utterly trivial. Although their family's assets stood at 2 to 3 billion, most were fixed assets, and the actual cash flow available would certainly not exceed 1 billion. One can only imagine the monumental shock that Yidong's nonchalant donation of 5 billion, made for a woman, had on Ouyang Lina. Her gaze directed at Yidong was filled with countless twinkling stars. Upon hearing Yidong's declaration on stage, Wen Rushua felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was her man, who could not only produce miraculous beauty elixirs, but also lavishly spend 50 billion, as if it were merely 50. Wen Rushua's brother, Wen Zihao, was utterly stunned by Yidong's grand gesture. Goodness, with such a fortune, why not donate to the school and benefit his own brother-in-law instead? Yidong's friend, Wang Jinchuan, was also taken aback. He had come to realize that Yidong was certainly not merely an heir to an inheritance. Even if he had inherited the fortune of the world's richest person, he would not be so generous. He racked his brain, unable to fathom how Yidong had transformed into someone so extravagantly wealthy. In the mountainous city, Within the Longtan Villa district, in the grand villa of the Gao family, Gao Zixing furiously flung objects off the table. He angrily exclaimed, "That bastard Principal Zhu, having taken so much from me, actually shows me such disrespect." Gao Ziqiang, standing by, was like a meek little lamb, entirely obedient in front of his father, devoid of any of the school's haughty demeanor. He timidly suggested, "Dad, perhaps we should just let it go. I can always transfer schools. I never expected Yi Dong to be so wealthy. His status must be extraordinary. No wonder Principal Zhu is not giving you face this time." Gao Zixing shot a glare at Gao Ziqiang. He scolded loudly, "Weren't you quite arrogant at school? Why have you turned into a coward now? I have already investigated Yi Dong's funding. I don't know what kind of luck he stumbled upon, but he casually snagged 1 billion in the international financial market. As long as he lacks any formidable background, provoking me, Gao Zixing, will not be so easily overlooked." The moment Gao Ziqiang thought of Yi Donglai's formidable skills, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He timidly replied, "Dad, Yi Dong's prowess is far too impressive. I feel he surpasses even your personal bodyguard. Perhaps we should reconsider." Upon hearing this, Gao Zixing delivered a resounding slap to Gao Ziqiang's face. Smack! He thundered in fury. "What on earth is wrong with you? Are you truly my son, or merely a coward? They have already insulted you, and yet you choose to endure it. No one has ever dared to provoke the Gao family and walked away unscathed. Skill is of no consequence if you cower at the first sign of trouble. It is time for you to understand our family's true strength. Otherwise, you will always act timid in the face of adversity." Hearing his father's words, Gao Ziqiang's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It seemed that their family was not as simple as he had once thought. The sting from the slap began to fade. With excitement, he inquired, "Dad, could it be that our family is part of some hidden lineage? Is there something I am unaware of?" Gao Zixing, upon hearing this, cast a measured glance at his son. With an enigmatic expression, he began, "I had intended to reveal this to you after your university graduation when you would inherit the family fortune. However, given the need to deal with Yi Dong, it is essential that I share certain truths with you. I am not merely an ordinary businessman. Our family's company has accrued at least several hundred billion over the years. Yet, why does our balance sheet reflect only a few tens of billions? That is because the majority has been contributed to the ancient Gao clan of Wulong Mountain. Though I am but a distant descendant of the Gao clan, I possess a fraction of their bloodline. Furthermore, with the substantial sums I contribute annually to summon 2 masters for our aid against Yi Dong, defeating him would be as simple as crushing an ant." Gao Ziqiang, bewildered, pondered this revelation. Wulong Mountain is not far from Shancheng, and he had visited several times. Where, he wondered, was this hidden ancient clan? Chapter 59, Seeking Allies in the Ancient Clan. Wulong Mountain, situated 30 miles south of Shancheng, is a national level 3 scenic area. While it typically sees few visitors, weekends and holidays attract many local residents eager to explore. Yet, none could fathom that within this seemingly modest Wulong Mountain lies an isolated space, concealing an ancient and reclusive clan, the Gao family. This enclave is approximately the size of a small county, established over a millennium ago during the ancient martial arts era. The powerful members of the Gao clan expended great effort to carve out this independent realm to evade the chaos of the apocalypse, similar to other ancient martial families. Although it resembles a spatial dimension, it is essentially a complex array. To this day, the population within has grown to over 10,000 individuals. Given the expanse of this territory, they are entirely self-sufficient within their secluded haven. Until modern times, due to the passage of many years, the formations within the small space had suffered minor damages, allowing the Gao clan to re-emerge into the light of day. After a millennium, the outside world was utterly unlike what they had envisioned. Initially, they discovered that though this world was exceedingly prosperous, the physical constitution of the vast majority of ordinary people was astonishingly poor. The largest family in the mountain city had merely a handful of innate warriors in residence, starkly contrasting with the plentiful innate masters and numerous grandmasters within their own clan. This disparity inflated the ambitions of the entire clan, leading them to contemplate whether they might become the current rulers of the Dragon Kingdom. Several elder-level grandmasters ventured to Longjing, but tragically, they never returned. It became evident that this world was far more complex than they had imagined. The second most formidable member of the clan, the High Priest Gao Taichong, personally journeyed to Longjing. It remains unclear what negotiations transpired there, but he did manage to bring back a few grandmasters who were barely clinging to life. Upon returning, it is unknown what was discussed with the clan leader. From that point onward, although there were occasional outings by clan members, they were predominantly of master level or below. To ensure their kin could lead lives of luxury, they selected a clever yet martial arts novice from the outer sect to engage in commerce. Gao Zixing was cultivated by the Gao clan specifically as a tool for generating wealth. One day, Gao Zixing took his son, Gao Ziqiang, to the hanging cliff of Wulong Mountain. As Gao Ziqiang gazed at the sheer precipice before him, his legs quivered with trepidation. Nervously, he inquired, "Father, you don't mean the reclusive ancient clan is beneath the cliff, do you?" Hearing this, Gao Zixing shot his son a fierce glare. In a hushed yet furious tone, he scolded, "You insolent child, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut before we came here? If someone from the clan appears and you offend them with your foolish words, I won't be able to save you." Gao Ziqiang, realizing the seriousness of his father's admonition, fell silent. Yet, he harbored doubts regarding Gao Zixing's assertions. The cliffside was devoid of even a single bird. It hardly resembled a dwelling place for any hidden clan. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was his father, he would have surely questioned the man's sanity. While lost in such thoughts, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space at the edge of the cliff. Gradually, it transformed into a small mountain path, and a middle-aged man emerged from within. As a modern individual with a higher education, Gao Ziqiang was both stunned and exhilarated by the scene unfolding before him. He realized that what was occurring was certainly not an illusion. This world was far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. The middle-aged man, dressed in contemporary attire, upon seeing the father and son, frowned and remarked, "Gao Zixing, who is this boy? Did I not advise you time and again to never bring outsiders here?" Gao Zixing quickly smiled and said, "Brother Gao Jianfeng, please do not misunderstand. This is my son, Gao Ziqiang, who can be considered a descendant of the Gao clan. He has now reached the age of recognizing his roots, and I wish to bring him back to our clan to see if he can still cultivate ancient martial arts." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Gao Jianfeng slightly relaxed his furrowed brows. However, he still replied with a hint of irritation, "Next time, remember to inform me in advance, regardless of whom you wish to bring. And are you not aware of your own qualifications? What can you expect from a son born to you? I suggest you save your time and send your son back." Gao Zixing felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was the representative of the Gao clan in the world, yet he was being reprimanded in such a manner. Moreover, Gao Jianfeng's own qualifications were not particularly high, or he would not be stationed here guarding the passageway. Nevertheless, he dared not confront him, for doing so would jeopardize not only his son's chance, but his own as well. He could only suppress his frustration and smile weakly, saying, "You are right, Brother Jianfeng. I merely wanted my son to have a try, to quell his aspirations." As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Gao Ziqiang. Understanding his father's silent cue, Gao Ziqiang stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Uncle Gao, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. A small token of appreciation, please accept it." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a card into Gao Jianfeng's hand. Gao Jianfeng, being merely a warrior of the initial stage of innate ability, was accustomed to enjoying life outside the confines of his duties when not guarding the passage. He immediately understood the implications of the card. Consequently, a warm smile broke across his previously cold expression. "Ah, my dear nephew, you are too kind. Please, go in with your father. Perhaps you will be fortunate enough to possess the qualifications of a warrior." The rapid transformation of Gao Jianfeng's demeanor left both Gao Zixing and Gao Ziqiang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Truly, it seemed that the power of wealth was undeniable wherever one went. Soon after, Gao Ziqiang followed his father into the passageway. Before long, the surroundings opened up magnificently before them. Gazing at the scene that resembled a paradise, Gao Ziqiang was momentarily entranced. Though there were no towering buildings or bustling vehicles, the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, creating a landscape reminiscent of a cinematic wonderland. As they walked, Gao Ziqiang's eyes widened in awe. Aside from the distinct architecture, the place resembled a quaint little town. Gao Jianfeng had already notified those inside, and soon they were welcomed into a grand hall by an elder named Gao Tianbao, a master at the pinnacle of cultivation. After briefly understanding their purpose, he first assessed Gao Ziqiang's martial arts potential, only to shake his head in disappointment. Observing this, both father and son were engulfed in despair. Gao Ziqiang had initially hoped to hone his skills and personally deal with Yidong. This outcome was anticipated by Gao Zixing. Although he felt a sense of disappointment, it was ultimately something he could accept. Subsequently, he revealed the grievances his family had endured. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianbao was immediately incensed. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Gu family. An hour later, Gao Zixing and his son emerged from the corridor, followed by 3 young individuals, approximately in their 20s. Among them were 2 young men, Gao Changshan and Gao Changha, and a young woman named Gao Yulian. Due to their upbringing in the realm of ancient martial arts, the young women within their circle were typically more exquisite than those found outside. Upon first laying eyes on Gao Yulian, Gao Ziqiang was utterly captivated by her beauty, which surpassed even that of Wen Ruxue, who had consumed beauty-enhancing elixirs. Indeed, Gao Yulian's appearance was among the finest within the Gao clan, and her lineage held a relatively esteemed position within the family hierarchy. Having heard of an opportunity to venture out and experience the wonders of the outside world, she implored her grandfather to allow her to participate. It had been a decade since her last excursion, and her longing for the world beyond had only intensified. Her elder grandfather, a grandmaster, deemed her innate skills as a late-stage practitioner of martial arts sufficient to navigate the southwestern province without significant peril, and thus he consented. As they exited the corridor, Gao Yulian inquired, "Uncle Shang, are we only tasked with dealing with a university student this time?" Although she had only ventured out once, she was well aware that even among ordinary universities, practitioners of martial arts were exceedingly rare. She was astonished that such a significant figure as Gao Zixing had personally come to the family to enlist their help against someone named Yi Dong. Gao Zixing responded cautiously, "Miss Yulian, that Yi Dong is no ordinary university student. He is likely a martial artist himself, which is precisely why we have sought your assistance." Gao Changha, overhearing this, scoffed, "Uncle Gao, it seems you have forgotten the stature of our family during your time away." "Huh, he is merely an ordinary martial artist. I could easily crush him with a flick of my fingers." Listening to the derision from this younger generation, Gao Zixing could not express any discontent. These individuals belonged to the inner circle of the family, holding a status far superior to that of ordinary clan members, let alone someone like Gao Zixing, who occupied the lowest tier of the outer sect. Had it not been for Gao Ziqiang's earlier gesture of offering them a card, the term uncle would hardly have been applicable to Gao Zixing. Though young, Gao Yulian and her companions had already attained the innate realm, as Gao Zixing had learned within the clan. Achieving such a level at around the age of 20 would undoubtedly mark them as extraordinary prodigies in martial arts. In the entirety of Longhua, only the current Grand Marshal, Long Jingtian, could boast similar accomplishments at such a young age. Gao Zixing, upon reflecting on this, found himself even more respectful towards the individuals before him. With a humble demeanor, he replied, "Young Master Changha, your words ring profoundly true. It is indeed a waste of talent to dispatch you to deal with a mere Yi Dong. Should Yi Dong meet his demise at the hands of such illustrious figures as yourselves, it would be a tremendous honor for him." Hearing this, Gao Changha let out a cold snort and responded, "Uncle Shang, whether Yi Dong lives or dies is not for you to decide. The inner sect elders have instructed us that unless absolutely necessary, we must refrain from unnecessary killings. Of course, if Yi Dong proves to be ungrateful, I would not mind facilitating his departure." Gao Ziqiang, listening nearby, began to formulate a plan in his mind, resolute in his intention to ensure that Yi Dong would indeed be ungrateful. In a clandestine base located in the southwestern province, Lan, the leader of the Dragon Group's southwestern division, was reviewing documents when a team member knocked and entered. "Sister Lan, we have received news from Wulong Mountain that the reclusive Gao family is suspected to have a master-level expert emerging." Upon hearing this, Lan turned her exquisitely beautiful face towards the team member, frowning as she inquired, "Is this information reliable?" "Sister Lan, this news has been relayed by the Heavenly Eye. It is deemed to be 100 credible. Please instruct our personnel in Shanxing to remain vigilant. If a master-level expert does emerge, as long as they do not cause trouble, it should be fine." Lan pondered for a moment and instructed the team member accordingly. Then, she muttered to herself, "These reclusive families are becoming increasingly restless. They had better not overstep their bounds." Within a luxurious chamber of the Gao clan, several family members were engaged in discussion. Elder Tianyang, the Grand Priest Gao Taichung has repeatedly instructed us that master-level experts must not leave the valley. Are you not concerned about sending Gao Fu to trail Miss Yulian? "Huh. Do you think I would dare to send a master out without the Grand Priest's approval?" replied Gao Tianyang, the inner sect elder, his gaze icy. For 30 years, the agreement made with Long Jing has confined all master-level experts of our Gao clan to this wretched place. Now that our clan leader has reached the fabled threshold, sending Gao Fu out is merely a means to test the waters and gauge any official response. Our Gao family was a prominent clan during the ancient martial era over 1,000 years ago. We cannot remain trapped in this desolate place forever. The other clan members' eyes brightened at his words. All of them were master-level experts within the Gao clan, and most had never ventured beyond the valley. Occasionally, they had heard the younger generation speak of the vibrant world outside, and they longed to experience it themselves. Now, upon hearing of the clan's newfound ambitions, their hearts burned with excitement. Meanwhile, on the university campus where Yi Dong resided, a group of remarkably mysterious and esteemed guests had arrived. Recently, Yi Dong had made headlines throughout Longhua by donating 5 billion yuan to the school. As one of the prominent families in the mountainous city, the Gu family undoubtedly received the news. Upon hearing it, Gu Ziyuan was profoundly astonished. 50 billion, even for the Gu family. It would be nearly impossible to amass such a sum of cash in a short time, yet it was casually mentioned by Yi Dong that he would donate it. Early this morning, accompanied by his granddaughter Gu Mingyue and several of his sons, he visited the school to pay his respects to Yi Dong. In the specially designated reception room for esteemed guests, Principal Zhu observed the significant presence of the Gu family, all gathered merely to visit Yi Dong. This only deepened his suspicions regarding Yi Dong's true identity. It later dawned on Principal Zhu that the matter of the donation was far from straightforward. Could an ordinary individual effortlessly accumulate such wealth in the international financial market? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Witnessing the formidable display from the Gu family today confirmed that his suspicions were indeed correct. Yi Dong was anything but an ordinary person. Chapter 61. Is there no law? When Yi Dong received Principal Zhu's notification and arrived at the VIP room, Gu Ziyuan, who had been enjoying tea, swiftly rose to his feet. He approached Yi Dong with rapid strides and respectfully spoke. Master Yi, I hope my unexpected visit does not disturb you. His humble demeanor was a complete upheaval of Principal Zhu's perspective. It is noteworthy that although Gu Ziyuan had stepped down, his prestige remained intact. Even the highest-ranking official in the mountainous city would treat him as an equal. Moreover, the Gu family was not merely a small clan. They were the foremost family in the city. For Gu Ziyuan to exhibit such deference indicated that Yi Dong's background must be extraordinary. The thought sent a chill down Principal Zhu's spine, and he began to sweat profusely. Goodness, such a formidable figure, and just days ago, he had contemplated expelling Gao Ziqiang. Had he proceeded with that action, the consequences would have been dire. Of course, Principal Zhu's demeanor went unnoticed by anyone. In light of Gu Ziyuan's enthusiastic approach, Yi Dong promptly responded, Old Master Gu, please do not be so formal with me. I am merely a student, and there is no disturbance to speak of. Despite this, Gu Ziyuan dared not regard Yi Dong as an ordinary student. He quickly called over his sons for introductions. Master Yi, allow me to introduce my 3 sons. This is my eldest, Gu Hongbo, the current head of our family, my second son, Gu Hongchuan, who holds a position in the Nanchuan provincial government, and my youngest, Gu Honglin, who is Gu Mingyue's father and operates a small business. Please, you all should greet Master Yi. After completing the introductions, Gu Ziyuan reminded his sons. Gu Hongbo, the family head, took the lead, stating, Master Yi, I have long heard of your esteemed name from my father. You truly are a remarkable figure, a dragon among men. Gu Hongchuan and Gu Honglin also joined in warmly greeting him, gazing at Yi Dong, who appeared younger than his own son. The Gu family brothers found it hard to believe, despite hearing from Gu Ziyuan and Gu Mingyue that this was indeed the truth. Before them stood a master of profound skill. Naturally, they remained skeptical, largely due to Yi Dong's youth. However, based on Gu Mingyue's descriptions, even if Yi Dong was not a master, he was undoubtedly a peak-level innate martial artist. Achieving such a formidable status in his 20s certainly warranted their respect. It was noteworthy that prior to Gu Ziyuan attaining the innate realm, Gu Hongbo was the only innate martial artist in the entire Gu family, and he had merely reached the initial stage. Yet, even so, he had established the Gu family as the foremost clan in Shanxing. It is evident that even if Yi Dong was only at the peak of the innate realm, he would undoubtedly be a figure to whom the entire Gu family must look up. Later, after a few elders greeted Yi Dong, Gu Mingyue joyfully performed a courteous bow, saying, Master Yi, It is a pleasure to see you again. Yidong responded with a smile. Miss Gu, it hasn't been long since our parting in Luoxian. Master Yi, please refrain from calling me Miss Gu. Simply refer to me as Mingyue. Facing Gu Mingyue's overture, Yidong understood her intentions well. She seemed to harbor feelings for him. Of course, Gu Mingyue was a quintessential beauty, on par with the exquisite Wen Ruxue. Regardless of their initial encounter where her demeanor was less than amiable, which was quite understandable. After all, his super goddess system was designed to attract such goddesses. And whether it was the Gu family's expectations or Gu Mingyue's inclinations, Yidong found no reason to decline. With a chuckle, he replied to Gu Mingyue. Then I shall call you Mingyue from now on, and you need not address me as Master Yi. That feels overly formal. You may simply call me by my name or Yi Gu. His words brought joy to the Gu family members. Though the Gu family held considerable influence in the southwestern province, they paled in comparison to other affluent families outside this remote area. If they could forge a genuine bond with Yidong through Gu Mingyue, it was not beyond possibility for the Gu family to transcend their provincial confines and emerge as a true aristocracy in Longhua. Gu Mingyue also perceived the subtle implications in Yidong's words and felt a surge of delight. Historically, it has always been the case that beautiful women are drawn to heroes. A young man like Yidong, who had achieved such accomplishments, would undoubtedly be the dream prince for all women. With a slight blush, she cheerfully declared, Yi Gu, I shall be sure to visit you often. Although Yidong had long been accustomed to the admiration of top beauties like Wen Ruxue, when compared, Gu Mingyue, nurtured in a prestigious family, exhibited a grace that surpassed even Wen Ruxue's. His heart stirred with emotion. Suddenly, he blurted out, even if you don't come looking for me, I will undoubtedly seek you out. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's face flushed with shyness. However, Gu Ziyuan and the brothers of the Gu family were filled with delight. This situation made Principal Zhu, who was nearby, feel a pang of envy. Goodness, Yidong's luck with women is extraordinary. It was evident that the campus beauty, who was well known in the school, had undoubtedly been captivated by Yidong. To think that this young lady from the Gu family, whose beauty rivaled that of the campus flower, was actively pursuing Yidong. The prominent figures of the Gu family wore expressions that suggested they were reveling in a great fortune. Instantly, apart from deep envy, Principal Zhu felt an overwhelming astonishment. He could not fathom the extent of Yidong's connections that would lead the Gu family to act in such a manner. Just as he was lost in thought, the door of the VIP room was abruptly pushed open. Principal Zhu furrowed his brows and looked over to see Yidong's mentor, Zhang Jiming, who now ought to be addressed as Director Zhang of the administration office. He rushed in, and upon spotting Yidong, he froze momentarily. Then, in a flustered manner, he exclaimed, Yidong, what are you doing here? Quickly hide. Gao Ziqiang has brought accomplices to the campus to trouble you, and they are headed this way. Before Yidong could respond, Principal Zhu, upon hearing this, voiced his displeasure. Where are the security personnel? Are they merely idling? How can they allow such intrusions? Zhang Jiming replied anxiously, Principal Zhu, the security was initially supposed to intercept them, but a conflict broke out, and they were all injured. Principal Zhu, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. How could an unrelated group breach the gates of a university? In front of the esteemed members of the Gu family, Principal Zhu felt utterly embarrassed. He then exclaimed in anger, in broad daylight, to commit violence on campus. Where is the law? Chapter 62. Dragons and Ants. Yidong was equally astonished by Gao Ziqiang's audacity to confront him on campus. Since the opponent sought trouble, he had no qualms about obliging them. The Gu family members were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Being from the same mountainous city, they were well aware of the Gao family of Gao Sheng Group. They were merely an ordinary large corporation. It was shocking that they had the audacity to provoke Master Yi. This was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Not to mention that they had two innate-level experts among them, while Yidong was suspected to be a master-level super expert. In the entire southwestern province, they could not conceive of anyone who could pose a threat to Yidong. Zhang Jiming, noticing that Yidong remained unfazed, grew increasingly anxious. He had witnessed firsthand how arrogant the opposing party was at the school gate. They showed no regard for the fact that they were in a public space, disregarding the presence of over 10 security personnel on their side, either knocked to the ground by the opponent or frightened away. In a state of urgency, he urged, Yidong, quickly exit through the back gate of the school. We shall discuss this matter once the storm has passed. Gu Hongba, unable to bear the situation any longer, disdainfully remarked, "You need not persuade him further, good sir. I am quite eager to see who in this mountainous city would dare to provoke a guest of the Gu family." "The Gu family? Are you from the Gu family?" Zhang Jiming responded, incredulous. "Director Zhang, this is Gu Hongba, the head of the Gu family in the mountain city. These individuals here are all significant figures of the Gu clan. That scoundrel Gao Ziqiang dares to commit violence at the school. Today, the Gao family is finished." At this moment, Principal Zhu finally grasped the situation and introduced Zhang Jiming to the esteemed guests. With all the prominent members of the Gu family present, and Yi Dong treated as a distinguished guest, there was surely nothing that could not be resolved. Zhang Jiming, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily dazed. When had Yi Dong established such connections with such influential figures? However, he soon felt reassured, though he was merely an ordinary teacher. He understood that in the face of the Gu family, Gao Ziqiang's Gao Sheng group was utterly insignificant. Outside, after Gao Ziqiang and his entourage entered the campus, his top follower, Wu Dakue, quickly joined him. "Brother Chong, you finally arrived. I've missed you these past few days." Gao Ziqiang laughed and scolded, "Enough with the theatrics. Are you certain you just saw Yi Dong heading to the VIP room?" Wu Dakue replied earnestly, "Brother Chong, I would never deceive you. I took your command to monitor Yi Dong's movements very seriously." "Pleased," Gao Ziqiang said, "you've done well in this matter. Once I deal with Yi Dong, you need not attend this wretched university any longer. You will follow me and enjoy a life of luxury." As the two continued their banter, Gao Changshan grew impatient. They had finally ventured out and wished to complete their tasks swiftly before indulging in the pleasures of the world. He then angrily demanded, "Gao Ziqiang, what are you dawdling about? Find Yi Dong at once." Gao Ziqiang had not yet responded when Wu Dakue suddenly appeared bewildered. How dare this little brat speak to his brother in such a manner? He retorted defiantly, "You little brat, how dare you speak to Brother Chong like that? Are you seeking death?" Having found a rare opportunity to flatter Gao Ziqiang, Wu Dakue could not let it slip away. However, to his astonishment, he was met with a resounding slap from Gao Ziqiang. "Wu Dakue, do you wish to die? How dare you speak to your superior in such a manner?" Gao Ziqiang himself was taken aback by Wu Dakue's audacity. He had witnessed firsthand how, on Wulong Mountain, Gao Changshan had shattered a massive boulder with a single punch to demonstrate his strength. If he were to anger this formidable figure behind him, Gao Ziqiang certainly did not believe his head was harder than stone. Wu Dakue was momentarily taken aback by Gao Ziqiang's slap. "Shanyi." He gazed at the evidently younger individual before him, perplexed at how someone so much younger could assume such a commanding presence. Yet, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he was no fool. He recognized that this young man was undoubtedly a far more formidable figure than Gao Ziqiang. With his head bowed, he dared not utter a word. Gao Changshan, however, was not inclined to hold a grudge against Wu Dakue. His thoughts were focused on expediting the matter at hand, so he could indulge in some leisure afterward. Gao Ziqiang was also aware of the direction to the VIP room and, upon hearing the words, led the way forward. As they approached the garden of the VIP room, they encountered a group of people approaching them, with none other than Yi Dong at the forefront. It was indeed a case of enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. Gao Ziqiang had worried that Yi Dong might hide upon hearing of his arrival. But to his surprise, Yi Dong approached with audacity, filling Gao Ziqiang's heart with both astonishment and fury. "Yi Dong, you possess remarkable courage. Knowing I am here to confront you, yet daring to come forth." As they drew closer, Gao Ziqiang's brazen remarks reached Yi Dong's ears. Before Yi Dong could respond, Principal Zhu interjected angrily, "Gao Ziqiang, you have been expelled from the school. Who gives you the audacity to wander about here?" Gao Ziqiang shot a glance at Principal Zhu, his anger flaring. Beyond Yi Dong, his greatest disdain was reserved for this old man. After having received numerous benefits from his father, Zhu had the audacity to cast him out. He retorted furiously, "You old fool, today is none of your concern. Best stay out of my way." Principal Zhu was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at Gao Ziqiang, his rage boiling over. You scoundrel." Behind them, Gao Changshan grew impatient, now aware of who Yi Dong was. He stepped forward to scrutinize Yi Dong, then chuckled, "Ah, so you are Yi Dong. Gao Ziqiang mentioned that you are a martial artist. What a pity. However, since you have crossed our Gao family, you can only blame your misfortune. I offer you a chance for survival. Kneel and bow 3 times to Gao Ziqiang. Then forfeit your martial arts and present 5 billion. We shall consider our grievances resolved." Though Gao Changshan spoke with a seemingly jovial tone, his words ignited fury within Yi Dong, provoking a sardonic smile. Instead of responding to Gao Changshan, he turned to Gu Zhiyuan and asked, "Old Gu, this man seeks my life. Would it be inappropriate for me to retaliate publicly?" Gu Zhiyuan, upon hearing this, quickly smiled and replied, "Master Yi, it is entirely permissible. However, for such a minor character, there is no need for you to dirty your hands. Allow my son to handle it." As Gao Changshan listened to Yi Dong and Gu Zhiyuan discussing the prospect of executing him without a care, he found amusement in the situation, feeling no anger whatsoever. In his eyes, both Yi Dong and Gu Zhiyuan were but insignificant insects, while he, in contrast, was a celestial dragon. Why would a dragon waste its ire on mere insects? Chapter 63. A critical moment. Although the elder had cautioned against excessive violence unless absolutely necessary, his words were not cast in stone. If someone were truly foolish enough to provoke them, a few lives lost could hardly be deemed a massacre. Gu Zhan nodded subtly at his eldest son, Gu Hongba, who, upon noticing, stepped forth from the crowd with a surprisingly relaxed demeanor. Despite the opponent's claim of being a martial artist, Gu Hongba perceived them merely as hired thugs procured by the Gao family at great expense. At around 20 years of age, how formidable could their skills truly be? This was an opportunity to curry favor with Yi Dong. "Youngster, you speak so boldly at such a tender age. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Gao Changshan observed Gu Hongba with disdain. He scoffed. "I had intended to incapacitate Yi Dong today, but it seems there are many eager to court death." His mind raced with thoughts of whether to crush the opponent with a single blow. Suddenly, Gao Zixing called out from behind, "Young Master Changshan, be cautious. This is Gu Hongba, the head of the Gu family in Shanqing, currently the foremost expert in the region. It is said that he has attained the innate realm." Gao Zixing had recognized Gu Hongba and his entourage earlier, yet he felt no apprehension. In the face of the hidden ancient clan of the Gao family, the Gu family was but a slightly larger insect. His only concern was that Gao Changshan might underestimate the opponent and suffer a minor setback, hence his warning. Both combatants paused momentarily, taken aback by the revelation. Gao Changshan had not anticipated encountering an innate-level master so soon. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he remarked, "Haha, I, Gao Changshan, have never killed an innate martial artist in my lifetime. It seems today shall be a feast." Gu Hongba was equally astonished. He had not expected this young man to be referred to as young master by Gao Zixing. Despite knowing his innate capabilities, the young man maintained a nonchalant demeanor. However, with the sword drawn, there was no turning back. Gu Hongba found it hard to believe that someone so young could surpass his own prowess. Such prodigies like Yi Dong were exceedingly rare in this world. With that, he unleashed a set of the Gu family's signature thunder fist towards Gao Changshan. Gao Changshan merely snorted, refusing to retreat, and the two clashed fists head-on. Bang! As their fists met, Gu Hongba was sent flying by a single strike. Upon hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently sustaining serious injury. The onlookers, aside from Yi Dong, were left in utter shock at the outcome of their initial confrontation. Gao Changshan erupted in laughter. "Is this truly the best your Shanqing has to offer? Pathetic." In that moment, his arrogance knew no bounds, convinced that the martial artists from the outside world were feeble, and that the so-called strongest of Shanqing was no more than a larger grasshopper. In a moment of bewilderment, the protagonist questioned why, despite the formidable strength of their family, they remained confined to such a remote locale. The boastful proclamations of Gao Changshan elicited both shock and fury from the Gu family members. Gu Ziyuan, poised to assist his son, found his path obstructed by Gao Changshan, who stepped forward with a mocking grin, declaring, "Old man, I have already asserted that this life belongs to me, Gao Changshan. If you dare to take another step forward, do you believe I won't shatter you with a single punch?" Hearing this, Gu Ziyuan was filled with a mix of astonishment and rage. Yet he refrained from advancing any further. With a somber tone, he cautioned, "We live in a society governed by law. If you were to commit murder on campus, regardless of your identity, the authorities would not spare you." Gao Changshan erupted with laughter. "Old fool, weren't you just discussing how to eliminate me? Now you lecture me on the rule of law. Do you take me for a mere child? The law in your world is utterly insignificant to us, the strong." In response to Gu Ziyuan's legal threats, Gao Changxing retorted with unabashed arrogance, observing the so-called foremost expert of Shanxing crumble before his family's might. Gao Ziqiang felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He fawned over Gao Changshan, proclaiming, "Brother Changshan, you are truly remarkable. Your skills could easily command respect throughout the southwestern provinces." Turning to Yi Dong, he taunted, "Your ally is now incapacitated. Let us see how boastful you remain." At that moment, Gao Yulian stepped forward, frowning as she urged, "Changshan, resolve this swiftly. I yearn to explore the world beyond." Gao Changshan beamed in response, "Sister Yulian, grant me just a few minutes, and it will be accomplished." His demeanor conveyed that he regarded Yi Dong and the others as inconsequential. He then directed his piercing gaze toward the fallen Gu Hongba, causing the Gu family to gasp in horror. In a panic, Gu Mingyue turned to Yi Dong, pleading, "Brother Yi, please, save my uncle." Yi Dong, who had been observing from the sidelines, had not rushed to intervene. He was merely curious to witness the prowess of an alleged innate-level master in combat. However, he felt somewhat disillusioned, for what had unfolded hardly qualified as a fight. Gu Hongba had fallen with a single blow. Nevertheless, Yi Dong remained unperturbed. The prospect of Gao Changshan attempting to take a life before him was utterly devoid of hope. To Gao Changshan, Yi Dong was but an insect. Just as Gao Changshan appeared to Yi Dong, hearing Gu Mingyue's desperate call for help, Yi Dong smiled slightly, offering her a reassuring glance before addressing Gao Changshan and his companions. "I do not care who you think you are, Gao Ziqiang. I am granting you a chance. Kneel before me and renounce your martial prowess, and I may consider sparing your lives." Gao Changshan, poised to strike Gu Hongba, found himself momentarily stunned, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous jest. With a sudden laugh directed at Gao Yulian, Gao Changhe exclaimed, "Sister Yulian, Brother Changhe? Did you hear that? This fellow must have lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he utter such insane words?" Gao Yulian furrowed her brow, coldly retorting, "Do not waste words on him. If he seeks death, let us fulfill his wish." Despite her breathtaking beauty, Gao Yulian held the lives of outsiders in utter disregard, valuing only those of her own family. Yi Dong, having just glimpsed the goddess-like Gao Yulian, had been contemplating whether to spare her. However, upon hearing her declaration, he resolved firmly, anyone who sought his life would be considered as good as dead. Suddenly, Gu Mingyue gasped in alarm. She observed Gao Changshan, his expression bloodthirsty, launching a punch toward Gu Hongba, who was already injured. If Gao Changshan's blow connected, it would surely spell doom for Gu Hongba. As the fist approached his head, Gu Hongba, in despair, shut his eyes tightly. In that critical moment, Yi Dong sprang into action. Chapter 64. The master of the Gao family. The onlookers scarcely perceived Yi Dong's movement as he instantly appeared before Gao Changshan. With a gentle hand, he intercepted the descending fist aimed at Gu Hongba. Then, with a subtle twist, Gao Changshan let out a horrific scream as his right hand was contorted into an unrecognizable shape. The shocking transformation occurred in an instant, leaving the crowd bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, Gao Changshan's hand had been rendered useless by Yi Dong. Changshan, Gao Yulian, and Gao Changhe were the first to react, their hearts a tumult of shock and fury. "I will kill you, you scoundrel." They both lunged toward Yi Dong simultaneously. Their cultivation surpassed that of Gao Changshan, and even before their arrival, the air crackled with the force of their punches. With a cold snort, Yi Dong had no intention of sparing any member of the Gao family present. Releasing his grip on Gao Changshan, he sought to test the might of his current master-level prowess. He advanced toward the two assailants. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Gao Yulian and Gao Changhe were propelled backward by the force of Yi Dong's punch, landing several meters away, completely unconscious upon impact. Gao Zixing trembled as he approached the fallen duo, checking for their breaths, only to be struck with horror. Immediately, he turned to Yi Dong, a mix of shock and rage in his eyes, and bellowed, "Yi Dong, how dare you harm our Miss Yulian? You are ruthless." Meanwhile, Gao Changshan, already incapacitated with his right hand destroyed, succumbed to a fit of rage and fainted, his life in question. As Gao Zixing screamed in madness, Yi Dong furrowed his brow. Soon, Gao Zixing too collapsed limply to the ground. Characters as insignificant as Gao Zixing hardly warrant Yi Dong's attention, even without employing the divine needle. Yi Dong's mastery of internal energy could easily extinguish them. The transition from incapacitating Gao Changshan to the demise of Gao Zixing transpired in less than a minute. During this brief interval, Gao Ziqiang felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into the depths of despair, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Dong's prowess had escalated to such unimaginable heights. Observing the chaos among his kin, some lay dead, while others were unconscious. He felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, especially with Wu Dakue, who was equally unnerved, by his side. A wave of sheer terror enveloped him. Though his father lay deceased before him, Gao Ziqiang was not yet ready to meet his own end. With a clatter, he collapsed to the ground, and the petrified Wu Dakue followed suit. The two of them bowed incessantly, with Gao Ziqiang, amid his anguished cries, imploring, "Yi Dong, no, Master Yi. I do not wish to die. I beseech you, please do not take my life." As Yi Dong remained silent, Gao Ziqiang's pleas continued until he was suddenly gripped by an icy sensation that drew him into an abyss of darkness. Soon after, Gao Ziqiang and Wu Dakue followed the fate of Gao Zixing. At that moment, the Gu family members, still trembling with trepidation, finally managed to assist Gu Hongba to his feet. Gu Ziyuan, having only heard descriptions of Yi Dong's capabilities from Gu Mingyue, had not witnessed them firsthand until now. Whether it was the confrontation with Gao family's innate experts or the enigmatic, lethal techniques employed, he was now unequivocally certain of Yi Dong's masterful status. Alongside the respect he originally held, a layer of fear had now taken root within him. Principal Zhu's reaction was even more pronounced. The chilling methods employed by Yi Dong stripped him of the courage to meet his gaze or engage in conversation. As he observed the motionless figures on the ground, the air thick with uncertainty, he stood there, quaking with apprehension. Recognizing Zhu's ordinary nature, Gu Zuan spoke gently, "Principal Zhu, allow us to handle the matters here. You may take your leave. However, it is imperative that you do not disclose anything about today's events to anyone. This information is of the utmost confidentiality. Do you understand?" Principal Zhu nodded hastily, aware that he had witnessed far more than he should have. The world as he had imagined it was likely vastly different from reality. After assuring Gu Ziyuan that he would keep the secret, he left, trembling all the while. Once Principal Zhu had departed, Gu Ziyuan intended to instruct his son to manage the aftermath when he noticed a figure sprinting towards them from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the individual had arrived before them, astonishing the Gu family with such remarkable speed. Gu Ziyuan, trembling, whispered 2 words, "Master," and it was evident that this master bore ill intentions. Gao Fu had initially followed Gao Yulian and the others to the school. However, he did not enter the campus, believing that nothing unexpected would occur in such an ordinary school. After waiting outside the campus for half an hour, a sudden, inexplicable unease gripped his chest. An unaccountable worry for Gao Yulian and the others arose in his heart, and with caution, he decided to enter the school to take a look. Gao Fu, a master of unparalleled skill, possessed remarkable eyesight, and from a distance, he spotted the Gao family members lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. Alarmed and anxious, he traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, a master's speed enabling him to reach them instantly. Trembling hands first checked Gao Yulian's breath, followed by an explosive roar of fury. "Ah!" This thunderous cry echoed throughout the university, startling all students who were attending classes. Gao Fu was consumed by a rage that had reached a boiling point. He could not fathom that a simple trip to the mountain city would result in the simultaneous demise of 3 prodigies from his family. He could hardly imagine the punishment he would face upon returning to the Gao clan. Raising his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yi Dong and the others, he spoke each word with a chilling intensity. "You killed them. I want you all dead. I demand the lives of everyone in your school as retribution." Gao Fu had lost all semblance of reason, intent only on slaughtering everyone before him to unleash his pent-up fury. The members of the Gu family, confronted with such a situation, looked to Yi Dong in sheer panic. It was evident that the imposing aura displayed by the opponent was far beyond that of an innate master, suggesting that he was at least a master-level expert. Although they could not comprehend how such a skilled individual could emerge from a small place like the mountain city, it was futile to question further. Threatening the opponent with the Gu family's status was utterly impossible. Their only hope now rested with Yi Dong. If Yi Dong were also unable to contend with the adversary, they might all perish here today. Yi Dong himself had not anticipated the presence of a master-level expert from the Gao family. It seemed that this remote southwestern province was not as simple as it appeared. Nevertheless, in the face of such a formidable opponent, Yi Dong remained utterly composed. He had already inquired of the system, confirming that the middle-aged man before him was merely a mid-level master, posing no threat whatsoever. With his shadowless divine needle, he possessed the capability to transcend realms and vanquish foes. Chapter 65. Dragon Team Gao Fu's fury had rendered him devoid of all rationality. He believed it would be too lenient to allow the individuals before him to die easily. He spoke with a fierce tone. Not only must you die, but all your relatives, everyone even remotely connected to you, must perish as well. Enough with the unnecessary words. Have you finished? Yidong calmly inquired. This seemingly incomprehensible remark left both the Gu family members and Gao Fu momentarily stunned. Gao Fu, already seething with rage, was about to take action when he heard Yidong utter another line. Since you have finished, you may also meet your end. Suddenly, a scene that left the Gu family in shock unfolded before them. In their minds, the master-level expert, who was deemed untouchable, collapsed to the ground after Yidong uttered his final words. Master Yi, was it you who made a move? Gu Ziyuan inquired, trembling with apprehension. Yidong chuckled softly and replied, Do you think anyone but myself would act? Upon hearing Yidong's affirmative response, the members of the Gu family collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be that Yidong possessed the ability to dictate the life and death of a master-level expert with but a word? Such powers seemed to belong only to deities. Their understanding was limited, akin to ordinary individuals unaware of the existence of martial artists. Even someone like Gu Ziyuan could only conceive of master-level experts as the pinnacle of martial prowess, never considering that figures like Long Jing Tian, a grand marshal, were merely the most prominent on the surface. In the enigmatic dragon group of the Long Kingdom, there existed numerous individuals far superior to Long Jing Tian. Of course, until today, Yidong had believed that his mastery placed him at the zenith of this world. However, the current circumstances suggested that there were boundless surprises yet to be unveiled. The chilling sensation of isolation at such heights dissipated in an instant, replaced by a thrilling sense of challenge that invigorated Yidong. Wealth held no allure for him. He yearned instead to reign supreme in martial arts. Suddenly, Yidong furrowed his brow and directed a cold voice towards a particular direction in the flower bed, saying, Will you come out on your own, or shall I send you to meet the Gu family? His cryptic words startled the Gu family once more, prompting their gazes to shift toward the indicated area. Gradually, a middle-aged man emerged from behind the flower bed, walking forward while smiling and explaining, Do not misunderstand. I am an official security personnel of the state. As he approached, he glanced at the motionless figure of Gao Fu on the ground. A shiver coursed through him involuntarily. He was Huang Jun, a capable subordinate of Mo Lan, the group leader of the Dragon Group in the southwestern province. Tasked by his superior, Mo Lan, he had been tailing Gao Fu since the moment he entered the mountainous city. Due to their comparable levels of cultivation, Gao Fu remained oblivious to his presence. Initially, Huang Jun intended to turn a blind eye as long as the other party left the mountainous city amicably. However, in the blink of an eye, Gao Fu had stormed into the campus. Upon following him inside, Huang Jun found Gao Fu lying motionless, and a wave of shock washed over him, leaving him uncertain about the identities of Yidong and his companions. The Dragon Group's divisions were stationed in the southwestern province primarily to monitor the movements of several ancient martial arts families. Families like the Gu clan were of little concern to them, which is why they had yet to recognize Gu Ziyuan and the others. However, from Yidong's earlier remarks, coupled with the current observation of the expressions of the others, it is evident that Gao Fu's predicament is undoubtedly linked to Yidong. Although some of his methods may be shocking, as a member of the Dragon Group's security personnel, he believes that the others would not dare to harm him after he has revealed his identity. Adjusting his mindset, he pointed at Gao Fu and inquired, Did you kill him? Yidong felt neither hostility nor murderous intent from Huang Jun, and he was aware that the latter was likely truthful about his identity. With a calm nod, he responded, They intended to kill me first. I merely defended myself by eliminating them. That should not be an issue, right? Receiving an affirmative answer, Huang Jun gasped in astonishment. This meant that the young man before him possessed the capability to eliminate threats. Although he was not a significant figure within the Dragon Group, his prowess would be described as extraordinarily terrifying in the outside world. Yet, the young man before him was nearly half his age, even within the Dragon Group. He would undoubtedly be considered among the elite. Even his superior, Mo Lan, might pale in comparison. Contemplating this, Huang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Individuals like them, elite members of the Dragon Group, were indeed qualified to recommend talented individuals to higher authorities. It was clear that Yi Dong was a genius among geniuses. Should he be recommended upward, Huang Jun would undoubtedly earn a special merit. He promptly expressed with enthusiasm, "Of course, there is no issue." They recklessly left their territory and intruded upon a school. They brought this upon themselves. Not only are you innocent, but I can also advocate for your commendation. Yi Dong, noticing the favorable attitude, smiled and replied, "Let us skip the commendation. As a student, I have no use for it." Huang Jun was taken aback to learn that Yi Dong was still a student, which only heightened his elation. He chuckled and said, "You are the most formidable martial arts prodigy I have ever encountered. Have you considered joining our dragon group? I assure you, you would receive superior resources and one day become a guardian of our nation. It is not an impossibility." Dragon group? Guardian? Upon hearing these novel terms, Yi Dong felt a stir of interest. However, he was certain that joining such an organization was not in his plans. How could any resources compare to his own golden finger system? He shook his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of joining any organization." Huang Jun did not anticipate such a blunt refusal from Yi Dong. He hastily urged, "You must not comprehend what our dragon group represents. Allow me to put it this way. Once you join our dragon group, regardless of any mistakes you may make, in the entire nation, aside from a select few at the pinnacle of the dragon capital pyramid, no one would dare to touch you." Hearing Huang Jun extol the virtues of the dragon group so highly, Yi Dong surmised that this organization must indeed be formidable. Yet, he still expressed his regrets, saying, "I'm truly sorry, but I really have no intention of joining any official organization at this time. There is no need for further persuasion." Upon hearing Yi Dong's resolute words, Huang Jun felt a profound sense of disappointment. He watched helplessly as a monumental achievement slipped through his fingers. Undeterred, he inquired once more about Yi Dong's name and other pertinent details, hoping they might prove useful in the future. In response, Yi Dong divulged his identity and family background, introducing the members of the Gu family in the process. To Huang Jun, apart from Yi Dong, the others hardly captured his attention, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 66. Rewards for slaying enemies. Due to the demise of a master-level expert at this location, the Gu family was no longer qualified to handle the aftermath. The matter was thus entirely entrusted to Huang Jun and his department. Shortly thereafter, a dozen of Huang Jun's subordinates arrived at the scene, all of them uniformly innate martial artists. Yi Dong speculated that the minimum requirement for joining this enigmatic long group must be that one is an innate level warrior. After exchanging greetings with Huang Jun, Yi Dong departed with the members of the Gu family. Once outside the school gates, Gu Ji Yuan and the others still bore expressions of astonishment. The events of the day had utterly overturned their worldviews. Two master-level experts, previously deemed unattainable, had manifested in this remote location, and one had even perished. Their conjectures regarding Yi Dong's identity had transcended their conceptual boundaries. Nonetheless, despite their immense shock, they could not help but wish for Yi Dong's continued strength. At least, the current rapport between the Gu family and Yi Dong was amicable, and judging by Yi Dong's earlier demeanor, he seemed to harbor a modicum of interest in Gu Mingyue. Gu Ji Yuan, regaining his composure, spoke first. "Master Yi, we owe you a tremendous debt today. Otherwise, our Gu family would have faced utter ruin." Yi Dong smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Elder Gu, they were originally targeting me. You merely suffered an undeserved calamity. In fact, I must thank you for your gallant assistance today. Master Yi, you are far too gracious. If there's nothing further, we shall take our leave." The members of the Gu family were well aware that Yi Dong was merely being polite. In truth, their actions today had done little more than complicate matters. Gu Mingyue gazed at Yi Dong with admiration, her eyes sparkling with countless stars, utterly captivated by his displayed prowess. Observing this, Yi Dong felt a stirring within him and smiled at Gu Ji Yuan. "Elder Gu, I would like to take Mingyue out for a while. You have no objections, do you?" The Gu family had no objections. In fact, they secretly hoped for this. Gu Honglin, Gu Mingyue's father, spoke on behalf of Gu Ji Yuan. "Master Yi, although my daughter lacks martial aptitude, she excels in other areas. You young people should engage in more exchanges. If it gets late, there's no need to escort her back." Gu Honglin's tone implied an eagerness for their relationship to solidify. As he looked forward to the day he might hear Yi Dong address him as father-in-law. Gu Mingyue, upon hearing her father's words, felt her fair complexion flush with embarrassment. Yidong, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, and his tone towards Gu Honglin softened considerably. Subsequently, Yidong spent the afternoon with Gu Mingyue exploring the bustling commercial streets of Shanxing. As dusk approached, he casually inquired, "Mingyue, would you prefer that I escort you home? Or would you like to remain with me?" At his words, Gu Mingyue shyly replied, "It is entirely up to you, brother Yi." Realizing her intentions, Yidong took her hand and led her to a luxurious hotel nearby, where he booked a presidential suite. Half an hour later, a surprised exclamation escaped Gu Mingyue from the bathroom. Hearing her gasp, Yidong couldn't help but smile knowingly. With a few beauty-enhancing pills still in his possession, he was determined to make Gu Mingyue his own, and he certainly would not be stingy. Before the impending intimate moment, he aimed to ensure she felt utterly perfect, knowing that the rewards from the system would only increase. He then rose to push open the bathroom door. 2 hours later, Yidong held the enchanting beauty in his arms, feeling utterly satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, host, on conquering another goddess. A grand gift is on its way. Yidong's spirits lifted as he anticipated the benefits the system would bestow upon him, even more than the pleasures found in the company of women. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Eye of Realms. Note: from now on, regardless of the realm of any martial artist, the host can effortlessly discern their cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering the shadowless martial arts movement technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill of Enemy's Bane. Note: for every martial artist defeated, the host will receive a corresponding pill of their cultivation level, allowing future enhancements through combat. Ding! The cultivation pills from the 3 innate martial artists and 1 master you defeated today have been dispatched. Yidong felt an immediate surge in his system, now containing 4 pills, 3 white pills, and 1 blue pill. He understood that the hue of the pills indicated the cultivation level of the martial artist, with variations among innate level practitioners categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. System: can I administer these pills to ordinary individuals without martial arts foundations? Ding! Yes. Any ordinary person who consumes them will acquire the corresponding martial arts realm. Elated by this revelation, Yidong playfully pinched Gu Mingyue. Given the remarkable abilities he had just acquired, he believed Gu Mingyue played a pivotal role in his success. With a mysterious smile, he asked, "Mingyue, would you like to become a master even more formidable than your uncle or grandfather?" Gu Mingyue, having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood and still savoring the earlier experience, paused in surprise at Yidong's question. "Brother Dong, are you jesting? I possess no foundational skills in martial arts. How could I possibly become a master like grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Yidong refrained from further discourse. With a mere flicker of intention, a white elixir materialized in his hand. This spectacle momentarily stunned Gu Mingyue. She quickly expressed her delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Dong, how did you conjure that?" Yidong, however, chose not to elucidate and instead offered the elixir to Gu Mingyue with a smile. "Swallow this pill." Intrigued by the elixir, Gu Mingyue recalled the astonishing effects of the beauty-enhancing pill she had just witnessed. Trembling with excitement, she queried, "Brother Dong, will I really become a master like grandfather after consuming this?" Yidong gently caressed Gu Mingyue's exquisite face and nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue placed her complete trust in him without a moment's hesitation, promptly placing the pill in her mouth. The moment the elixir touched her tongue, it dissolved instantly. Gu Mingyue felt an overwhelming surge of power nourishing every cell within her body. In an instant, she transformed from an ordinary individual with no martial arts foundation into a mid-stage innate martial artist. She, being most attuned to the changes in her body, gazed at Yidong in shock, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, have I truly become an innate martial artist? Huh. What is innate compared to what you'll experience as a master in due time?" Yidong responded with a chuckle. Gu Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, but then became even more exhilarated. In her eyes, Yidong had become a figure of divine prowess. She believed whatever he said without question. "Brother Dong, I want more." Chapter 67. Did you consume the immortal elixir? In this world, the realms of martial arts are classified as postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, extraordinary, celestial, and true god. Each realm, except for the true god level, is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. That day, at the mysterious headquarters of the Dragon Group in the Southwest Province, Huang Jun faced an incredulous Mo Lan. Are you certain you did not utter a single falsehood just now? Mo Lan inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Huang Jun had just relayed the events of the day to her, including the astonishing fact that someone in their 20s could slay a master-level expert. While such prodigies might exist within the dragon group, they are exceedingly rare and invariably possess formidable backgrounds. Whether their mentors are celestial-level guardians or their families boast celestial-level protectors, such lineage is essential. Yet, the dossier on Yi Dong indicated that he hailed from a remarkably ordinary rural family. For someone of such humble origins, not only is it improbable to possess the capability to slay a master, but even aspiring to become an ordinary postnatal martial artist is nearly impossible. It is vital to understand that one must possess both the innate talent for martial arts and the necessary resources to cultivate. Lacking either renders the goal unattainable. Even within the esteemed Gu family, of which Gu Mingyue is a member, apart from Gu Ziyuan and Gu Honglin, there exists only one cousin of martial prowess, who has merely attained the acquired realm thus far. If Huang Jun's assertions hold any truth, then Yi Dong is undoubtedly a martial prodigy seldom encountered in a millennium. Although Huang Jun has not witnessed Yi Dong's prowess firsthand, he possesses an unwavering conviction in his instincts. The demise of Gao Fu is unequivocally attributable to Yi Dong. He replied with certainty, Sister Lan, I have been following you for quite some time. When have I ever spoken falsely? I even sense that Yi Dong surpasses my expectations by a notable margin. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan's exquisite countenance flickered with interest, and she promptly inquired, with such remarkable talent, have you made any efforts to recruit him? Huang Jun, with a wry smile, responded, Sister Lan, it is impossible that I have not attempted to entice him, but that lad is impervious to persuasion and adamantly refuses to join our dragon team. Mo Lan's brow furrowed momentarily, but soon relaxed. She then declared, Huang Jun, you need not concern yourself with Yi Dong. I shall personally oversee the matter. Should Yi Dong indeed achieve any notable feats, you shall not be overlooked. Huang Jun felt a surge of excitement at her words. This was precisely what he had been awaiting. Although Mo Lan held the position of a mere team leader within the southwestern division of the Dragon Team, she was a uniquely significant figure within the organization. Not only was her martial talent exceptional, but her beauty was also renowned, earning her the title of the most stunning woman in the Dragon Team. Due to certain extraordinary circumstances in the past, she had not reached a suitable compromise and had thus been assigned to this remote southwestern region as a team leader. Huang Jun was confident that with Mo Lan's allure and capabilities, securing Yi Dong's allegiance to the Dragon Team would be a trivial matter. He believed that when the time came, such a monumental achievement would surely result in a share of the accolades for himself, given Mo Lan's nature. At Wulong Mountain, the gathering place of the Gao clan, Gao Yulian and her companions had been absent for over 10 hours, raising concerns among some. Typically, members of the Gao family would not be away for more than 8 hours. This unusual situation prompted some to report the matter to the Elders' Hall. Upon learning of this, Gao Tianyang, Gao Yulian's grandfather, felt a sense of unease. Though he had several grandchildren, Gao Yulian was the one with the most exceptional talent, which he cherished dearly. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched Gao Fu to accompany her. Elder Tianyang, could it be that our esteemed master has emerged and been detained by the authorities? Inquired another elder. Gao Tianyang considered this possibility, although he had never contemplated that Gao Yulian and her companions might have perished. 30 years prior, several grandmasters of the Gao family had united to ascend to Longjing, with Gao Tianyang among them. At that time, the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom were far superior in strength, and they had not acted hastily to eliminate them. Although they later learned that the Dragon Kingdom acted out of concern for other, even more formidable, hidden families, far exceeding the Gao family in power. However, the current situation is even more complex than it was then. Ancient hidden martial clans from a millennium ago are increasingly emerging in the present day. Gao Tianyang is also convinced that the Dragon Kingdom's authorities would refrain from taking any extreme actions now. Nonetheless, this remains a troublesome matter. He then addressed the elder, saying, Elder Tianzhao, what shall we do if Tianfu and the others have indeed been detained by the authorities? We could first have Gao Zixing utilize his worldly connections to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyang smacked his forehead. He had become flustered upon learning that his granddaughter, Gao Yulian, had not returned. After all, her venture out was primarily to support Gao Zixing. Although they had isolated themselves from the outside world, they could still use phones and computers with decent signal quality. He dialed Gao Zixing's number, only to be met with a busy tone. Undeterred, Gao Tianyang tried several more times, yet the line remained unreachable. At that moment, he was genuinely anxious. He then called Gao Zixing's company, and this time the call connected, but the news he received left him utterly shocked. The bodies of Gao Zixing and Gao Ziqiang had already been returned to the Gao family by the police, with no specific reasons disclosed thus far. After hanging up, Gao Tianyang was overwhelmed with urgency. He promptly dispatched several innate-level clan members to gather information about Gao Yulian and the others. As for the master-level experts, he dared not send them out until the situation was clarified. The next day, in the presidential suite of the hotel, Yi Dong and Gu Mingyue engaged in their morning exercises once again. Although Gu Mingyue had only recently embraced womanhood, her innate-level physique now allowed her to withstand Yi Dong's vigorous training. Upon returning to the Gu family, her transformed appearance astonished everyone. Though she still resembled her former self, within less than a day, her aura, skin, and even figure had undergone a remarkable transformation. Mingyue, did you consume some elixir last night? One of Gu Mingyue's aunts could not help but ask in astonishment. Gu Mingyue merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. Observing this, Gu Ziyuan quickly dismissed the unrelated individuals, leaving only the three brothers of the Gu family. After securing the door, Gu Ziyuan could not resist but directly inquire. Mingyue, how could you have undergone such a significant change? Chapter 68. Can I fly? In response to her grandfather's inquiry, Gu Mingyue did not withhold the truth. Anticipating even more astonishing revelations to share with her grandfather, she felt an undeniable sense of pride. Grandfather, father, uncle, and second uncle. My transformation is primarily due to a miraculous elixir called the Beauty Pill that Yi Dong provided me. Its effects are truly extraordinary. Within half an hour, I noticed significant changes in myself. Upon hearing this, several individuals were utterly astonished. However, recalling Yi Dong's terrifying performance from the previous day, the existence of such a miraculous elixir did not seem entirely implausible. Furthermore, Gu Mingyue had not returned home all night, leading to speculations regarding potential reasons for her absence. Observing the lack of overwhelming astonishment on the faces of her grandfather and the others regarding the extraordinary elixir, Gu Mingyue felt a tinge of boredom. She then, invigorated by her current cultivation level, eagerly inquired, Grandfather, who is the most formidable person in the Gu family at present? Gu Mingyue's seemingly perplexing question left Gu Ziyuan and the others momentarily speechless. Is there any need to ask? It is undoubtedly your uncle. Though I have also reached the innate realm, in comparison, I certainly cannot measure up to your uncle. Although Gu Ziyuan was baffled by her inquiry, he nonetheless responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue offered a mysterious smile and addressed Gu Hongba, saying, Uncle, I regret to inform you that the title of the Gu family's foremost expert may soon change hands. The ambiguity of Gu Mingyue's statement left not only Gu Hongba, but also the others in a state of confusion, no longer concealing her prowess. Gu Mingyue exuded the aura of a mid-stage innate warrior, radiating from within. Generally, innate warriors possess the ability to emanate their innate energy, and the intensity of this aura often indicates their respective stages of advancement. It was evident that the innate energy Gu Mingyue projected was far more potent than that of Gu Hongba and Gu Ziyuan. Gu Ziyuan and the other brothers of the Gu family were left in a state of shock as they beheld the formidable aura emanating from Gu Mingyue. It took them a considerable time to regain their composure. Gu Mingyue's father, Gu Honglin, was the first to grasp her hand, his voice trembling with astonishment as he asked, Mingyue, how have you reached the innate realm? The notion of someone with no martial foundation suddenly transcending the postnatal warrior stage to attain the innate realm was utterly contrary to the established beliefs of their world. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed such a phenomenon. Even more astonishing than Yi Dong's decisive pronouncement regarding a master's life and death the previous day. Seeing the expressions of her elders, Gu Mingyue felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Dad, isn't it astonishing? I was equally taken aback for quite some time. After Yi Dong had me consume an elixir, I inexplicably attained the mid-stage innate realm. Her revelation left the others at a loss for words. Once again, the mention of the elixir. The extraordinary display of Yi Dong left the hearts of the Gu family members in awe. Aside from shock, there was nothing but astonishment. Gu Ziyuan even contemplated inquiring whether Gu Mingwen knew of any more such elixirs in Yi Dong's possession. Yet, after much hesitation, he refrained from voicing the question. Undoubtedly, if such an elixir were to be made available on the market, the entire Gu family would likely exhaust all their resources and still find themselves unworthy of obtaining it. It is precisely because Gu Mingwe possesses an exquisite and enchanting visage that Yi Dong has bestowed upon her this extraordinary elixir. They could not fathom that. With their aging faces, they held any merit to warrant such a miraculous potion from Yi Dong. Presently, Yi Dong retains 3 cultivation elixirs, along with one of master-level distinction. Yet he has no intention of consuming them himself. Instead, he promptly returns to his ancestral home in Luoxian. 2 hours later, within the opulent confines of his residence in Luoxian, Yi Damon, Qin Li, and Yi Xiaoyu recline on the sofa. As they behold the 3 elixirs Yi Dong has produced, their hearts swell with excitement and astonishment. Earlier, Yi Dong had elaborated on the remarkable effects of these potions. Following the recent incident at the hotel, Yi Damon and Qin Li have gained a rudimentary understanding of the martial world, never once considering that they might one day enter such a realm. Both Qin Li and Yi Xiaoyu, having previously consumed beauty elixirs, unreservedly trust in the miraculous effects Yi Dong has described. Father, as the head of our family, you should take the blue elixir, while Mother and Xiaoyu will take the white one. Despite their faith in Yi Dong's honesty, Yi Damon could not suppress his curiosity. Yi Dong, if I consume this elixir, will I possess skills akin to those bodyguards you've hired? With a chuckle, Yi Dong replied, Father, you overestimate the situation. Once you ingest this elixir, even 100 or 1,000 bodyguard-level experts would be no match for you. Yi Damon gasped in astonishment. As their son, Yi Dong could not possibly deceive them regarding such matters. Yi Dong, such a precious item should be reserved for your own use. After all, we have bodyguards. Hearing Yi Dong's grandiose claims only made Yi Damon hesitant to partake. Qin Li chimed in, Your father is right. We are merely ordinary people. What use do we have for such formidable strength? However, Xiaoyu could certainly benefit from one. It would be advantageous for a girl to have some means of self-defense. Yi Dong laughed. Father, Mother, have you forgotten that I am connected to extraordinary beings? While this elixir may not be as plentiful as candy, I assure you that I shall never lack for it. If you and Xiaoyu consume these elixirs, you will at least possess the means to protect yourselves, which will alleviate my concerns. Upon hearing this, Yi Damon and Qin Li exchanged glances and ceased their refusals. They had come to realize that Yi Dong was no longer an ordinary person, and it was inevitable that he would attract adversaries. Though they felt helpless to assist their son, they certainly did not wish to hinder him. Thus, all 3 of them consumed the 3 cultivation elixirs in succession. Before long, each individual sensed a profound transformation occurring within their bodies. Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, Brother, I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me. Am I capable of flight? Yi Dong rolled his eyes in response. You're dreaming. I am far more formidable than you, and even I cannot fly yet. It's merely the illusion of sudden power surging within you. Indeed, when an ordinary individual suddenly acquires such formidable power, it is only natural to experience an illusion of being able to shatter the heavens with a single strike, particularly for Yi Damon, who has transformed from a humble farmer into a master of extraordinary caliber. The sense of strength within him is magnified infinitely. Qin Li is also profoundly astonished. Although she trusts her son's honesty, as an ordinary woman, she finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to the abrupt surge of power. Observing their reactions, Yi Dong chuckled, Mom, Dad, you must gradually acclimate to this newfound strength. You now possess the ability to protect yourselves, which brings me great peace of mind. Chapter 69. Emolan's personal visit. On that very day, at the ancestral gathering place of the Gao family on Wulong Mountain, news spread like wildfire. What? Gao Yulian, Gao Changshan, and Gao Changhe have all suffered fatal injuries, and Gao Fu, who accompanied them, has also been slain. The tragic demise of Gao Yulian and her companions has become common knowledge within the clan. Furthermore, investigations reveal that the assailant is not an official organization, but rather a foe provoked by Gao Zixing, an ordinary university student named Yi Dong. Upon receiving this distressing news, Gao Tianyong nearly succumbed to madness. His beloved granddaughter has been inexplicably murdered. Who would not be driven to despair? Without even notifying the Grand Priest Gao Taichong, he hastily gathered the elite of his lineage to seek vengeance against Yidong. Currently, the patriarch of the Gao clan, Gao Taishu, is in seclusion, delegating all clan affairs to Gao Taichong. Upon learning of the situation, while he shared in the outrage over the deaths of several talented youths within the clan, he did not overly reproach Gao Tianyang for acting independently. In Gao Taichong's view, as long as the adversary is not affiliated with an official organization, such a grievance must be avenged without delay. Meanwhile, Yidong remains blissfully unaware of the storm he has stirred within an ancient family, enjoying a family dinner at home. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Qin Li opened the door, only to be taken aback by the stunning figure standing at the threshold. She swore she had never encountered such a beautiful woman in her life, whether in reality, on television, or in online videos. Her daughter, Yi Xiaoyu, having consumed beauty-enhancing elixirs, is indeed a striking beauty, yet she pales in comparison to the girl at the door. Regaining her composure, she inquired, "Miss, may I ask who you are looking for?" Mo Lan recognized, the moment Gao Tianyang set out for retribution, that Yidong was in peril. She swiftly utilized her extensive connections to ascertain his whereabouts and immediately sought him out. If Yidong truly possesses the prowess described by Huang Jun, he would undoubtedly serve as a crucial bargaining chip for her return to Longjing. Mo Lan resolutely refused to permit any misfortune to befall Yidong. Having learned that the lady before her is Yidong's mother, she courteously replied, "Auntie, Yidong resides here, correct? I have a matter to discuss with him." Upon hearing this, Qin Li's heart swelled with excitement. Once again, I surveyed the enchanting Mo Lan, a beauty akin to a celestial fairy. Surely, her visit to seek out my son was not merely for the sake of his wife. "Yidong, come quickly," I beckoned while calling out. "There is a young lady here for you." Upon hearing the commotion, Yidong set down his utensils and stepped into the living room, momentarily taken aback. Mo Lan's beauty was indeed unparalleled. Even the enchanting Wen Ruxue and Gu Mingyue, who had consumed beauty-enhancing elixirs, paled in comparison. What astounded Yidong even more was the realization that this woman was a formidable expert. Ever since he acquired the Eye of Realms, he could discern the name, cultivation level, and age of anyone before him, all laid bare. Name: Mo Lan. Age: 29. Cultivation: late Grandmaster realm. Although Mo Lan was genuinely 29 years old, her youthful appearance, likely a result of her cultivation methods, made her seem even younger than Yidong. He sensed no hostility from her. Otherwise, even with his current early Grandmaster cultivation, he would not stand a chance against her. Even if he employed the Nine Heavens Shadowless Needle to confront an opponent of a higher realm, Yidong had believed himself secure in this world, only to be confronted by the presence of a captivating woman who instilled a sense of danger within him. Mo Lan, too, could easily perceive Yidong's early Grandmaster cultivation level. Moreover, she had already investigated his background. He was a mere 23 years old. For someone from an ordinary family to reach such a realm at this age, and even to transcend realms in combat, spoke volumes of Yidong's extraordinary martial talent, a true prodigy among countless others. Mo Lan regarded Yidong with sparkling eyes, as if beholding a peerless treasure. Yidong, feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of this stunning beauty, cleared his throat and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing his question, Qin Li recognized that her earlier assumptions were misguided. Mo Lan glanced at Yidong's family before stating, "Yidong, it's not convenient to discuss matters here. Can we find a more secluded place?" Yidong shot a curious glance at Mo Lan. Had it not been for her evident prowess, the request of such a beautiful woman to retreat to a private location might have led to all manner of fanciful thoughts. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement and led Mo Lan to the rooftop terrace. Once atop the terrace, Mo Lan wasted no time and spoke directly. "Yidong, I am Mo Lan, the team leader of the Dragon Group stationed in the Southwest Province. The Huang Jun you met yesterday is one of my subordinates." Yidong was taken aback. The Dragon Group was beyond his expectations. The presence of an expert like Mo Lan in such a remote area as the Southwest Province was telling. One could only imagine the scene in bustling regions, or even in the core of Long Kingdom, Longjing. Mo Lan continued, "The individuals you eliminated yesterday were members of the hidden Gao family from Wulong Mountain, and it has been discovered that the murderer is indeed you. Earlier today, a Grandmaster led a dozen masters out of seclusion. You can surely imagine that they are coming for you. Even if they cannot locate you at school, they will undoubtedly head straight for your hometown. Upon hearing Mo Lan's account, Yidong was profoundly shaken. He found it perplexing how a wealthy individual like Xiang Gao Zixing could be connected to masters of such caliber. It became clear that he hailed from a hidden aristocratic family, which made sense. Along with this revelation came an acute sense of impending danger. While he could likely escape unharmed, his family remained in jeopardy. Although Yi Daming had reached the mid-stage of the Master Realm, he lacked the ability to defend himself against such clandestine families. Contemplating this, he gazed intently at Mo Lan and said, "Team Leader Mo, I trust that your dragon team will not turn a blind eye to such matters, will you?" Mo Lan smiled knowingly. "Yidong, to be frank, there are many hidden families like the Gao family throughout our dragon nation, and some are even more powerful. The authorities tend to avoid interfering with them, provided they do not engage in treasonous acts. However, if you join the dragon team, not only will you be protected, but your entire family will also be under our safeguard. We will ensure that you and your loved ones suffer no harm." Indeed, from the moment Yidong learned of Mo Lan's identity, he suspected she was there to recruit him. Chapter 70. The system issues another task, however. Other than agreeing to Mo Lan's proposal, Yidong found himself at a loss for how to resolve the crisis facing his family. Furthermore, the might of the dragon team sparked a flicker of aspiration within him. He knew he could not remain in the remote southwest province indefinitely. With all these considerations, Yidong had made up his mind. Naturally, before joining, he intended to pose a few questions and stipulate some conditions. Team Leader Mo, may I inquire about the current most formidable member of the Gao clan? What realm have they attained? Mo Lan hesitated briefly but ultimately replied, "According to our investigations, the most powerful patriarch of the Gao family, Gao Taishu, was at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm a decade ago. He has since been in seclusion, and it is likely that upon emerging, he will break through to the next level, reaching the semi-divine realm." Yidong was already well-versed in the martial arts realms Mo Lan referred to, understanding precisely what it meant to be at the semi-divine level. Even if he were to break through a significant boundary, armed with the 9 heavenly divine needles, he would still be easily overwhelmed. His desire to grow stronger intensified. He then posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Team Leader Mo, if I join your dragon team, will you assist me in completely annihilating the Gao family?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lan let out a bitter smile and said, "Yidong, I can unequivocally inform you that no matter how exceptional your talent may be, the authorities will never acquiesce to your request. You must understand that for the Dragon Group, obliterating the Gao clan is not an insurmountable task. However, it would instill greater apprehension among other hidden families. Should they unite, it would pose a significant challenge even for our Dragon Group. Of course, do not ever doubt the might of the Dragon Group. Even if all the hidden families banded together, they would still pale in comparison to our strength. Yet, our most formidable adversary does not lie within, but rather in the clandestine organizations of other nations, akin to the Dragon Group itself. Thus, the authorities typically adopt a conciliatory approach towards hidden families, unless they truly overstep their bounds." Upon hearing Mo Lan's words, Yidong felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, his yearning for the Dragon Group intensified, as this mysterious organization surpassed even his expectations in power. He then inquired, "What if I join the Dragon Group, but the Gao clan refuses to abandon their vendetta against me?" Mo Lan smiled brightly at this. "I believe the members of the Gao clan are not so foolish. However, if they indeed refuse to relinquish their quest for vengeance, we would have the pretext to eradicate them entirely." Yidong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of whether the Gao clan chose to pursue revenge, his family should remain safe. With newfound determination, he stated, "Director Mo, I am prepared to comply with your request. Are there any formal procedures I must follow?" Mo Lan's heart swelled with joy at his response. "Once we finalize this matter, I will personally escort you to Longjing. After you present yourself before the judges of the Dragon Group, you will be officially recognized as a member. Given your impeccable lineage, you have a near certainty of passing. In essence, you may already regard yourself as a member of the Dragon Group. Henceforth, you need not address me as Director Mo. Simply call me Sister Lan." Yidong, of course, would not indulge in pleasantries. Mo Lan, with her unparalleled beauty, was undoubtedly the epitome of a goddess for his superlative system. It was difficult to fathom the rewards that awaited him upon conquering a woman of such caliber. Ding! A new mission has been detected for the host. Capture the Super Goddess Mo Lan within 3 months to receive a grand prize. Target Goddess Mo Lan age, 29 height, 174 centimeters weight, 50 kilograms beauty score, 99. Upon seeing her beauty score, Yidong once again scrutinized Mo Lan. He could sense that she had intentionally downplayed her stunning appearance. Yet, regardless of her attempts at modesty, her flawless figure was impossible to conceal. After stealing a couple of glances, he could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, Mo Lan remained oblivious to this slight action, considering the time ahead. With ample opportunities awaiting him, he took a deep breath and then asked, "Sister Lan, how shall we address the Gao clan's pursuit of vengeance against me?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lan retrieved a petite mobile phone and swiftly dialed a number. "By Mu, what movements have been made by the Gao clan?" A man's voice responded from the other end, "Sister Lan, they couldn't find Yidong at the university and have now set off towards Luo County. According to the surveillance, they will arrive in approximately half an hour. By Mu, send me their route." After uttering this command, she ended the call. Mo Lan smiled and said, "Yidong, let us go and meet the members of the Gao clan." On a grassy expanse 20 kilometers from Luo County, Yidong and Mo Lan stood atop a small hillside, accompanied by 6 other members of the dragon team, 5 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the pinnacle of the master realm. Due to their martial arts practice, they appeared to be around 40 years old, yet Yidong knew that the ages of these 6 exceeded 50. Even so, any one of them could easily rival the current Grand Marshal Long Jingtian in the military. Soon, Yidong's keen eyesight detected a group of about 10 individuals approaching at a visible speed. It was apparent that the opposing side had also noticed their presence and slowed their pace considerably. Upon meeting, Gao Tianyong immediately recognized Yidong. He was on a mission of vengeance and had surely made it a priority to familiarize himself with the visage of his enemy. His eyes burned with fury as he exclaimed, "Yidong, how dare you wait for me here? It seems you are quite aware of our movements." Although Gao Tianyong was seething with rage, he was not foolish. The mere fact that Yidong boldly awaited them suggested he had a backup plan that was hard to dismiss. He then turned his gaze toward Mo Lan and the others, asking in a grave tone, "Who are you? Do you intend to intervene in this matter today?" Mo Lan, upon hearing this, chuckled coldly. "I am Mo Lan, the head of the dragon team stationed in the southwestern province. You must be Gao Tianyong. Back in the day, you were among the grand masters who ascended to Longjing from the Gao clan. Has your clan leader not informed you that those of master rank and above from the Gao clan are forbidden from venturing beyond the clan gates? Today, you come out with so many master-level experts. Is it a blatant attempt to challenge the authority of our dragon team? Or do you hold our dragon team, and even the dragon kingdom, in such low regard?" Mo Lan's words left Gao Tianyong and his companions utterly astonished. As experts above the master level, they were somewhat aware of the historical context surrounding the Gao clan's previous ascent to Longjing, particularly Gao Tianyong, whose expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that Yidong was associated with the dragon team. Chapter 71. Massacre. Gao Tianyong, as an inner elder of the Gao clan, held one of the highest positions apart from the clan leader and the grand priest. He was well aware that even the entirety of the Gao clan could not compare to the enigmatic dragon team. However, if he did not avenge his granddaughter Gao Yulian, he feared he might suffocate under the weight of his own frustration. Suppressing her anger, she questioned, "Even if you are members of the dragon group, is it permissible for you to meddle in the affairs of our hidden families? We are merely seeking personal vengeance, which surely does not violate the agreement made years ago. Regrettably, I must inform you that Yidong has been specially recruited into the dragon group. He is now a member, and all his friends and family are thus under our protection," Mo Lan replied coolly. Gao Tianyong paused for a moment upon hearing Mo Lan's words, then sneered, "Huh? I almost fell for your ruse. Do not think I am unaware. To become a formal member of your dragon group, one must personally undergo the judgment of your group as presiding judge in Longjing. In other words, Yidong is not yet a member of your dragon group. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Today, I, Gao Tianyong, shall decide his fate." Gao Tianyong's menacing words caught Mo Lan off guard. She had not anticipated his profound understanding of the recruitment process within the dragon group. This awareness is indeed typical, for in recent years, not only has the dragon nation's government gained deep insights into these hidden families, but the families themselves have also been vigilant, akin to a pack of hungry wolves circling a formidable tiger, ever on the lookout for an opportunity to seize a chance. However, irrespective of the circumstances, Mo Lan was resolute in her determination to protect the extraordinary talent that was Yi Dong. With unwavering conviction, she declared, Gao Tianyang. Let me make this clear. While I am here today, Yi Dong shall be safeguarded by our dragon group. Gao Tianyang was taken aback by Mo Lan's assertiveness. For the sake of an ordinary warrior, she dared to confront him so defiantly. Under different circumstances, he might have shown some leniency, yet today, the enemy responsible for Gao Yulian's death stood before him, and he was resolute. He swore he would not rest until he had avenged her death. He turned to his family members, commanding, no matter who attempts to obstruct our revenge, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. The masters of the Gao family, all loyal to Gao Tianyang, shared his fury over Gao Yulian's demise, and upon hearing his orders, they roared in unison, no mercy, to express their family's stance. Mo Lan remained unfazed by the Gao family's intimidating presence, though her 6 subordinates felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite their own mastery at the pinnacle level, they recognized that the Gao family boasted several formidable experts among them. The odds were decidedly against them. Caught in a dilemma, Mo Lan realized that her prowess was comparable to Gao Tianyang's. She had never anticipated such reckless fervor for vengeance from her adversary. With Gao Tianyang resolute in his quest for retribution, her only option was to safeguard Yi Dong as best as she could. As the impending clash loomed, Yi Dong spoke. Sister Lan, focus on holding Gao Tianyang back. Leave the other masters to me. He addressed the other 6 members of the dragon team, saying, you need not engage. Simply lend your support to me and Sister Lan from the sidelines. These 6 members were well aware of Yi Dong's extraordinary ability to defeat opponents beyond his level. The fact that Yi Dong, with his early-stage Grandmaster cultivation, had already slain Gao Fu, a mid-stage Grandmaster, left them utterly astounded. It is well understood that at the Grandmaster level, being able to defeat an opponent 1 rank above is a hallmark of a rare genius. Yet now, Yi Dong proclaimed that he intended to single-handedly confront a dozen late-stage and peak-stage Grandmasters. They gazed at him in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Even the most talented prodigies in their dragon team would find such a feat utterly impossible. Their eyes then shifted to Mo Lan, who was equally stunned by Yi Dong's declaration. Were it not for the clarity in his gaze, she might have thought him deranged. Tentatively, she asked, Yi Dong, this is not the time for jest. Are you truly serious? In response, Yi Dong shrugged and smiled. Sister Lan, how could I jest with my life? Just distract that old man Gao Tianyang, and once I have dealt with these small fry, I will come to assist you. Seeing that Yi Dong was not joking, Mo Lan took a deep breath and instructed her subordinates, listen to Yi Dong, just provide support from the sidelines. She was eager to witness whether Yi Dong truly possessed the prowess he claimed. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, and Gao Tianyang and his cohorts heard every word clearly. They erupted into laughter, mocking, what arrogance! Not even the greatest prodigies from ancient sects a millennium ago would dare to boast in such a manner. I am keen to see whether your words hold true or if your skills are merely as grand as your claims. Kill him. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be met with lethal force. With that, Gao Tianyang charged forward first. Mo Lan was left with no choice but to place her unconditional trust in Yi Dong. If he was indeed bluffing, even with her 6 subordinates, it would be a challenge to protect him. Consequently, she initiated her own assault on Gao Tianyang, and the 2 figures became entwined in a fierce battle. The air around them exploded with the force of their strikes, as both were late-stage Grandmaster-level experts. Without hesitation, Yi Dong plunged into the throng of adversaries. His 9 heavens invisible needles were particularly suited for combating numerous foes. Before he even arrived, the 9 invisible needles had already penetrated the enemy ranks. Of course, each opponent was at least 2 cultivation levels above him, and with their keen eyesight, they could discern the presence of these needles. However, despite their clarity, evading them proved exceedingly difficult, especially for those late-stage Grandmasters. Within the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 had already fallen. Each struck through the vital points and instantly slain. Meanwhile, Yi Dong employed the shadowless martial arts technique just granted by the system, avoiding close combat entirely. From time to time, a shadowless needle would be unleashed, though it may not strike true every time. Amidst such intense tension, members of the Gao family would occasionally fall, meeting their demise instantly. Within a mere few minutes, over a dozen masters from the Gao family had dwindled down to just 5 of the most formidable. They were now filled with both astonishment and dread. Though they had managed to deflect many of Yi Dong's intangible needles, each strike drained considerable energy from them. while Yidong appeared remarkably at ease. It seemed as though his shadowless needles were inexhaustible. The scene of being relentlessly pursued yet unable to retaliate kept their hearts taut with anxiety at all times. Chapter 72. Slaying the Grandmaster. Yidong was reveling in his triumph. With each master from the Gao family he dispatched, the system rewarded him with a pill of equal cultivation level. Presently, there were over a dozen azure pills displayed within the system. In Yidong's eyes, the remaining 5 would soon transform into pills, merely a matter of time. The fierce combat had left the 6 members of the dragon squad nearby utterly astounded. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a prodigious talent could exist in this world. Mo Lan and Gao Tianyang were still engaged in combat, yet their attention was partially drawn to this spectacle. They were both overwhelmed by Yidong's formidable prowess to an indescribable degree. Mo Lan, amidst her shock, was filled with delight. She could hardly fathom that Yidong had truly accomplished this feat. Conversely, Gao Tianyang was also astonished, but his astonishment was steeped in fear. What kind of terrifying enemy had Gao Zixing brought upon the Gao family? Meanwhile, the 5 peak masters of the Gao family were desperately holding on. They silently lamented as Yidong's shadowless needles seemed to be boundless. Although they could also employ their internal energy to unleash similar shadowless needles, their potency was several tiers lower, and their quantity was limited. One Gao family member, unable to endure any longer, shouted, "Yidong, what kind of hero are you? Circling around like that? Have the courage to face us directly." Alas, no sooner had the words left his mouth than he was struck by one of Yidong's shadowless needles in the chest, collapsing lifelessly with a cry. The remaining 4 were utterly terrified. If there had been even a sliver of hope, they would have continued to fight, but under the current circumstances, remaining here was tantamount to a certain death. Without hesitation, one turned to flee, and upon witnessing this, the other 3 followed suit without a moment's pause. However, their energy had already been nearly depleted, and their agility paled in comparison to Yidong's. This retreat only facilitated Yidong's swift resolution of their fates. Within less than a minute, all 4 fleeing individuals met their end. Initially, they would not have fled, united in their resolve to endure for a few more minutes. Yet ultimately, they could not escape their fate. Gao Tianyang, witnessing the unfolding events, found little motivation left to pursue Yidong. To speak candidly, Yidong's formidable combat prowess was hardly inferior to his own. If he did not flee soon, he risked meeting his demise here. Mo Lan seemed to sense his dilemma and provided him no opportunity to escape the fray. Meanwhile, having dispatched numerous masters from the Gao family, Yidong had already positioned himself behind Gao Tianyang. With swift precision, the shadowless needles were unleashed upon Gao Tianyang relentlessly. However, upon encountering Gao Tianyang's protective energy, they would automatically fall away. Although they did not inflict significant harm, a single strike would still cause him minor injuries. Coupled with the presence of Mo Lan, who was nearly as formidable as he, Gao Tianyang soon found himself battered and bruised. With gritted teeth, Gao Tianyang summoned all his strength, executing a mutually destructive maneuver in an attempt to force Mo Lan back. Yet, Mo Lan would not yield, her dignity as a dragon team member preventing her from retreating even an inch. The clash was fierce, both warriors engaging in a brutal confrontation. Seizing the opportunity, Yidong unleashed 9 needles in unison. Gao Tianyang's protective energy had already been significantly depleted from their earlier exchange. How could he withstand this barrage? With a startled cry, he collapsed, lifeless. Although Mo Lan suffered considerable injury during the fierce encounter, she was still relatively unscathed. Slowly approaching Yidong, her expression a mix of shock and joy, she gazed at him. The other 6 dragon team members also gathered around, their faces reflecting their astonishment. Yidong had not only slain over a dozen master-level opponents, but had also transcended a significant realm, eliminating a formidable late-stage grandmaster. Such prowess could scarcely be described as terrifying. It was beyond belief, a tale more fantastical than fables. Yidong, however, was indifferent to the astonishment displayed by his fellow teammates. Casting a glance at Mo Lan, he inquired with genuine concern, "Sister Lan, are you all right?" She was, after all, the one he sought to conquer in the future, and subconsciously, he regarded Mo Lan as his own. Mo Lan, touched by Yidong's caring demeanor, felt a warmth envelop her heart. With a complex expression, she regarded him, realizing that the one they were meant to protect had, in turn, safeguarded them all. Quickly setting aside these convoluted feelings, she smiled and replied, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Yet you, Yi Dong, your combat prowess surpasses anything I could have imagined. Compared to you, the talents of our entire dragon team seem exceedingly feeble. Mo Lan's words were devoid of exaggeration among the dragon team members. She was indeed regarded as a talented individual. Were it not for certain exceptional circumstances, she would have long since broken through to the Grand Master realm. However, when comparing himself to Yi Dong, he felt utterly lacking. Yi Dong, on the other hand, was unfazed, with the Super Goddess System as his golden finger. If he could not dominate the geniuses of this era, it would be better to find a block of tofu to end his life. He then chuckled, Sister Lan, you are quite formidable as well. Even if I did not assist, Gao Tianyong would certainly be no match for you. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan's lips curved into a smile. Yi Dong, I did not expect you to possess not only exceptional combat prowess, but also a talent for flattery, huh? She and Gao Tianyong were evenly matched. Had Yi Dong not intervened, neither would have triumphed over the other in the end. Yi Dong beamed, Sister Lan, I speak only the truth. That old Gao Tianyong does not know how to cherish delicate beauty. If it were any other man, he would have lost half his confidence merely in the presence of your enchanting beauty. Mo Lan feigned anger. You smooth talker. Yi Dong, I did not think you were so young yet adept at charming women. Sister Lan, I am not so young anymore, and I speak only the truth. How can that be considered flattery? Mo Lan couldn't help but chuckle, a delightful smile gracing her face. All right, I shall thank you for your compliments then. The 6 members of the dragon team, observing their flirtatious banter, were astonished. Over the years under Mo Lan's leadership, they had rarely seen her smile, let alone engage in such dialogue with a man. However, upon reflection, they realized Yi Dong was no ordinary man. With his talents, he had a significant chance of becoming a divine-level guardian in the future. It was not surprising that Mo Lan could converse with him in such a manner. Chapter 73. Breaking through to half-step Grandmaster. Mo Lan was genuinely curious about the technique Yi Dong had just employed. Yet, she refrained from asking, as everyone has their secrets, and inquiring might lead to discomfort. Sister Lan, having killed so many members of the Gao clan, this enmity seems irreparable. Do you have any suggestions? Yi Dong inquired, glancing at the fallen Gao clan members. Mo Lan, upon hearing this, also surveyed the scene and replied coldly, the Gao clan first violated our agreement with the dragon team, unleashing both master-level and grandmaster-level experts. They dared to assault our dragon team members. Their sins are beyond redemption. Yi Dong, rest assured, I will contact the dragon headquarters immediately. The final decision will depend on the higher-ups, but it is highly probable that the Gao clan will cease to exist. Hearing Mo Lan's words, Yi Dong's heart soared with joy. His greatest concern about going to Longjing was the safety of his family. As long as the Gao clan was completely eradicated, combined with his status as a dragon team member, the safety of his family would be significantly assured. Mo Lan acted decisively. After speaking, she promptly took out her phone and dialed a secret number. After communicating with the headquarters in Longjing for over 10 minutes, she hung up and smiled at Yi Dong, saying, Yi Dong, the headquarters has made a decision. They will dispatch experts tomorrow morning. We must assist as well. Would you like to witness this? Longjia, I have not officially joined the dragon group. Am I permitted to participate? Haha. You are at least considered half a member of the dragon group now. Of course. You can join. Mo Lan explained earnestly. Yi Dong yearned to witness the downfall of the Gao family for his own peace of mind. After a moment's hesitation, he replied seriously, Longjia, after the earlier battle, I feel my cultivation cannot be suppressed any longer. Could you please protect me while I attempt to break through? Mo Lan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yi Dong to choose to break through at this moment. However, recalling Yi Dong's earlier terrifying combat prowess, she felt that a breakthrough was indeed quite reasonable. She smiled and said, You can break through here. I will take care of the rest. Yi Dong merely sought a pretext for his breakthrough. Within his system, he had acquired an additional red elixir. Without a doubt, it was the one obtained from slaying Gao Tianyong. Yet, Yi Dong had no intention of consuming it immediately. Transitioning directly from the initial realm of a grandmaster to the latter stages of a great grandmaster would be excessively dramatic. Thus, Yi Dong pretended to sit cross-legged on the ground, and a pinnacle grandmaster elixir automatically appeared in his mouth. He did not allow the elixir to take effect all at once, but instead controlled it to gradually elevate his cultivation. Boom! With a surge of energy within his body, Yi Dong swiftly advanced to the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Mo Lan and the other 6 members of the Dragon Group were astonished. They had not anticipated that Yi Dong's breakthrough would be so effortless. Just as they were about to congratulate him, another eruption of energy surged within Yi Dong. Boom, boom. In their very presence, Yi Dong transitioned from the mid-stage of Grandmaster to the late stage. The expressions of those around him, including Mo Lan, mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. Their astonishment had yet to dissipate when Yi Dong's body erupted again with a series of resounding booms. An aura of pinnacle Grandmaster emanated from him. Yet the spectacle was not over, for more pinnacle Grandmaster elixirs materialized in Yi Dong's mouth. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Dong's cultivation instantaneously surged from the pinnacle Grandmaster stage to a half-step Great Grandmaster. Mo Lan and the others were left in a state of shock, their senses dulled by the overwhelming astonishment. This was far more staggering than when Yi Dong had previously crossed a significant boundary to defeat an enemy. Such a groundbreaking and unprecedented means of breakthrough profoundly challenged their perceptions of the martial arts world. It is essential to acknowledge that, apart from the prodigious talent of Mo Lan, the other members of the Dragon team require several years to transcend even a minor realm. Even for a genius like Mo Lan, the process of advancing to the minor realm of a Grandmaster typically spans several months, if not a year. In stark contrast, Yi Dong achieved a breakthrough from the initial stage of Grandmaster to a half-step Grandmaster in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Yi Dong was acutely aware of the formidable power coursing through his body, contemplating whether to consume the Crimson Grandmaster cultivation pill on the spot. However, upon glancing at the astonished expressions of those around him, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He then rose to his feet, beaming with a radiant smile, and said, "Sister Lan, I apologize, my foundation is too robust, and I inadvertently advanced 2 levels." The other members of the Dragon team gazed at Yi Dong's infuriating demeanor, yearning to deliver a few kicks had they not felt outmatched. Mo Lan found herself at a loss for words. The astonishment she had experienced throughout her life paled in comparison to today's revelation. Even when Yi Dong was at the initial stage of Grandmaster, he had slain a formidable opponent like Gao Tianyang, a testament to his undeniable combat prowess. The sudden leap to a half-step Grandmaster was unfathomable, making it difficult to conceive the magnitude of Yi Dong's current capabilities. Mo Lan instinctively felt that she could hardly withstand a few exchanges with him. This meant that the young man before her, not yet 23, had already surpassed her in strength. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling stirred within Mo Lan. Since time immemorial, it has been said that beautiful women are drawn to heroes, especially for someone like Mo Lan, who had trained in martial arts from a young age. Her admiration for the strong was particularly profound. In response to Yi Dong's playful banter, she felt no trace of anger, instead softly replied, "Yi Dong, you are truly remarkable. I am no match for you now, am I?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and replied, "Sister Lan, a girl doesn't need to be so formidable. I shall protect you from now on." His words caused a faint blush to grace Mo Lan's exquisitely beautiful face. Although his statement was not out of place, after all, it is natural for a subordinate to protect their superior. It carried an inexplicably charming undertone when uttered by him. The exchange between the two ignited a stirring among the 6 Dragon team members nearby. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of tension and hesitation. As loyal subordinates of Mo Lan, they were vaguely aware of her past encounters in Longjing. Her family, belonging to a prestigious lineage, had been relegated to the remote southwestern provinces despite their noble background. This indicated the terrifying power of the forces she had once offended. Chapter 74. The Fall of the Gao Family. Even Yi Dong's extraordinary talents left the 6 members of the Dragon team in awe, as they speculated on the likelihood of him becoming a guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. However, in comparison to the enemies currently faced by Yi Dong and Mo Lan, they appear rather feeble, so much so that they can be dismissed entirely. Observing Mo Lan's expression, should any feelings for Yi Dong truly exist and reach the ears of those with ulterior motives, it is difficult to fathom the tempestuous backlash they would endure. That very evening, Yi Dong made a phone call home, informing them of his imminent return to Mountain City. The following morning, he encountered the elite members of the Dragon team, who had hurried over from the headquarters in Longjing. Remarkably, leading the charge was by Zhanfeng, a divine-level expert in the early stages, accompanied by 15 extraordinary masters of the transcendent realm. Additionally, there were dozens of grandmasters and masters, all seemingly in their 20s or 30s, indicating that this group was here for training. Each individual radiated an untamed spirit. Besides these martial artists, there were also 2 array masters specializing in breaking formations, who were considered unique talents of the dragon team. Although the number of personnel dispatched from the headquarters was modest, based on Yidong's inquiries about the Gao clan from the previous day, it was evident that despite having over 10,000 members, their pinnacle combat strength was limited to clan leader Gao Taishu and high priest Gao Taichong. Whether Gao Taishu had reached the threshold of half-step divine status remained uncertain, while high priest Gao Taichong possessed only late-stage transcendent cultivation. The remaining inner elders were predominantly late-stage and peak grandmasters, totaling around 20. As for those who had attained master-level martial skills, the headquarters estimated their numbers to be in the range of 400 to 500. The majority of the remaining individuals were innate and acquired martial artists. In terms of top-tier combat strength, the Dragon team utterly dominated their opponents. This time, the Dragon team aimed to obliterate the entire Gao clan with an overwhelming force, sending a stark warning to other hidden families. Although the Dragon Kingdom faces internal and external strife, the enigmatic department of the Dragon team is not one to be easily trifled with. In addition to the elite dispatched from Longjing for the annihilation of the Gao clan, Mo Lan mobilized all Dragon team members stationed in the southwest province. Merely the master-level warriors numbered around 50, and along with the foundational innate martial artists, the total reached over 1,000. They marched in a grand procession alongside the elite of the Dragon team towards Wulong Mountain. Naturally, in the eyes of the Dragon team elites, this contingent was merely auxiliary. They regarded only Mo Lan as somewhat deserving of standing on equal footing with them. As for the events involving Yidong from the previous day, Mo Lan had imposed strict confidentiality. Such occurrences were far too extraordinary, and until the highest echelons of the Dragon team affirmed them, it would be more advantageous for Yidong to keep them under wraps. The Gao clan stronghold was thrown into turmoil by the absence of Gao Tianyang and his companions the previous night. Gao Taichong even personally summoned the clan leader Gao Taishu, who had been in seclusion for an extended period. Upon learning the sequence of events, Gao Taishu could not help but feel a surge of unease. In such a remote location as the mountain city, it is not merely the grandmaster-level expert Gao Tianyang who could traverse the area with ease. Even a few innate martial artists could assert their dominance. Moreover, Gao Tianyang was accompanied by over a dozen master martial artists. Such an overwhelming force had been absent for an entire day, and unease grew increasingly palpable within the clan. Consequently, Gao Taichong summoned numerous elders. While engaged in deliberations regarding this matter in the conference hall, a sudden alarm rang out from the clan, startling the elders in attendance. This alarm had never sounded since the establishment of the Gao family's encampment. Alongside the clangor of the bell, the sounds of battle erupted. No longer able to remain seated, Gao Taishu and the others rushed outside, only to be met by the formidable Bai Zhanfeng of the Dragon Group, flanked by a dozen extraordinary masters. Without uttering a word, they launched an attack against Gao Taishu and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Gao Taishu and Gao Taichong understood all too well that the authorities had decisively resolved to annihilate their entire clan. Although they were perplexed by the rationale behind such a drastic measure, did they not fear the repercussions from other hidden families? The absence of any intent for negotiation from their adversaries left them no choice but to confront the onslaught head-on. It was evident that the disparity in combat prowess was insurmountable. Even the Gao clan's most formidable patriarch, Gao Taishu, was but a hair's breadth from reaching the threshold of demigod status. The other inner elders fared even worse. Only Gao Taichong could hold his ground for a moment, while the rest fell victim to a single strike. The gap in cultivation levels made it nearly impossible to overcome such a disadvantage unless one possessed extraordinary talent, much less to transcend an entire realm to vanquish foes like Yidong. Before long, the pinnacle of the Gao clan's fighting force, including patriarch Gao Taishu, lay lifeless. In his final moments, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the chaos outside was nothing short of a hellish tableau. Observing the horrific scene from a distance, Yidong felt not a shred of compassion. These ancient martial families, unrestrained by the authority of the Dragon Kingdom, regarded ordinary people as mere insects. In their eyes, the lives of common folk held no more significance than that of ants. Initially, Yi Dong had anticipated an opportunity to slay a few experts and amass some cultivation pills during the assault on the Gao clan. However, upon breaching the mountain gate, he was informed that all members of the dragon group from the southwestern provinces were to remain on the periphery to prevent any escape from the opposition. The true combatants in the fray were all prodigies from prestigious families sent down from Longjing to hone their skills. Otherwise, with Yi Dong's current prowess at half-step grandmaster, bolstered by his exceptional agility, he could undoubtedly wear down even initial-stage extraordinary masters with his relentless 9 heavens invisible needles, one-on-one. Of course, aside from Mo Lan and the 6 dragon group members from the previous day, none were privy to Yi Dong's terrifying combat capabilities. In the eyes of others, particularly the batch of martial prodigies from Longjing, Yi Dong is merely an ordinary semi-grandmaster with slightly more prowess. Among this group, there are several individuals only a few years his senior, who have already attained the initial stage of grandmaster. Under such circumstances, it is unsurprising that Yi Dong is not regarded with any special consideration. An hour later, when all members of the Long group exited Wulong Mountain, the only reclusive family in the vicinity, the Gao family, had already become a relic of history. They could never have imagined that the demise of the Gao clan stemmed from Gao Ziqiang's infatuation with a beautiful woman named Wenruxiua. Had the late patriarch Gao Taishu known, he would surely have been enraged enough to subject Gao Ziqiang to 100 deaths. On that day, the Long group officially issued a notice detailing the events that transpired, disseminating it to every contemporary hidden family. While the Long group's formidable demeanor instilled apprehension among other reclusive families, it must be acknowledged that such a tyrannical approach has led to a significant degree of compliance. At the celebratory banquet held at the mysterious base of the Long group in the southwest province, Mo Lan, as the local representative, was fortunate enough to sit alongside Bai Zhanfeng. During the gathering, Bai Zhanfeng hesitated for a moment before asking, "Long girl, are you truly unwilling to compromise with the Ouyang family?" Mo Lan understood the nature of the compromise Bai Zhanfeng referred to and resolutely shook her head, replying, "Grandfather Bai, I would rather remain in the southwest province for a lifetime than yield to the Ouyang family." Seeing Mo Lan's unwavering determination, Bai Zhanfeng could only shake his head in resignation. With a sigh, he remarked, "What a pity to waste such exceptional martial talent. Had you remained at the Long group headquarters, you would likely have already transcended to an extraordinary realm." The Bai family and Mo Lan's Mo family are relatively comparable in resources and have a fairly close relationship, yet when measured against the Ouyang family, they are vastly outmatched. Certain discussions must remain unspoken. Had Mo Lan agreed to compromise, the Bai family could have facilitated an arrangement. Bai Zhanfeng was evidently taken aback by Mo Lan's steadfast resolve. He then inquired, "By the way, Long girl, I heard you intend to recommend a super talent to the headquarters. I am quite curious as to what qualifications merit your personal endorsement." Upon hearing this, Mo Lan reflected that with Yi Dong's capabilities, not only would she be astonished, but even the head of the Long group would likely be equally impressed. She then smiled and said, "Grandfather Bai, his name is Yi Dong. He hails from an ordinary family and is currently just a senior student. But in terms of martial talent, I must confess, I am far from his equal." Bai Zhanfeng gasped in astonishment. He was well aware of Mo Lan's martial prowess, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that his own martial qualifications might not even surpass hers. He only enjoyed the advantage of age to attain his current martial standing. Mo Lan, due to the affiliation between the Bai and Mo families, had revealed a glimpse of Yi Dong's exceptional talents. However, she certainly refrained from disclosing the remarkable occurrence from the previous night, where he had vanquished an opponent across an entire realm. Such a statement would have been deemed too astonishing to be credible. Despite this, Bai Zhanfeng displayed a keen interest. "Long girl, summon Yi Dong for me. I wish to ascertain if he truly possesses the prowess you claim," he said. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan nodded and excused herself to another room where the banquet was held to call Yi Dong in. "Yi Dong, allow me to introduce you to Bai Zhanfeng, the divine general," Mo Lan announced. "Grandfather Bai, this is Yi Dong." After the introductions, Bai Zhanfeng scrutinized Yi Dong with earnest intent. Indeed, he was quite tall and radiated a sunny disposition. Bai Zhanfeng then inquired, "Yi Dong, I hear that you have reached the threshold of a half-step grandmaster at such a tender age of under 23. Do you have an extraordinary master?" His question was not unexpected. Mo Lan herself was curious about it as well. Yi Dong, facing the half-step divine general, felt little trepidation. To speak frankly, Had he consumed all the cultivation pills available in the system, he might very well achieve the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. At that point, even a divine general like Bai Zhanfeng would find it challenging to contend with him, perhaps even facing the prospect of defeat. Currently, with his extraordinary agility, he had already surpassed the limitations of battling across realms. Observing Mo Lan's expression, it was evident that Bai Zhanfeng held her in high regard. Thus he extended the respect due to her by fabricating a modest tale. Divine General Bai, I do have a master. Though it has been a long time since we last communicated, I am unaware of his current whereabouts. This reply did not surprise Bai Zhanfeng. With a population exceeding 1 billion in Long Country, it was not unusual for formidable masters to remain hidden among the populace. Clearly, Yidong's master belonged to this category. Bai Zhanfeng continued, I have heard from Long Girl that your martial arts aptitude is remarkable. Are you capable of defeating opponents beyond your level? Yidong was momentarily taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Mo Lan, indicating that she had not disclosed the events of the previous night. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. Bai Zhanfeng's delight was palpable. Achieving such a level at Yidong's age and possessing the ability to defeat stronger foes indeed categorized him as a prodigious talent. He then complimented Yidong with a warm smile. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the gathering of talented individuals from Longjing, who observed with growing discontent. They were astonished that a local grandmaster from the southwest province had garnered praise from the divine general. They had encountered super talents from ordinary backgrounds before, but none had impressed them as much. Among them, a young man from a prominent family, also a half-step grandmaster, rose and approached. As they approached, pointing at Yidong with a smile, someone asked, Lord Bai, Sister Mo Lan. This must be the exceptional talent that Sister Mo Lan intends to recommend to the Longjing headquarters. They then provocatively sized up Yidong, remarking, indeed impressive, achieving the same realm as I at such a young age. I wonder, though, how skilled you are in actual combat. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? This young man, named Lu Yu, hailed from the prestigious Lu family in Kyoto, whose influence surpassed even that of the Bai and Mo families. Bai Zhanfeng also became intrigued. For as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Not far away, many gifted individuals began to jeer. Lu Yu, are you not bullying him? Even if you share the same realm, you, a prodigy from a noble lineage, should not be so brazen to suggest a spar. Perhaps offering guidance would be more fitting. Another chimed in, indeed, Brother Lu, why not let me take your place? My peak Grandmaster rank should not be seen as unfair. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lu Yu, with a contemptuous glance at Yidong, sneered, how about we find a Grandmaster-level opponent for you to spar with? Though Yidong had already achieved extraordinary strength, such provocations were intolerable. His heart seethed with fury as he turned to Mo Lan and coldly inquired, Sister Lan, a few minor injuries during the sparring should be acceptable, right? Mo Lan also felt a spark of anger. After all, the southwest province was her territory, and these individuals seemed to disregard her authority. Glancing at Bai Zhanfeng, who showed no signs of objection, she replied to Yidong, a few minor injuries during sparring are inevitable, as long as you do not cause him serious harm. Chapter 76. Acquiring a younger brother. Yidong and Mo Lan's exchange was not whispered. Everyone, including Lu Yu, heard it clearly. Lu Yu was furious, his anger nearly boiling over at Yidong's dismissive tone. Just as he was about to retort, a middle-aged man from the Lu family, Lu Sun, spoke first. Mo Lan, are you suggesting that Lu Yu is no match for Yidong? Although Lu Sun's tone was relatively polite, the underlying discontent was unmistakable. Mo Lan, seemingly oblivious to the tone, replied nonchalantly, that is indeed my belief. Humph. Lu Sun snorted coldly, adding, since you are so confident in Yidong, how about we place a small wager before they spar? Suit yourself. Despite being a formidable early-stage extraordinary expert, Mo Lan did not back down. Bai Zhanfeng, recognizing that wagering on martial competitions was commonplace within the Dragon Group, refrained from intervening. Without further ado, Lu Sun declared, let us wager 5 divine jade pieces. Note, divine jade, a special energy stone obtained from the mysterious battlefield, allows ordinary warriors to absorb its energy to enhance their cultivation. 1 piece can be exchanged for 100 million funds. Although 5 pieces of divine jade may not seem like a substantial amount to those present, it certainly cannot be dismissed as a trivial wager. For an extraordinary warrior like Lu Sun, at the early stages of his cultivation, the annual salary from the Dragon Group consists of a high cash reward and no more than 20 pieces of divine jade. As for Lan, it is even more disheartening. Her annual salary at the late Grandmaster level is only 10 pieces of divine jade. This small wager is nearly equivalent to her half-year salary. Witnessing such a significant stake in what was supposed to be a minor sparring match heightened the interest of those gathered. Seeing this, Lu Yu, already seething with anger, could not restrain himself and burst into laughter. "Ha! Yidong, if you think you can hurt me, if I cannot take you down within 10 moves, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother." Upon hearing this, Yidong chuckled lightly. "If you wish to be my underling, I still need to assess whether you possess that qualification." He then beckoned Lu Yu with a finger. Arrogant, Lu Yu was infuriated, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged at Yidong, intending to simply and brutally knock him down. Yidong smiled, having already surpassed a great realm to slay his enemies. He felt no interest in competing with an opponent of the same realm. Naturally, he would not engage in a contest of martial prowess. He acted according to his will. Swish! As Lu Yu swung his fist, he had not even reached Yidong before he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his legs, causing him to involuntarily kneel. What the hell? This scene left the talented youths of Longjing utterly bewildered. Their limited realms prevented them from perceiving the two shadowless needles emitted from Yidong's body. Even someone as skilled as Lan at the late Grandmaster level could only barely discern the faint outline of the shadowless needles. Only those at the extraordinary level and by Zhanfeng could truly comprehend how Yidong executed his moves. "Lu Yu, what on earth are you doing? Why have you suddenly knelt? Could it be that you are genuinely intimidated by Yidong?" Some sharp-eyed prodigies noticed the pained expression on Lu Yu's face. Could it be that brother Lu has suddenly fallen ill? Seeing this, Lu Sun, with a pale face, hurried over to Lu Yu's side and slowly helped him up. He glared at Yidong and exclaimed, "Yidong, it's merely a minor sparring match. Your attack was far too ruthless." "Hee, is this what you call ruthless? If he were an enemy, he would have died long ago." Yidong's words left Lu Sun speechless. Lu Sun understood that Yidong's statement was not an exaggeration. Had the two shadowless needles aimed for Lu Yu's heart, the outcome would have been dire. Their exchange sent a wave of astonishment through the gathering of prodigies in Longjing. It was only now that they realized Lu Yu's sudden kneeling was not due to any sudden illness. Instead, Yidong took the initiative, and they could barely discern the techniques employed by their opponent. It is evident how vast the disparity in their true abilities was. Among their group, Lu Yu, while not the most gifted, was certainly among the finest. If Lu Yu faced such a fate, it was clear that the others would fare no better. In the wake of their astonishment, no one was foolish enough to step forward as a target. Lan had anticipated this outcome and was not at all surprised. However, Bai Zhanfeng witnessed Yidong's prowess for the first time. He had noted the formidable strength behind those two shadowless needle strikes. Even a late-stage grandmaster would likely find those blows quite formidable. Amidst his shock, he was also filled with delight. The martial talent displayed by Yidong surpassed even Lan's previous assertions by a significant margin. If placed within the Dragon Capital headquarters, only a select few with the highest potential could rival Yidong. Little did Bai Zhanfeng know that what Yidong had demonstrated was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet even so, it was enough to leave him thoroughly impressed. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed thrice, before turning to Lan with a smile. "Lan, this Yidong is indeed an extraordinary martial genius. Your role in introducing him cannot be understated. Perhaps we need not compromise with the Ouyang family to gain an advantage over Dragon Capital." Bai Zhanfeng's words held no exaggeration. Although the Ouyang family wielded significant power within Dragon Capital, they were not the sole authority. 3 other families stood alongside the Ouyang family, jointly governing Dragon Capital. The merit of recommending such a superlative talent like Yidong to the Dragon Group would undoubtedly be a feather in the cap for the Ouyang family. At that moment, Lu Yu, having regained his composure, spoke to Yidong with a hint of melancholy. "A wager is a wager. From now on, you are my elder brother, Yi." He recognized that Yidong had shown restraint. Even the forceful strike aimed at his thigh had been deftly diverted from his meridians. Otherwise, Lu Yu would surely be incapable of standing now. Yidong, witnessing this, was taken aback that such a proud and defiant prodigy would humbly address him as elder brother. This prompted a shift in his perception of Lu Yu. Initially, he had no desire to take on any younger brothers, but seeing Lu Yu's temperament resonated with him. He altered his stance. "Lu Yu, when you call me elder brother, you shall suffer no loss. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. or I might just decide to forego having you as my younger brother." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu, though troubled, managed to muster a slight smile. Elder brother, Yidong, observing this, chose not to press the matter further. He understood that Lu Yu's earlier remarks stemmed from a desire not to appear untrustworthy, and deep down, he likely did not wish to acknowledge him as an elder brother. Chapter 77. Breakthrough to Grandmaster. Seeing his nephew address Yi Dong as elder brother, Lu Sun felt there was no need to engage in further banter with Yi Dong. With Yi Dong's current qualifications, it is highly probable that he may ascend to the level of a celestial guardian in the future. It is not necessarily a disadvantage for Lu Yu to cultivate a friendship with Yi Dong. After contemplating this, he generously presented 5 divine gems to Mo Lan on the spot. Thus, a minor commotion passed, and Yi Dong's name took root in the hearts of this group of elite individuals. The following day, Bai Zhanfeng and the others were preparing to return to Longjing. Before their departure, he inquired of Mo Lan, "My dear Lan, do you and Yi Dong wish to accompany us back now?" Mo Lan smiled and replied, "Grandpa Bai, Yi Dong has some personal matters to attend to here. We shall return to Longjing in a few days." Observing this, Bai Zhanfeng refrained from further persuasion. Yi Dong himself was uncertain when he would return after visiting the Longjing headquarters, as he needed to arrange matters at home and with his several companions first. He sought out Zhou Hanyun, and though they had not been apart for long, they shared a warm reunion. Yi Dong then stated directly, "Sister Yun, I apologize, but it seems I may have many women in my life, and I will not consider marriage for the time being. If you can accept this, I promise to treat you well. However, if not, we can part ways amicably, and I will provide you with a compensation of 5 billion. Though Yi Dong's feelings for Zhou Hanyun were not particularly deep, she was, after all, the first woman conquered by the Super Goddess System. Regardless of her decision, he would provide her with a satisfactory resolution. Zhou Hanyun was taken aback by his words. While she understood the slim chances of marrying Yi Dong, she did not expect his candor. Although the 5 billion was enticing, she ultimately chose to be part of Yi Dong's harem. Yi Dong was not overly surprised by Zhou Hanyun's choice. He then produced a beauty enhancement pill and a master cultivation pill. Had she opted for the 5 billion, he would not have presented these 2 elixirs. Moments later, amidst Zhou Hanyun's astonished exclamations, she realized not only had her beauty transformed, but she was also imbued with immense power. It was only through Yi Dong's explanation that she understood she had become a formidable martial artist. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Hanyun impulsively embraced Yi Dong. Subsequently, he sought out Wen Ruxue and Gu Mingyue, candidly expressing his intentions once more. Naturally, he offered them the freedom to choose. Although both women felt a tinge of sadness, they ultimately decided to join Yi Dong's harem. He similarly bestowed upon each of them a master cultivation pill. Without a doubt, upon acquiring this extraordinary power, both Wen Ruxue and Gu Mingyue were filled with shock and joy. Once all 3 women acquiesced, Yi Dong gathered them together, allowing them to make formal introductions. He then returned to his hometown in Luoxian, accompanied by these 3 extraordinary beauties. When Yi Damon and Qin Li encountered the 3 girls behind Yi Dong, they were taken aback. Gu Mingyue was somewhat familiar to them, yet after consuming the beauty elixir, she had undergone a significant transformation. Observing the astonished expressions of his parents, Yi Dong chuckled, "Dad, Mom, they are all my girlfriends, effectively your daughters-in-law." He then turned to Wen Ruxue, Gu Mingyue, and Zhou Hanyun, smiling, "This is my dad and mom. You may address them as uncle and aunt, or simply as mom and dad, as I do." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hanyun was the first to greet, "Hello, dad and mom." With Zhou Hanyun taking the lead, Gu Mingyue and Wen Ruxue were eager to follow suit, shyly chiming in, "Dad, mom." Qin Li and Yi Damon gazed at these 3 ethereal prospective daughters-in-law, momentarily lost in reverie. They had long hoped that Yi Dong would bring home a girlfriend, and now he had introduced 3 at once. After school, Yi Xiaoyu returned home, delighted to see her 3 beautiful future sisters-in-law, secretly giving her elder brother a thumbs up. During this time, Yi Dong mentioned his plans to travel to Longjing. Although Yi Damon and Qin Li felt a twinge of reluctance, they understood that Yi Dong was no ordinary person. His future path was his to choose. Yi Dong promptly administered the Red Grandmaster cultivation elixir from the system to his father, elevating Yi Damon's cultivation to the late Grandmaster stage. Meanwhile, Qin Li and Yi Xiaoyu, after consuming the intermediate Master cultivation elixir, reached the pinnacle of the Master stage. In the remote region of the Southwest Province, The family's combat prowess was undoubtedly among the elite, ensuring their self-protection was more than secure. Yi Dong consumed the remaining master cultivation elixirs, and with a resounding roar within his body, his cultivation soared to the initial Grandmaster stage. Subsequently, Yi Dong remained at home for 3 days before returning to Shanqing. Upon arriving at Shanqing University, he sought out his mentor, Zhang Jiming. Although he had promised to attend Zhang's wedding, he regrettably had to cancel. Nonetheless, as the mentor who had treated him with utmost kindness and whom he respected greatly, Yi Dong prepared a substantial gift. Upon entering Zhang Jiming's room, he found both Zhang and his girlfriend, He Xiaoxi, waiting, having been notified of his visit. Yi Dong was no longer the naive youth he once was. After his previous donation, his influence within the university had become unparalleled. After exchanging pleasantries, he sincerely expressed, "Brother Zhang, I might have to head to Longjing soon, and I regret to inform you that I may not be able to attend your wedding. I am truly sorry." Zhang Jiming was momentarily taken aback, as he had envisioned Yi Dong as his best man, picturing the grandeur of the occasion. Hearing that Yi Dong would not be able to attend filled him with disappointment, which was even more pronounced on his girlfriend's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Dong chuckled, "Brother Zhang, although I am unable to attend your wedding, rest assured that my gift will be substantial." As he spoke, he handed over a bank card that he had meticulously prepared. Zhang Jiming and He Xiaoxi were momentarily taken aback, for it was their first encounter with such a unique form of monetary gift. What sum must one be bestowing to use a bank card? Just as Zhang Jiming contemplated a polite refusal, He Xiaoxi eagerly interjected, "Yi Dong, thank you. We shall graciously accept." In that moment, Yi Dong's attendance at the wedding became inconsequential in He Xiaoxi's mind. Zhang Jiming opened his mouth to speak, but refrained from voicing any objections, well aware that Yi Dong was not someone constrained by financial limitations. Yi Dong did not disclose the amount on the card. After offering his congratulations once more, he took his leave. Chapter 78. Memories of Mo Lan. Once Yi Dong departed, the two exchanged glances, and He Xiaoxi excitedly inquired, "Jiming, how much do you think Yi Dong contributed that necessitated a bank card?" Zhang Jiming, also filled with exhilaration, had not anticipated that Yi Dong would opt for a bank card for his gift. Without a second thought, he surmised, it must be a substantial sum, perhaps 1 million. He Xiaoxi's excitement heightened at this notion, exclaiming, "Wow, if it truly is 1 million, we could purchase a new home." Observing her enthusiasm, Zhang Jiming hesitated, cautioning, "I merely guessed an approximate figure. Don't celebrate too soon." Yet He Xiaoxi countered, "Given your close relationship with Yi Dong, who has donated 50 billion to the school, I believe it must exceed 1 million. Zhang Jiming regarded He Xiaoxi earnestly, stating, "Regardless of our relationship, Yi Dong is merely my student. The amount he donates does not correlate with this gift. My current position as director is also due to his influence, so regardless of the sum on that card, do not harbor any discontent." He Xiaoxi, realizing her words may have been excessive, quickly replied, "All right, Jiming, I was just speaking casually, with no other intention. Let us not speculate, but rather check the balance at the bank machine outside the school." Truth be told, Zhang Jiming was equally curious about the card's contents. Based on his understanding of Yi Dong, he suspected the amount might exceed 1 million, yet he feared that revealing a larger figure might lead to disappointment for He Xiaoxi, prompting him to offer a more conservative estimate. The pair soon arrived at the bank machine outside the school. After entering the simple password Yi Dong had provided, the screen displayed an astonishingly lengthy string of numbers that left them both in shock. After counting several times, He Xiaoxi trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, we've struck it rich." Zhang Jiming gazed in disbelief at the immense sum of money, standing there in a daze. Yi Dong had actually bestowed upon him a staggering 666 yuan as a gift. No wonder he needed to use a bank card. Had it been in cash, a truck would surely have been required to transport it. After a considerable while, Zhang Jiming, trembling, managed to dial Yi Dong's number. The call connected swiftly, and Yi Dong's cheerful laughter resonated through the line. "Brother Zhang, it hasn't been long since we parted, and you're already missing me." Zhang Jiming stammered, "Yi Dong, why have you given me so much money? How will I ever repay this kindness?" On the other end, Yi Dong chuckled, "Brother Zhang, I have always remembered the kindness you showed me during my university years. This several hundred million is nothing to me now. Just accept it with peace of mind. With this sum, you can continue to be your department head, or if you feel uncomfortable, you and your wife can travel the world." Hearing Yidong's teasing, Zhang Jiming felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Naturally kind-hearted, he had not only been good to Yidong during his mentorship, and he never expected that such kindness would yield such a generous return. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he hung up the phone. He suddenly noticed that Xiaoxi looked at him differently now, her gaze more tender and charming. For Yidong, money had become merely a string of numbers. He had also obtained a bank card number from Gu Mingwei, and every day he either transferred 100 million to Wenruxiue or to Gu Mingwei. His funds were increasing at a staggering rate of billions each day, and he had long since lost interest in money. After leaving Zhang Jiming, he called Wang Jinchuan. Though their bond was not as strong as with Zhang Jiming, they had shared a dormitory for years and later became good friends. And Yidong wished to extend a helping hand to him as well. Upon meeting, without any unnecessary words, he directly handed Wang Jinchuan a card he had prepared in advance. He candidly stated that it contained 100 million, assuring him that as long as he did not engage in extreme extravagance, he would certainly live comfortably. Wang Jinchuan was taken aback by Yidong's words. 100 million. He hadn't even graduated from university yet, and he was already at the pinnacle of his life. He didn't doubt Yidong's sincerity. After all, he had donated 50 billion, so it was hardly a jest to give him 1 million. Overcome with emotion, Wang Jinchuan burst into tears, exclaiming, "Donggu, I have nothing else to say. You are like a father to me." Yidong found this both amusing and endearing. However, he understood Wang Jinchuan's feelings perfectly. Receiving such an unimaginable fortune was a natural reaction. After settling all the trivial matters in Shanxing, he finally set off alone for Molin's location, the mysterious base of the Dragon Group in the southwestern province. When Molin saw Yidong again, her face was once more filled with astonishment. "Yidong, you have broken through to the Grandmaster level. Haha, Sister Lan, you need not be overly dramatic, otherwise I shall find it difficult to surpass myself in the future." With a smile, Yidong playfully teased upon witnessing Mo Lan's astonishment. However, Mo Lan paid little heed to his words, her inner shock lingering long after. It had been scarcely 10 days since Yidong's last formidable breakthrough. She recalled her own ascension to this realm, achieved through exceptional talent, which had taken nearly a year. Yet, remembering the more terrifying scene of Yidong's previous breakthrough, she found solace. Gazing at this godlike figure, Mo Lan became increasingly enamored. "Sister Lan, with such a gaze upon me, could it be that you have developed an affection?" Yidong quipped lightly, noting her continued state of astonishment. Having ascended to the Grandmaster level, he felt more at ease conversing with her. Mo Lan snapped back to reality, belatedly realizing she had been the subject of his jest. Instantly, her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Her bashful demeanor left Yidong momentarily speechless. Although Mo Lan was devoid of makeup at that moment, her breathtaking beauty surpassed even that of Wenruxiue and Gu Mingwei by several degrees. As he gazed, Yidong felt his heart race uncontrollably. Mo Lan sensed this change in him, and her heart fluttered with a hint of sweetness, only to be overshadowed by a wave of seriousness. "Yidong, once we arrive in Longjing, you must refrain from uttering such words, not even harbor a fleeting thought, otherwise no one can protect you." Upon hearing Mo Lan's warning, Yidong furrowed his brow and inquired earnestly, "Sister Lan, why? You are not in a relationship. We are both unmarried. Why should I not entertain such thoughts?" Mo Lan sighed at his words. At times, being exceedingly beautiful is not a blessing for a woman. Chapter 79. The Divine Gift Package. Through Mo Lan's narration, Yidong learned of her origins from the illustrious Mo family, a prominent lineage within Longjing. While the Mo family may not rival the 4 supreme families that govern Longjing, it holds considerable stature throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The family boasts multiple guardians of divine rank, with their ancestor achieving the pinnacle of divine prowess. Due to her extraordinary talents, Mo Lan had always been regarded as the treasured jewel of her family. A paragon of beauty. Growing up, she was acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in Longjing. Countless prodigies were infatuated with her. Most fervently the second young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Yuanba, one of the 4 supreme families. Ouyang Yuanba's martial prowess was nearly on par with Mo Lan's, having been exceptionally admitted into the Dragon Group before the age of 15. Such an unparalleled talent, combined with a family lineage more illustrious than the Mo family, rendered him a worthy match for Mo Lan. However, Ouyang Yuanba, this scion of privilege, has been notoriously lecherous since childhood, having toyed with countless beauties of the capital. He is the type who, once bored, discards them without a second thought. How could a man of such character ever capture the heart of Lan? Although the Ouyang family has made several marriage proposals, they have all been graciously declined by the Mo family. Yet, Ouyang Yuanba has never relinquished his fantasies about Lan. He even proclaimed openly that anyone daring to covet Lan would be his enemy. This clearly reveals Ouyang Yuanba's possessiveness. If he cannot have her, neither shall anyone else. Such arrogance has infuriated the Mo family. Were it not for Ouyang Yuanba's formidable background, he would have been swiftly dealt with by the ancestors of the Mo family. Consequently, the Mo family's ancestors sought the counsel of 3 other supreme families, and through mutual agreement, the Ouyang family was compelled to relent, prompting Ouyang Yuanba to retract his statement. Initially, everyone assumed the matter would fade away, but Ouyang Yuanba's relentless ambition resurfaced. During a gathering of elites, he covertly attempted to force his will upon Lan. In a fit of rage, Lan inadvertently crushed one of Ouyang Yuanba's prized eggs. This escalated the situation significantly. While Lan is cherished by the Mo family, Ouyang Yuanba enjoys considerable favor from his own ancestral line. Otherwise, he would not have been so brazen since childhood. Although Ouyang Yuanba was the instigator, Lan emerged unscathed. While he lost one of his treasured possessions, numerous divine generals from the Ouyang family personally demanded an explanation from the Mo family, declaring that if they did not receive a satisfactory response, Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Ouyang family, would come in person. The Mo family was struck with trepidation at the mention of Ouyang Feng, who has attained the realm of true divinity. Not only in Long Kingdom but across the entire world, he belongs to an elite echelon. His single might could obliterate the Mo family. Of course, with the intervention of several other supreme families, Ouyang Feng would not resort to such an outrage. However, if the 2 divine-level experts of the Mo family were to be eliminated in a fit of rage, the other supreme families would likely refrain from interference. After all, being supreme families, they might even welcome such a scenario to uphold their own dignity and interests. The ancestors of the Mo family, left with no choice, paid a considerable price to negotiate 2 options presented by the Ouyang family. The first was that Lan must marry Ouyang Yuanba immediately. The second was that Lan would be exiled from Longjing to a remote area, forbidden to return without extraordinary merit. Both conditions were intolerable for Lan. The prospect of marrying Ouyang Yuanba was unthinkable, leading her to outright reject it. Ultimately, the resolute Lan chose to leave the capital. The members of the Mo family were left heartbroken. Given Lan's exceptional talent, her ascension to the rank of a divine guardian was virtually assured. However, being assigned to a remote location, devoid of resources and accomplishments, one faces a bleak future unless a significant turning point arises. Subsequently, Lan remained in the southwestern province for several years. To her astonishment, such an isolated region produced an extraordinary talent like Yidong. The merit of his personal recommendation could not be suppressed even by the Ouyang family. Otherwise, who would still be inclined to recommend talents for the Dragon Nation's Dragon team in the future? After listening to Lan's account, Yidong felt a surge of affection for her, inadvertently developing a profound animosity towards the so-called Ouyang family and Ouyang Yuanba. He gazed at Lan earnestly and declared, "Sister Lan, my affection for you is beyond anyone's control. I do not care whether the Ouyang family is a supreme lineage. If they dare to provoke you again, I will annihilate their entire clan." Lan was taken aback by Yidong's words upon learning about her adversaries, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude. However, she regarded his threats against the Ouyang family as mere bravado. She gently replied, "Yidong, thank you. I also hold feelings for you, but once we reach Kyoto, please do not act foolishly. The Ouyang family is far more powerful than you can imagine." Hearing Lan express her affection for him filled Yidong with joy. He earnestly asked, "Sister Lan, do you believe in me?" Upon hearing this, Lan looked into Yidong's clear eyes and instinctively nodded. "Sister Lan, one day we shall stand atop this world, and you will realize that the so-called Ouyang family is merely a pile of dust beneath our feet." Yidong's unwavering confidence left Lan momentarily mesmerized. In that instant, Yidong became a deity in her heart. At that moment, she genuinely began to believe his words and felt less fear towards the Ouyang family. Regardless of what the future held, Lan harbored a strong desire to wholly entrust herself to Yidong. She then spoke in a shy tone, audible only to him. Yidong, I wish to become your woman. Overwhelmed by the goddess's confession, Yidong could no longer contain himself. The bloom must be plucked while it is in its prime. Do not wait for flowers that may never blossom. After a passionate encounter, they finally laid bare their true selves. Yidong also witnessed firsthand what it meant to possess a devilish figure paired with an angelic face. 2 hours later, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for conquering an extraordinarily perfect goddess. A divine-level gift package is being issued, with the enchanting beauty nestled in his embrace. The delightful sound from the system sent Yidong into a euphoric state. The fact that this gift package bore the title of divine level made him even more eager with anticipation. Chapter 80. Arriving in Longjing. Congratulations to the host for achieving a tenfold return on divine wealth, amounting to 1 billion. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 invincibility kills. Note, the host can effortlessly eliminate any adversary, regardless of their level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 invulnerability tokens. Regardless of the world, the host can resurrect 3 times, no matter the severity of the assault. Congratulations to the host for attaining the pinnacle of the supreme fist technique. This martial art is specifically designed for the host. Any enemy not exceeding the host's level can be obliterated with a single strike when the supreme fist is unleashed. Upon hearing the cascade of divine rewards from the system, Yidong's heart was already soaring with joy. Although the initial reward had diminished in value for him, he held no disdain for it. The other 3 rewards were undoubtedly what Yidong yearned for the most. After listening to Mo Lan's account, he had harbored some trepidation about their journey to Longjing. However, with the invulnerability and the ability to eliminate foes, even the illustrious Ouyang family appeared to him as nothing more than a paper tiger. The Supreme Fist was certainly a force far greater than the 9 heavens' divine needle. Gazing at Mo Lan in his embrace and considering the immense benefits she had brought him, his heart fluttered with excitement. Noticing Yidong stirring, Mo Lan did not deter him. She, too, was reveling in the experience, having only recently embraced womanhood at nearly 30. After their passionate exchange, she lay quietly in Yidong's arms. Yidong, you must promise me that once we arrive in Longjing, you will refrain from provoking the Ouyang family and keep our relationship a secret. I do not wish for you to suffer even the slightest harm. Yidong, upon hearing her words, tenderly caressed Mo Lan's cheek. Though he now possessed the strength to confront the Ouyang family, he spoke softly to reassure her. Sister Lan, do not worry. I understand the gravity of the situation. For the next 2 days, the pair remained in their secluded sanctuary until the 3rd day, when they set forth on their journey to Longjing. Half a day later, Yidong finally arrived at the heart of Longjing. Whether for him or Mo Lan, Bai Zhanfeng personally came to the airport to greet them. Upon their meeting, Bai Zhanfeng chuckled. Lan girl, you certainly know how to keep us waiting. It has been 10 days since you arrived in Kyoto. You have no idea how the judges were on the verge of coming to the southwest province to see Yidong after learning of his talents, had I not intervened. Mo Lan replied with a smile. Grandpa Bai, Yidong was delayed due to personal matters. I apologize for the wait. Yidong politely nodded in greetings, General Bai. Bai Zhanfeng, glancing at Yidong, displayed no airs of superiority and replied with a smile. Come along, I will take you both to the Dragon Group headquarters. He then led Yidong and Mo Lan to a military vehicle. As Yidong observed the towering buildings outside, he marveled at how much more prosperous this city was compared to Mountain City. Before long, the vehicle departed from the urban sprawl, heading towards the mist-laden peaks of Longjing's back mountains. Yidong was not particularly surprised. He understood that a clandestine organization like the Dragon Group would not establish its stronghold within the city limits. Apart from a select few, the majority of ordinary citizens were likely oblivious to the very existence of such an entity. Upon reaching the base of the Misty Mountains and passing through numerous checkpoints, they finally ascended to the summit. The car did not pause for a moment, proceeding directly into a passage resembling an intricate formation. After approximately half a minute, Yidong's perspective suddenly broadened. Before him lay a colossal city, and he felt a profound shock reverberate within him. While it did not boast the towering edifices of Longjing, it exuded an aura of ancient mystery and timelessness. Beside him, Mo Lan remarked with a smile, Yidong, isn't it marvelous? This is the inner city of Longjing, the true heart of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the residence of all the genuine noble families, and the headquarters of the Dragon Group is also situated within. Listening to Mo Lan's description, Yidong was filled with awe. Had it not been for his system, he might have remained as oblivious as the vast majority of ordinary people, utterly unaware of the hidden marvels nestled in the back mountains of Longjing. A casual glance around the street revealed not a single ordinary soul. At the very least, everyone appeared to be practitioners of martial arts at the postnatal level. It seemed that even if there were commoners within the inner city, they would certainly be a scarce few. Once inside the inner city, the vehicle continued for nearly an hour before halting before a colossal structure resembling a dragon's nest. Upon alighting from the car, Yidong's heart had already settled into tranquility. No marvel could surpass the capabilities of his own system. What was there to be astonished about? Entering the dragon nest, he was greeted by an enormous plaza bustling with a multitude of figures. Various masters, grandmasters, and even transcendent beings were visibly present. As soon as they stepped inside, the trio attracted many curious glances. However, almost none were directed at Yidong. All eyes were on Mo Lan. Isn't that Mo Lan from the Mo family? What brings her back to Longjing? They wondered. Has she capitulated to Ouyang Yuanba? Even such a stunning goddess has succumbed to this day. Is it not entirely reasonable for her to have such thoughts? Who would wish to linger even a day longer in such a remote place as the southwestern province? Not to mention the outer city of Longjing. Indeed, the inner city is imbued with spiritual energy formations. Cultivating within its confines is exponentially more effective than outside. Mo Lan had merely been assigned to the southwestern province for a few years, and she was once a prodigy within the ranks of the Dragon Group. Even now, many still recognized her. Even those unfamiliar with her could easily discern her identity, as her distinctive appearance was enough to spark inquiries about her past with Ouyang Batian. The matter of recommending to the Dragon Group, aside from the group of prodigies from the Dragon Group who annihilated the Gao clan in Shanqing that day, is known only to a few judges. The scale of the behind-the-scenes families generally aligns with that of the and, which tend to coalesce. And they certainly would not disclose such a self-defeating matter. Thus, to this day, the Ouyang family remains unaware that has returned to Longjing. As they crossed the square, the group reached a corner when suddenly, a man and a woman approached. One of them was. Upon seeing, he was momentarily taken aback. Without uttering a word, he promptly turned to leave. Observing this, called out, "Why don't you greet your elder brother when you see him?" Feeling quite vexed, turned around, forcing a smile, and said, "Elder brother, when did you arrive in Longjing? You didn't even inform me." Found this amusing, recognizing it as mere pleasantries. Knowing they had not exchanged contact information, the girl was the first to greet with a smile. "Hello, Grandpa Bai." She then turned to with surprise. "You must be sister, right? I saw you a few years ago. You're just as beautiful as before." She then glanced at, her lips curling slightly in discontent. "So you're the who defeated my brother with a single move? You don't seem that impressive. Surely you didn't resort to a sneak attack." Noticing the situation, quickly stepped in front of the girl, apologetically saying, "This is my sister. She has been somewhat headstrong since childhood. Please don't mind her." Elder brother chuckled lightly. Although may not possess the breathtaking beauty of, she still scored a commendable 93. Despite her somewhat sharp tone, there was no malice, and saw no reason to take offense. He then addressed, saying, "It's all right. If you don't wish to be my little brother, that is fine. Consider our wager a mere jest." Unexpectedly, shook his head vigorously, asserting, "Once I have spoken, I shall not retract my words. From now on, elder brother, feel free to command your younger brother as you wish." Felt a touch of warmth at this, though he would not yet acknowledge this newly recognized younger brother. Should he prove his mettle in the future, would not hesitate to lend a hand. Just then, a group of individuals made their way directly toward, even from a distance. The leading young man laughed boisterously. "Isn't this my sister-in-law? What is this? Have you finally decided to marry my elder brother?" Upon witnessing this, furrowed her brow and subtly glanced at, gently shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly, and also stepped aside upon seeing the approaching crowd. It is evident that the young man speaking is someone not to be trifled with. As he approached, a pair of shrewd eyes scrutinized Mo Lan, who was then greeted with a cheerful remark. "Huh? Sister Mo Lan, you remain as enchanting as you were years ago. No wonder Brother Yuan Ba was so captivated by you that he lost his composure. Alas, your return comes at an unfortunate time. He has since entered a mysterious battlefield, and his return is uncertain. Why not abandon the title of sister and consider marrying me instead? After all, I am younger than Yuan Ba, and my abilities are no less commendable. What do you think, Beauty Lan?" The young man's brazen words showed no regard for the presence of the divine general Bai Zhanfeng. Bai Zhanfeng coughed lightly and interjected, Ouyang Yuan Du. Mo Lan is not here to fulfill any marriage contract. She has more pressing matters at hand. Clearly, despite Ouyang Yuan Du's dismissive attitude toward Bai Zhanfeng, the latter did not dare express any dissatisfaction. Ouyang Yuan Du, the youngest son of the current head of the Ouyang family, held a status that even surpassed that of his cousin Ouyang Yuan Ba. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuan Du furrowed his brow. Taken aback that Mo Lan had returned not to acquiesce to a union with Ouyang Batian. With discontent, he retorted, Divine General Bai, what pressing matters could possibly outweigh the agreement made by my Ouyang family in years past? Bai Zhanfeng pointed to Yi Dong, explaining, Mo Lan has returned to Longjing to recommend a super genius, which is why I facilitated her return. Only then did Ouyang Yuan Du cast his gaze upon Yi Dong, scoffing, a mere initial stage grandmaster? Such a person hardly qualifies as a super genius. If that is the case, then I, at the late stage of grandmaster, must be the paragon of super geniuses. Bai Zhanfeng, hearing this, refrained from voicing any discontent and clarified. Yi Dong hails from humble beginnings and is yet not even 23 years old, which is why he has been deemed a super genius. Ouyang Yuan Du, upon reflection, regarded Yi Dong with renewed interest. Given his background and age, achieving such a level of cultivation was indeed a rare talent. However, the thought that Mo Lan might garner credit for this accomplishment and thus secure her place back in Longjing vexed him. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he turned to Yi Dong and said, You must be Yi Dong, a true talent indeed. I am Ouyang Yuan Du, son of the current head of the Ouyang family. Align yourself with me, and I promise you a life of prosperity and grandeur. Before Yi Dong could respond, Bai Zhanfeng hastily interjected, Ouyang Yuan Du. Such actions may not be appropriate. He was unaware of the relationship between Yi Dong and Mo Lan, and without having undergone a proper interview with the presiding judge, he feared that Yi Dong might exploit the situation, thereby diminishing Mo Lan's contributions and possibly jeopardizing her return to Longjing. Ouyang Yuan Du shot Bai Zhanfeng a glare. Bai Zhanfeng, I respect you enough to address you as Divine General Bai, but without that title, you are nothing. Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of the Ouyang and Mo families? Bai Zhanfeng, upon hearing this, was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. His face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he struggled to contain his fury, ultimately choosing silence. There was little choice for the Bai family. They simply could not afford to offend the Ouyang family, especially concerning the matter of Mo Lan. The Mo family had sacrificed greatly to secure the two conditions proposed by the Ouyang family, and the Bai family was somewhat aware of this. If the Bai family were to suffer significant losses due to this incident, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to explain it to his ancestors. Seeing that Bai Zhanfeng dared not speak, Ouyang Yuan Du proudly lifted his head to glance at Yi Dong. However, a resounding slap from Yi Dong swiftly followed. This slap left everyone in the vicinity utterly stunned. Mo Lan looked at Yi Dong in a state of panic, unable to fathom his impulsiveness in daring to strike Ouyang Yuan Du. It was hard to imagine the repercussions Yi Dong would soon face. Regret flooded her mind. Had she known, she would never have recommended Yi Dong to the Dragon Group. The two of them had been quite content in the southwestern region, hadn't they? Bai Zhanfeng was equally astonished by Yi Dong's behavior. Given Ouyang Yuan Du's declaration of his background, it was unfathomable that Yi Dong would dare to act in such a bewildering manner. This could only indicate that although Yi Dong was a super genius with remarkable talent, he lacked the necessary prudence. Lu Yu and Lu Wushuang were equally taken aback as they gazed at Yi Dong. With Lu Yu already silently mourning for his newly acknowledged elder brother, he had no doubt that Yi Dong would not survive the day. As one of the parties involved, Ouyang Yuan Du's fury reached an unprecedented peak. Having been spoiled by his family's elders throughout his life, this was the first time he had ever been struck. No matter how grave the offense, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. To think that today he was soundly slapped by a rustic stranger he had just met, he could hardly comprehend how, despite being 2 realms above Yi Dong, he had been so easily struck. If not for the consideration of his family's presence, Yi Dong would have unleashed his devastating techniques with that slap, reducing Ouyang Yuan Du to a mist of blood. The combination of 3 lethal techniques and 3 invincible defenses provided Yi Dong with boundless confidence. Of course, this was also closely related to the current state of affairs in the Dragon Kingdom. On their journey, Mo Lan had clearly informed Yi Dong of the prevailing situation. The true rulers of the Dragon Kingdom were the royal Long family, boasting numerous formidable experts at the True God realm. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Long family had reached the 5th layer of the True God realm, with 9 layers in total. The strength disparity between each layer was more than tenfold. Each of the 4 supreme families had an ancestor at the True God realm, but their strength was limited to the 2nd layer. Additionally, there was the mysterious dragon group, whose most powerful leader, the Phoenix, had attained the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the True God realm. The Fire Phoenix within the dragon group is accompanied by 2 deputies, Duguqing and Zimexu, who have both attained the 1st level of the True God realm. Under normal circumstances, unless extraordinary events arise, the entire operation of the dragon group is under the stewardship of Duguqing and Zimexu. Thus, while the Ouyang family may appear formidable, it does not hold dominion over the entire dragon nation. Of course, aside from the royal family and the dragon group, the Ouyang clan undoubtedly occupies the pinnacle of the societal hierarchy within this vast land. Ouyang Yuandu has, since birth, been nurtured on the shoulders of giants. However, this remarkably impressive figure, Ouyang Yuandu, was publicly struck by a rustic individual he deemed insignificant, akin to an ant. One can only imagine the intensity of his simmering wrath. Yi Dong, do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Today, no one can save you, regardless of your so-called genius status. I shall ensure that you find no escape from this torment. Ouyang Yuandu declared angrily, pointing at Yi Dong. Slap. In response to Ouyang Yuandu's arrogant proclamation, Yi Dong delivered yet another resounding slap. This blow sent shockwaves through the onlookers, leaving Ouyang Yuandu momentarily dazed. He then bellowed in fury, "Kill him." Only then did his entourage react. "You dare to strike young Master Yuandu? You are doomed." 7 or 8 individuals rushed forward, most of whom were mid to late stage grandmasters, each one surpassing Yi Dong in cultivation. Yet in Yi Dong's eyes, they posed no threat whatsoever. He swiftly unleashed his extraordinary agility, augmenting his strikes with a touch of devastating force. Even with this enhancement, it was beyond the capacity of these grandmasters to endure. Instantly, cries of agony echoed as within a minute, the 7 or 8 grandmasters found themselves either with shattered arms or severed legs. This was still Yi Dong holding back his strength. Otherwise, they would have been utterly annihilated. Yi Dong reveled in the chaos he had unleashed, while the onlookers, apart from Mo Lan, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. A mere early-stage grandmaster effortlessly decimated a group of mid to late-stage grandmasters without them being able to retaliate. Such a scene, reminiscent of an Eastern fable, left the spectators utterly astounded. Lu Yu swallowed hard, realizing that during their last spar, Yi Dong had clearly been holding back. Lu Wushuang gazed at Yi Dong with wide-eyed astonishment, feeling a flush of embarrassment at having previously claimed that Yi Dong had only won against her brother by ambush. Bai Zhanfeng also wore an expression of shock. Yi Dong's martial prowess far surpassed his expectations, revealing a talent that is truly unparalleled since the founding of the Dragon Nation. This was not merely a case of defeating opponents of a higher level on the mysterious battlefield. Yi Dong's current performance could easily be likened to that of a one-man army. At this moment, within Bai Zhanfeng's heart, the thought of Yi Dong slapping Ouyang Yuandu had become utterly insignificant. Although the Ouyang family wielded considerable power, could they possibly rival the Dragon Group? He held no doubt that with Yi Dong's capabilities, should the Ouyang family dare to make another move against him, the Fire Phoenix would undoubtedly bring them to their knees. After Yi Dong had dispatched the several grandmasters, he finally turned his gaze towards Ouyang Yuandu, approaching him with a cold smile. Ouyang Yuandu, bereft of his earlier arrogance, watched as Yi Dong drew nearer, panic setting in as he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? If you dare to harm me, the Ouyang family will never let you go." Yi Dong retorted with a sneer, "I would not hesitate to act here. I fear not the Ouyang family. And if you dare to covet Mo Lan, let me inform you that she is now my woman. Consider this a lesson. Should you attempt this again, I shall end you with a single blow." With that, he seized Ouyang Yuandu's arm, rendering the latter, a late-stage grandmaster, utterly defenseless, lifting him as one would a chick. Then, with a swift kick, he struck between Ouyang Yuandu's legs. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Ouyang Yuandu, and he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. The onlookers were left in shock at Yi Dong's ferocity. Good heavens! He shattered the very essence of Ouyang Yuandu and called it merely a lesson. They had just heard an explosive revelation from Yi Dong's lips. Mo Lan, the most beautiful woman in Longjing, had become his partner. This meant that the Mo family had definitively aligned against the Ouyang family. Years later, Ouyang Yuandu would find himself in a similar plight as his cousin, having suffered a grievous defeat. While the Ouyang family's strength could potentially offer a remedy, his manhood would undoubtedly be irrevocably diminished. Although Mo Lan harbored some concerns, witnessing her man avenging her brought an overwhelming sense of security to her heart. This scuffle, though brief, had stirred many members of the dragon group. As they rushed to the scene and beheld the spectacle, they gasped in astonishment. Who was this formidable individual? Ouyang Yuandu lay trembling on the ground, clearly injured, while his entourage staggered about, each nursing their own wounds. The dragon group headquarters strictly prohibited fighting, and the fact that the injured party was a young master of the Ouyang family only exacerbated the situation. Wasn't this the man who had just entered with Mo Lan? How could he possess such terrifying skills? I refuse to believe there is no connection between him and Mo Lan. Longjing has been peaceful for so long. It seems the tides are about to turn. The dragon group members, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of shock and a thrill of excitement. Most of them come from humble backgrounds and harbor a natural animosity towards influential figures like Ouyang Yuandu. Although they dare not voice their sentiments, they find solace in their hearts. In Chapter 83, Master Shimin Shui, Bai Zhanfeng noticed an increasing crowd of onlookers and quickly ushered Yi Dong and Mo Lan into a private elevator passage. At the Long Group headquarters, the Ouyang family boasts considerable elite combat strength, with the ancestral figure Ouyang Feng safeguarding the clan. Among the remaining warriors, at least one-third of those who have reached the Master Realm are affiliated with the Long Group. While many are occupied on mysterious battlefields across multiple nations, a handful of Celestial Realm experts remain at the headquarters. Should it come to light that Ouyang Yuandu's pride has been thoroughly shattered, and in a fit of rage he were to come and eliminate Yi Dong, Bai Zhanfeng would be loath to witness such a scene, whether for personal or professional reasons. However, such thoughts are merely speculative. Even if Ouyang Feng himself were to arrive, such a scenario would be improbable. Naturally, given Yi Dong's current standing, to assert that he could contend with a formidable expert of the true God realm would lead anyone to believe he had lost his senses. Even though Yi Dong had just demonstrated the ability to defeat opponents across 2 or 3 realms, this was entirely incomparable to facing a true God. Not to mention the true God or celestial realms, it is likely that aside from Mo Lan, no one would believe Yi Dong possessed the capability to overcome such formidable adversaries. Before long, Bai Zhanfeng led Yi Dong and Mo Lan to the esteemed Shimin Shui, one of the top 3 figures at the Long Group headquarters. The Fire Phoenix is currently in a secluded retreat, striving to break through to the 5th tier of the true God realm, and no one dares to disturb her. Meanwhile, her trusted lieutenant, Dogu Chang, remains stationed at the mysterious battlefield. In the vast Long Group headquarters, it is fitting to regard Shimin Shui as the foremost authority. Originally, Bai Zhanfeng had not contemplated personally introducing Yi Dong to Shimin Shui before entering the Long Group headquarters. Typically, a prodigy like Yi Dong, having risen from local recommendations, would first appear before the Chief Justice upon officially joining the Long Group. However, Yi Dong's recent display of extraordinary talent was so overwhelming, coupled with the need to safeguard against retaliation from the Ouyang family, that Bai Zhanfeng resolved to arrange for a direct audience with Shimin Shui. As a superlative expert of the Celestial Realm, he was indeed qualified to meet Shimin Shui directly. Upon arriving at Shimin Shui's office, Bai Zhanfeng smiled at Yi Dong and Mo Lan, saying, "Please wait outside for a moment while I speak with Master Shimin, then I will summon you in." After speaking, he entered with the guidance of a celestial general. There were chairs for resting outside, and after taking their seats, Mo Lan looked at Yi Dong. Her expression tinged with anxiety as she said, "Yi Dong, you were too reckless just now. Once the Ouyang family learns of this, they will certainly not let it go easily." Upon hearing this, Yi Dong gently took Mo Lan's small hand into his own and chuckled. A man who does not stand up for his woman when she is wronged, regardless of his capabilities, is unworthy of her. These words profoundly moved Mo Lan, to the point where she almost leapt into Yi Dong's embrace had the circumstances been more appropriate. "Yi Dong, even if you have caught the attention of Lord Shimin, you must remain cautious, for the ancestral figure of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Feng, will undoubtedly regard you as a thorn in his side." Yi Dong reassured her with a smile. "Sister Lan, rest assured, No matter how formidable Ouyang Feng may be, does he dare to oppose the entire dragon team? Even if Lord Shimin cannot protect me, there remains the esteemed Fire Phoenix. Yi Dong was uncertain about the royal dragon clan's perspective on the prominent families. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to deliver a decisive blow to Ouyang Feng. Before long, Bai Zhanfeng emerged with a cheerful demeanor. Yi Dong, Emolan, please follow me. Lord Shimin has agreed to meet with you. Upon entering the room, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon found it to be understandable. Lord Shimin Shui could be considered one of the minuscule few perched atop the pyramid of Dragon Country. Any lavish environment bestowed upon him was entirely justified. Lord Shimin Shui appeared to be an individual of around 40 years, with flowing long hair that gave him an ethereal presence. Yet, through the lens of Yi Dong's perceptive eye, he discerned the entirety of Shimin Shui's being. Name, Shimin Shui. Age, 118 Realm. Peak of True God Realm, First Level. It seems that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can indeed revert to a state of innocence and youthfulness, Yi Dong mused to himself. While Yi Dong was observing Shimin Shui, the latter was also scrutinizing him. Bai Zhanfeng had just briefed Shimin Shui on Yi Dong's fundamental details, particularly his remarkable performance in the recent confrontation with the Ouyang family downstairs. Were it not for his unwavering trust in Bai Zhanfeng, Shimin Shui might have doubted the authenticity of these claims. Even with Shimin Shui's exceptional martial arts talents, he had only managed to defeat foes 2 levels above him during his time as a Grandmaster. In his era, achieving invincibility within the same realm was nearly a given. Yet, Bai Zhanfeng had just asserted that Yi Dong could also engage in battles exceeding 2 levels, and astonishingly, he had bested multiple opponents without them having a chance to retaliate. This notion starkly contradicted Shimin Shui's understanding of martial arts in the present day. Not only himself, but even the young Fire Phoenix would have been far from such prowess. As for Bai Zhanfeng's mention of Yi Dong's act of bursting Ouyang Yuando's egg, Shimin Shui completely dismissed it. The Ouyang family's influence in Longjing was exceedingly formidable, yet it was evident that the dragon team surpassed them by a considerable margin. If Yi Dong is indeed as formidable as Bai Zhanfeng has claimed, then even if I cannot protect him, the Fire Phoenix Master will certainly ensure his safety. You are indeed Yi Dong, without a doubt. Bai Xinjiang has already elucidated your basic situation, yet I wish to personally assess your abilities, Shimin Shui remarked. Although Yi Dong currently harbors no fear of anyone, he still possesses merely 3 ultimate techniques and 3 invulnerable bodies, and thus cannot act entirely at his whim. Upon encountering an individual of the most powerful realm in this world, he accorded Shimin Shui the respect she deserved. Nodding seriously, he replied, "How does Lord Shimin intend to test my capabilities?" Observing Yi Dong's composed demeanor, Shimin Shui inwardly nodded in approval. Typically, even a mere member of the dragon team, let alone a Grand Master or an extraordinary martial artist, would struggle to articulate their thoughts in her presence. Naturally, such martial artists of this caliber seldom have the opportunity for a private audience with her. She then casually stated, "Just unleash your full power and ultimate technique against me." Yi Dong silently scoffed. He dared not employ his ultimate technique, as doing so would undoubtedly spell death for his opponent. Chapter 84. The Power of the Critical Strike Fist. Although Yi Dong could not resort to his ultimate techniques, he resolved to utilize his Critical Strike Fist with all his might to earn genuine recognition. At his current early Grandmaster level, a full-powered Critical Strike Fist could potentially obliterate a superlative expert at the initial stage of the Extraordinary Realm. It is conceivable that even those at the mid to late stages of the Extraordinary Realm would suffer grievously from a single blow. Mo Lan and Bai Zhanfeng, witnessing this, retreated a few steps to create space. Shimin Shui stood there, beaming as she beckoned Yi Dong. "Come forth. Let me witness if you truly possess the prowess that Bai Xinjiang has described." Taking a deep breath, Yi Dong unleashed a Critical Strike Fist towards Shimin Shui. Bang! When Yi Dong's fist collided with Shimin Shui's body, it produced a sound akin to the shattering of space. This effect arises only when a force reaches its zenith and collides with a solid object. Shimin Shui gazed at Yi Dong in astonishment, although she sustained no injury. The impact of Yi Dong's Critical Strike Fist left her skin tingling slightly. The sensation of tingling emanated from a martial artist at the early Grand Master stage. Were it not for her first-hand experience, Shimin Shui would have thought she were dreaming. The sheer force of Yi Dong's punch resonated with the essence of divine transcendence. Goodness! It is fortunate that I have attained the true divine realm. Had I merely been a martial artist at the early stage of divine transcendence, I would have been sent flying by Yidong's punch without any resistance. Just imagining such a scenario makes me wish to find a piece of tofu to end it all. Amidst the shock, an overwhelming astonishment followed. Yidong's martial arts talent is undoubtedly magnitudes more extraordinary than Bai Zhanfeng had portrayed. Do not refer to it as the Dragon Kingdom. Since the inception of this world, it is unlikely that anyone has ever reached the level of Yidong. Upon witnessing the expression on Ximin Shue's face, Mo Lan and Bai Zhanfeng realized that Yidong's punch had left her utterly astonished. Just as they were about to speak, several divine-level guardians strode in from outside. One of the peak divine generals, even before drawing near, shouted loudly, "We beseech Lord Ximin to take charge and hand over this scoundrel Yidong for our disposal." At these words, Ximin Shue's brows furrowed instantly. The divine guardian, noticing her reaction, hurriedly continued, "Lord Ximin, it was Ouyang's sword god who led the assault. I could not stop them." The Ouyang sword he referred to was indeed the venerable elder of peak divine status, now the representative of the Ouyang family at the Dragon Group headquarters. After the incident involving Ouyang Yuan's egg being shattered, he learned of it in no time. Upon grasping the circumstances, his fury reached an unprecedented height. Once again, it was connected to that wretched Mo Lan. In just a few years, two prodigies from the Ouyang family had suffered the same fate. If this incident were not handled properly, the Ouyang family would undoubtedly become a great source of ridicule in Longjing. Without delay, he led the numerous experts from the Ouyang family within the Dragon Group to the first floor of the Judgment Hall. He was aware of the process through which super talents recommended by local factions joined the Dragon Group. Naturally, whether Yidong had passed the Judgment Hall's scrutiny or not, Ouyang Jian was determined to capture Yidong and ensure he found no path to survival or escape. However, upon arriving at the first floor of the Judgment Hall, he found nothing. He was later informed that Bai Zhanfeng had taken Yidong directly to Ximin Shui. Thus, he hurriedly made his way here, never once considering that Lord Ximin would stand against a prodigy for the sake of the Ouyang family. The wrath within him prevented the guardian from announcing his presence, and he burst in unannounced. Upon seeing Yidong, Mo Lan, and Bai Zhanfeng, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for all three. Regardless of how the Ouyang family handled today's events, they would inevitably become the subject of ridicule from other families in the short term. His anger blinded him to the fact that Ximin Shue's fury was equally formidable. A true god-level powerhouse, one of the top 3 lords of the Dragon Group, had been intruded upon by his subordinates. "Ouyang Jian, who granted you the audacity to intrude upon my chamber? Do you truly believe that Longjing belongs to your Ouyang family?" In a fit of rage, Ximin Shui questioned coldly. At her words, Ouyang Jian shuddered instantly. Ximin Shue's statement struck fear into his heart. Aside from the Long family, who would dare treat Longjing as their own dominion, unless they sought rebellion? Good heavens! Should this statement reach the ears of those with ill intentions, even Ouyang Feng, the ancestor of the Ouyang family, would not be able to bear the consequences, let alone a mere divine general like himself. Busy and trembling, he said, "Lord Ximin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. I was incensed by that scoundrel Yidong. You cannot fathom the plight of my family, the Ouyang clan. This villain Yidong brazenly committed acts of violence upon his arrival at the Dragon Group. I implore you, Lord Ximin, to hand over Yidong to us for proper retribution. Our revered ancestor of the Ouyang family shall undoubtedly remember your kindness." Upon hearing this, Ximin Shui let out a cold, scornful laugh. "Do not attempt to invoke your esteemed ancestor to intimidate me. From this moment onward, Yidong is a formal member of the Dragon Group, and I, Ximin Shui, shall protect him." Ouyang Jian gazed at Ximin Shui in disbelief. He could not fathom that Ximin Shui would disregard their family's standing for the sake of Yidong. Desperately, he pleaded again, "Lord Ximin, I apologize once more for my earlier impulsiveness. You may punish me as you see fit, but I beseech you to hand over Yidong to the Ouyang family." He believed that Ximin Shui's remarks stemmed from his earlier intrusion. "Humph, you, a celestial general, barging into my chamber, certainly deserve punishment." In an instant, Ximin Shui moved with lightning speed. Slap! A handprint instantly appeared on Ouyang Jian's face. A dignified peak celestial realm expert had been struck. He dared not evade nor escape Ximin Shui's blow. Although they differed by only a minor realm, a significant gap lay between their levels. It is no exaggeration to say that breaking into the true God realm is the most formidable challenge a martial artist faces in their lifetime. Those who reach the celestial realm are truly the elite among men. Yet, among 100 such celestial realm experts, it is rare to find one who can ascend to the true God realm. It is evident that Shimin Shue's strength far surpassed Ouyang Jian's by a considerable margin. If Shimin Shue were to unleash his full might, Ouyang Jian would not withstand even 10 moves. The Ouyang clan members hastily helped Ouyang Jian to his feet. After a couple of dry coughs, he finally said, "Thank you, Lord Shimin, for your mercy. I earnestly request that you hand over Yi Dong to us." Shimin Shue chuckled. "Who said I would hand over Yi Dong to you? You are imagining things." These words caused Ouyang Jian to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 85. Master-disciple relationship. Upon hearing Shimin Shue's words, the members of the Ouyang clan wore expressions of indignation, yet none dared utter a word. Even a peak celestial realm expert like Ouyang Jian received no favor from Shimin Shue. Should they dare to further provoke him? Even if Shimin Shue killed someone on the spot, the Ouyang clan's ancestor, Ouyang Feng, would have no grounds to object. After spitting out another mouthful of blood in frustration, Ouyang Feng realized that he would gain nothing from this encounter with Shimin Shue. He shot a fierce glare at Yi Dong before taking his leave. As he departed, his body trembled uncontrollably. As a core figure in the Ouyang family, he had not only failed to secure Yi Dong, but had also been humiliated by Shimin Shue's slap. It is evident that the feeling of suffocation in his heart has reached its zenith. Yi Dong observed the scene with a sense of lamentation. Regardless of how formidable one may be, as long as they have not attained the vantage point of looking down upon all beings, certain frustrations must indeed be endured. After the members of the Ouyang family departed the room, Shimin Shue, with a smile, addressed Yi Dong. "Yi Dong, are you satisfied with my actions just now?" Bai Zhanfeng and Mo Lan gasped in astonishment. The tone in which Lady Shimin spoke seemed rather awkward, almost tinged with a hint of flattery. It appeared that Yi Dong's earlier trial was far more formidable than they had imagined. In response, Yi Dong chuckled. "Lady Shimin, you jest. I am truly grateful for your kindness." Shimin Shue then revealed her true intentions. "I have heard from Bai Shunjiang that you already have a master. Would you mind taking on another?" The future of Yi Dong is undoubtedly unimaginable, and should she become his mentor, the benefits upon his ascension to the pinnacle of the world would be immeasurable. Before Yi Dong could express his thoughts, Mo Lan, filled with excitement, interjected. Although Yi Dong had successfully navigated this challenge, she believed that the Ouyang family would not simply let it go. If a master-disciple relationship were to form between Yi Dong and Shimin Shue, the Ouyang family would think twice before seeking revenge. Yi Dong initially considered declining, for with the Super Goddess system at his disposal, he felt no need for a mentor. However, witnessing the sheer joy on Mo Lan's face stirred something within him. He then respectfully stated, "I am deeply honored by your generosity, Lady Shimin, but if you wish for me to become your disciple, I have a small condition." Shimin Shue remained unfazed by Yi Dong's proposition, yet Bai Zhanfeng and Mo Lan were utterly astonished. The third-ranking figure of the dragon group, a peak, transcendent being, was seeking to take Yi Dong as a disciple, and he dared to present conditions. If this were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. It is no exaggeration to say that if Shimin Shue were to announce her desire to take on disciples, virtually no warrior below the transcendent realm in the entire Dragon Kingdom could refuse. Even those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm would find significant advancement in their journey to the transcendent realm through her guidance. Bai Zhanfeng and Mo Lan anticipated that Shimin Shue would be angered, yet to their surprise, she maintained a warm smile. "Oh, what is your request? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." This statement left Bai Zhanfeng and Mo Lan questioning their very existence. Is this truly the exalted transcendent being they held in such high regard? Yi Dong, unfazed by the astonishment of the two, continued with a smile. "I humbly request that Lady Shimin accepts both myself and Mo Lan as her disciples." Upon hearing this, the exquisite face of Mo Lan displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. She never anticipated that Yi Dong would propose such a request, which certainly could not be deemed a trivial condition. It is worth noting that Shimin Shue has yet to take on a single disciple. To become his apprentice is akin to achieving instant success. Initially, one might have thought Shimin Shue would at least consider the matter, but to her surprise, he glanced at Mo Lan and remarked, "This young lady's aptitude as my disciple seems quite fitting." He then turned his gaze toward Yi Dong and added, a minor request. I acquiesce. Now, Yidong, perhaps you should address me differently. Yidong, upon hearing this, glanced at Lan, whose expression radiated delight. He then took her hand, and together they respectfully bowed to Shimin Shui. Master. Seeing this, Shimin Shui was filled with immense joy and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! I never imagined I would gain 2 remarkable disciples in a single day." Beside them, Bai Zhanfeng, though envious of Yi Dong and Lan, expressed his genuine happiness, saying, "Congratulations, Master Shimin, on acquiring such fine disciples." Shimin Shui, elated by this, instructed Bai Zhanfeng, "You must immediately spread this news. I shall host a grand banquet within the Dragon Group tomorrow." Bai Zhanfeng understood that Shimin Shui was positioning himself in favor of Yi Dong and Lan. Both of them had become thorns in the side of the Ouyang family. However, once this news circulated, the Ouyang family, despite their fury, would dare not act covertly against them. Prior to this, the Dragon Group headquarters had already been abuzz with excitement. The return of the most beautiful woman in Longjing, Lan, was a sensational topic, especially as she was accompanied by a young man claiming to be her partner. Most notably, this young man, Yi Dong, exhibited extraordinary martial prowess, defeating a group of mid- and late-stage grandmasters while only at the initial stage of grandmaster himself. Setting aside the fact that the Dragon Group headquarters strictly prohibits martial combat, the sheer display of strength was enough to leave everyone in awe. What astonished them further was that Yi Dong had also confronted Ouyang Yuandu and had quite literally shattered his pride. The previously tranquil Dragon Group headquarters was suddenly awash with turmoil. Initially, many members of the Dragon Group found it hard to believe this news. In their minds, it was inconceivable that anyone would dare to challenge a young master of the Ouyang family in Longjing. However, as more individuals who witnessed the event came forth, disbelief turned to acceptance, leaving them all in sheer shock. Simultaneously, they silently mourned for the unseen powerhouse, Yi Dong. Clearly, none among them believed that Yi Dong could emerge unscathed after such a bold act against Ouyang Yuandu yet. A more explosive revelation soon emerged, personally conveyed by Bai Zhanfeng. One of the top 3 figures in the Dragon Group, Master Shimin Shui, was personally taking Yi Dong and Lan as his disciples. Moreover, Lord Shimin himself boldly proclaimed that a grand banquet would be held at the Dragon Group headquarters tomorrow to celebrate the acquisition of such exceptional disciples. Chapter 86. Return to the Mo family. Ouyang Jian and several members of the Ouyang clan had just departed from Shimin Shui's presence. In their room, they were deliberating on how to address the matters concerning Yi Dong and Lan. Suddenly, the door was flung open. "Grandfather Jian, something terrible has happened. Lord Shimin has unexpectedly accepted Yi Dong and Lan as his disciples," exclaimed a young descendant of the Ouyang clan, overwhelmed with panic. The individuals in the room, including Ouyang Jian, were taken aback by the news. "Are you certain this information is accurate?" inquired another powerful figure from the celestial realm, visibly shaken. The young descendant replied earnestly, "This news has been conveyed by General Bai Zhanfeng and has been confirmed. It is undeniably true. Lord Shimin is even hosting a master-disciple banquet at the Dragon Group tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the assembled divine generals exchanged concerned glances. After a moment of silence, one of the generals expressed indignantly, "What is wrong with Lord Shimin? Is he determined to oppose our Ouyang clan?" Immediately, they turned their attention to Ouyang Jian, who was equally furious. He responded with irritation, "I can no longer act unilaterally in this matter. I shall return to the Ouyang clan and seek an audience with our ancestor, Ouyang Feng. I refuse to believe that Lord Shimin would dare to disregard our ancestor." After exchanging glances, the other divine generals of the Ouyang clan silently nodded in agreement. Given that this matter now involved Lord Shimin Shui, they had no choice but to rely on their ancestors' intervention. Upon hearing this news, the Mo family, particularly the lineage of Lan, was undoubtedly the most elated. The Mo clan had long been aware that Lan was poised to achieve great merit and return to Longjing. However, until the Dragon Group officially announced the news, they had refrained from contacting Lan. Years ago, the Mo clan had suffered significant setbacks due to matters involving Lan. Subsequently, the Ouyang clan had subtly suppressed them, causing the Mo family to gradually withdraw from the ranks of second-tier families. Many clan members even harbored feelings of resentment towards Lan, the once celebrated prodigy, leading to an atmosphere where her lineage felt marginalized within the family. Particularly, Mo Lan's parents had endured not only the pain of distance from their daughter over the years, but also the disdain of many clan members. This reaction was not surprising. Regardless of a family's cohesion, there will always be individuals who prioritize their interests above all else. Now, upon learning that Mo Lan could not only return to Longjing, but also have Lord Shimin as her mentor, the Mo clan felt as though they had grasped a tremendous opportunity, making it nearly impossible for them not to thrive. Within Shimin Shui's chamber, as the relationships of master and disciple were established, the atmosphere became more intimate. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Lan turned to Shimin Shui and said, "Master, I wish to bring Yi Dong to my home for a visit." Upon hearing those words, Shimin Shui chuckled and said, "Very well. But you two must remember to arrive early tomorrow. The master-disciple banquet cannot be solely for my benefit." He then cast a glance at Yi Dong and continued with a smile. "Yi Dong, Mo Lan, since you have become my disciples, I have no extravagant gifts to bestow upon you. Therefore, I shall present each of you with 100 pieces of divine jade." With that, he handed each of them a small pouch filled with divine jade. Yi Dong had already gleaned from Mo Lan the immense value and utility of divine jade. The small pouch before him contained a treasure of considerable worth, equivalent to 10 billion in funds. Moreover, in the exchange market, it held a price yet lacked a buyer. An ordinary martial artist, unless in dire need of funds, would never part with such a precious item. These diminutive pieces of divine jade, no larger than a fingernail, could only be found in the mines of mysterious battlefields across various nations. Any martial artist could hold one in their palm, gradually absorbing its energy to enhance their cultivation. The effectiveness of training with divine jade compared to without was at least 100-fold. It is easy to imagine the significance of divine jade in the hearts of ordinary martial artists. Of course, Yi Dong himself held little regard for such effects, but they were perfectly suited as a token of introduction for the members of the Mo family. After expressing their gratitude to Shimin Shui, the two intended to leave the Dragon Group headquarters and return to the Mo family, to avert any potential difficulties from the Ouyang family. Shimin Shui had specifically arranged for his personal divine general, Wu Tailang, to escort Yi Dong and Mo Lan to the Mo family. The He family had also been notified, and the current patriarch, Mo Taiwan, awaited at the entrance to greet Mo Lan's return. Now, Mo Lan was no mere descendant. Her identity as Shimin Shui's disciple elevated her status beyond that of the Mo family's patriarch. Not to mention that beside her stood Wu Tailang, the chief disciple of Lord Shimin. Although both were at the pinnacle of celestial realms, in terms of strength, Wu Tailang far surpassed Mo Taiwan. From a distance, Mo Lan spotted her parents, along with her younger sister, Mo Yu, waiting at the entrance to welcome her home. Due to the Ouyang family's influence, the people closest to Mo Lan had not dared to visit her in the southwest province for years. It had been a full 6 years since they had last seen each other. Overcome with emotion, Mo Lan could no longer hold back her tears as she rushed towards her family. At the moment they laid eyes on their daughter, Mo Xian and Bai Yiyun could not help but weep profusely. "Father, mother, I am an unfilial daughter, making you suffer." Mo Lan choked out, gazing at her parents, whose hair had grayed and bodies appeared frail. Mo Xian and Bai Yiyun trembled as they responded, "As long as you are back, that is enough." Beside them, the now-grown Mo Yu also shed tears uncontrollably. Grasping her sister's hand, she sobbed, "Sister, you can finally return. Father, mother, and I have missed you terribly." Mo Lan gazed at the graceful Mo Yu, and in a fleeting moment, she was transported back 6 years. Back then, Mo Yu was merely a young girl, and now she had blossomed into adulthood. With a lump in her throat, she uttered, "Xiao Yu, you have endured so much hardship over the years." Although Mo Lan had been stationed in the southwestern region for several years, she had managed to glean some information about her family's affairs from her subordinates. She was aware that since her exile to the southwestern province, her family had faced relentless oppression, with her relatives bearing the brunt of the suffering, living in great difficulty. At that moment, Wu Tailang and Yi Dong approached. Yi Dong had deliberately slowed his pace earlier, allowing Mo Lan and her family a moment to collect themselves. Upon noticing this, Mo Taiwan, disregarding the melancholic atmosphere surrounding Mo Lan's family, stepped forward and greeted Wu Tailang with a smile. "Brother Wu, welcome to my humble abode. It is a pleasure to meet you." Despite Wu Tailang's significantly higher status, he dared not assume an air of superiority. He responded with a smile. "Brother Mo is too kind. Your family has raised a remarkable talent, and I must extend my congratulations." Mo Taiwan, of course, understood precisely whom Wu Tailang referred to as the remarkable talent. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. The Mo family had once suffered due to Mo Lan's circumstances, leading to some resentment among the clan members, including himself. Yet today, circumstances had taken a dramatic turn as he unexpectedly learned that Mo Lan had received the protection of Lord Shiman and had become a disciple of a true divine powerhouse. The entire Mo family had only been informed that Mo Lan had been taken as a disciple by Lord Shiman, without any clarity on the specifics. Even the news of Yi Dong's confrontation with Ouyang Yuan had yet to reach them, leaving them completely uninformed. Noticing Yi Dong beside Wu Tailang, the Mo family members likely deduced that he was the extraordinary talent recommended by Mo Lan. However, they did not pay him much heed. Mo Taiwan merely nodded at Yi Dong in acknowledgement. Wu Tailang, seeing this, promptly introduced, "Brother Mo, this is Yi Dong, who has also been accepted as a beloved disciple by Lord Shiman." Mo Taiwan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the prodigy recommended by Mo Lan would also be favored by Lord Shiman. His face instantly broke into a broad smile as he quickly apologized. "Young Master Yi, I beg your pardon for my earlier oversight." Yi Dong, unperturbed, smiled and nodded before making his way towards Mo Lan. Sensing his approach, Mo Lan turned and found herself face to face with Yi Dong. After exchanging warm smiles, she addressed Mo Xian and Bai Yun, saying, "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is Yi Dong, my partner." Mo Xian and Bai Yun were immediately taken aback by this revelation, gazing at Mo Lan in disbelief. Bai Yun stammered, "Xiaolan, what did you just say? He is your partner?" "Mom, you heard correctly. Yi Dong is indeed my partner. It is entirely due to the influence of Yi Dong that I have been accepted as a disciple by Lord Shiman." The Mulan family was instantly taken aback by this revelation. They finally understood why Mulan had been inexplicably taken under Lord Shiman's wing. It was merely because of Yi Dong's connections. One can only imagine the profound secrets Yi Dong must possess that elude their comprehension. Mu Yu gazed curiously at her brother-in-law, pondering what exceptional talents Yi Dong might possess that would capture the attention of such a prominent figure as Shiman Shui. Yi Dong, too, felt a warm affinity towards Mulan's family, particularly her sister Mu Yu, whose beauty, though slightly overshadowed by Mulan, still garnered an impressive score of 97. This level of attractiveness would undoubtedly surpass that of many contemporary actresses relying on their looks, establishing her as a veritable goddess. Of course, despite Mu Yu's allure, Yi Dong, out of respect for Mulan, had not entertained any other thoughts for the time being. He greeted them with a smile, saying, "Hello, Uncle, Aunt, and Xiaoyu." Upon hearing this, Mu Xian and Bai Yun finally regained their composure. They could see the happiness radiating from Mulan's face, regardless of Yi Dong's merits. As long as their daughter was content, that was enough. They nodded vigorously, repeating their greetings. Mu Taiwan, having learned from Wu Tailang that Mulan's acceptance as Lord Shiman's favored disciple was entirely due to Yi Dong, felt both astonished and increasingly respectful towards him. At the reception that day, Mu Taiwan intended to seat Yi Dong and Wu Tailang in the most honored positions, but Yi Dong graciously declined. Why not enjoy a meal with his beloved wife and sister-in-law instead? Later that evening, the reputation Yi Dong had earned within the Dragon Group began to circulate throughout the inner city of Longjing. The man of Longjing's most beautiful woman, Mulan. He had decisively defeated numerous skilled fighters and had even shattered the ego of the young master Ouyang Yuandu. Now he was recognized and accepted as a disciple by Lord Shiman. These astonishing pieces of news spread in all directions throughout the inner city of Longjing. Although the Mu family had an inkling of Yi Dong's extraordinary nature, they were nonetheless shocked by these revelations. Their son-in-law was simply exceptional. The Ouyang family, situated in a prime location within the inner city of Longjing, had claimed several thousand acres of land. Within it were hundreds of luxurious villas, martial arts training grounds, lakes, and modern entertainment facilities galore. Deep within the estate, an elderly man in a green robe listened intently to Ouyang Jian's report. "Ancestor, Lord Shiman has truly gone too far this time. You must seek justice for our Ouyang family." This elderly figure was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Feng. After hearing Ouyang Jian's account, his expression remained inscrutable as he coldly replied, "Tomorrow, I shall personally attend Shiman Shui's disciple banquet." Hasten to dispatch someone to the southwestern province and meticulously gather all pertinent information regarding Yidong. Leave no detail overlooked. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jian dared not utter another word, nodding in compliance before exiting the chamber. After a considerable pause, Ouyang Feng, seated in the Grand Master's chair, muttered to himself, Shimin Shui, I hope you do not place me in an embarrassing position tomorrow. In the opulent villa of the Mo family within the Mo residence, Mo Lan and her family were engaged in casual conversation with Yi Dong on the sofa. Yi Dong, although your intentions were to defend Mo Lan, your actions were rather impulsive. Even if you have caught Lord Shi Min's attention, Ouyang Feng from the Ouyang clan will not easily let this matter rest. The master-disciple banquet tomorrow may not proceed smoothly. Mo Xian expressed his concerns after learning of Yi Dong's remarkable feats within the dragon group today. While Shimin Shui was indeed a peak expert at the first heaven of the true god realm, there remained a significant gap when compared to Ouyang Feng, who stood at the second heaven of the true god realm. At such a level, each individual is an unparalleled prodigy, and it is virtually impossible to defeat adversaries of a higher tier. Even with the support of the Phoenix Master behind Shimin Shui, few believed that the master-disciple banquet would go off without a hitch. In response to Mo Xian's words, Yi Dong chuckled, Uncle, since the situation has already unfolded, worrying is of little use. I trust my master will find a way to resolve it. Yi Dong refrained from expressing any fear of Ouyang Feng, for such words would only lead others, even those close to him, to believe he had lost his senses. Mo Xian and Bai Yun could only silently hope that no significant upheaval would arise the following day. However, Mo Yu remained entirely untroubled. She quietly applauded Yi Dong's remarkable actions with 100 mental accolades. Due to her sister's relationship with him, she harbored no fondness for the Ouyang family. Rising to her feet, she declared, Father, my brother-in-law is truly a great hero, willing to do anything for my sister. When I seek a boyfriend in the future, I want someone as heroic as my brother-in-law. Chapter 88. Another task triggered Mo's declaration left everyone momentarily speechless, especially Yi Dong, who thought his little sister-in-law's words were rather bold. This prompted a flicker of inexplicable thoughts within him. Beep. New system task being issued. Beep. Please conquer MOU within 3 months. Successful completion will reward you with a divine level gift package. Name, MOU age, 20 height, 172 centimeters weight, 48 kilograms attractiveness, 97 points no way. Yi Dong exclaimed inwardly upon hearing the system's task. It seemed that his slight fluttering of emotions due to MOU's earlier remarks had been detected by the system. This conquest of the goddess task proved to be the most challenging yet for Yi Dong. He would need to consider the emotions and reactions of Mo Lan, MOU, and even Mo Xian and Bai Yun. Yet, alongside this daunting task came an inexplicable thrill. Despite various factors, the top-tier beauties within the inner city of Longjing far surpassed those of the outside world. At today's banquet, Yi Dong observed no fewer than a dozen goddesses, each scoring above 9 out of 10 from the second-tier Mo family. However, most of these enchanting ladies fell within the range of 9 to 95, with only the 2 sisters, Mo Lan and MOU, achieving the status of super goddesses, surpassing 95. The mere thought of conquering both of them sent a rush of excitement through Yi Dong's veins. At that moment, MOU noticed the reactions of those around her and realized that her earlier statement had been somewhat inappropriate. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she hurriedly clarified. What I meant was a great hero like my brother-in-law. Yet, her explanation only added an air of awkwardness to the situation. Observing this, Yi Dong chuckled. Xiao Yu, I appreciate your compliment. Since it's our first meeting, allow me to present you with this small token of 100 divine jade. With that, he produced a small pouch of divine jade from his pocket and prepared to hand it to MOU. The Mo family was taken aback, gazing at Yi Dong in astonishment. 100 pieces of divine jade were merely regarded by Yi Dong as a trivial gift. While the quantity of 100 might not seem overwhelmingly large, it was indeed an extravagant sum. It must be noted that Mo Xian, Fang Yun, and MOU were not members of the dragon team. Their resources were primarily monetary. The divine jade they occasionally obtained from completing family tasks was pitifully scarce. To them, 100 pieces of divine jade represented an unimaginable wealth. They had also heard that this generous offering was a gift from Lord Shimin to commemorate the first meeting between Yi Dong and his apprentice. Mo Xian quickly interjected. Yi Dong, This is too much. You really must take it back. Mou felt a mix of emotions, recognizing the overwhelming value of the gift. Her martial arts talent was inferior to her sister Lan's, and she was currently only at the mid-stage of the Master Realm. If she were to possess this 100 pieces of divine jade, she could potentially reach the Grand Master level within a year. However, she understood the immense worth of the jade and hesitated, saying, "Brother-in-law, I truly appreciate your kindness, but it's far too valuable for me to accept." Yidong had already taken out the divine jade. There was no way he would retract it. Moreover, Mou was not only his sister-in-law, but also the goddess he wished to conquer. Seeing her reluctance, he directly placed the small pouch of divine jade into her hands. "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality. This is but a trifle to me." Mou glanced at her sister Lan, who nodded with a smile and approval. With a joyful expression, she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother-in-law. You are too generous." Mo Xian and Bai Yun observed the exchange with a resigned shake of their heads, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. Their qualifications were not particularly remarkable, and they currently stood at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, much like Lan. Of course, they understood the immense benefit that 100 divine jade pieces would bring to Mou. Upon handing over the 100 pieces, an unexpected delight ensued. Ding! Detection of an equivalent value of divine jade. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 100-fold return of 10 divine jades. 1,000 pieces of divine jade have been allocated to the system. Yidong was taken aback by the system's unexpected benevolence. Although divine jade was not of paramount importance to him, for any warrior of any level, its significance was undoubtedly paramount. He learned from Lan that this extraordinary treasure, divine jade, was exclusively produced in a singular location within the entire world, a vast space referred to by all nations as the mysterious battlefield. Over a century ago, this expansive area was discovered in the frigid extreme west by humanity. Miners stumbled upon the divine jade, a treasure that could significantly enhance a warrior's cultivation. Regardless of the cultivation stage, be it the innate or the true god level, divine jade could greatly accelerate the training process. Since then, this vast space has become a coveted territory for all nations. Over the years, virtually every country has established a base within it, transforming it into a battlefield solely inhabited by warriors. In the quest to seize the newly discovered mines, even beings of the celestial realm have met their demise, gradually leading all nations to dub it the mysterious battlefield. Although the Dragon Kingdom may not be the most powerful nation in this world, it occupies a respectable position nonetheless. Even so, daily sacrifices occur within the mysterious battlefield. It is conceivable that the peril of this place is unrivaled in the entire world. Nevertheless, despite its dangers, the mysterious battlefield remains the most coveted sanctuary in the hearts of all warriors. Yidong also planned to apply for passage to the mysterious battlefield in the near future, eager to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, as it undoubtedly serves as an excellent venue for rapid advancement. That evening, it was unclear what Bai Yun, Lan's mother, was thinking as she arranged for Yidong to have a room of his own. This shattered Yidong's dream of sharing a dual cultivation experience with Lan. Early the next morning, Yidong and Lan returned to the Dragon Group, accompanied by Lan's family and numerous divine generals from the Mo clan. If all went smoothly today, the Mo clan would experience a rebirth, potentially surpassing even the peak of their family's glory. A formidable ally at the true god level would undoubtedly possess immeasurable influence. In Shimin Shue's room, she spoke to Yidong with grave seriousness. "Yidong, that old wretch Ouyang Feng will not relent today. But fear not, with me here, I will ensure that not a single hair on your head is harmed." Upon hearing this, Yidong felt a flicker of gratitude towards his mentor, Shimin Shui. Chapter 89. The challenge from Yidong. Although Yidong became a disciple of Shimin Shui primarily due to Lan's influence, Shimin Shui's ability to articulate such sentiments undeniably affirms her reliability as a mentor. It is essential to recognize that despite Shimin Shui's backing from the Phoenix, the Ouyang family, being one of the 4 supreme families of the Dragon Kingdom, would never easily concede for the sake of family honor, particularly under the influence of Ouyang Feng. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the expansive square of the Dragon Group headquarters began to fill with an increasing number of attendees. Those families boasting formidable warriors at the divine realm received invitations. No one dared to disregard the prestige of a power like Shimin Shui. Thus, most arrived well in advance. They were all aware of the events that transpired the previous day and were eager to witness how the Ouyang family would disrupt the upcoming master-disciple banquet. As anticipated, the commotion outside intensified with the announcement of Ouyang Feng's arrival, the venerable elder of the Ouyang family, accompanied by the illustrious ancestor of the Sidu family, Sidu Shao. The expressions of those present shifted to one of intrigue and excitement. Not only had Ouyang Feng graced the gathering with his presence, but he had also brought along Sidu Shao, another elder from one of the four supreme families. The spectacle promised to exceed all expectations. The members of the Mo family were momentarily taken aback. The mere presence of the Ouyang family was already overwhelming. And now the Situ family sought to involve themselves as well. Had it not been for the setting of the Dragon Group headquarters, they might have lacked the courage to attend the banquet. Shimin Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of disdain flickering within. Ouyang Feng and Situ Shao. These two old men certainly know how to show me respect. Standing beside her, Yidong remained unfazed by the unfolding drama, observing the visibly trembling Mo Lan. With a gentle furrow of his brow, he took her small hand into his own, offering reassurance. Sister Lan, do not be alarmed. With me here, even if the heavens were to fall, I shall support you. Upon hearing Yidong's words, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped Mo Lan, dispelling her earlier anxiety. Before long, Ouyang Feng and Situ Shao approached Shimin Shui. Ouyang Feng was accompanied by Ouyang Yuandu, who limped noticeably, a remnant of the previous day's humiliating encounter with Yidong. The malice in Ouyang Yuandu's gaze directed at Yidong and Mo Lan was palpable, yet he wisely refrained from voicing his grievances, aware that this was not the appropriate moment for him to interject. Ouyang Feng and Situ Shao appeared to be of similar age to Shimin Shui, though Yidong knew their true ages to be over 20 years senior. Ouyang Feng wasted no time with pleasantries. He stepped forward and coldly stated, Shimin Shui, before you commence this master-disciple banquet you have organized today, perhaps you should first provide an explanation to the Ouyang family. His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembled crowd. How domineering. This transpired within the territory of Shimin Shui, the headquarters of the Dragon Group. Where there was no preamble, the stance was made unequivocally clear. Naturally, this was anticipated by Shimin Shui. Yidong had already inflicted a grievous wound upon the son of the Ouyang family's head. It was inconceivable that they would come to offer congratulations. In response, he remarked, Ouyang Feng, minor skirmishes among the younger generation inevitably result in some slight injuries. Must you make such a grandiose show of seeking retribution? Minor injuries. Shimin Shui, you speak so lightly. The Ouyang family has stood firm until now, and we have never endured such a profound humiliation. Let me be perfectly clear today. Hand over Yidong, and I shall break both his hands and feet. If you wish to take him as your apprentice thereafter, I shall refrain from interfering. Upon hearing these words, Shimin Shui scoffed. Let me clarify for you as well. As long as I am present here today, you shall not lay a single hair on my disciple. The two formidable beings of the true God realm remained steadfast in their positions, and it appeared that matters were spiraling toward an uncontrollable climax, when Situ Shao interjected. Brother Shimin, we have been dealing with each other for decades. I truly do not comprehend why you would choose to oppose our four great families over someone as trivial as Yidong. Situ Zhao's words effectively drew the other two supreme families into the fray, striking at the very heart of the matter. Shimin Shui, unfazed, retorted, I stand by my words. Today, even if your two families were to appear in person, or if the ancestors of all four great families were to gather, I will not surrender Yidong. Shimin Shui's declaration ignited a fire within Ouyang Feng, who exclaimed in fury, You insolent youth! Is it not the case that you feel emboldened only because the Fire Phoenix supports you, allowing you to utter such baseless words? Let me inform you. The inner city of Longjing is not under the dominion of the Dragon Group. Since you refuse to grant me face today, I have no obligation to extend you any courtesy. I shall take Yidong with me, and we shall see how you can thwart me. Shimin Shui chuckled coldly. While I may be powerless to stop you, I am compelled to summon my superior, the Fire Phoenix. Upon hearing such audacious words from Shimin Shui, Ouyang Feng was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Yet, within the headquarters of the Dragon Group, he found himself at a disadvantage. In this realm where strength reigned supreme, power was the ultimate arbiter. Merely the presence of the Fire Phoenix could overshadow all four of their supreme families. Realizing that Shimin Shui was unyielding, Ouyang Feng understood he might leave empty-handed today. With a fierce declaration, he stated, "Very well, Shimin Shui, today you have proven your might. You possess the ability to keep Yi Dong within the dragon group for a lifetime. Now, to the members of the Ouyang family behind me, all disciples, heed my command. Should Yi Dong step outside the headquarters of the dragon group, regardless of whose disciple he may be, show no mercy." Shimin Shui had not anticipated that Ouyang Feng would dare to issue such a decree in pursuit of vengeance, and just as he was about to respond with further threats. At this moment, Yi Dong stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Ouyang Feng, I offer you a legitimate opportunity for vengeance. Is there not a life-and-death arena in the inner city? Your Ouyang family may dispatch all warriors below the late extraordinary realm, and you may employ a wheel battle strategy. I am prepared to face as many as you send, for life and death shall not be a concern." Yi Dong's sudden proclamation left everyone present momentarily stunned. Although he had demonstrated formidable combat prowess the previous day, his realm was still merely that of the early Grandmaster. In a situation like yesterday's, even a warrior of the initial extraordinary realm or a slightly stronger late Grandmaster would possess comparable fighting ability. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Dong was now challenging all warriors below the late extraordinary realm of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. He was somewhat tempted by Yi Dong's proposal, for it was he who had put it forth. Regardless of what transpired on the arena, the Ouyang family would not be seen as having fallen out with the dragon team. Ouyang Feng genuinely found it hard to believe that a single individual's capabilities could be exaggerated to such an extent. He then turned to Shimin Shui, coldly stating, "Shimin Shui, did you hear your young apprentice's words? Do they hold any weight?" Shimin Shui, taken aback by Yi Dong's boldness, soon recalled the power of his punch from the previous day, and her apprehension dissipated. With a cold laugh, she replied, "Of course, my apprentice's words carry weight. What? Are you afraid? It's absurd. Our Ouyang family has stood for over a century, and we fear a mere grandmaster? Let us meet at the life and death arena tomorrow at 10 o'clock. You'd better order a coffin for Yi Dong soon." After uttering these words, Ouyang Feng, along with Situ Xiao, departed from the dragon team headquarters. The gathered celestial generals erupted in a flurry of discussion. Could it be that Shimin Shui's apprentice was truly that formidable, daring to challenge all warriors below the late extraordinary realm of the Ouyang family? Was this not a touch too presumptuous? Observing Yi Dong and Shimin Shui's expressions, could it be that he genuinely possessed the ability to defeat foes of such higher ranks? If Yi Dong were to survive the arena tomorrow, it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the greatest of all time. Mo Lan looked at Yi Dong with concern and asked, "Yi Dong, are you truly confident?" Yi Dong offered her a reassuring smile. "Sister Lan, for your sake, I shall cherish this life dearly. I assure you I will emerge unscathed tomorrow." Shimin Shui, overhearing this, burst into laughter. "Yi Dong, I wish you victory here and await your triumphant return tomorrow." Subsequently, before the assembled crowd, Yi Dong and Mo Lan formally acknowledged Shimin Shui as their master. The members of the Mo family breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Mo Lan's immediate family, they believed that even if Yi Dong did not descend from the arena tomorrow, the Mo family could soon reclaim its former glory through the bond between Mo Lan and Shimin Shui. Certainly, there remains a glimmer of hope in one's heart that Yi Dong might perform a miracle the following day. That evening, the entire inner city of Longjing was eerily tranquil, yet the news of the life and death duel had permeated every corner. Longjing, the imperial city of the royal Long family, is adorned with an extensive array of palatial structures, surpassing even the Ouyang clan in scale by an order of magnitude, to exhibit their exalted status. The architecture of the Long family's estate is meticulously modeled after the grand palaces of ancient emperors. Naturally, the interiors are predominantly equipped with modern amenities. In the innermost recesses of an auxiliary residence, several of the Long family's most formidable champions were engaged in deliberations regarding Yi Dong. Should Yi Dong emerge victorious from the arena tomorrow, his potential would be nothing short of extraordinary. I propose that we, the Long family, should endeavor to cultivate his allegiance. No matter how exceptional his talent, his current realm remains a significant barrier. If he cannot be harnessed for our purposes, such an individual has no place in the Long kingdom. The Long group has already secured a phoenix. We cannot afford the emergence of a second, lest it pose a genuine threat to our dominion. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Dong had unwittingly ascended to the blacklist of the royal family of the Long kingdom. The next day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, The vicinity of the life and death arena in Longjing's inner city was congested beyond capacity. Outside the arena, any form of mortal combat was strictly prohibited, a rule that applied predominantly to the weak, in the eyes of the powerful. Orchestrating the disappearance of an individual was a trivial matter. On the left side of the arena stood a multitude of Ouyang family members, with Ouyang Feng presiding over them. Though it was still before 10 in the morning, he remained in a meditative state. As the seconds ticked away, the surrounding martial artists grew increasingly restless. Why hasn't Lord Shimin brought Yidong yet? Surely he wouldn't dare to breach their agreement today. That seems improbable. Yidong publicly declared his challenge yesterday in front of so many witnesses. If he were to renege today, it would be a serious blow to Lord Shimin's reputation. Just as they spoke, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as they parted to form a pathway. Shimin Shui, accompanied by Yidong and Mo Lan, approached the life and death arena with measured grace. Ouyang Feng, sensing the shift, opened his eyes and smirked coldly. He had genuinely feared that Yidong might forego the contest. Today, he intended to make it abundantly clear that the dignity of the Ouyang family could not be trampled upon, even by the Long group. He nodded subtly to the members of his clan behind him. In a fluid motion, a man who appeared to be in his 30s leapt effortlessly onto the life and death arena, prompting a collective gasp from the crowd. No way. The Ouyang family has dispatched Ouyang Wudi. Huh. Yesterday, Yidong boldly proclaimed his intent to engage in a battle against the Ouyang family's elite. It seems a second round is now superfluous. Mo Lan, witnessing the scene, knitted her brows and leaned towards Yidong, whispering, Yidong, exercise caution. Ouyang Wudi is the most formidable prodigy of my generation. The qualifications are indeed superior to mine by a margin, and I never anticipated that I would reach the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Yidong smiled faintly, offering Mo Lan a reassuring expression. Subsequently, he leapt lightly onto the life and death arena. An elder presented 2 documents to Yidong and Ouyang Wudi respectively, stating coldly, affix your seal. Yidong glanced at the documents, which essentially conveyed the notion of accepting one's fate, with life and death at one's own discretion. Without hesitation, he pressed the red seal, just as Ouyang Wudi did. Once the elder descended from the stage, Ouyang Wudi, facing Yidong, sneered, Heh, this is my first time on the life and death arena. Being able to slay a disciple of the true God realm would make my debut worthwhile. Yidong, uninterested in engaging in banter, merely squinted at Ouyang Wudi and beckoned him with a casual gesture. Arrogance. Seeing that Yidong was indifferent to him, Ouyang Wudi let out a furious roar, launching a punch as large as a sandbag towards Yidong. Come at me. Yidong advanced rather than retreating, delivering a powerful strike with a mere third of his strength in a clash with Ouyang Wudi. Bang! As their fists collided, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, causing both to stagger back a step. Ouyang Wudi trembled slightly, gazing at Yidong in astonishment. In that single exchange, Yidong was far more formidable than he had anticipated. He found himself unable to gain the slightest advantage in the confrontation. Little did he know, Yidong had merely controlled his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, a single blow could have vanquished Ouyang Wudi in an instant. However, such an outcome would prematurely conclude today's life and death match. With no hope of victory in sight, Ouyang Feng would undoubtedly terminate the contest early. Clearly, Yidong was not inclined to conclude matters so easily. He desired to engage in a war of attrition with the Ouyang clan, viewing this as a rare opportunity to acquire cultivation pills. Chapter 91. You may gang up on me. Yidong feigned a slight tremor in his right hand, expressing disbelief as he remarked, Oh, I didn't expect you to survive my punch. Ouyang Wudi, upon hearing this, felt his temper flare. After all, he was a peerless prodigy of the Ouyang clan, a formidable presence in the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Shouldn't such words be spoken by him? You seek death. Ouyang Wudi spat vehemently before charging at Yidong once more. Recognizing that his opponent's strength was not inferior to his own, Ouyang Wudi promptly abandoned the idea of a straightforward assault. Instead, he employed the Ouyang clan's ancestral martial arts, engaging Yidong in a fierce battle. Whoosh! Bang! Yidong unleashed his unparalleled agility, intermittently executing the 9-heaven shadow needle and occasionally delivering punches with a fraction of his power. The two engaged in a fierce exchange on the life and death arena, evenly matched. Despite Yidong's performance, the spectators surrounding the arena were left in awe. In the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, one can transcend a significant level, battling against a mid-tier expert of the extraordinary realm without exhibiting any signs of defeat. Yidong's formidable combat prowess has surpassed their wildest imaginations. Below, Ouyang Feng squints slightly, observing the unfolding spectacle. Although Yidong's impressive display astonishes him, it is nonetheless within the realm of his expectations. After all, one would not dare engage in a life-and-death duel without possessing extraordinary capabilities. While both combatants currently appear evenly matched, Ouyang Feng is confident that, due to his superior cultivation level, Ouyang Wudi will ultimately emerge victorious. Simultaneously, Shimin Shui watches the life-and-death struggle with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. The explosive force of Yidong's previous punch did not yield the effect he had anticipated. Prolonging this entanglement could prove detrimental to Yidong. Meanwhile, the members of the Mo family, particularly Mo Lan and Mo Yu, gaze anxiously at the arena. On the platform, Yidong silently calculates the passage of time, and after approximately 10 minutes of combat, he slightly intensifies his violent strike fist technique before launching a shadowless needle strike towards Ouyang Wudi's heart meridian. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Wudi's towering figure crashes heavily onto the arena, lifeless in an instant. The sudden turn of events stuns the onlookers, as they gaze in disbelief at the motionless form of Ouyang Wudi, causing an uproar among the crowd. After feigning a few labored breaths, Yidong indignantly remarks, "Ouyang Wudi? I hardly see him as formidable." The elder in black, witnessing the scene, hastily ascends the platform to check Ouyang Wudi's breath. Upon confirming the grim outcome, he rises and announces, "Yidong wins. Ouyang Wudi is dead." This proclamation incites another wave of astonishment among the spectators. The unparalleled prodigy of Longjing, Ouyang Wudi, has met his demise in such a manner. Ignoring the crowd's uproar, Yidong boldly turns toward Ouyang Feng's family and declares, "Is there anyone else?" Instantly, the members of the Ouyang family behind him erupt in chaos. Yidong, I shall avenge Wudi's death. Ouyang ancestor, I request to fight next." "No, Ouyang ancestor. Allow me to take the stage." Rather than dissuading the Ouyang family members, Ouyang Wudi's death ignites an even fiercer fighting spirit within them. Ouyang Feng gazes coldly at Yidong, his heart a tumult of shock and fury. Ouyang Wudi was not merely an ordinary prodigy within the Ouyang clan. He was regarded as the foremost among his contemporaries. His loss weighs heavily on Ouyang Feng, who had not anticipated such an outcome on the platform. Fortunately, Yidong had proposed a wheel battle yesterday. Otherwise, retribution would not have been possible today. He then turns to the members of his family and addresses a woman in blue. "Ouyang Qianqian, are you confident in your ability to take the stage?" Ouyang Qianqian replies, "Ouyang ancestor, I have no doubts. I will surely slay our enemies." After the woman in blue finished speaking, she swiftly ascended the arena. As before, the elder in black presented a document and pressed a handprint upon it. Following this, his eyes glinted with malice as they fixed upon Yidong. To Yidong's surprise, the second representative of the Ouyang clan was a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. He discerned her cultivation level at a glance. Clearly, after the first duel, the Ouyang clan would not be foolish enough to send a warrior weaker than Ouyang Wudi. Ouyang Qianqian was indeed a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Although she appeared exceedingly youthful, Yidong could easily perceive her true age. She was already 38. Did the Ouyang clan truly lack men, resorting to dispatching a woman of her maturity to face certain death? The term "ant" that Yidong had used infuriated Ouyang Qianqian. Without uttering a word, she unsheathed her sword and lunged at Yidong with a swift motion. Yidong did not rush to retaliate. Instead, after approximately 10 minutes, he executed a devastating punch, ending Ouyang Qianqian's life. He showed no mercy simply because she was a woman. As Ouyang Qianqian lay lifeless on the arena, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. There was no need for the elder in black to verify. The lack of movement from Ouyang Qianqian suggested that she had indeed met her demise. Yidong had now slain two exceptional talents from the Ouyang clan, inciting fury among their members. One after another, they clamored to ascend the stage and exact revenge. Observing this, Yidong mimicked his earlier gesture of disdain towards the Ouyang clan, sneering, "Who else?" His actions and demeanor, which conveyed utter disregard for the Ouyang family, left many of its members seething with rage. Ouyang Feng's expression darkened. How could his esteemed Ouyang clan be so easily subdued by a mere grandmaster? Yet, Ouyang Wudi and Ouyang Qianqian were already among the finest in the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. and sending more individuals would likely result in merely another fallen talent from their lineage. Ignoring the challenges posed by the Ouyang clan behind him, Ouyang Feng rose and declared in anger, "Yidong, you have proven formidable today." The Ouyang clan concedes. Yidong was momentarily taken aback by his words. He had not anticipated that, despite his cautious approach and the prolonged battle before striking, the Ouyang clan would so swiftly yield. However, having just acquired 2 cultivation pills, Yidong was not one to easily relent. He provoked, "Ouyang Feng, is this the demeanor of your illustrious clan? Truly pathetic. I shall not deny you the chance for revenge. I now permit you to send 5 individuals to the arena simultaneously. Of course, if the Ouyang clan is afraid, then consider my words unspoken." Yidong's proclamation sent ripples of excitement throughout the arena. Chapter 92. The invulnerable body. In the moment Ouyang Feng conceded, both Shimin Shui and the Mo family were filled with elation. Today, in such an open and just manner, Yidong transcended an entire realm, vanquishing 2 prodigies from the Ouyang family. Although the enmity with the Ouyang clan deepened, it was inconceivable that they would issue a merciless decree against him again. If they were to do so, they would no longer deserve the title of an exalted family. Yet, before their joy could fully blossom, Yidong unexpectedly presented the Ouyang family with a perplexing demand from the arena. In contrast, upon hearing Yidong's audacious words, Ouyang Feng was not filled with rage, but rather joy. He laughed heartily, declaring, "Good. Since you have made such a request, if I do not fulfill it, I would indeed be underestimating you." He then turned to the numerous clan members behind him, selecting 5 men, all at the mid-level of the extraordinary realm. He instructed them, "Do not give him a single opportunity to counterattack. Once you engage, employ your combined technique to swiftly eliminate him." Yes, ancestor. The 5 men were all from the previous generation of Ouyang Wudi. Although their innate talents were not particularly exceptional, their experience in combat surpassed that of Ouyang Wudi by far. With their practiced joint attack techniques, Ouyang Feng felt immense confidence in their abilities. In a swift motion, they arrived on the arena, each signing their names before encircling Yidong. After a brief exchange of glances, they wasted no time in unleashing their deadly moves. Faced with 5 mid-level extraordinary masters, Yidong did not dare to be careless. He executed his extraordinary agility, and with his 9 shadowless needles, he synchronized with the explosive power of his fists at 5/10 strength. Whoosh! Boom! Their combined assault failed to even graze the hem of Yidong's clothing. Instead, 2 of them were sent flying by his explosive punches. Though still capable of fighting, the one-sided nature of the battle left the spectators in a state of shock. A bold thought emerged among them. Yidong had not yet revealed his full strength in the previous 2 duels. Members of the Ouyang family wore expressions of horror. What manner of monster had they provoked? Yidong, at merely the initial stage of a grandmaster, if he were to reach the extraordinary or divine realms. Who within the vast Ouyang family could stand against him? A peaked divine realm expert from the Ouyang family felt a sense of determination in his eyes. Such a terrifying adversary must be eradicated before he could fully grow. Otherwise, the Ouyang family would be in peril. At this moment, on the life and death arena, Yidong displayed a lack of patience, directly amplifying his strength to 6/10. Boom! One of the Ouyang clan members took a heavy punch to the chest from Yidong and fell lifelessly to the ground. With the death of one, the 5-man joint technique of the Ouyang family naturally disintegrated. Boom! 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 With a resounding crash, the remaining 4 individuals faced the wrath of Yidong's 4 devastating punches, seemingly confronting the king of hell himself. Yidong's unparalleled combat prowess once again shattered the perceptions of numerous martial artists in the vicinity. Among the onlookers, the siblings Lu Yu and Lu Wushuang found themselves emotionally overwhelmed, grappling with the realization of their esteemed brother's extraordinary capabilities. Could it be that this elder brother they had come to respect was even more formidable than a deity? Mo Yu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yidong on the stage, inadvertently casting a glance at her sister, Molin, and feeling an indescribable envy welling up within her. Yidong's performance today epitomized the heroic ideals she held dear. Had it not been for her sister's presence, she would have pursued him without a moment's hesitation. Ouyang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events, his trembling hands betraying his inner turmoil. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene personally. However, he ultimately restrained himself, aware that any assault on Yidong, given his status, would not only tarnish the Ouyang family's reputation in Longjing, but also invite the wrath of the dragon group as Shimin Shui and the Fire Phoenix. The repercussions would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences for the Ouyang clan. While Ouyang Feng managed to maintain his composure, the peak expert behind him was unable to do the same. At the moment the last extraordinary member of the Ouyang family fell, a tremendous force erupted from a superlative power below the true god realm. Akin to the might of a small missile, though Yidong was capable of vanquishing numerous foes across a substantial realm gap, he was ill-equipped to contend with a peak expert at the true god level, especially one unleashing their full potential. In an instant, Yidong's body reacted instinctively, every hair on his being standing on end in the face of imminent danger. The suddenness of the attack left him no time to employ his ultimate technique, prompting him to activate his life-saving shield without hesitation. Bang! Yidong felt as though he had been struck by a freight train, an intense pain radiating throughout his body, and he was violently hurled off the stage. Below, Shimin Shui watched in horror, followed by a furious roar. Ouyang Feng, how dare you? With a swift motion, she ascended to the arena, directing a powerful punch at the Ouyang family's true god expert. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, that Ouyang clansman had resigned himself to his fate, exhibiting no intention of evasion. With a thunderous impact, he was struck down by Shimin Shui's fierce blow. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the spectators gasped in shock, with Molin exclaiming in alarm and rushing towards Yidong, closely followed by Moyu. The crowd of martial artists erupted into a frenzy, their astonishment palpable. Undoubtedly, Yidong had just endured the full force of a peak true god expert's punch, a blow that would typically herald certain death. The extraordinary prodigy who shattered their martial worldview unexpectedly took his bow in such a swift manner. At the moment Yidong struck the ground, the vitality that had seemingly departed from his body was instantaneously restored. It was evident that the immortal golden body had already been utilized once. Slowly, Yidong opened his eyes, gazing at the tear-streaked faces of Mo Lan and Mo Yu. In a gentle voice, he said, "Sister Lan, Xiaoyu, do not weep. I am unharmed." The two sisters, upon hearing his words, widened their already reddened eyes in astonishment, their panic swiftly giving way to an overwhelming joy. "Yidong, you are truly all right." Yidong then gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, I am fine. My life is quite resilient." The onlookers were left in utter shock at the sight before them. Goodness! After being struck with full force by a pinnacle deity, Yidong emerged unscathed. They found themselves at a loss for words to adequately express their current emotions. Chapter 93. A punch to shatter the opponent. Ouyang Feng's heart was equally filled with astonishment. At the moment Yidong was sent flying by a member of his family who was a deity-level expert, he felt an immense sense of relief. The combat prowess exhibited by Yidong was simply terrifying, evoking a sense of dread even in a formidable being like himself, who was at the second heaven of true divinity. Considering Yidong's current cross-dire combatability, once an opponent reached the deity realm, who in the Ouyang family, aside from himself, could stand against Yidong's strike? The thought of eliminating Yidong in such a scenario was Ouyang Feng's greatest desire. Although he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the dragon group afterward, as long as he did not take direct action himself, there would be room for mitigation. Yet, to his astonishment, Yidong remained perfectly intact after enduring a full-force strike from a pinnacle deity. This feat once again shattered Ouyang Feng's worldview. It is easy to imagine that if even Ouyang Feng, at the second heaven of true divinity, was taken aback, the reactions of others would be even more profound. Yidong's performance today completely transcended the boundaries of their martial philosophies. Shimin Shui, standing on the arena, was equally stunned. But soon her shock transformed into immense delight as she rushed to Yidong's side. With astonishment, she inquired, "Yidong, you truly have not sustained a single injury." Yidong chuckled softly, telling a small fib. "Master, my first master bestowed upon me a treasure for preserving my life, which allowed me to narrowly escape disaster." As Shimin Shui sighed in relief, her heart was also overwhelmed by the remarkable abilities of Yidong's master. She could hardly fathom the level required to possess such a life-saving artifact. However, that was of little consequence now, as long as Yidong was safe. Today's martial contest could be deemed a perfect conclusion. Yidong then cast a glance at the pinnacle deity from the Ouyang clan on the stage. To his surprise, the opponent had survived, albeit gravely injured, after Shimin Shui's strike. This revelation brought Yi Dong considerable delight. At that moment, the other party stared at Yi Dong with wide eyes, utterly astonished. He could never have anticipated that after unleashing his life-threatening, all-out strike, Yi Dong remained completely unscathed. Whoosh! Yi Dong ascended the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he unleashed a powerful explosive punch at the already mortally wounded peak celestial expert. Bang! In an instant, this peak celestial being was reduced to a cloud of mist, leaving no trace behind. The spectators surrounding the arena were left in shock once more. Goodness! This was exceptionally ruthless. It was their first encounter with a martial technique capable of transforming a person into a sanguine haze. Of course, the primary reason for this devastating effect was the severe internal injuries sustained by the Ouyang family's expert, allowing Yi Dong's punch to achieve such a catastrophic outcome. Nevertheless, the sheer ferocity displayed by Yi Dong sent a shiver down the spines of the onlookers. The members of the Ouyang family, witnessing this scene, were filled with indignation. Today, they had lost face and dignity in equal measure. Ouyang Feng let out a cold grunt, casting a frosty glance at Yi Dong before rising and departing with an air of indifference. The other members of the Ouyang family followed suit, glaring at Yi Dong with evident animosity before turning on their heels. If glances could kill, Yi Dong would have been slain countless times by the daggers of their stares. Yet, he remained unfazed. A twinge of regret lingered within him. At the moment he obliterated the Ouyang family expert, he was also on guard against Ouyang Feng. Had the latter intervened, Yi Dong would have unleashed his lethal prowess without hesitation. Surprisingly, Ouyang Feng had managed to restrain himself. Subsequently, Yi Dong scanned the system, revealing 8 cultivation pills, 7 yellow and 1 purple. A look of delight crossed his features, his confidence bolstered significantly. With the purple cultivation pill in his possession, he could elevate himself to the pinnacle of the celestial realm at any moment. When that time came, even if Ouyang Feng were to strike personally, who would truly fall was uncertain. Naturally, Yi Dong had no intention of breaking through in such a public display. That would be utterly sensational. Taking a deep breath, he leaped down to stand beside Mo Lan and Mou. Gently taking Mo Lan's hand, he expressed, "Sister Lan, I apologize for startling you earlier." Mo Lan smiled faintly in response, saying nothing further as she nestled into Yi Dong's embrace. Mou, standing nearby, pouted in discontent and remarked, "Brother-in-law, do you only have eyes for my sister? Did you not notice that I was also quite worried and scared just now?" Yi Dong, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment before taking Mou's hand with his other hand as well. Although the system stipulated a 3-month period to win over Mou, Yi Dong was eager to obtain the divine-level gift pack sooner. He then smiled and said, "Little you were startled as well." Mou was initially taken aback by the sudden gesture, casting an anxious glance at her sister. Upon encountering her sister, there was no sign of displeasure, which prompted a shy demeanor devoid of any struggle. Mo Lan was equally taken aback by Yi Dong's unexpected display of affection. However, upon witnessing the bashful expression on Mou's face, she could hardly deny that her younger sister was likely smitten with Yi Dong. With a soft sigh escaping her lips, she quickly came to terms with it, reflecting on her own pride and how swiftly she had been captivated by Yi Dong in such a short span of time. The thought of potentially facing Yi Dong alongside her sister in the future caused a profound blush to sweep across her cheeks. Meanwhile, Mo Xian and Bai Yun, who had hurried over, were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Exchanging a glance filled with complex emotions, they sighed softly and discreetly stepped aside. Although the notion of sisterly companionship in serving a single husband was rare, it was not entirely unheard of. Today, Yi Dong's performance had undoubtedly won the hearts of countless young women in Longjing. While both Mo Lan and Mou were strikingly beautiful, they could hardly be deemed unworthy of Yi Dong's affections. The members of the Mo family present were thoroughly astonished by the unfolding events. Their son-in-law was extraordinarily formidable. Not only was his martial prowess remarkable, but his charm with women was equally impressive. Naturally, they were eager for the Mo family's bond with Yi Dong to strengthen further. If anyone in Longjing desired the downfall of the Ouyang family, it would undoubtedly be the Mo family. In that moment, they saw boundless hope in Yi Dong. At the rear of the gathering, 2 figures clad in black exchanged a silent glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of shock. "We must hasten to report today's events to our clan leader. We can no longer interfere in this matter," one of the black-clad figures remarked with a troubled expression. They were members of the royal Long family, both possessing formidable strength, having reached the late stages of the divine realm. Originally, the Long family had intended for them to make contact with Yidong today, hoping to enlist him for their own purposes. Yet, Yidong not only emerged unscathed from the life and death arena, but his extraordinary performance had far exceeded their expectations. It was clear to them that if the Long family genuinely wished to recruit Yidong, they would need to send a figure of at least divine strength to approach him. Chapter 94. The agitated MOU upon returning to the dragon team. Yidong followed Shimin Shui to her chamber. Shimin Shui spoke first, stating, "Yidong, although I am officially your master, I am acutely aware that I lack the qualifications to truly teach you anything." Hearing this, Yidong chuckled softly. Recognizing that Shimin Shui had indeed been profoundly moved today, he then replied earnestly, "Master, regardless of my ability to acquire skills, I have taken you as my mentor. And you are, in a sense, my elder. Could you please describe the current situation of the dragon team in the Dragon Kingdom and what my responsibilities will be upon joining it?" Shimin Shui pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. The official forces of the Dragon Kingdom are primarily composed of the dragon team and the prominent families led by the Long family. The Dragon Group is a remarkably unique department within the Dragon Nation, free from the influence of any family or individual. However, the Dragon Group currently faces some difficulties. The ancestral figure of the royal dragon family, Long Outyin, has sought to seize control of this exceptional department ever since he ascended to the fifth heaven of the true God realm a decade ago. Were it not for the current internal and external strife plaguing the Dragon Nation, the Dragon family would likely have resorted to force to dominate the Dragon Group by now. Fortunately, our leader, the Fire Phoenix, is formidable in her own right and has thwarted the Dragon family's ambitions thus far. Presently, the Fire Phoenix is striving to break through to the fifth heaven of the true God realm. Should she succeed, the Dragon family will be rendered powerless against the Dragon Group for the foreseeable future. The primary responsibilities of the Dragon Group currently encompass 3 tasks. Firstly, to maintain a presence in the mysterious battlefield, with rotations occurring every 3 months, where members compete with representatives from other nations for the acquisition of precious divine jade. Secondly, to safeguard the borders of the Dragon Nation, preventing disruptions from martial experts of rival countries. Thirdly, to quell any potential unrest from ancient martial families within the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, Yidong took a moment to absorb the information before inquiring, "I am not well versed in the strength of other nations, but the ancient martial families do not seem particularly formidable." "Ah, you must be referring to the Gao family, which was annihilated near Shanxing. Such ancient martial families are generally of little consequence. In the vicinity of Longjing, there exists a remarkably powerful ancient martial family, the Wang family. According to our intelligence, the most formidable ancestor of the Wang family has attained the second heaven of the true God realm. Moreover, the Wang family is not even the strongest among the ancient martial families. That title belongs to the Zhuge family from the prosperous region of Lingnan, which boasts members who have reached the fourth heaven of the true God realm." Yidong gasped at this revelation. The mention of superlative experts in the true God realm, as casually relayed by Shimin Shui, was astonishing, one moment referencing the Wang family's second heaven, the next the Zhuge family's fourth heaven. It was evident that other ancient martial families also harbored true God experts. When combined, their strength would be exceedingly formidable, likely rivaling that of the forces within Longjing's inner city. Should these powerful ancient martial families decide to incite chaos, could the Dragon Group withstand their onslaught? It is worth noting that the entire Dragon Group comprises merely 3 top-tier experts. Sensing Yidong's apprehension, Shimin Shui continued her explanation. Of course, aside from a few powerful ancient martial families that harbor ill intentions, families such as the Wang and Zhuge clans do not wish for chaos within the Dragon Nation. Over the years, they have intertwined their interests with those of the nation. Additionally, the Dragon family remains vigilant against these formidable ancient martial families, thus sparing the Dragon Group from numerous troubles. Listening to Shimin Shui's narrative, Yidong gained a clearer understanding of the power dynamics within the Dragon Nation. He subsequently engaged in conversation with Ouyang Shui for an extended period, acquiring a comprehensive grasp of the geopolitical landscape among the world's great powers. After consulting with Shimin Shui, Yidong resolved to enter the vast and enigmatic battlefield for training in half a month. 3 days later, atop Misty Mountain, a military-registered vehicle emerged slowly from the spatial tunnel. Initially, Shimin Shui intended for Yi Dong to accompany her in practicing the Shimin sword technique over the next few days. But Yi Dong graciously declined. With both the 9 heavenly needles and the critical strike fist at his disposal, he saw no reason to squander time learning any sword techniques. Today, he planned to retrieve Mo Lan and Mou from the Mo family and enjoy an outing in the outer city of Longjing, intending to cultivate his relationship with Mou in the process. The Mo family, well established in the secular realm of the Dragon Kingdom, possessed numerous enterprises scattered throughout the nation, including over 10 publicly listed companies. Upon arriving in the outer city of Longjing, Yi Dong checked into a luxurious 7-star hotel owned by the Mo family. It was noteworthy that, aside from the actual proprietor of the hotel, the manager was wholly unaware of the true identities of Mo Lan and Mou. Yi Dong reserved 2 adjacent opulent suites without hesitation. Upon reaching the door, he cheerfully remarked, "Little Yu, your sister, and I are just next door. Feel free to call if you need anything." After uttering this, he disregarded the complex and forlorn expression on Mou's face. Taking Mo Lan by the hand and entering the lavish room, the past few days spent in the inner city, watching the 2 enchanting sisters flit before him, yet feeling powerless, had left Yi Dong quite exasperated. Once inside, as Mo Lan recalled her sister's earlier expression, a flush crept over her cheeks. It was evident that Mou was also aware of why Yi Dong was in such a rush. Observing Mo Lan's rosy complexion, Yi Dong teasingly remarked, "Lanner, your bashful demeanor is utterly captivating." At his words, Mo Lan set aside her tangled thoughts and cast a flirtatious glance at him, then gracefully made her way toward the grand bed in the bedroom. Yi Dong, grinning, quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Mou entered her room, her mind occupied with no other thoughts, casting a forlorn glance at the wall. Although the soundproofing in such a luxurious hotel was impeccable, images from the adjacent room frequently surfaced unbidden in her mind, leaving her feeling increasingly agitated. She was certain that Yi Dong understood her feelings, and judging by her sister's expression, he must have been aware as well. All that remained was a breakthrough moment. 2 hours later, after a whirlwind of passion, Mo Lan lay contentedly in Yi Dong's embrace. Casually, she inquired, "Yi Dong, it seems my sister has developed feelings for you as well. What do you plan to do?" Yi Dong was momentarily taken aback by her question. He had been searching for an opportunity to broach this very topic with Mo Lan, and here she was, bringing it up first. "Lanner, I am curious to know your thoughts," he replied. Chapter 95. The rogue. Upon hearing this, Mo Lan chuckled softly and remarked, "Yi Dong, I simply cannot believe that you would remain indifferent to my sister, such a stunning beauty." Her words left Yi Dong feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin in response. Observing his reaction, Mo Lan gently caressed his chest and earnestly said, "Yi Dong, I shall not impose any restrictions upon your feelings. I only ask that you remain steadfast and unwavering in your devotion to both me and my sister." Moved by Mo Lan's understanding nature, Yi Dong felt a surge of gratitude. Ever since acquiring the Super Goddess System, he knew he was destined to embark on an extraordinary path as a formidable figure, where beautiful women would undoubtedly play an essential role in his life. Mo Lan's words struck a chord deep within him. Tenderly caressing her face, he softly vowed, "Lanner, I swear to cherish you for a lifetime. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." After a couple of hours, Yi Dong finally departed from the hotel with the 2 lovely sisters. None of them were financially constrained, thus, they were determined to relish the pleasures that wealth could afford. Mo Lan and Mou's beauty was so exceptional that even in a colossal metropolis like Longdu, they were a rare sight. Their unique martial demeanor only enhanced their allure. As they strolled from the streets into the shopping mall, they attracted countless admiring glances. As the sole companion of these 2 exquisite flowers, Yi Dong incited envy and admiration in the hearts of many men. Mo Lan and Mou were not accustomed to appearing in public, and the attention from the crowd made them somewhat uneasy. Noticing this, Yi Dong teased, "Lanner, shall you? With your looks, you could surely star in a film that would rake in a fortune." At this, Mou's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Turning to her sister, she exclaimed, "Sister, doesn't our Mo family own an entertainment company? Why don't we, along with Yi Dong, actually film a movie and savor the experience of being stars?" Mo Lan found herself both amused and exasperated by Mou's suggestion. While Yi Dong had merely made a jest, given their status, their family would never allow them to pursue a career in acting. In the eyes of the Mo family, the status of a celebrity, while seemingly esteemed among ordinary people, held little merit. Xiaoyu, do not take what your brother-in-law says too seriously. Do you really think acting in films is as delightful as it sounds? Lan chuckled. I was just joking, sister. Yu replied, sticking out her tongue playfully at Yidong. As they exchanged laughter, they arrived at a luxury clothing boutique within the mall. A few observant sales associates, upon seeing the trio's attire, immediately discerned that they were not ordinary individuals. In awe of Lan and Yu's beauty, they greeted them with warm enthusiasm and ushered them inside. At this point, nothing could ignite Yidong's desire to spend. He could effortlessly purchase the entire mall, the whole building, or even the entire street without so much as batting an eye. Despite the numerous publicly listed companies owned by the family, their financial standing pales in comparison to that of Yidong. For Yidong, what appears to be an astronomical sum to the average person barely creates a ripple in his consciousness. Exiting the women's clothing store, Yu was elated, carrying the new garments that Yidong had purchased for her. Lan, witnessing her sister's exuberance, understood that her delight stemmed not merely from the new attire, but from the fact that it was a gift from Yidong himself. Subsequently, Yidong personally experienced the undeniable allure that shopping holds. Even for the most formidable of women, they continued to peruse the stores until nightfall, with both Lan and Yu displaying an insatiable eagerness. Glancing at the numerous shopping bags in his hands, Yidong could not help but smile wryly. Lanner, I believe it's time for us to find a place to dine, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Lan checked the time and cast an apologetic glance at Yidong. I cannot recall the last time I enjoyed shopping so much that I lost track of time. Her words were not an exaggeration. During her years of assignment from Longjing to the southwestern provinces, she had not known such joy. Yidong felt a pang of sympathy and gently took Lan's hand, saying softly, Lanner, if you wish to shop, I shall accompany you every day for the next few days. Yu, observing the tender exchange, felt a wave of concern for her sister. Sister, you have endured too much hardship over these years. Sensing the somber mood escalating, Lan interjected with a laugh. All right, I merely spoke my thoughts. Let us go eat. Yidong, seizing the moment, pulled out his phone to search for the finest dining establishment in Longjing. To his delight, he discovered a private club nearby, renowned for its exquisite ambience and exceptional reviews. Before long, the trio arrived at the establishment known as the Tianlong Club. Upon entering, they were met by two gentlemen who were instantly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Lan and Yu. Yidong and the others paid little mind to the attention, having encountered such stares countless times throughout the day. After requesting a lavish private room from the waiter, they proceeded inside. The two men, witnessing the scene, were filled with an added thrill. They hurried to another private room, and upon opening the door, they found 5 or 6 others inside, 2 men and 4 women. The women were undeniably attractive and dressed provocatively, yet they paled in comparison to the Mo sisters. One of the men exclaimed excitedly, Dragon brother, we just encountered 2 stunning beauties outside. I assure you, you've never seen anyone as exquisite as they. Intrigued, the man known as Dragon brother turned his attention to the 2 alluring women beside him, wrapping an arm around each and grinning. How do they compare to these 2? Another man, known as Lei Zi, cast a glance at Brother Hua, who was embracing 2 scantily clad beauties, and immediately swallowed hard. Dragon brother, while your companions are indeed alluring, the 2 young ladies we just beheld are undeniably celestial in their beauty. Upon hearing this, Dragon brother's eyes lit up with excitement. He promptly released the 2 seductive women in his arms. It was evident that his subordinates would not dare deceive him. He turned to the other man, eager to please, and said, Brother Yamamoto, did you not express dissatisfaction with the 2 ladies I arranged for you today? I shall procure a fairy to accompany you now. If you find her to your liking, I kindly ask you to speak favorably of me before your father, Lord Yamamoto. The man named Yamamoto Kazuo was clearly from the island nation, grinning mischievously as he replied in broken dragon language, Dragon brother, let us hasten to summon the fairy. The rewards shall be plentiful. Chapter 96. The Yamamoto family upon entering the luxurious private room. Yidong and his companions had just begun to order when Lan and Yu were engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Tianlong entered with 2 subordinates. The moment he laid eyes on Lan and Yu, he was utterly mesmerized. Their beauty surpassed even the dazzling descriptions provided by Lei Zi. Following closely behind, Yamamoto Kazuo entered as well, and upon seeing the 2 ladies, he nearly drooled. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Dragon brother, two celestial beings. One for you and one for me. The benefits are immense." Initially, Yidong thought a waitress had entered, but upon hearing Yamamoto Kazuo's crude remarks, he furrowed his brow. Noticing the fury on the faces of Mo Lan and Mou, he urged them not to be upset before rising to confront the newcomers. He pointed at Yamamoto Kazuo and inquired uncertainly, "Is this island pig your father?" Yidong had discerned the hint of island dialect in the man's speech. Li Tianlong was momentarily taken aback by Yidong's words, and before he could react, Lei Zi stepped forward, pointing a finger at Yidong, and shouted, "Do you wish to die? Young Master Sanbin is a distinguished guest of our dragon brother. Kneel and apologize to him at once." Upon hearing this, Yidong's brow slightly furrowed. He deftly grasped Lei Zi's outstretched hand and coldly remarked, "Is this island pig your father, that you grovel so?" With a slight exertion of force, he audibly snapped Lei Zi's wrist and forearm into an unnatural position. "Ah!" Lei Zi let out a blood-curdling scream as he convulsed and collapsed to the ground. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. Such a severe injury to one's hand is an excruciating pain that most would find unbearable. Li Tianlong and his companions were taken aback by Yidong's ruthlessness. However, Li Tianlong was no ordinary individual. Regaining his composure, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered. "My friend, are you not being a bit too ruthless? Do you even know who I am? You dare to act so arrogantly on my territory. Do you not fear the consequences of your actions?" Upon hearing this, Yidong merely chuckled. In an instant, he appeared before Li Tianlong. Without uttering another word, he raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap. The sound echoed through the air, and Li Tianlong's cheek began to swell at an alarming rate. A scream escaped his lips as he spat out two of his front teeth. Although Yidong did not exert the full might of a grandmaster, his strength was significantly greater than that of an average person. Li Tianlong supported his injured face with one hand, his eyes glaring venomously at Yidong. He could hardly believe that before he had even introduced himself, this man dared to strike with such impunity on his own turf. Yidong then coldly remarked, "Is this ruthless enough for you?" Li Tianlong, clutching his face, fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Yidong and spoke deliberately, "No matter who you are, if you leave this place alive today, I shall no longer be called Li Tianlong." At that moment, sensing the urgency of the situation, Li Tianlong's subordinates stormed in, accompanied by a dozen burly men, each wielding weapons such as machetes and iron rods, all exuding an aura of ferocity, clearly stained with blood. Yamamoto Kazuo, relieved at the arrival of reinforcements, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yidong's earlier display of brutality had nearly terrified him into submission. He bellowed, "Brother Tianlong, quickly command your men to slay this demon, ensuring that those two beautiful ladies remain unharmed. I wish to savor them later tonight." Had he remained silent, Yidong might have granted him a few more minutes of life. Yet, as soon as Yamamoto Kazuo uttered those words, Yidong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his head from a distance. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, and Yamamoto Kazuo's head exploded like a flower in bloom. Witnessing this, cold sweat poured down Li Tianlong's face as he struggled to utter a few words. A grandmaster warrior. The group of thugs behind him, armed with knives and clubs, were paralyzed with fear, trembling as if they had encountered a demon. A few even soiled themselves on the spot. Though some among them had taken lives before, they had never witnessed such a display of power, where a mere punch could obliterate a man's head. This was beyond their comprehension. Seeing that Li Tianlong could still articulate the term Grandmaster Warrior, Yidong surmised that the latter's identity was not trivial. Casting a glance at Li Tianlong, he inquired nonchalantly, "Who are you, and what manner of creature is this islander?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong finally regained his senses. He glanced down at Yamamoto Kazuo's decapitated body and muttered to himself, "It's over. It's all over." He could envision the repercussions of Yamamoto Kazuo's death on his territory. Even if Yidong chose not to kill him, the Yamamoto family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Frantically, he shouted at Yidong, "I am doomed, and so are you. None of you will leave here alive." Yidong was taken aback that, despite revealing his identity as a Grandmaster Warrior, the other party still dared to utter such defiance. It seems that the identity of this island pig is indeed extraordinary. When Li Tianlong attempted to speak frivolously, he was met with a swift strike from a shadowless needle of the 9 heavens. Whoosh! Ah! Li Tianlong immediately felt a piercing pain in his left foot. causing him to half kneel on the ground. Yidong coldly remarked, "I am not interested in whether you live or die. If you dare utter another word, I shall ensure your demise at this very moment." The excruciating pain jolted Li Tianlong into a clearer state of mind. His life and death were entirely in the hands of the other party, and perhaps there was a glimmer of hope if Yidong spared him. He promptly pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lord, spare me. It is this island pig who has the audacity to covet your 2 women." The group of thugs behind Li Tianlong, realizing the situation, knelt down in unison, mimicking Li Tianlong's tone to beg for mercy. Yidong, upon hearing this, impatiently commanded, "Silence, all of you." He then turned to Li Tianlong and inquired, "Who are you, and who is this island pig? Speak clearly." "I do not wish to ask a third time." Li Tianlong, suppressing the pain in his left leg, fearfully responded, "I am a member of the Li family from Longjing, and he is from the Yamamoto family of the island." Upon hearing this, Yidong glanced at Mo Lan beside him and asked, "Sister Lan, are you familiar with the circumstances of these 2 families?" Mo Lan nodded and replied, "The Li family of Longjing, while not among the most elite families, is still considered a first-rate family in the eyes of ordinary people, having produced several notable figures in business and politics. There are approximately 10 masters within the family, and it is rumored that they maintain a very close relationship with the Yamamoto family of the island, which indeed seems to be true. The Yamamoto family is a hidden, prestigious family from the island, although they only publicly display Grand Master-level experts. It is rumored that they already have super experts who have reached the 2nd heaven of the true God realm. There are at least double-digit experts at the celestial God level.